The SPHR exam will include a variety of item types which will be portrayed in the form of a question, a statement, or an open-ended sentence. Let's take a look at them. Traditional multiple choice, these are the majority of questions. Multiple choice, multiple response, these are like multiple choice, except there are 2 or more correct answers. Scenario situational judgment, they require you to integrate facts from different subject areas. Fill in the blank, you'll provide missing information. Drag and drop, you'll match information from 2 columns. These are important, so we'll take a look at each type. This would be a good time to prepare to start taking notes if you haven't already done so. Traditional multiple choice. These items contain a stem or premise and 4 answer choices, including 1 correct answer. As this is the most common type of question, we're going to spend some time and break this down further. The item will appear on the screen. Do you know the correct answer? Go ahead and pause your recording for a minute and figure it out. Okay, lock your answers in and I'll check back with you shortly. From the stem, you'll be required to select the best response. By best, the exam is asking for the response that a panel of HR subject matter expert would agree that is correct. Of the 4 answer choices, some are distractors, which are written to look correct, but are not or are not the best answer. The purpose of making other answers look correct is to assess your knowledge and judgment in an HR environment. There's only 1 correct answer. So, how did you do? Great if you had the correct answer. And if you didn't, don't take it as a negative. It's the first step in understanding how to assess the way in which you think and process information. Why did you pick the answer that you did? Why did you discount each of the others? Take note of the reason to help you in guiding to align with what an HR subject matter expert would agree is correct. I'm all about process and making things easy and repeatable. So here's my approach to responding to exam items. It may take some getting used to, but it works. When you get an exam item, you're going to read the last sentence first and then the rest of the question. This will help you to determine what is being asked. Then you want to come up with a potential answer. This will help you to focus on the generally accepted HR practices. You'll review the options that they provide to find the one that best matches yours. Trust your first instinct, as this will help you to select the best answer. You're going to pick an answer. If you're unsure, you want to make sure that you mark an answer now so you'll be able to come back to it. Answer every question in order. This will be helpful when you get into full-length tests. We provided this format on the resources section of the course, where you can also find other course job aids. Now, let's try the same question again, but using the new approach. You want to read the last sentence first and then the rest of the question. There's only 1 sentence, so this is straightforward. Had there been more than 1 sentence, then you would start with the last sentence and then go back to the first sentence and read forward. This will help you to determine what is being asked. You come up with your own potential answer to help you focus on the generally accepted HR practices. Then you'll review the options that are provided to find the one that matches yours. Now, if you had made the assumption that the question was asking for agencies, as you view the options, you would quickly translate your response into acts. I hope you caught that I switched things up a bit. Always use the process, as the question may appear to be similar but have a twist. Now, multiple choice, multiple response. These are like multiple choice items, except there are 2 or more correct answers. The item will tell you how many correct options there are. In situation, judgment, scenario questions, the scenario items present typical HR situations, followed by a series of exam items based on this scenario. The scenarios require you to integrate facts from different subject areas. Remember, answers are either correct or incorrect, no partial marks. In fill in the blank, you'll be asked to provide a number, a word, or a phrase to complete a sentence. Let's look at a sample. So be sure you read the instructions carefully. Using the process we just learned, what is the question asking for? The key here is the minimum wage and not the tipped wage. So what's your correct response? In this instance, had you put in 7.25 or $7.25, both would be incorrect because the ask is for whole numbers, no symbols or punctuations. Remember, answers are either correct or incorrect, no partial marks. In drag and drop, you'll be asked to click on certain pieces of information and drag them with your cursor to place them in the correct position. In this example, on the left, we have a list of tools, and then on the right, we have a list of processes. Your ask is to match the related items. Go ahead and start with the ones that you know. As you work through until the end, be sure to answer them all, even if you have to guess. No response is a 0. A response is a 25% chance of getting it correct. I'll run through the list. Termination is aligned with exit survey. Change management with culture map. Project management with Gantt chart. And performance review with appraisal. These are the variation of item types. Keep deploying my approach, and it will help you with time management and zeroing in on the best. In this video, I'll provide an overview of HRCI's body of knowledge and how it's used. A foundational element of a profession is to establish a body of knowledge or BOK. Through an extensive HR practice analysis process, HRCI created the HR BOK to be a framework of the HR profession to be used by practitioners and educators to describe what work is done and how. It provides a thorough understanding of the different areas of HR and can help an HR department understand if it's functioning appropriately by comparing it against the HR BOK's framework. The SPHR exam organizes the generally accepted HR practices of the HR BOK framework into these 5 functional areas. Leadership and strategy at 40%. This area leads the HR function by developing HR strategy, contributing to organizational strategy, influencing people management practices, and monitoring risks. Employee relations and engagement at 20%. This area develops and/or monitors strategies impacting employee satisfaction and performance, including diversity and inclusion, safety, security, and labor strategies. Talent planning and acquisition at 16%. This area forecasts organizational talent needs and develops strategies to attract and engage new talent. Learning and development at 12%. This area develops strategies for training, development, and employee retention. Total rewards at 12%. This area monitors the effectiveness of compensation and benefit strategies for attracting, rewarding, and retaining talent. The test specifications are made up of 2 components. HRCI leverages industry professionals to help define knowledge and professional competencies required for the HR practice. The HR tasks and knowledge needed to perform them are extensively researched and then grouped into functional areas. Each provide a description of the concepts, tasks, and knowledge you need to successfully understand and perform the HR-related duties associated at the certification level. Exam questions are also peer-reviewed for technical validity and applicability to the current HR practice and applied job knowledge. This is where the 25 pre-test items on the exam comes. In this video, I will share the SPHR exam's eligibility and passing requirements. The SPHR exam is predominantly experience-based and heavily focused on the HR BOK. Your experience will provide the foundation for organizing the knowledge and responsibilities in the way the HR BOK requires. However, in practice, your company may operate differently, so you'll need to stay focused on the generally accepted HR practices. Candidates for the SPHR exam must meet the criteria outlined on the right. HRCI defines professional level experience as the HR role specialized in the field of HR with independent judgment and discretion working with a range of people. Therefore, a people manager whose primary job function is not HR is not likely to qualify. Depending on the length of qualified HR experience, the educational level will also vary. The application process is straightforward. But if you have any questions, call HRCI's customer service line before applying. The process begins with creating an online account to provide your eligibility information and submit the processing fee. Check around social media for application fee discounts. There's often one available. You'll also have the option to purchase second chance insurance just in case you need to retake the exam. This is a non-refundable fee, so do well and it won't be required. HRCI will review your credentials against the eligibility requirements. Applications can be denied, audited, or approved. Exams are offered year-round. Once approved, you'll be able to schedule your exam within 120 days from the date of your approval. Pearson VUE administers exams and will require you to have your HRCI approval letter to schedule an appointment. There are additional fees to reschedule or cancel the exam. HRCI reports results using a scaled scores, which is the result of a transformation applied to the raw score. Exams are taken daily at a variety of centers, and candidates receive randomized exams, so no two exams are similar. All exams are transformed to the same scaled score. This allows all exams to have the same parameters or be on the same scale. HRCI exams are designed to be determined on a pass or did not pass decision based on the total score of the exam and on achieving a scaled score on or above 500 on the entire exam. The score will fall between a range of 100 and 700. Immediately after testing at a Pearson VUE center, you'll receive a copy of your results. The exam result will indicate pass or did not pass. If you did not pass, your score will fall between 100 and 499. The closer your score is to 500, the closer you were to passing the exam. When you do pass the exam, you'll receive an official confirmation in the mail along with your certification and a letter explaining future professional development activities. You will also be allowed to use the official title SPHR, which can be added at the end of your name. During calendar year 2020, 11,917 HR practitioners tested for one of HRCI's 8 credentials. As of January 12, 2021, SPHR had 47,903 certification holders. This is 35% of all HRCI certification holders combined. The SPHR pass rate was 60% at the end of December 2020. However, it is not uncommon for many candidates to take the test as a look-see, which is to take the test for the experience and to be better prepared. Hopefully, they purchase second chance insurance, which is a reduced rate to retake the exam after not passing. Many candidates choose this option for the level of comfort just in case. The choice is yours. We're committed to providing you with quality content and a great learning experience. With your partnership and commitment to the process, together we can achieve success. Studying and testing above 80% on half or full exams will help you to achieve this goal. Recertification is required to maintain your designation and demonstrates your ongoing commitment to professional development in the HR field. 60 certification credits are required every 3 years. Effective January 1st, 2021, all certificates must fulfill 1 ethics credit. This requirement ensures certificates remain aware of the crucial ethical practices and behaviors in the workplace. The SPHR has a 15 credit requirement related to business and allows 44 general recertification credits from 2 areas. On the left is professional development, which has no maximum, so the remaining 44 credits can be applied to those categories with up to 30 credits used for self-directed learning. On the right, professional achievement allows for 40 credits to be used from those categories with up to 12 credits for HR membership. Retaking the exam is also an option. However, I'm sure that after this experience, you'll keep up with the recertification credits. In this video, I'll share preparation techniques and will help you assess your level of HR knowledge to create a study plan that will guide you in allocating the appropriate amount of study time. HRCI exams are based on the functional areas of the HR box, so learn as much as you can in the areas where you have little or no exposure. You may not have all the skills or experience, but they can be acquired. When I took the SPHR, I was new to the U.S. I was already certified in Canada and needed to brush up on my U.S. compensation and benefits, as well as labor relations, which are both structurally different between the countries. In preparation, I purchased an educational textbook on each topic. Then the week of the exam, I took off work and spent that time studying like it was a full-time job. It was a painful process, but I was successful. I try to take the SPHR as a refresher every 5 years when the exam content changes and the process is grueling, mostly me having anxiety. There's no one preparation method that can meet everyone's needs, so leveraging multiple resources is a good idea. Study groups can be useful, either online or in person. As you'll remember, HRCI allows 120 days from the application approval to take the exam. If you feel you'll need more time, begin your journey, then apply within that window. Once you apply and receive approval, you're on the clock, so every day has to count. Most candidates will spend 10 to 12 weeks or 100 to 120 hours preparing. Each person will be different. Create a schedule that will be right for you. This table displays the courses similarly to what we've looked at the start of the course. Let's have a look at the details. The weighting of the 5 functional areas specifies the mastery of the strategic and policy-making aspects of HR management at the SPHR level. Each of these functional areas have been subdivided into a series of courses to cover the exam content, which is structured from the perspective of starting a new business and a journey through the employment life cycle to cover the functions. Employment legislation, which is shown across the bottom, is foundational and applied within each of the functional areas. However, this is also a course, so it's easy to reference. SPHR candidates are responsible for knowing the HR laws and regulations that are in effect at the time of their exam. The SPHR exam and this program are based on the 2018 SPHR exam content outline, which is the most recent. One of the biggest challenges of any exam is fearing the unknown. You're now in the know. Let's recap the salient points and prepare to embark on preparation. The ability to apply knowledge. The range of HR topics we'll cover will be broad, so you will inevitably learn something theoretical or practical that will be applicable on the exam. Federal requirements will be after 1960. You'll be required to have a knowledge of key employment legislation prior to 1960, such as the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, but you will not be specifically tested on any act outside of 1960 to 2018. Generally accepted HR practices. It will be important to understand the common response that will be agreed to by the Society of HR Practitioners as the benchmark and best response for exam questions. On the knowledge heat map shown here, I've identified the number of videos covered in each course so you can see the depth and breadth of the content. There's no correlation with the volume of weight or importance. Some functional areas are just more voluminous and will take more time to cover. A personalized copy of the knowledge heat map will help you identify your strengths and weaknesses. You can access a copy from the resources section of the website. This exercise will require some tools. Your copy of the knowledge heat map, 3 highlighters or dots or pens, or 3 colors of your preference, HRCI's exam content outline if you are unsure what the courses may entail at a high level. Let's begin. Rate your skills based on the names of the courses. Highlight in either red, yellow, or green. Red for an area where you may need help studying. Yellow if you've worked in this area or understand the concepts. And green, you're writing a book on this topic. Be completely honest about where you are, as it will determine where and how much time you will spend on preparation. That's it. This is your personal assessment and no need to share it. As you delve into the content, the color pattern may change, but this is a good starting point to gauge your time commitment. Also, don't ignore the green areas, as you'll want to keep them strong. Now, start to think about how you'll supplement your studying. One of the most valuable things you can do is invest in practice exams. There are plenty of resources available, but find a good resource that will match HRCI style or they will add no value. Look for exams that are based on the 2018 content as well as exams that will provide feedback. So now you can organize your study based on the results of your heat map. Assuming that you have 12 weeks or more to study, here's a plan that may work for you. If you don't, think about how you can tailor it to fit. This plan accounts for working through SkillSoft's program, which is organized by life cycle processes. The first 11 weeks covers the functional areas with a practice exam after each functional area. This is suggested pace for going through the functional areas. This practice exam should be half an exam. It will be important that you take your own personal notes as you work through the content. Seeing and hearing will have a recall rate of 50% after 2 weeks. Writing things down helps solidify it to memory and making learning more active. Get into the habit of reading your notes after a video so you have the potential to increase retention 70 to 90% longer after 2 weeks. The week prior to the exam will be spent reviewing those personal notes. Taking full practice exams will provide the endurance testing needed before the big day. Plan to do something every day until exam day. It can be as simple as 10 flashcards a day or recapping your set of notes. Also, keep in mind, the longer you delay in taking the exam, the more effort you'll need to put into remembering the content. We'll review 2 options: a fixed exam date, which is planning backwards, calculate the time between now and the exam date, determine how you want to study during that time, and then schedule your time based on your personalized study plan. Option 2 is an open exam date, which is working forward. Determine how much time you want to commit to studying each week, schedule that time on the calendar and stick to it, and then be sure to keep the exam. In this video, I will identify ways in which you can benefit from the study plan. Let's have a look at the SPHR course design. This table shown is essentially your knowledge heat map with 2 courses added in green, the introduction on the left and the summary on the right. In total, there are 25 courses and 267 videos across the program. This full overview will help you in planning and budgeting your time. This path follows the content in life cycle order. The study plan we walked through earlier will complement this path over a 12-week period. Starting on the left and moving to the right, we'll start with Introduction to SPHR with 8 videos. Running across all the functional areas is employment legislation with 11 videos. The functional areas are the pillars to the program and includes leadership and strategy with 57 videos, talent planning and acquisition with 53 videos. Dropping down to the second row and moving from right to left, learning and development with 39 videos, total rewards with 40 videos, and employee relations and engagement with 54 videos. And we'll finish up with the SPHR exam summary with 5 videos. The program is modular and courses can be taken in any order. We have some other options to consider as well. Functional weighting leverages the weighting of the 5 functional areas. Knowledge gap identifies areas where you need to increase your score. Time factor uses your plan in action time calculator to assess the time. For the functional weighting approach, start with leadership and strategy as the highest weighted area at 40% and build your path in descending weight order to learning and development or total rewards, which are both the lowest weighted at 12%. Or you can do the reverse order. Let's take a look at these 2 paths. For the highest weighted plan, here is my recommendation, starting from the top of the screen and moving to the right. Introduction to SPHR and then leadership and strategy at 40%. This will be followed by employment legislation as this knowledge supports the remaining areas. Then move to employee relations and engagement at 20%. Next, down to the bottom row, moving from right to left. Talent planning and acquisition at 16%, then learning and development at 12%, or you can flip it with total rewards at 12%. Then you'll finish up with the SPHR exam summary. Employment legislation is highlighted because it can be taken in any order. If you're starting with the lowest weighting plan, it may be helpful to have the foundation of employment legislation. Therefore, I recommend this as a second course. Starting from the top left of the screen and moving to the right, Introduction to SPHR, then Employment Legislation as I recommended. Then the next two functional areas are both weighted at 12%, so your preference. I went with total rewards and then learning and development. Drop down to the bottom row and move from right to left. We have talent planning at 16%, followed by employee relations at 20%, then leadership and strategy at 40%. We'll then finish up with the SPHR exam summary. For knowledge gap options, you'll have three approaches. Your knowledge heat map, where you can address your lowest ratings, or you can look to increase your competencies. If you have a practice exam, you can assess your skills in each of the SPHR functional areas and then identify where you want to improve your scores. Another approach would be to target the areas where you want to use as your starting point and then build your path forward. For time sequencing factors, here are your choices. You can start with short time periods to study, for example, only afternoons each week, short time until the exam, perhaps using this as a refresher. If you have a longer time period to balance, or perhaps you're doing this to meet exam requirements, whatever your situation, our program is flexible and portable, allowing you to consume your learning when you need it and where you need it. For your short time burst path, I recommend taking the bookends first to help plan with the end in mind. This path displays the number of courses and videos within each of the functional areas. Starting from the top right and moving to the left, we have Introduction to SPHR with 8 videos, then SPHR exam summary with 5 videos. Come back when you have time and pick up with each of the courses within the study block. Leadership and Strategy with 6 courses and 57 videos. Employee Relations and Engagement with 5 courses and 54 videos. We then continue this journey on the middle row from right to left with Talent Planning and Acquisition with 5 courses and 53 videos. Total Rewards with 3 courses and 40 videos, and Learning and Development with 3 courses and 39 videos. As needed, you can take the Employment Legislation course with 11 videos. On the bottom row, I added SPHR exam summary again as a recap to tie things up prior to taking the exam. Each functional area and course can stand alone, so you can study in any particular order. I do recommend keeping the functional areas together. If you're looking for a specific area of study, picking from here will also be beneficial. As you start to delve into the content, here are some things to keep in mind. For legislation, do not try to memorize the content. However, do relate it to familiar situations for faster recall. As you come across models, learn the concepts and how they apply to the tools to make your job more efficient. Always be thinking about questions. Find exam-type questions in the content and prepare for unexpected questions. Try to simplify. Look for ways to synthesize the content. It needs to be done. Over this course, the goal was to help you assess how much effort would be required for you to prepare for the SPHR exam. To do this, we shared the contents of the exam, how HRCI would use the book to create the exam content. We reviewed the requirements to apply, study, pass, and maintain certification, and we also demonstrated how you can create your own personalized plan for your specific needs. No matter where you are in the process, this is achievable and you can do it. Be realistic with your goals and you must put in the time. It's worth it, and I'm looking forward to guiding you on this journey. In the next course, we'll address U.S. legislation and the impact. In this course, I will introduce HRCI's SPHR exam and the requirements to prepare for it. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing the program orientation courses colored in dark green. The course across the bottom of the table is employment legislation, which is highlighted in red. Employment legislation refers to the body of laws that regulate the relationships between employers and employees. While the bulk of these laws are generally designed to protect workers, there are also some regulations that are imposed upon workers. Depending on the path that you've chosen to take these courses, you may have already covered some of the legislative topics or may just be digging in. Either way, you are here just when you are meant to be. This table overviews the processes across Skillsoft's SPHR program orientation and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities which are in this course. In the middle column is employment legislation with the topics to be covered in each video. Every HR role has a layer of compliance, and the knowledge of legislation and experience in handling issues will help to minimize the business's exposure to legal risk. The legislation is categorized to make it digestible and relatable. You'll definitely want to be taking notes, and in addition, use the margin of your notes to capture how each topic could be applied to solve problems that you've come across or are aware of in news stories to quickly make the connection. Exam candidates are responsible for knowing the HR laws and regulations that are in effect at the time of the exam, which is based on the 2018 exam outline content. In addition, laws prior to 1960 will not be explicitly covered, although the concepts may be inferred. In this topic, I will cover the U.S. lawmaking process and its hierarchy. Human resources, or HR, is conducted with a high degree of oversight from regulatory agencies through labor laws and legislation. An element of compliance for many labor laws is that written policies are in place. These are most often formally communicated through an employee handbook and outlines employee and employer rights and responsibilities. Labor laws also place heavy emphasis on documentation and record keeping. These include requirements for storage, retention, and disposal of all related records to employment. Sources of law are the origins of the law, the binding rules that enable governance. The term source of law may sometimes refer to the sovereign or the seat of power from which the law derives its validity. Here are the sources for employment legislation. United States Constitution. This is a supreme law and is a source of all government powers. Statutes. They are written enactments or authorizations made by legislature and expressed in a formal written document to pass law. Case law is also known as judicial precedents or judge-made law and is the body of law derived from judicial decisions of the court and similar tribunals. Agency regulations. Agencies authorized to develop rules, criteria for measuring whether employers are in compliance. Agency orders. The powers of the agency to force compliance with federal laws. Executive orders. These are issued by the President of the United States. These bodies provide the core laws or rules of conduct established to maintain stability and justice that are applicable in all stages of an employee's life cycle, from pre-hiring process through termination. The Constitution serves to protect individual liberties and define how government is organized and the power and responsibilities. The Constitution is a blueprint for the entire government, and everything that the government does must be consistent with the Constitution. Therefore, if any action is taken by any part of the government that is inconsistent with the Constitution, that action is said to be unconstitutional and it must be struck down. Statutes. These are created by the federal, state, and local legislatures, which are comprised of elected officials who have the power to create laws. Courts must apply statutes, if available, to the facts of a case. If no statutes exist, the court defers to common law or case law. Statutes are passed by legislatures who are empowered to make laws. Statutes have control over common law or case law where the two conflict. An exception to this is if the statute can be thrown out of court under interpretations made by the applicable case law that the statute is unconstitutional. Case law. Legislatures cannot write laws for every possible factual scenario. Therefore, case laws are written broadly enough to be applicable to every variety of situations. In situations where an applicable law may not be clear, the courts may engage in statutory interpretation to determine the legislature's intent, and the decision is referred to as a precedent. As a footnote, common law refers to a law that has not been actually codified or passed by legislature, but nonetheless applied by the courts based on a tradition and the legal history of the United States, and even dating back to the legal system in England. Administrative law is a body of law that governs the regulations of government agencies at the federal and state levels. It refers to the regulations created by administrative agencies which are part of the executive branch and are charged with the administration of government functions. They create the legislature through enabling statutes. Agency regulations. They develop rules or regulations and publish them in the Federal Register and give the public an opportunity to comment on the proposals. After the comment period, the agency publishes the final rule that take effect no less than 30 days after the public date of notice. Agency orders. The agency has the power of compliance with federal laws in court, known as administrative law courts, once issued by an administrative law judge, ALJ. In these cases, have the effect of the law, and many of these decisions are published in the Federal Register. As regulations become more pervasive, the body of administrative law has become increasingly important. Executive orders are written statements of the President issued as a directive or instruction for the actions of the executive agencies to set policies for the executive branch to follow. An executive order has the full force and effect of a law enacted by the legislature, except where it's contradicted by a duly passed federal law. Therefore, the President can issue an executive order to bypass Congress's bureaucracy and advance policy objectives without having to go through the legislative process. The President can draw on three sources to issue an executive order. The first is the Constitution itself. The second source of authority is from the legislative branch. The third source is the President's inherent authority, which is defined in Black's Law Dictionary as a power that necessarily derives from an office, position, or status. An executive order becomes law after published in the Federal Register for 30 days. Each of these three branches has a distinct and essential role in the function of the government to ensure no single person or entity has a monopoly of power. On the left is the legislative branch. As a whole, it is charged with passing the nation's laws. Congress may pass laws, but the President has a power to veto them. Congress, in turn, may override a veto. In the center is the executive branch, which is administered by the President of the United States. The President enforces the law that the legislative branch makes. On the right is the judicial branch, which consists of United States Supreme Court and lower federal courts. Under the Supreme Court's constitutional jurisdiction, its primary function is to hear cases that challenge the constitutionality of the legislation or require interpretation of that legislation. The lower federal courts also decide cases dealing with its constitutionality of laws, as well as cases involving the laws and treaties of United States ambassadors and public ministers, disputes between two or more states, admiralty law, also known as maritime law, and bankruptcy cases. Decisions of the lower federal courts can be and are often appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. The two chambers of Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate, must approve all legislation, bills, and resolutions before they can be sent to the President for signature and final enactment or passed into law. Both the House and the Senate must pass an identical bill by a simple majority vote using the same process. We'll now step through the process of how a bill becomes law. Starting in the upper left corner and moving right, first, a lawmaker introduces a bill in either the Senate or the House of Representatives. It is reviewed by the appropriate committee or subcommittee. The subcommittee reviews the bill, holds hearings, and makes amendments that it deems necessary. Once the subcommittee is satisfied with the bill, it represents the new version to the full committee. Dropping down to the second row and moving from right to left. If the full committee approves the bill goes to the full chamber in which it was originally introduced, the Senate or the House, for the debate and final vote. If the first chamber passes the bill is presented to the other chamber where it is reviewed in similar fashion. Both chambers must approve the bill in identical form. Dropping down to the last row and moving from left to right. Once approved by both chambers, the bill is presented to the President for signature. Once signed, the bill becomes law and is effective as the legislature has prescribed. Now, at the previous step, the President can also refuse to sign the bill, an action known as a veto. So this will jump to the step to the right of the bill becomes law. When this happens, it prevents the bill from becoming a law, although vetoes can often be overridden by a supermajority of votes by the legislature. Under the federal system, a 2/3 majority of both houses of Congress is required to override a presidential veto. Still, another option is the federal government's provision while the House legislature is still in session and the president does not sign the bill within a certain number of days, the bill will automatically become a law. Successful businesses increasingly understand the need to monitor and participate in the legislative and regulatory process since policy decisions can greatly affect the bottom line. Not only is it important to be aware of developments and participate, but actions necessary to affect change. Laws are actions passed by Congress and state legislatures. Regulations reflect how laws will be implemented and often have the force of law. Regulatory agencies may issue guidelines that interpret how these laws will be enforced. Lobbying is a form of advocacy with the intent of influencing legislators and officials, whether through other legislators, constituents, or organized groups. The intent is to convince lawmakers to vote in a way that will benefit your business. HR professionals are expected to actively participate in the transformation of state and federal laws. The legislative process. HR managers need to understand the relationship between laws, agencies, regulations, and court decisions. Propose legislation. Know what is happening in the legislative process. Informing legislators. Legislators are generally interested in information that comes from credible and informed sources. Protesting laws and agency regulations. When laws or agency regulations create unfair or intolerable conditions, help to oppose them through some form of active or passive resistance. In this video, I'll share foundational United States federal employment legislation prior to 1990. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the act can be found is listed. The Equal Pay Act, EPA, of 1963 was the first anti-discrimination act to protect women and prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. Prior to the act, the comparable worth standard was used by United States federal government to make compensation decisions. When Congress passed the act, it deliberately rejected the comparable worth standard in favor of the equal pay standard. Jobs are considered equal if they require equal skill, effort, and responsibility, and if they are performed under similar working conditions. Equal pay, however, does not mean the same as comparable worth. Although 2 jobs may require similar levels of skill, effort, and responsibility and have comparable worth to the organization, they do not have to be paid equally if they are different jobs or in different job categories. The Act applies to employers and employees who are covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act, FSLA, and is administered and enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. The Equal Pay Act provides 4 exceptions to the employer's obligations to pay male and female employees the same wages. As shown in the table displayed, the Act allows for differences in pay when they are based on a bona fide seniority system, wages and salaries are based on the length of service, a merit pay system, pay is determined by legitimate performance measures, a system that measures quantity or quality of production, or a differential, which is based on any factor other than gender that fairly measures factors other than sex. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, is considered one of the crowning legislative achievements of the civil rights movement. It was first proposed by President John F. Kennedy, then survived strong opposition from Southern members of Congress, and was signed into law by Kennedy's successor, Lyndon B. Johnson. It prohibits discrimination in employment and applies to employers with 15 or more employees, employment agencies, labor organizations, state and local governments, and educational institutions. It established the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and outlines the procedures that the Commission should follow to prevent unlawful employment practices. The Seventh Amendment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title VII, outlines 5 major protected classes: race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. Sex was a late addition to the original 5 as it was intended to keep women excluded, but the Act passed. There are now also protections for physical and mental disability, reprisal, and most recently added sexual orientation. It is unlawful to deny employment opportunities, training, or career advancement to protected classes or to an individual based on their association with someone in a protected class. Title VII allows for limited exceptions to its requirements. These are shown on the table listed from left to right. Bona fide occupational qualification, BFOQ. This occurs when religion, sex, or national origin is reasonably necessary to the normal operation of a business. Religious organizations, they may give preference to members of that religion. Educational institutions, these were not originally subject to Title VII, now included when curriculum propagates the protected class. This is allowable. Work-related requirements, this depends on the intent and impact not to discriminate. Take note, national security clearance that is required for a position is not protected. Indian reservations, they may give preference to Indian applicants and employees living on or near the reservation. Bona fide seniority systems. The use of tenure to allocate employment rights and not to discriminate is allowable. Affirmative action plans. Complying with affirmative action legislation to correct a past injustice is permitted. A deeper dive on BFOQs as they come up more often. An employer who discriminates based on religion, sex, or national origin must demonstrate that the attribute is a BFOQ necessary to the normal operations of their business. The concept of business necessity has been narrowly defined by the courts. When a practice is found to have a discriminatory effect, it can be justified in one of 3 ways. 1, it is necessary to the safe and efficient operation of the business. 2, it effectively fulfills the purpose it is supposed to serve. Or 3, no alternative policies or practices would serve the same purpose with a less discriminatory impact. Race is never a BFOQ. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, is designed to protect employees who are 40 years of age and older from arbitrary and age-biased discrimination in hiring, promotion, training, benefits, compensation, discipline, and terminations. Employers are not even allowed to provide different health or medical benefits to older workers than younger workers, nor can they stop making contributions to an employee's pension just because that employee has reached retirement age but chooses to continue working. Early retirement programs are allowed under ADEA, but employers must be very careful to avoid using early retirement incentives as a means of forcing older workers to quit. A review of relevant court cases indicates that employers facing age discrimination charges have very little reason to be optimistic, since the court decisions have generally been decided against them. Employers who are charged with age discrimination basically have 4 legal justifications for their decisions. 1. An employee is hired as a firefighter or police officer by a state or local government. 2. The employee is a top executive or policymaker. 3. The employer has a genuine seniority or benefit plan. Or 4. The employee is discharged or disciplined for just cause. Age can be a BFOQ if necessary for the normal operation of the business. Early retirement programs are a convenient way for an employer to achieve a satisfactory reduction in force, but they must not violate the Age Discrimination in Employment Act. Here are some guidelines. Incentive. The employer should offer an incentive that's fair and that will attract employees. Eligibility requirements. The employer should provide clear and rational requirements for employees to become eligible. Employee acceptance. Participation must be knowing and willingly and voluntary by the employees. ERISA coordination. Employees should receive a summary plan description for the benefits they will be offered. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 prohibits employment discrimination. The Act extended coverage to Title VII to entities that had been excluded in 1964. This includes educational institutions, state and local governments, and the federal government. In addition, it reduced the number of employees needed to subject an employer to coverage by Title VII from 25 to 15 and required employers to keep records of the discovery of any unlawful employment practices and provide those records to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, upon request. The Act also provides protection from retaliatory employment actions against whistleblowers. It provides litigation authority by the EEOC in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement cannot be reached. In the case of public employment, the EEOC refers the matters to the United States Attorney General to bring the lawsuit. Protected classes are how federal law conceptualizes protections against discrimination. The understanding of classes continue to evolve either incrementally through the courts or through federal legislation. Societal responses to new issues of discrimination generally start the process. The EEOC protected classes shown on this pictorial view includes the groups from Title VII with additions for veteran status, genetic information, and sexual identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, is the first step in enforcing Title VII for employees wanting to pursue a discrimination claim. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission Act provides administrative guidance for processing of complaints by the agency, which is depicted in the process flow. Starting at the top center box and moving down, an employee may file one or more discriminatory charges, and the agency does a procedural review and may deny all or part of it within a 30-day window to appeal. If the agency moves forward, the employer is notified of the charge or charges and then has the opportunity to respond, which should be taken seriously and responded to immediately. The employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. The agency has 180 days from the day of filing to determine reasonable cause of the charge with the basic of 3 possible outcomes. On the left, option 1 is the EEOC finds reasonable cause. The agency is empowered to sue non-governmental entities, including employers, unions, and employment agencies in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement could not be reached within 30 days of notice to the employer. The agency can offer to settle the complaint with all parties, which will be bound if they choose this option, and the claim will be settled. The employee also has the option to ask for a hearing which transfers the claim to be handled by the EEOC administrative judge. Another option is to request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in the federal district court within 90 days. The investigation may be extended by another 180 days if new charges are added to the complaint or if new complaints that must be added to the original complaint for investigation. The employee can also agree to an extension of up to 90 days. In the center, option 2, the EEOC does not decide. If more than 180 days has passed since receiving the employee's charge and the agency has not finished its investigation, the employee can wait for the agency to complete its investigation, ask for a hearing, which transfers the claim to be handled by the EEOC administrative judge, or request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. On the right, option 3, the EEOC finds no reasonable cause. When the investigation is finished, the agency notifies both parties. Employee is notified of the right to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. Remedies available to the employee who is discriminated against in violation of Title VII includes back pay, compensatory damages, and punitive damages. Title VII sets caps on the amount of compensatory and punitive damages, which vary by the size of employer. Congress amended Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 with the Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978 to define pregnancy as protected within the definition of sex for the purpose to clarify that discrimination against women on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or any related medical condition is an unlawful employment practice. It defines pregnancy as a temporary disability and requires accommodation on the job if it is necessary. It guarantees the employee rights to return to work to the same or similar job with the same pay following her pregnancy disability. In this video, I'll review the foundational United States federal legislation after 1990. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, of 1990 was first proposed in 1998, and it was backed by thousands of individuals around the country who'd been fighting for rights for their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, trainings, and promotions. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers with 15 or more workers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, the only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for the federal, state, or local government and federal government contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. This act covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll and may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in the recruitment, hiring, promotions, training, pay, social activities, or other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as any other job applicant or employee. If a job accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job functions, the employer is required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between the employer and the employee should result in an accommodation or an explanation as to why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship on the employer. Enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, it provides guidelines to encourage employers and individuals to work together to determine what are the appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than the employer alone making that judgment. Job accommodations are situationally dependent adjustments to a job or work environment that makes it possible for an individual with a disability to perform their job duties. The table displayed identifies the key considerations. Disability. Employers are required to consider as disabled anyone with a condition that substantially limits but does not significantly restrict a major life activity, even though the limitation might be reduced or eliminated with medication or other alleviations. The treatment may not be considered when determining the limitations. This qualifies employees who use shoe inserts to correct back problems or who take prescription sleeping pills, or those who are allergic to peanuts or bee stings may now be classified as disabled. However, there may be no request for a job accommodation. Essential functions. An essential function is defined as a portion of a job assignment that cannot be removed from the job without significantly changing the nature of that job. In the job analysis, these are the duties listed first, and when possible, given the percentage of time performed, as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. Accommodation requests. It's perfectly acceptable for an employer to request support and documentation from medical experts to identify the disability. There might even be recommendations for specific accommodations, including those requested by the employee. Reasonable accommodation. The ADA requires covered entities to make reasonable accommodation to develop employment opportunities for qualified persons with disabilities in two areas. Facilities should be accessible to persons with disabilities, and the position requirements may be adjusted to accommodate qualified persons with a disability. The Act identifies the factors to be considered in determining whether an accommodation is an undue hardship by looking at the costs, financial resources of the organization, the size of the organization, and other similar factors. To curtail the impacts of the 1980s staff reduction programs imposed primarily by large employers, Congress took action to prevent such treatment based on age when it passed the law of the Older Workers Benefit Protection Act of 1990. The Act prohibits an employer from using an employee's age as a basis for discrimination in benefits, targeting older workers during staff reductions or downsizing, and requiring older workers to waive their rights without the opportunity for review with a legal advisor. The Act has a mandate for employers to use specific words and safeguards intended to protect older workers to make sure that they are not convinced to sign a waiver without fully understanding it. The employee has 21 days to consider that agreement and consult an attorney. If it's a group termination, 45 days is allowed. Once a waiver is signed, an employee has legally agreed to give up their right to serve a lawsuit on the employer based on age discrimination or any perceived wrongdoing. Employees will have 7 days to revoke this agreement after it's signed. In exchange for signing this waiver, an employer will often provide some sort of benefit to the employee that isn't usually offered, like increased severance pay. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 was passed into law by Congress on November 21, 1991, and was the most complete civil rights legislation since the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It ensued 2 years of debate to prohibit discrimination for job applicants and workers based on race, gender, religion, color, or ethnic characteristics. However, the Act did not apply its rules to businesses with less than 15 employees, nor did it address employment discrimination based on sexual orientation. Following the 1989 Supreme Court ruling that diminished workers' ability to sue employers for discriminatory reasons, the 1991 Act strengthened the 1964 law, particularly in the terms of liability of employers and the burden of proof, and added new legislation. It modified some basic procedural and substantive rights under federal laws in the area of employment discrimination. It offered a trial by jury option in discrimination cases. It also presented the first opportunity to collect emotional distress damages and limited how much juries could pay out. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 was enacted to provide suitable solutions for purposeful discrimination and illegal employment harassment. It categorized the terms job-related, and business necessity, which was articulated in the Supreme Court in Griggs v. Duke Power of 1971, a landmark case, and in the decisions before Ward's Cove Packing Company v. Antonio in 1989. These amendments affected Title VII, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 placed a limitation on the punitive damage awards by using a sliding scale dependent on the size of the employer organization using payroll headcount. As shown on the table, for employers with more than 500 employees, damages are capped at $500,000. For employers with 201 to 500 employees, damages are capped at $200,000. For employers with 100 to 200 employees, damages are capped at $100,000. For employers with 15 to 100 employees, damages are capped at $50,000. When the EEOC pursues a multi-person claim, the damage caps are applied to each person in the claim. President Bill Clinton signed the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, of 1993, which was created to assist employees in balancing their needs of families with the demands of their jobs. In addition to protecting employees from adverse employment actions and retaliation when they request leave under FMLA, the Act provides 3 benefits for eligible employees covered in organizations: 12 weeks of unpaid leave within a 12-month period, 26 months for military caregiver leave, continuation of health benefits, and reinstatement to the same position or equivalent position at the end of the leave. The Act applies to all public agencies and schools regardless of their size, and private employers with 50 or more employees working within a 75-mile radius. Both employer and employees have eligibility requirements. Employees or the Secretary of Labor can bring enforcement action. This act is very involved with very specific requirements, so well worth reading more details on how it applies. On September the 25th, 2008, President George W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendment Act of 2008, which took effect on January the 1st, 2009. According to the language in the amendment, Congress took the action to clarify the intention of the original legislation, which was to make the definition of disability consistent with the way the courts had defined the term under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Act emphasized that the definition of disability should be construed in favor of a broad coverage of individuals to the maximum extent permitted by the terms of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA, and generally should not require extensive analysis. The Act makes important changes to the definitions of the term disability by rejecting the holding in the several Supreme Court decisions and portions of the EEOC's ADA regulations. The effect of these changes is to make it easier for an individual seeking protection under ADA to establish that he or she has a disability within the meaning of the ADA context. The court interpretations under the ADA had narrowed the broad scope of protection originally intended, and the amendment more clearly describes the intent of Congress and its rules of construction. This table shows a summary of the 9 rules into 6 categories. Substantially limits. This rule underscores the Amendments Act expansion of the definition of disability and expansion of persons now covered under the ADA due to the elimination of extensive mitigating measure court case history. Expanded impairments covered. An impairment does not prevent or severely or significantly restrict performance of major life activity to be considered substantially limited. Not every impairment will be a disability, but the list is broader and emphasizes the change that impairments have to permeate work and life activities. Disability determination. Primary focus should be on a person's qualifications for a job needed for reasonable accommodation or whether the discrimination occurred. Extensive analysis should not be required. Individualized assessments. This is still a requirement, but substantially limits is a lower standard than pre-Amendment Act. It is important for employers to realize that although on a case-by-case inquiry an analysis is relaxed, it has not been eliminated, and it is still a mandatory phase of the disability determination and reasonable accommodation analysis. Mitigating measures. Congress directs that except for ordinary glasses or contact lenses, mitigating measures such as medication, prosthetics, hearing aids, mobile devices, and others may not be used to define disability. This clearly underscores that the entire 19-year history of court cases establishing mitigating measures was overturned by the Amendment Act. Episodic remissions and impairments. Many conditions were controlled under the application of mitigating measures. Now, such conditions can be considered as evidence of the presence of a disability. The Ledbetter Fair Pay Act of 2009 was the first piece of legislation signed by President Barack Obama after he was inaugurated as the 44th President of the United States. It was passed in reaction to the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in the Ledbetter versus Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company in 2007. The law amends the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and states that the clock will reset each time an illegal act of discrimination is experienced by an employee. In Lily Ledbetter's situation, her pay was less than that of men doing the same job. The old law didn't permit her to succeed her complaint of discrimination because she failed to file 20 years earlier on the first occasion of receiving a check for less than her male counterparts. Under the new law, the 180-day statute of limitations for filing the equal pay lawsuit regarding pay discrimination resets each new paycheck affected by that discriminatory action. It would be wise for employers to be proactive and identify and correct any potential discriminatory pay practices. In this video, I'll review the foundational key legislation that impacts employment. These 4 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, of 1935, or the Wagner Act, was passed as part of the President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and is touted as the granddaddy of all labor relations laws in the United States. At the time, it was referred to as the Labor's Bill of Rights and represented a landmark change in the government's attitude towards unions. The act allowed for employees to organize, bargain collectively, and engage in concerted activities for the purpose of collective bargaining or other mutual aid or protection. The right to engage in concerted activities applies not only to union employees, but to non-union employees as well. The Act went on to identify 5 unfair employer labor practices and created the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, to enforce provisions on the Act. The NLRB is also charged with conducting elections and preventing and remedying unfair labor practices. The NLRB doesn't investigate actions on its own. It responds to charges on unfair labor practices or petitions for representation elections filed in one of its offices. The National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, is sometimes called the Wagner Act, after its writer, Democratic Senator Robert F. Wagner. Some key provisions are mapped to the 4 sections shown in the table. Section 7 writes, "This applies to all employees, and it gives them the right to organize, join unions, and engage in the collective bargaining and other concerted activities when they meet the protection standards." Social media posting is just one of the things employers may not realize are covered by the Act. Many companies have rules that ban employees from discussing their salaries, and the NLRB has held that employees have a right to discuss their pay and work conditions so enforcing a no discussion policy could violate Section 7. Likewise, forbidding employees from discussing disciplinary actions the company takes against them could be a breach of their Section 7 rights. Section 8. It prohibits employers and unions from interfering with, restraining, or coercing employees in exercising their Section 7 rights. Section 8A2. Prior to the passage of the Wagner Act, many companies established company unions for the benefit and support of their employees. These company unions, however, were run by management and did not serve as an effective bargaining representation for the employees. To eliminate the situation, the Wagner Act declared that company-dominated unions were illegal. Section 9. This governs the election process, including bargaining topics, determination of bargaining units, and the NLRB's petition and hearings, and the election process. The Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, of 1938 is commonly referred to as the Wage and Hour Law and establishes the foundation for employee treatment. It is a major influence in how individuals are paid, the employment of young workers, and how employment records are to be kept on issues of work hours. The law introduces a maximum 44-hour, 7-day work week and establishes a national minimum wage guaranteed time and a half for overtime in certain jobs, and it prohibits employment of minors in oppressive child labor, a term that is defined in the statute. It applies to all employees engaged in interstate commerce or employed by businesses engaged in commerce or in the production of goods and commerce, unless the employer can claim an exemption from the coverage. This act was the first federal law to require employers to maintain records on employee race and sex identification. This is an extensive law and should be reviewed and understood by HR professionals. When hiring a workforce, it's important for business owners to understand the various options of workers and the tax implications. Two major categories are independent contractors who bill for their work and receive 1099 tax statements, and employees who are paid on the payroll and receive W-2 tax statements. An employee is a worker hired by a company to perform specific duties in exchange for payment, typically in the form of hourly or monthly wages. They can be further categorized as exempt and non-exempt from FLSA regulations under DOL. Independent contractors can be an individual or company providing labor to the business under terms specified in a contract. They generally have control over their schedule and are expected to work as needed. Independent contractors are not covered by FLSA. The Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, covers all employees except those identified in the law as exempt from the regulations. The termination of exempt status is often misunderstood by both employers and employees. Employers often think that they will save money by designating jobs as exempt and paying employees a salary. Employees often see the designation of a job as exempt as a measure of status within the company. Neither of these perceptions are accurate, and jobs that do not meet the legal exemption requirements can have costly consequences for employers. To assist employers in properly classifying positions, the DOL regulations include exemption status test, which is depicted in the process flow shown to determine whether a job meets the requirements and is therefore exempt from FSLA regulations. If the box can be answered yes, the employee is exempt and not covered by FLSA. If the box can be answered no, the employee is considered non-exempt and will be covered by FLSA. The non-exempt employees must be paid in accordance with FLSA requirements. Certain positions may be exempt from one or all of the FLSA requirements, minimum wage, overtime, or child labor. For example, police officers and firefighters employed by small departments of fewer than 5 employees are exempt from overtime requirements, but not exempt from the minimum wage requirement. On the other hand, newspaper delivery jobs are exempt from the minimum wage, overtime, and child labor requirements. FLSA requires the maintenance of accurate records by all employers. The information that must be maintained includes personal and biographical information, employment, which is assignment data, labor details. In general, the positive time method is the best for non-exempt employees because it leaves no doubt as to the actual hours worked by the employee and protects both the employee and the employer if there's ever a question about overtime payments due. DOL regulations will also accept exception reporting, which is typically used for exempt employees. And then payment details. FLSA requires employers to keep records of wages, hours, and other related items. These records are usually maintained by the payroll department and must be preserved for at least 3 years. Overtime is required at the rate of 1.5 times the normal rate of pay for all hours worked over 40 hours in a single work week. Regular rate of pay includes all performance-related compensation such as bonuses and commissions. Hours worked includes all the hours the employer suffered the employee. An employer may designate that their work week begins on a given day and hour and continues that same day and hour 7 days later. Once selected, that same work week definition must be maintained consistently until there's a legitimate business reason for making a change. A change must be clearly communicated in advance to all employees who will be affected by the change. An employee should not forfeit pay because the employer changes its workweek definition. Compensating time is permitted under FLSA if it is given at the same rates required for overtime pay. The federal child labor provisions of the FLSA, also known as the child labor laws, were enacted to ensure that when young people work, the work is safe and does not jeopardize their health, well-being, or educational opportunities. These provisions also provide limited exceptions, which are outlined in the table by age group. Children of any age may work for a business owned entirely by their parents unless they would be employed in mining, manufacturing, or other hazardous occupations. Children 16 years of age and up may work for an unlimited number of hours. Children 14 and 15 years of age are restricted to jobs such as newspaper delivery to local customers, babysitting on a casual basis, acting in movies, TV, radio, or theater, working as a home worker, gathering evergreens and making evergreen wreaths. Under no circumstances, even if the business is family-owned, may a person this young work in hazardous jobs. The work hours must be outside of school hours and have restrictions. There are no restrictions for a youth 18 years of age or older. The Portal to Pay Act of 1947 amended the Fair Labor Standards Act to define hours worked and clarified what was considered to be compensable work time and established that employers are not required to pay for employees to commute. One exception to this general rule is when an employee's workday has ended and they are called back to work and have to travel an unusually long distance to get to a work site after normal working hours. That travel time may be counted as hours worked. The Act requires employers to pay non-exempt employees who perform regular work duties before or after regular hours or for working during their lunch period. The Act and its regulations provide some helpful guidance regarding when an employer must count travel time as hours worked for wage payment and overtime purposes. Employers, especially those whose employees are frequently on the move, are wise to understand the obligations to employees who travel. Under the Portal to Pay Act, employers do not have to pay a non-exempt employee for hours spent when traveling when those hours occur outside of the employee's normal work days and normal work hours, and the employee does not work during those hours. Unless both of these conditions are met, the employee must be paid for those hours. In the example shown, the non-exempt employee's normal work hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the employee is going on a weekend work trip. On Friday, the employee would be paid 5 hours because the trip commenced during the normal workday and work hours, and payment must be until conclusion. On Saturday, the employee is paid for 12 hours because the employee worked the entire day. On Sunday, the employee is traveling back, leaving at 7 a.m., but the hours start calculating during what would have been the regular work hours until the trip concludes for 4 hours of the 6 hours of travel time. However, if the employee was driving, the entire time would be paid for 6 hours of paid time. The Immigration and Nationality Act INA of 1952 is the first law that pulled together all the issues associated with immigration and is considered the foundation on which all following immigration laws have been built. It addresses employment eligibility and employment verification and defines the conditions for the temporary and permanent employment of aliens in the United States. The Act defines an alien as a person lacking citizenship or status as a national of the United States and differentiates with 3 categories: resident or non-resident, immigrant or non-immigrant, documented and undocumented. The need to curtail illegal immigration led to the enactment of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, IRCA. In this video, I will recap the key legislation that impacts employment. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in the summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. Signed into law by President Richard M. Nixon on December 29, 1970, the Occupational Safety and Health Act created an administrative agency within the United States Department of Labor called the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA. It created the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH, which resides in the Centers for Disease and Control, CDC. According to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, it is responsible for each employer to provide a place of employment that is free from recognized hazards that are causing or likely to cause the death or serious physical harm to employees. The Act covers all employers and employees except self-employed persons, family farms where only family members work, workplaces already protected by other federal statutes, state and local government employers and employees to implement improved safety and health programs. The basic purposes of the Act are to reduce hazards in the workplace and to encourage employers and employees to implement improved safety and health programs. OSHA also requires employers to maintain reporting and record-keeping systems that monitor job-related injuries and illnesses. Regulations implementing this legislation have grown over time, and they are complex and detailed, so it's important that HR professionals understand the basics and how to obtain additional detailed information that applies to their particular employer and circumstance. Overall, the law holds employers accountable for providing a safe and healthy working environment. Posters are available for download from the OSHA website without charge. The law applies to all employers regardless of the employee population size. OSHA requires employers to provide a workplace that is safe and healthy for employees, but they also must comply with established standards. The employer's responsibility can be categorized into 2 buckets shown in the left column and the center column. The left column is keep employees informed, and the middle column, keep employees safe. Employers have some rights as well, including the right to seek advice and consultation from OSHA and to be active in the industry activities involving health and safety issues. Employers may participate in the OSHA Standard Advisory Committee process in writing or giving testimony at hearings. Finally, employers may contact NIOSH for information about substances used in work processes to determine whether they are toxic. At times, employers may be unable to comply with OSHA standards because of the nature of specific operations. When this happens, they may apply to OSHA for temporary or permanent waivers to the standards along with proof that the protections developed by the organization meet or exceeds those of OSHA standards. When OSHA was passed in 1970, employees were granted the basic right to a workplace with safe and healthy working conditions. The Act intended to encourage employers and employees to collaborate in reducing workplace hazards. Employees have the responsibility to comply with all OSHA standards and with safety and health procedures implemented by their employees. OSHA provides a general duty standard as shown here on the left. It requires employers to provide jobs and a workplace environment that are free from recognized safety and health hazards that could potentially cause death or serious physical harm. This standard also requires employers to comply with all OSHA rules and regulations and standards. Whenever possible, the Act encouraged OSHA to use previously existing federal standards or industry standards that already had substantial agreement in the industry. The resulting standards range from those that are job and industry specific to those that comply to businesses in many different industries. The more common standards are shown with the OSHA title and the number assigned to it in the Code of Federal Regulations for easy reference. While every attempt is made to keep employees safe, on occasion, an incident will occur, and OSHA requires employers to report incidents resulting in specific medical treatment within a specified time to be compliant. Starting with the top left corner, we can drill straight down the red path for the emergency route. A worker has been fatally injured and it needs to be reported to OSHA within 8 hours. If the incident wasn't fatal, we can follow the options across the top row and realize that the reporting requirement is then only 24 hours. If the incident is not one of these major items, we end up to the far right with no reporting requirement. OSHA regulations require that records be kept for many purposes. It's necessary to conduct and document inspections for the workplace, looking for safety and health hazards. It is necessary to document and make available to employees about hazardous materials and how they must be handled properly. Here are 3 main OSHA reports. Injury and reporting illness report. It must include a record of each incident resulting in medical treatment other than first aid, loss of consciousness, restriction of work or movement, or transfer or termination of employment. Log or work-related injuries and illness. At the time there is a serious or fatal illness, a full incident report must be prepared by the employer and maintained in a safety file. These records must be maintained for a minimum of 5 years from the date of the incident. Summary of work-related injuries and illnesses. Employers with 10 or more people on the payroll must summarize all injury and illness instances and post that summary in a conspicuous place within the workplace. The report must remain posted from February the 1st to April 30th each year. Certain employers are exempt from some OSHA record-keeping requirements, and they are generally classified by industry standard classification, SIC code. Employers in the medical industry, construction industry, or manufacturing industry, or those under nuclear materials of any kind, have other requirements that must be met. Employees of financial services companies, banks, credit unions, stock brokerages, and investment firms have been the headlines during the recent years. They uncovered and disclosed misbehaving among other employees and were protected under the whistleblower provision of various laws. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program enforces the whistleblower provisions of more than 20 whistleblower statutes protecting employees from retaliation for reporting. Whistleblowers are protected from disciplinary action, termination, or other penalties. The Department of Labor is ultimately responsible for the enforcement. The Employment Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, of 1974 was created by Congress to set standards for private pension and some group welfare programs such as medical and life insurance. ERISA regulates both pension and administration of employee welfare plans. Under this act, welfare benefit plans include any plan, fund, or program maintained by an employer for the purpose of providing any of the following: plan participants and their beneficiaries, medical, surgical, or hospital care, reimbursement in the event of accidents, disability, and or death, vacation and sick leave, unemployment benefits such as severance pay, apprenticeship and training programs, daycare, scholarship funds, prepaid legal services. For purposes of ERISA, a fiduciary is a person, corporation, or legal entity that holds property or assets on behalf or in trust for the pension fund. ERISA requires fiduciaries to operate pension funds in the best interest of the participants and their beneficiaries at the lowest possible cost to them. All actions taken with regard to the plan assets must be in accordance with the prudent person standard of common care, a common law concept that requires all actions to be undertaken with the care, skill, prudence, and diligence as defined by ERISA itself. Fiduciaries may be held personally liable for losses to the plan resulting from any breach of fiduciary responsibility that they commit and may be required to make restitution for the losses and be subject to legal action. ERISA specifically prohibits transactions between the pension plans and parties in interest. ERISA sets the minimum standards for most voluntary established retirement and health plans in the private industry to provide protection for individuals. Under Employee Participation Retirement Plan, employees are required to complete 1 year of service or reach the age of 21, whichever is later. The plan will provide for 100% vesting after 2 years of service and then requires 2 years of service or age 21, whichever is later. Employees may not be excluded on the basis of reaching a specific age. Participation must begin no later than the first day of the plan year after meeting requirements or 6 months after requirements are met, whichever is earlier. These are the minimum requirements. For the vesting schedules for cliff ungraded schedules, employees are always 100% vested in their own contributions. ERISA sets vesting schedules for the employer contributions. ERISA also provides for employer minimum standards, which falls into 3 categories. The benefit accrual is determined by the amount of entitlement for an accrued benefit. The plan must account for employee and employer contributions separately. Employees are entitled to all of their contributions upon separation. The form and payment of the benefit. Upon retirement age or leaving the company, and provide guidance for quadros. Form and payment of benefits. Employees can be paid out upon retirement age, leaving the company, and then dependent on the guidance for quadros. Alternate payees must be a spouse, former spouse, child or dependent, or a plan participant. Funding requirements. This is determined by an enrolled actuary. It precludes the employer from commingling funds with the business operating funds. Deposit must be made on a quarterly basis. The final contribution should be no later than 8.5 months after the end of the plan year. This table shows the distribution of required ERISA reports to the various stakeholders. A summary plan description provides plan participants with information about provisions, policies, and rules established by the plan and advises them on actions they can take in utilizing the plan. Annual report. ERISA requires annual reports to be filed for all employee benefit plans. The reports must include financial statements, the number of employees in the plan, and the names and addresses of plan fiduciaries. Participants may request a report of the total benefits accrued on their behalf along with the amount of the benefit that is non-forfeitable. If there is no non-forfeitable amount accrued at the time of the report requested, the earliest date that benefits will become non-forfeitable must be provided. Participants are entitled to receive a report no more than once per calendar year. The Uniform Guidelines on Employee Selection Procedures of 1978, or the Uniform Guidelines, are used by the EEOC, the Department of Labor, Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Program, the Department of Justice, and the United States Office of Personnel Management. These guidelines attempt to explain how an employer should deal with hiring, retention, promotion, transfer, demotion, dismissal, and referral. Under the Uniform Guidelines, if sued, employers can choose one of two routes to prove they are not illegally discriminating against employees: no disparate or adverse impact, and job-related validity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, defines the 4/5 rule as a selection rate for any race, sex, or ethnic group which is less than 4/5 of the rate for the group with the highest rate, will generally be regarded by the federal enforcement agencies as evidence of adverse impact. When adverse impact exists, employers are expected to either show that the selection process is valid, related to job performance, or stop using it and find an alternative process that has a less discriminatory impact. The purpose of the Immigration Reform and Control Act, IRCA, of 1986 is to reduce the number of illegal immigrants coming into the United States for employment. The Act prohibits employers from hiring illegal immigrants and is the first law to require new employees to prove their identity and their right to work in the United States. Regulations implementing this law created Form I-9, which must be completed by each new employee and the employer. The law prohibits discrimination against job applicants on the basis of national origin or citizenship. It establishes penalties for employers who hire illegal aliens. The Worker Adjustment Retraining Notification Act, WARN, of 1988 requires companies to give 60 days advance notice of plant closings or layoffs that affect a large number of workers. This notice must be provided to affected workers or their union representatives and to state and local authorities. This law helps workers who are scheduled to lose their jobs know in advance about the pending layoffs so they can begin making alternative plans. Employers with 100 or more employees are generally covered by WARN. Employees who have worked fewer than 6 months of the previous 12 and employees who have averaged less than 20 hours per week are not included in this count, nor are they counted in determining the number involved in the layoff. Private employers, both for-profit and nonprofit, are covered, as are some of the commercial public entities. Federal, state, and local governments are not covered. An employer who violates the WARN provisions by failing to provide appropriate notice to a plant closing or a mass layoff must pay each affected employee back pay and benefits for the period of the violation up to 60 days. The employer's liability may be reduced by wages during the period of the violation and other payments made to the employee. An employer who fails to provide notice as required to the local government is subject to a civil penalty not to exceed $500 for each violation. The penalty may be avoided if the employer satisfies the liability to each employee within 3 weeks after the closing or layoff is ordered by the employer. In this video, I'll share how the United States employment legislation protects employment privacy. These 6 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Social Security Administration, SSA of 1935, was signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1935 and created Social Security, a federal safety net for elderly, unemployed, and disadvantaged Americans. The main stipulation of the original Social Security Act was to pay financial benefit to retirees over the age of 65 based on lifetime payroll tax contributions. The Act also established the Social Security Board, which later became the Social Security Administration, to structure the Social Security Act and figure out the logistics in implementing it. It is an independent agency of the United States federal government that administers the Social Security Program, a social insurance program consisting of retirement, disability, and survivors' benefits. Tens of millions of people in the United States have received financial assistance through the Social Security Act since its inception. Still, the program was wrought with challenges from the start and has been politically a hot topic for years. Its existence has been threatened constantly. The Social Security Administration administers the Retirement, Survivors, and Disability Social Insurance Program, RSDI. It is a federally funded program designed to ensure the continuation of income to those who are disabled, have reached retirement age, or are surviving dependents of those who qualified for Social Security, or are the surviving dependents of those who qualified for social disability insurance. The program is the largest income continuation of its sort in the United States. Retirement income. Retirees qualify for full RSDI when they reach full retirement age if they're insured under the SSDI, generally if they have worked 10 years or more in the United States. Full retirement age is 65 years old for anyone born before 1960 and 67 years old for anyone born since 1960. Partial benefits may be obtained by covered retirees beginning at age 62. Survivor benefits. Survivors include widows, widowers, and dependent children of deceased persons who were covered by Social Security disability insurance. In some cases, it is also available to grandchildren, stepchildren, adopted children, adult disabled dependents, and dependent parents. Widows or widowers are entitled to RSDI benefits if they're over 60 years old. They may qualify at a younger age if they are disabled according to Social Security disability standards. A widow or widower also qualifies if they are the primary caretaker for the deceased's children under 16 years old. Dependent children typically qualify for RSDI if their parents were covered by Social Security disability insurance until they're 18 years old. Children still in high school qualify until they're 19 years old. Disability benefits. Those who are completely disabled according to the Social Security disability standards also qualify for RSDI. To qualify based on disability, you need to show that you are completely incapable of performing any work for which you are qualified due to a physical or mental handicap. Medicare is the United States government's health insurance program for people age 65 or older. Some people under age 65 can qualify for Medicare. They include those with disabilities, permanent kidney failure, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Medicare helps with the cost of health care. It does not cover all medical expenses or the cost of most long-term care. The program has 4 parts, which is shown on the table. Part A is hospital insurance. Part B helps to pay for medical services that Part A does not cover. Part C is called Medicare Advantage. If you have Part A and Part B, you can use this option to receive all of your health care through a provider organization like an HMO. Part D is prescription drug coverage. It helps pay for some of the medicines. The administration for Medicare program is the responsibility of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, but Social Security Administration offices are used for determining initial eligibility for some processing of premium payments and for limited public contact information. The federal wage garnishment law is found in Title III of the Consumer Credit Protection Act, CCPA of 1968, and applies to all employers and employees. Employers are required to withhold funds from an employee's paycheck and send the money to an entity designated in the court order or levy document. Title III of CCPA protects employees in 3 ways. Prohibits employers from terminating employees whose wages are garnished for any one debt, even if the employer receives multiple garnishment orders for the same debt. It sets limits on the amount that can be garnished in any one single week. Currently, the weekly amount may not exceed the lesser of 2 figures, 25% of the employee's disposable earnings, or the amount by which an employee's disposable earnings are greater than 30 times the federal minimum wage, currently $7.25. Earnings that may be garnished includes wages, salaries, bonuses, and commissions. Other income from pensions or employer-paid disability may be subject to garnishment as well. The law does not protect employees from termination if the employer receives garnishments for more than one debt. The Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, of 1970 was the first major legislation to regulate the collection, dissemination, and use of consumer information, including consumer credit information. It requires employers to notify any individual in writing if a credit report may be used in making an employment decision. Employers must also get a written authorization from the individual before asking a credit bureau for a credit report. The Act also protects the privacy of background investigation information and provides methods for ensuring that the information is accurate. Employers who take adverse action against a job applicant or current employee based on information contained in the prospective or current employee's consumer report will have additional disclosures to make to that individual. Congress enacted the Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERRA, in 1994 to protect the rights of reservists called to active duty in the armed forces. The Act provides reemployment benefits rights and is administered through the Veterans Employment Training Services, VETS. USERRA applies to all public and private employers in the United States, including the federal government. The DOL issued revised rules for employers that became effective on June 18, 2006, that clarified some of the requirements previously issued. The law applies to virtually all employees, and there's no minimum number of employees or other limiting thresholds. USERRA provides that returning service members are reemployed in the job that they would have attained had they not been absent from military service. That is a long-standing escalator principle, with the same seniority, status, and pay, as well as the rights and benefits determined by the seniority. USERRA also requires that reasonable efforts, such as training or retraining, be made to enable returning service members to refresh or update their skills to help them qualify for reemployment. The law clearly provides for alternative reemployment positions if the service member cannot qualify for the escalated promotion. USERRA also provides that while an employee is performing military service, he or she is deemed to be furloughed or leave of absence and is entitled to the non-seniority rights accorded other individuals on military leaves of absence. USERRA provides protection for disabled workers, requiring employers to make reasonable efforts to accommodate the disability. Service members convalescent from injuries received during the service or training may have up to 2 years from the date of employment of service to return to their jobs or apply for reemployment. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, commonly referred to as Dodd-Frank, was a response to the 2008 global financial crisis and intended to prevent a similar instance. The act brought the most significant changes to the financial regulation since the regulatory reform that came following the Great Recession. It made changes in the financial regulatory environment, affecting all federal financial regulatory agencies and almost every part of the financial services industry. Since the 1980s, banks and other financial institutions have paid notoriously high salaries to their executives, sales individuals, and other high-level employees. Following the financial crises, compensation arrangements in the financial sector have come under increased scrutiny. Dodd-Frank addresses this issue of pay and incentives most clearly in 2 distinct areas of the Act: the proposed rules governing bonuses and the pay ratio disclosures requirements. For global payroll and stakeholders at financial institutions and publicly traded companies, these provisions are critical to understand. If any adverse action is taken against an applicant or the employee, either in part or whole because of information contained in a consumer report, additional notification requirements include the individual's credit score that's used, the range of credit scores possible under the credit scoring model used, each factor that adversely affected the credit score, date score was created, name of the reporting agency, or the person who furnished the credit score. The Patient Protection and Affordable Act of 2010, also Affordable Care Act, or colloquially known as Obamacare, is a United States federal statute that was signed into law by President Barack Obama on March 23, 2010. Together with the Healthcare and Education Reconciliation Act of 2010 amendment, it represents the United States healthcare system's most significant regulatory overhaul and expansion of coverage since the passage of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. The Act required all citizens and legal residents of the United States, adults and children, to maintain health insurance coverage. If they're not included in the employer's health care plan, they're expected to purchase it on their own. Those who do not purchase coverage pay a penalty. The Act's major provisions came into force in 2014. By 2016, the uninsured share of the population was roughly cut in half, with estimates ranging from 20 to 24 million additional people covered. The law also enacted a host of delivery system reforms intended to constrain healthcare costs and improve quality. After the law went into effect, increases in overall healthcare spending slowed, including premiums for employer-based insurance plans. This provision was repealed by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, but the individual mandate will stay in effect until 2019. The law sets certain standards that all insurers must meet and mandates that all health plans offered to those who buy health insurance on their own or in small groups included a set of essential health benefits. These are noted in the left column. Preventative care in the center column must also be included, and the right column indicates what the coverage meant. In this video, I'll address the key legislation that applies to the federal government, its agencies, and in some instances, contractors. These 9 acts shown in the boxes are listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The websites where the full act can be found will be provided where applicable. The Office of Workers' Compensation Programs administers 4 major disability compensation programs, which provides wage replacement benefits, medical treatment, vocational rehabilitation, and other benefits to certain workers or their dependents who experience work-related injuries or occupational disease. Federal Employees Compensation Act of 1916. The Federal Employees Compensation Act provides workers' compensation coverage to approximately 2.6 million federal and postal workers around the world for employment-related injuries and occupational diseases. The Division of Federal Employees Compensation has responsibility for administering the Act through its 12 district offices and national office. Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act of 1927. The mission of the Act is to minimize the impact of land-based marine employment injuries and deaths on injured employees and their families by ensuring that workers' compensation benefits are provided properly under the laws that apply. Benefits paid under the Act and its extensions total $1.1 billion in calendar year 2018. The role of the Act is to provide technical assistance, dispute resolution services, and oversee benefits delivery by the self-insured employers and insurance carriers it authorizes and regulates. Black Lung Benefits Act of 1969. The Division of Coal Mine Workers' Compensation, or Federal Black Lung Program, administers claims filed under the Black Lung Benefits Act. The Act provides compensation to coal miners who are totally disabled by pneumoconiosis arising out of coal mine employment and to survivors of coal miners whose deaths are attributable to the disease. The Act also provides eligible miners with medical coverage for the treatment of lung diseases that are related. Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program Act of 2000. The Act compensates current or former employees or their survivors of the Department of Energy, its predecessor agencies, and certain vendors, contractors, and subcontractors who were diagnosed with a radiogenic cancer, diseases as a result of exposure to radiation, beryllium, or silica while employed at covered facilities. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in programs conducted by federal agencies, in programs receiving federal financial assistance, in federal employment, and in employment practices of federal contractors. The standards for determining employment discrimination under the Act are the same as those used in Title I of ADA. It protects qualified individuals with disabilities. An individual with a disability is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of life's major activities, has a record of such impairment, or is regarded as having such an impairment. Qualified means the person satisfies the job-related requirements of the position he or she holds or is applying for and can perform its essential functions with or without reasonable accommodation. This replaced the Vocational Rehabilitation Act and created support for states to create vocational rehabilitation programs, the original term used in the. In this course, I will share the expectations, risks, and decisions that are taken when establishing a business. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering Leadership and Strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The first course in this functional area is Business Planning, which is highlighted in red. Business planning is the process of setting a business's goals, strategy, and future direction within a set time frame. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there's no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the first column is business planning, with the topics that will be covered in each video. We will cover the plan and activities to summarize the business's current state, as well as the state of the broader market as they will impact business operations. In this topic, we'll look at the factors impacting the business environment. The American economy has 4 economic sectors, which are often thought of as separate entities, but they are often interdependent. Shown is a brief description of the 4 sectors. Government sector. This exists primarily for the purpose of providing structure to a society. It is responsible for making and enforcing the laws under which we live and is an integral part of our overall economy. The government regulates and serves as a watchdog by making laws that everyone must follow. The government sector is often influenced by the other sectors as they work closely together for the common good. Business or for-profit sector. This sector has a distinct focus on making a profit by providing goods and services. It is often market-oriented and relies on voluntary payment from the customer in meeting their demands with emphasis on customer satisfaction. This sector often engaged in philanthropic activities. Nonprofit sector. This sector provides public goods as well as private goods. It focuses on client satisfaction, trust, and service for the common good. Nonprofit organizations strive to break even in their endeavors, and if extra funds are generated, they typically reinvest those into their mission and work. Family or household sector. This is the smallest of the 4 sectors, but collectively the most influential. It is primarily concerned with the well-being of the members of the household. They take part in activities that benefit others as well as themselves. It is this sector that pressures the government sector, drives the business sector, and influences the nonprofit sector. One of the most followed equity indices is the Standard & Poor's 500 or S&P 500. It is a stock market index that tracks 500 large American companies listed on stock exchanges. The S&P sectors, also known as the Global Industry Classification Standard, constitute a method of sorting publicly traded companies into 11 sectors and 24 industry groups. They were created by the S&P and Morgan Stanley Capital International. They sort businesses into sectors based on their primary business activity. The order of the 11 sectors shown is based on size from the largest to the smallest in each row. From left to right, information technology, healthcare, financials, consumer discretionary. On the second row, communication services, industrials, consumer staples, and energy. And on the last row, utilities, real estate, and materials. Investors can use the sectors to isolate stocks of specific interest or to build a diverse portfolio. The United States is home to the most innovative and productive companies in the world, and they form a diverse and competitive group of industries and sectors. These top industries are shown in alphabetical order. They are exceptionally dynamic and represent key opportunities for global growth and success. Regardless of industry, the United States has one of the most open markets and plenty of opportunities to gain competitive advantages. The terms industry and sector are often used interchangeably to describe a group of companies that operate in the same segment of the economy or share a similar business type. Sector describes a large segment of the economy, while the term industry refers to a more specific group of businesses. The charts that are shown display the net favorable score of U.S. business sectors in August 2018 that share overall positive views minus overall negative views in each sector. On the left, the Gallup poll asks for the overall positive or negative view of a range of U.S. business sectors. The computer industry came out on top with a net favorable score of 50%, with the grocery industry rounding out the bottom with 35%. At the opposite end of the scale, and shown on the right, the survey revealed that the federal government received a dismal negative 27%, and the legal field was rated as neutral. The business strategy works best if adjusted to the particular stage its industry is going through. There are 4 phases shown across the bottom of the chart. We'll begin on the left and describe the contents in the rows above each phase. Emergence. This is the stage a few innovators have primitive versions of their product and try to find a sizable market. It may not be clear which target customers the product fits best nor what problems it solves, but they keep working with early adopters to start to gain traction and increase revenues in the industry. Small players lacking the funds to survive have to exit the market. Growth. During growth, innovators try to make their products more appealing to large audiences within the market to capture bigger slices of the demand the new industry is creating. Official intervention is usually weak as regulators try to get their heads around the new solution and its implication for society. As governments become more knowledgeable about the market, they explore ideas of how to control the behavior of the industry and its players. As an industry reaches critical mass, it turns the most conservative and cost-conscious non-customers into customers. They will usually pass through a shakeout period where some companies cannot keep pace with the new reality and have to close their doors, while others are absorbed through mergers or acquisitions. Maturity. A mature industry is characterized by stable profitability, clear regulation, and a predictable business environment. With refined products, proven business models, and steady margins, businesses are set to dominate the industry for years. They face competition, but they still find ways to differentiate their products and benefit from credible barriers to new entrants, moderate growth, and a steady inflow of predictable demand. It is usually the longest phase in most industries, lasting for decades or even centuries in some cases. Decline. This is a period of shrinking margins and loss of market relevance. In most cases, the transition from maturity to decline happens at a very slow pace, so inconspicuous that it may go unnoticed to its incumbents for years, especially powerful players whose dominant position allows them to produce healthy margins even when the warning signs are evident, and while the less fortunate go out of business. The decline of an industry is sometimes initiated, but not always accelerated, by the emergence of new solutions that move up market along a different life. In this video, I will share the different types of legal structures of how a business can organize. We will look at the various types of structures listed on the diagram, starting with the top left of sole proprietorship, where there's only one person involved, and then move to the bottom left with multiple owners in partnerships. On the right-hand side, we'll take a look at corporations at the top, followed by special business types at the bottom, where we can have a mix of owners with both of these. A sole proprietorship is the simplest type of business structure. There's only one owner who has full responsibility for the business operations. Generally, this is a service-oriented small business, such as a restaurant or professional services office. There is no legal or financial distinction between the owner and the business, so personal and business income is treated as one, as well as liabilities. A general partnership is similar to a sole proprietorship, but it has 2 or more entities. Partners enter into a partnership agreement where each partner is personally liable for any debts or claims that the business is responsible for. Partnerships are registered with the IRS, and each partner reports their share of business profits on personal taxes as income. A limited liability partnership is normally organized by general partners that are responsible for getting the limited partners to join the partnership. The limited partners are not personally liable for any of the liabilities and are not included in many of the day-to-day operations. These can be very complicated to set up and are expensive. A limited liability corporation may have 1 or more owners. It provides limited liability to the owners for the business's liabilities, including debts, judgments, and other items. This type of structure is often beneficial when any of the owners have large amounts of personal assets to shield from a potential liability associated with the business. The owners of a LLC may pay personal income taxes on their share of the profits that the LLC keeps during the tax year. A corporation is like any other business structure we've covered thus far, because it's its own legal entity and tax entity. Stock may be issued to raise capital. It's managed by a board of directors, which is elected by its shareholders. It pays its own taxes on profits that it keeps, and the owners of the corporation pays income tax on monies that they draw from the corporation in the form of salaries, dividends, and bonuses. A nonprofit organization, or NPO, is dedicated to furthering a particular social cause or advocating for a shared point of view. It uses leftover revenues to achieve its ultimate objective rather than distributing it to its shareholders, leaders, or members. Nonprofits are tax-exempt or charitable. A cooperative or co-op is owned and managed by the people who uses its services. The members contribute capital, but all have equal voting rights and share in its earnings. A co-op will usually have a social goal by putting profits back into its community. A franchise is an independent business license of a successful business. They receive the use of the proprietary knowledge, processes, trademarks to sell the offering under the business's name in exchange for a part of their. In this video, I'll define the key business elements that impact the business environment. Business elements affect the function of a business, which may include internal and external factors. They help in identifying business opportunities, tapping useful resources, assisting in planning and improving the overall performance, growth, and profitability of the business. While some of these factors or forces may have direct influence over the business, others may operate indirectly. A business environment is infinite and includes everything outside the organization. Each environmental sector shown on the chart represents an important segment of the environment that has the potential for influencing the survival and effectiveness of business. Raw materials, they may interact with the trade agreements with other countries. Financial, focuses on new and emerging economies. Consumer market, looks at experiences and expectations of consumer and will dictate what and how offerings are delivered. Technology, advances in this area will dramatically affect the way work is done by the resource type, speed, and efficiency. Industry, recent years have seen heavy M&A activity and continued changes and shrinkages in the landscape of all industries. Economic effects of the interest rate impact consumer and corporate confidence in the economy. Government, their awareness and need to respond to enactments of new legislation and regulatory guidelines at all levels. Human resources, there are numerous factors to be examined to determine the labor force. In strategic planning, managers need to examine each of these sectors to determine any competitive advantages they can exploit or weaknesses they should avoid. Many business changes occur as a result of forces outside a business's control. HR professionals should understand how these forces impact existing organizational strategies. Offerings represent the primary output from a business and the reason for its existence. All businesses have an output, physical product or a service. Competition is a significant external threat to a business and its offerings because it competes with other businesses for the same customers. The competitive marketplace requires that businesses know their competitors. It is unusual that a business will not have any competition. Customers can be people or other business entities. Changes in consumers' attitudes and demand can also impact businesses. For example, over the last few decades, there has been an increasing demand for environmentally friendly products. Businesses rapidly respond to this demand with new offerings. Each environmental sector shown on the chart represents an important segment of the environment that has the potential for influencing the survival and effectiveness of business. Raw materials, they may interact with the trade agreements with other countries. Financial, focuses on new and emerging economies. Consumer market, looks at experiences and expectations of consumer and will dictate what and how offerings are delivered. Technology, advances in this area will dramatically affect the way work is done by the resource type, speed, and efficiency. Industry, recent years have seen heavy M&A activity and continued changes and shrinkages in the landscape of all industries. Economic effects of the interest rate impact consumer and corporate confidence in the economy. Government, their awareness and need to respond to enactments of new legislation and regulatory guidelines at all levels. Human resources, there are numerous factors to be examined to determine the labor force. Processes are the how of goal achievement. They represent the way in which businesses get to where they're going. Technology is a field in which advancement serves as potential external threats to a business. These rapid changes can give businesses a competitive advantage and leave others behind. Businesses are unique in how they organize, but some functions and structures are common to all of them. HR professionals who are focused on strategic contributions to the organizations must understand how a business functions. Demographic changes are another external factor that can impact a business. Shifts in demographics occur for a myriad of reasons, sometimes displacing a critical client base. Organizational culture is a collective behavior of members of the organization and its values, visions, beliefs, and habits that they attach to each of the actions. As a foundation of the business's internal environment, it plays a major role in shaping managerial behavior. Safety and security covers risk analysis, identification of safety threats, workplace violence, prevention programs, illness and injury prevention, and domestic violence issues. Planning is critical for personal and employer survival. Business leaders need to know who will act as their business spokesperson in the likely event of a tragedy. All the business elements we've covered here are represented across the various types of business structures. In this video, I'll describe the effects of competition on the business. Competition is a natural process within a business environment. It's a contest or rivalry between businesses targeting the same audience to gain market share, increase revenue, or to attain more sales. It's a fundamental economic force that drives benefits for customers as businesses are under pressure to constantly improve offerings and offer attractive prices. Michael Porter's generic strategies, shown here in the diagram, is a useful framework for businesses to identify ways in which they can potentially gain a competitive advantage. Cost leadership strategy in the upper left corner focuses on gaining a competitive advantage by selling offerings at a lower cost. Differentiation strategy in the upper right corner involves providing unique offerings in ways that are widely valued by customers. This can be achieved by providing exceptionally high quality, extraordinary service, innovative designs, and technological capability or unusually positive brand image. Focus strategy on the bottom half, which is then further subdivided and aims at narrowing market segments. Businesses that use cost advantage strategies on the bottom left select defined segments of the market of an industry, such as a particular product or specific kind of end user or a defined distribution channel or a limited geographical location, and targets its strategy to serve them to the exclusion of others. This differentiation strategy on the bottom right is also known as a niche strategy, since the business seeks to compete primarily in a niche of a market. These three strategies are examples of generic strategies because they can be applied to offerings in all industries and to all businesses of all sizes. We'll take a look at two behavioral forms of competition. Positive is a favorable form of competition that's also called healthy or cooperative competition. It achieves a win-win result where businesses work collectively toward a common goal and the reward is communal. In this form of competition, businesses can also compete to improve their own placement within the market, but in a cooperative manner where there's mutual respect and positive interactions that do not jeopardize each other. Negative is the undesirable form of competition and is also known as unhealthy or destructive competition. This form is similar to a zero-sum game that seeks to benefit one party while damaging the other and promotes fear, hostility, anger, and decreased respect. Getting to know the competitor provides insight into their abilities and can determine if strategic alliances or partnerships can be forged. Connecting to other businesses can lead to referrals for an extension of each other's offerings. This can also lead to opportunities to directly or indirectly promote offerings to extend each other's market reach. Another option is cross-branding, which is used to promote or sell complementary offerings to a shared audience. All of these are ways in which to generate additional revenue. Competition forces businesses to thrive or exit the market. Many businesses are focusing on innovation so that they can overtake the competition. Producing unique offerings to consumers can help gain a competitive advantage. Competition also creates opportunities for individuals to enter the marketplace and start new businesses, and this creates new jobs and provides individuals with a choice of employers and workplaces. In this video, we'll take a look at the various stakeholders by their types and values to the business. A business's stakeholder is any person, group, or organization that influences or have an interest in the business's actions and decisions. They have different objectives and goals based on their diverse interest in the business. They each look to protect their own interests by ensuring their objectives have been met. Stakeholders and stakeholder groups come in a variety of forms and may or may not be actively involved in the business. We'll highlight them starting in the top left corner and making our way around. Owners. For a privately held business, the president, owner, or founder is a beneficiary of increased profitability. If the business is publicly traded, the shareholders are stakeholders because as the business's profitability increases, so does the value of its stock. Employees. Both management and subordinate staff directly influence the profits of the business since they're involved in the day-to-day operations. They're also interested in the business's survival and growth as their jobs also depend on it. Customers. They're also referred to as clients, and they help the businesses stay afloat by purchasing its offerings. Customers and clients want to achieve value for their money through acquisition of quality offerings, good customer care, and at fair prices. Moving to the top right corner and working down, suppliers. They represent a variety of stakeholders in that they provide offerings to support the HR organization. When they have established a relationship, both businesses' survival and our success are intertwined. Community. A variety of stakeholders are grouped into this category with the common interest of the business's success depending on each other and the business's employees. In communities suffering from high unemployment rates, the primary stakeholders might be the unemployed or the underemployed workers who now have increased work opportunities. Indirect stakeholders are other businesses in the community who may rely on the business's employees to consume their offerings. Also part of community are competitors as stakeholders because their success or demise may attribute to the business's growth. Government. Its regulatory and supervisory role establishes them as a major player in any business environment. Various government functions ensure that all businesses abide by the existing legal provisions. The goal of HR is to improve the workforce's productivity so that it has a positive effect on the business's profitability. HR professionals will have different ways in which to satisfy internal and external stakeholder groups and must balance these priorities as they are both equally important. Internal stakeholders are individuals and groups within the business. The goal is to create values for line managers and employees by providing HR practices that are fully integrated and reinforce each other. HR practices should be vertically integrated with the business strategy to reap the benefits for the business success and in turn create value for the board of directors and owners. External stakeholders represent outside parties which affect or are affected by the business's activities. HR supports the business in creating value and help identify and access important information. Leveraging that information helps HR with the business to manage the resources to acquire the technical capability and social forms for deriving and applying competitive insights. Stakeholder management is the process of maintaining good relationships with the people who have the most impact on the work. It helps to effectively communicate and is critical for stakeholder engagement. The iterative process shown has 4 steps. Step 1, identify and document. Once the critical stakeholders are identified, a stakeholder register is used to track and capture their details in a single location. Step 2, analyze and classify. The most common method for this task is to assess each stakeholder's level of power and interest through a stakeholder analysis or mapping. Step 3, plan and implement. A communications plan is used to determine the type of contact, the best methods, and the timing of each communication for the stakeholder group. Step 4, monitor and update. This is the ongoing review of stakeholder engagement, which repeats the steps and make adjustments as circumstances change. Stakeholder analysis or mapping clarifies the relationships, dependencies, interests, and power balances of a stakeholder group. This information is critical to ensure that a diversity of interests and attributes are represented, and to provide a foundation for stakeholder discussions. The matrix approach shown is often used to represent the different dimensions to analyze the power that stakeholders have and their level of interest, which are shown respectively on the vertical and horizontal axes. All stakeholders can fall into one of 4 categories, starting with the bottom left and moving counterclockwise. Be aware, these stakeholders have low power and low interest, which requires minimal effort. Stay informed, this group has low power but a high interest. Manage closely, this group has high power and is highly interested. And keep satisfied, this group has high power and is less interested. This knowledge of stakeholders helps to create a communications plan to maintain and adjust strategies. Stakeholder value involves creating the optimal levels of return for all stakeholders of the business within 3 primary areas. High satisfaction, which will provide lower staff turnover, resulting in higher productivity and happy customers. Mutual interest, employees provide a service in exchange for payment, businesses provide an offering to make money, and suppliers buy from other businesses to build their own business. Goodwill, helping community also helps build the business's brand, and employees desire to work for responsible companies. Whether your business is 1 year old or 100 years old, understanding its structure and challenges are beneficial to continual growth and development. During this course, we spent the time to understand the business environment, review the types of business structures, incorporate strategies to support the business elements, plan for business competition, and recognize the types of business stakeholders. Businesses have to be knowledgeable about the environment in which they operate and be aware of the various issues and challenges so they can effectively plan and make decisions. The next course will be strategic management to look at the methods and tools to determine and analyze the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to operate and compete effectively. In this video, strategic management will be defined. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering leadership and strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The second course in this functional area is strategic management, which is highlighted in red. Strategic management is the ongoing planning, monitoring, analysis, and assessment the business needs to meet its goals and objectives. Changes within the business environment requires the business to constantly assess its strategies for success. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, So there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the second column is strategic management with the topics to be covered in each video. Strategic management is the process of building capabilities that allow a business to create value for customers, shareholders, and society while operating in competitive markets. It leverages a variety of tools and techniques to analyze the business's internal and external environments to enable it to maximize the use of resources to accomplish its goals and objectives. In this topic, different types of business strategies will be described. A business strategy is created to reach the desired future state envisioned by the leadership team. It is created and refined through a strategic planning process and implemented through strategic management. A business strategy is vital for any business seeking to grow strategically. A business strategy can be formulated at 3 levels with a clear hierarchy in the levels. At the top of the diagram is the corporate level. The next level down is the business unit level, and then the functional or operational level. Strategic planning is repeated at each level with increasing focus and specificity. At the corporate level, strategy is formulated for the entire business. It deals with decisions related to the various areas in which the business operates and competes. At the business unit level, strategy is formulated to convert the corporate vision into reality. At the functional level, strategy is formulated to realize the business unit level goals and objectives using the business's strengths and capabilities. A growth strategy is the business's plan for overcoming current and future challenges to realize its expansion goals. Each strategy requires a different level of investment and offers different levels of control and returns. Here are the 5 strategies that may lead to explosive business growth, starting on the left with the least risk and cost option and moving to the right with the highest risk and cost option. Market penetration. This option sells more of the current offering to the existing market. It may include upselling to increase usage, adding more salespeople to reach new accounts in the existing market, or devoting more budget and effort to marketing and advertising to that market. Market expansion. The market can expand to attract new audiences. This can be done in one of 2 ways. Geographically, if selling locally, expansion can include the region or beyond, and demographically, if selling to women, expansion may occur by age group or by different gender. Product development. Another way to grow the business is to develop new related or complementary products to sell to the existing market and build on previous success. In the same category, the riskier option would be to develop new products to sell to a new market. While it may require more upfront investment, it might pay off faster in growth. Strategic partnership. Also called a strategic alliance, this is the contractual agreement to work with one or more other businesses toward an agreed upon growth goal. This helps to take advantage of each business's complementary strength while they retain individual business control. Joint venture. This is one step beyond a strategic partnership where a business entity is created with another business and they share the new business ownership. This is a good way to enter new markets or to develop new products while sharing the risk and costs. In a competitive world where achieving growth is a constant effort, human resources can play a major role in growth strategies. It is possibly the most important area to tackle before, during, and after business expansion. Here are 3 examples. In greenfield operations, HR's involvement include conducting risk analysis, planning for staff, working with local authorities, and implementing HR policies and procedures in the new operations. In expansion operations, the policies and procedures may require adjustments to meet local laws, business practices, and the culture. In other operations, even when there's little integration required, HR may be asked to audit workplace practices. In this video, the strategic planning process will be defined. Strategic planning is a vital tool for a business as it provides measurable objectives that help with the daily decision-making. On the left, the strategic plan is used to communicate the current state of the business goals, the actions needed to achieve those goals, and all other critical elements. This is developed during the strategic planning exercise shown in the center. A strategic planning process prevents a business from aimlessly performing business tasks without set priorities or real purpose. On the right, the business leadership undertakes this exercise as a team and may also involve consulting services to help provide a clear vision for the future. They focus on driving the business in the right direction and in promoting the exchange of useful ideas. The value chain is a set of activities or a process that a business performs to deliver a valuable product, which can be goods or services, for the marketplace. Porter's value chain focuses on systems and how inputs are changed into outputs purchased by the consumer. It provides a fuller picture of the cost drivers and sources of differentiation so appropriate changes can be made. He described a chain of activities common to all businesses, which is shown on the diagram. They are divided into primary and support activities that create value or margin. On the top row, primary activities relate directly to the physical creation, sale, maintenance, and support of a product. On the bottom row are the support activities that assist in the primary activities, including human resources. On the right, value generally refers to the business's success in meeting its strategic goals. Both for-profit and not-for-profit organizations must produce value which can be influenced by the business's mission. Porter's value chain is a useful strategic management tool that works by breaking down the business activities into strategically relevant pieces. Strategic alignment helps a business achieve its long-term purpose by winning through a tightly managed business value chain. The interdependent components that make up a strategically aligned business are displayed. From left to right, the business purpose, what we do and why we do it, connects to its business strategy, what we are trying to win at to fulfill our purpose. This connects to organizational capability, what we need to be good at to win, connects to resource architecture, what makes us good, and finally connects to management systems, what delivers the winning performance we need. The strategic alignment challenge is that executives tend to focus on one of these areas to the exclusion of others, but what really matters for performance is how they all fit together. The business value chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Strategic gap analysis is a technique to determine what specific steps are required to achieve a business goal. It evaluates the difference between the business's best possible outcome and the actual outcome. It often begins on the right with the end in mind by identifying outcomes for the desired state. Once this is done, the leadership team assesses the current state shown on the left. The two states are compared and a plan is created with recommendations on the steps to be taken to close. In this video, the steps in the strategic framework will be identified and aligned with the strategic planning process. Strategic management is an ongoing process that businesses apply to analyze internal processes and resources to deliver products. There are four main phases that must be applied with each strategy, and decision makers must understand the purpose of each phase. Strategy formulation phase. This gathers the critical and necessary data. Strategy development phase. This considers the competitive advantage and markets for competition. Strategy implementation phase. This creates the specific objectives and initiatives that produce goal-oriented outcomes. Strategy evaluation phase. This measures metrics and achievements to report to stakeholders. The strategic planning process is a systematic process of envisioning a desired future state, and translating this vision into broadly defined goals or objectives with a sequence of stages and steps to achieve them. It assists businesses in understanding their core competencies, defining the direction for the future by leveraging their expertise, identifying target audiences, and developing a decision process for allocating resources. From left to right, situation analysis addresses where we are now or the current state. It gathers and analyzes information based on internal and external factors. Direction addresses where to be or the future state. It develops organization statements and organizational values which help in setting the business goals and objectives. Alignment addresses how to get there. It develops strategies and programs to achieve organizational goals and objectives. Execution addresses who does what. It develops action plans and allocates resources for accountability and integration. Evaluation addresses how we are doing. It reviews the business's performance through performance measurement and takes corrective action. Strategy formulation is a process of using the available knowledge to create the business direction and the actionable steps to reach the business's goals. This is also the phase for setting objectives and identifying the ways and means of achieving them. It aligns with the first two stages in the strategic planning process, which are shown on the left. The situation analysis assesses the current state through information gathering and analysis as shown on the right. Environmental scanning is the ongoing tracking of trends and occurrences in a business's internal and external environment. The direction stage shown on the left develops organizational statements and helps define the organizational values. Strategy development is the process of setting business priorities, researching and identifying strategic options, and developing programs to reach desired outcomes. It is the alignment stage of the strategic planning process, which is shown on the left. It is a broad statement about which approach will be used to implement the mission at each point. It clearly defines specific goals, makes decisions from among the options for getting there, and fully scopes out the potential results of selecting a particular option. The result of strategic development is the creation of supporting programs to fulfill the goals. Strategy implementation is the process of turning programs into action to reach a desired outcome by selecting the most promising objectives and deciding how resources will be allocated to achieve the objectives. It is the execution stage of the strategic planning process, which is shown on the left. It begins with establishing short-term objectives and creating the supporting action plans. It creates or refines the business case to measure success. Resources across the business should be allocated to address the financial, physical, technological, and human resource needs. It is critical to ensure that all employees understand their roles and responsibilities. The business will also monitor the process to identify positive impacts and areas for change. Strategy evaluation is the process of assessing how the business has performed relative to its goals and reflecting on achievements and shortcomings. It is the evaluation stage of the strategic planning process, which is shown on the left. It is an internal assessment of the strategies used in the implementation phase and serves as performance feedback. It defines the business's performance objectives and provides feedback and reporting through a variety of tools and metrics. It is useful for examining the goals which may have been set at a different time under different circumstances. In this video, the different strategic analysis methods will be identified. The strategic framework process uses analytical methods to ensure that consistency and the appropriate level of rigor are applied to the analysis. Here is a range of the most common methods and tools. On the left, starting at the top, pestle analysis. It analyzes and monitors the external macro-environmental factors of the business. SWOT analysis. This simple but widely used tool helps in understanding the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats involved in a project or business activity. 5 forces. This model assesses and evaluates the competitive strength and position of a business. Moving to the right and starting at the top, GE McKinsey 9-box matrix. It evaluates portfolios and prioritizes investments among different business units in a systematic manner. Growth share matrix. It is an internal tool that assesses the value of the current state of business units or product lines. Scenario analysis. It estimates the expected value of a portfolio after a change in key factors. Environmental scanning allows a business to have current information about its external environment and to develop coping strategies. It requires a careful examination of all the relevant external factors. These factors can be summarized in what is known as a pestle analysis, as shown in this table where the acronym stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. Let's take a look. Political is the environment's influence and impact on the organization's human resources functions. Economic, these are the factors that affect the availability of labor and how the business operates. Social, where businesses may need to change HR strategies to adapt to the various social factors. Technological, these are the factors that influence the type of employees that are needed and the training that may be required. Environmental, these are the factors that have become important due to the increasing scarcity of raw materials, pollution targets, doing business as an ethical and sustainable company, carbon footprint targets set by the government. Legal, businesses need to know what is and is not legal in order to navigate effectively and successfully. Given this information, a business can identify and exploit opportunities before its competitors, counter threats before they grow into bigger issues, and also position the company to meet the demands of the commercial landscape. The strategic management process involves an analysis of both internal and external factors to identify the sources of competitive advantage. I'll take you through the SWOT analysis, which is a popular approach to strategy development. The name is an acronym for the 4 parameters of the technique that it examines. Strengths are the characteristics of the business that give it an advantage over others. Weaknesses are the characteristics of the business that place it at a disadvantage relative to others. Opportunities are the elements in the environment that the business could exploit to its advantage. Threats are the elements in the environment that could cause trouble for the business. Strengths and weaknesses are frequently internally related, while opportunities and threats commonly focus on the external environment. The primary objective of a SWOT analysis is to help businesses develop a full awareness of all the factors involved in making a business decision. Porter's 5 Forces is a framework for analyzing the dynamic forces within industries. It can help to identify opportunities and threats, foresee possible changes in the competitive landscape, and to plan strategy. Here are the 5 forces. Competitive rivalry in the center. This looks at the number and strength of competitors. When there's intense rivalry, businesses can attract customers with aggressive price cuts and high-impact marketing campaigns. Supplier power at the top. This is how easy it is for suppliers to increase their prices. The more there is to choose from, the easier it will be to switch to a cheaper alternative. But when there are fewer suppliers, businesses have a stronger position and their ability to charge more can impact profits. Buyer power on the right. This is the ease for buyers to affect prices. The business's power increases if there are many customers, but dealing with a few savvy customers, these buyers have the power. Threat of substitution at the bottom. This refers to the likelihood of customers finding a different way to provide what the business has to offer. A substitution that is easy and cheap to make can weaken the business's position and threaten profitability. Threat of new entrants on the left. This affects the ability to enter the market and compete effectively. Rivals can quickly enter and weaken the business's position if little money or effort is required. Strong and durable barriers to entry can preserve a favorable position and take fair advantage of the marketplace. The 9-box matrix was created by the consulting company McKinsey to help General Electric, GE, determine how best to invest in their business units. It measures the strength of the business unit against the industry attractiveness of the relevant industry and the business unit's competitive strengths within that industry, which are shown respectively on the vertical and horizontal axes. The placement of business units within the matrix provides an analytic map for managing them. With units above the diagonal, shown in green, a business may pursue strategies of investment and growth. Those along the diagonal, shown in blue, may be candidates for selective investments, and those below the diagonal, shown in orange, may be best sold, liquidated, or purely run for cash. Sorting units into these three categories is an essential starting point for the analysis, but judgment is required to weigh the trade-offs involved. For example, a strong business unit in a weak industry is a very different situation from a weak business unit in a highly attractive industry. The Growth Share Matrix is a chart created by Bruce D. Henderson for the Boston Consulting Group to help businesses analyze their business units or product lines. It plots the business units or products in a 4-square matrix as shown on the y-axis, representing the rate of market growth, and the x-axis representing market share. Starting in the top right corner and moving clockwise, stars, they have a high market share and a high market growth, making them high value. Cash cows, they have a high market share and low market growth, which reliably creates value, but with little opportunity for growth. Dogs, they have a low market share and low market growth. They consume resources without offering strong value or future growth. Question marks, they have a low market share and high market growth. They could be winners or losers. The matrix is a decision-making tool and may not consider all the factors that a business ultimately faces, and therefore contingencies should be planned. Scenario planning attempts to eliminate the two most common errors made while analyzing strategies, over-prediction and under-prediction, of the business's future. The diagram shows the 8-step scenario planning process with 2 major parts. Part 1 is comprised of the first 5 steps, colored in blue, to choose which scenario logics to flesh out. Step 1, focal issue, define the strategic issue and focal question. Step 2, key factors. Brainstorm the factors that could affect the focal issue and generate a list of key factors. Step 3, external forces. Identify the driving forces operating in the world using the pestle analysis. Step 4, critical uncertainties. Apply the convergent process of prioritization based on steps 2 and 3. Step 5, scenario logics. Settle on 2 to 5 possibilities that will lead to strategic insights. Part 2 is the remaining steps, colored in orange, to tell the actual story, its implications, and early indicators. Step 6, scenarios. Develop the story for each scenario. Step 7, implications and actions. Figure out the implications of each scenario and the strategic options appropriate to those implications. Step 8, early indicators. Recognize the signs of big changes that differentiate one scenario from the other. Scenarios by themselves do not determine strategy. A strategy needs to be developed considering a set of scenarios. Think of scenarios as different hands of cards you might be dealt, and the strategies as the way you would play those cards. In this video, the types of organizational statements used will be addressed. Organizational statements give direction on what the business believes to be the most important. They drive business behavior and thus individual behaviors. They communicate messages to all stakeholders within and outside of the business. Typically, they provide the foundation for organizational strategies, goals, and action plans. The strategy pyramid is a visual tool used by a business to act on what it plans to accomplish. It explains the business's reason for existence and prioritizes the core strategy elements on the pyramid using the barometer on the left, ranging from aspirational at the top to achievable in the middle and to tangible at the bottom. At the tip of the pyramid and moving down, the values describe the core ethics or principles which the business will abide by. They will last a lifetime. The vision describes where the business wants to be in the future and will last upwards of 20 years. The mission defines what the business is striving to become and how it plans to succeed and will last 5 to 20 years. Strategic goals are the strategic objectives that outline expected outcomes and guide employees' efforts during a 1 to 5 year period. Tactics are short-term plans, usually less than 1 year, that do not deviate from the overall strategy. These actions influence the success or failure of a business strategy and are often time-limited and can be quite fluid. The strategy pyramid is also used in creating organizational statements. A mission is a written declaration of a business's core purpose and focus that normally remains unchanged over time. Properly crafted mission statements serve as filters to separate what is important from what is not. They clearly state which markets will be served and how, and they communicate a sense of intended direction to the entire organization. A clear statement of purpose allows potential investors or partners to understand the business's goals and its organizational culture. It provides information to current and future managers, officers, and directors to learn the reason the business was founded, as well as the objective of future endeavors. An effective vision statement creates a mental image of what the organization will be like in the future as it succeeds. Effective organizations depend on the existence of a powerful shared vision that evolves and is refined through wide participation. Values are important and lasting beliefs or ideals shared by the members of a culture about what is good or bad and desirable or undesirable. They have a major influence on the individual's behavior and attitude and serve as broad guidelines in all situations. When core competencies are identified, businesses can focus their strategy on ways to build related products and services instead of moving into unrelated areas. Many organizations believe that focusing on these core competencies make it possible to expand their revenue streams. Core competencies are parts of the operation that, when done best, can set the business apart from the competition. In this video, the tools used to measure the business environment will be shared. Strategic results are measurable, explicitly defined using outcome language, and clearly identify success. They are delivered in the final phase of strategic management. The tools are developed to establish processes and collect data for ongoing data analysis or discrepancies between planned and actual data. The results create narratives that are explained using visual data analysis tools such as bar charts, Pareto charts, and trend diagrams. The Balance Scorecard is a management tool developed by Robert Kaplan and David Norton to identify, improve, and control a business's various functions and resulting outcomes. On the left, the image shows 4 key areas of how performance management is tracked: financial results, customer results, key internal processes, and how staff are trained to achieve organizational results. The Balance Scorecard aligns business functions measures with organizational strategies. It measures the effectiveness of a department or the entire business, and it considers the perspectives of all stakeholders. Key performance indicators, or KPIs, are measures to help employers track progress and identify ways to improve their business practices. A lagging indicator measures the results of a process or change. A leading indicator is a measure that precedes, anticipates, or predicts future performance. Benchmarking compares the business's processes and performance metrics to those of a competitor or industry leader. The steps in the process are shown. Define KPIs, measure current performance of the business, identify appropriate benchmarks and data to be applied, identify performance gaps to show where the business can improve, and set objectives and implement support activities to meet the new standard. Benchmarking can add value to the business's workflow and structure by identifying areas for improvement and modification. Business intelligence, or BI, is a category of strategies, applications, and technologies that a business uses to collect, store, analyze, and provide data access for analyzing current and historical data. The 5 steps in the process are shown, starting from the left to the right. Step 1. Structured and unstructured data is compiled from a variety of internal and external sources. Step 2. The source system data is integrated and loaded into a data warehouse or other analytics repository. Step 3. The data set is organized into analytic data models or OLAP cubes for analysis. Step 4. Analytics professionals and business users run analytical queries against the data. Step 5. The results are built into data visualizations, dashboards, reports, and online portals. Business executives and workers use this information for strategic planning and decision making. Business intelligence enables the improved strategic decision making and provides opportunities to increase the business's competitive advantage. In this video, the tools used to manage financial performance will be reviewed. Today's competitive market requires HR professionals to be financially intelligent. Similar to other business functions, they need to understand leadership's language, which is financial management. On the left, accounting. This is the process that explains how money is spent and categorized by the customer, service, and activity. It deals with the financial transactions that have already happened. On the right, budgeting. This is the process of predicting and controlling the income and expenditures of money within the business. It predicts what will happen financially. Across the bottom, charging. This is the process required to bill customers for products they consume. It requires sound accounting practices and systems. Here are some basic accounting terms that HR professionals should be familiar with. The most commonly used in the HR function are outlined in orange. Top row, accounts payable, money owed by the business to its suppliers. Liability, money owed by the business to others such as lenders, the government, or employees. Middle row, accrued expenses, expenses such as vacation leave that have been incurred but not yet paid. Expenses, money spent to operate the business for recording financial transactions. And on the bottom row, budget, projection of revenue and expenses used to control actual expenses. Budgets can assist in providing a financial roadmap for future business operations. Here are 2 categories. Strategic budget. It funds the initiatives aligned with the strategic goals or line of sight, such as to develop a mentoring program or improve cultural alignment. These initiatives compete for available resources and are funded according to the business's strategic priorities. Operational budget. It funds the ongoing activities required to provide HR services to internal customers, for example, to compete for talent resources or to administer compensation and benefits. Many of these activities are variable and affected by organizational and HR strategies. Business budgeting plays a vital role in the management control system. There are various types of budgets made and planned. Here are the most popular methods from left to right. Historic-based budgeting. It bases the current budget on the prior year's budget. Past budgets and expenditures are reviewed and the new budget is based on the historical trends. Zero-based budgeting, ZBB. It starts from a zero base, and every function analyzes its needs and costs, so the expenses for each new period must be justified. Top-down budgeting. It estimates the increased budgeting for an entire business and then allocates designated amounts to different departments. Bottom-up budgeting. It allows each function to set their own budgets. Parallel budgeting. It includes elements of both top-down and bottom-up budgeting approaches. Senior management provides broad guidelines for operating managers to follow in creating budgets for individual departments. An income statement is the most basic principle of accounting. It compares revenues, expenditures, and profits over a specified period of time. An example is shown on the right. The basic income statement formula is revenues minus expenses equals net income. Revenue is the inflow of cash in exchange for goods and services earned over time, although not necessarily the money actually paid to the business over that time period. Expenses are any use of money to the business, whether due to the cost of materials and supplies or labor and wages. The matching principle of accounting requires the match of related expenses and revenues to determine a business's actual profitability. Unlike the income statement, which deals with a period of time, a balance sheet summarizes the business's financial position at a point in time. An example is shown on the right. The basic balance sheet formula is assets equals liabilities plus equity. Assets are what a business owns and can be tangible or intangible. Liabilities are any amount that is owed to others at the time the balance sheet is created. Equity is a difference between the assets and the liabilities and is sometimes referred to as a book value of the business. If the business is a large corporation, the equity may belong to stockholders. If the business is owned by individuals, then the equity is an owner's equity. A cash flow statement shows how money is flowing into and out of the business over a defined time period. An example is shown on the right. It uses financial data from the income statement, the balance sheet, and changes in values from the previous period. It is an important indicator of business health for investors. Strategic management is an essential component of a business and a continuous culture of appraisal that a business adopts to outperform its competitors. Over this course, we had the opportunity to define the business strategy and supporting statements, plan for strategic planning and its framework, highlight the various strategic analysis tools, review the tools for strategic results, and address key financial concepts and reporting. Effective strategic planning articulates not only where an organization is going and the actions needed to make progress, but also how it will work successfully. HR professionals play a vital role in this process. It includes their advocacy and relationship with the employees, as that determines the success rate of the business through the employees' commitment and productivity. Next, business management will take a look at the structures and skills required to manage the organization successfully. In this course, we will describe the characteristics of a good leader. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering leadership and strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The third course in this functional area is Business Management, which is highlighted in red. Business management is a versatile domain that prepares businesses to function effectively and efficiently across a wide variety of industries. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate these activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the third column is business management, with the topics to be covered in each video. The contents in business management are designed to help you with the knowledge and skills directly applicable to structurally redesigning a business and managing its activities. In this topic, I'll share the definition of management and the role they have in running a business. Management helps a business reach its goals efficiently and effectively. Managers carry out the continuous activities and tasks undertaken through planning, organizing, communicating, coordinating, and controlling. New perspectives by different fields of study have broadened the concept of management. The classic threefold management concept was introduced by Frederick Harbison and Charles Myers. The first concept on the left is the economic factor. It is the economist's view of management, which includes the factors of production, land, labor, and capital. A business's managerial resources help to determine productivity and profitability. In the middle is system of authority. Historically, management first developed an authoritarian philosophy. It later turned paternalistic and then to constitutional management, which is characterized by a concern for consistent policies and procedures for workers. The trend of management then turned toward a democratic and participatory approach. Today's modern management is a synthesis of these four approaches to authority. On the right is the class and status system. The sociologists view management as a class and status system. Modern society, with its complexity of relationships, demand that managers become elitists, which is dependent on achieving excellence in education and knowledge rather than family or political connections. It is said that management is the oldest of arts and the youngest of science, which explains the changing nature of management. Management combines features of both art and science. It is considered an art because managing requires certain skills which are personal possessions of managers, as shown in the left column. Art is the application of practical knowledge, personal skill, and creativity that entirely depends on the inherent capacity of a person and is perfected through practice and to achieve a goal. The right column shows how it can be classified as a science because it has developed certain concepts, methods, and principles and theories that are organized into knowledge and practice. They are universal in nature and applicable whenever the efforts of people are to be coordinated. The study of management has evolved into more than just the means to achieve an end. Today, it includes the moral and ethical questions concerning the selection of the right ends towards which managers should strive. Management is the art and science of getting people together to accomplish desired goals and objectives by coordinating and integrating all available resources effectively and efficiently. In this video, I'll describe the different organizational units within a business and how they function. One of HR's key roles is to serve as a business partner, so it is important for HR to understand how organizational units are structured and how to maximize operational efficiencies. In addition, HR will understand the perspective of their business partners, identifying internal needs and emergent issues, and to create communication and collaborate to achieve results. The Research and Development Department, or R&D function, develops new products and redesigns old ones to meet the changing market demands, often developing new products to create a demand where none previously existed. Sales and marketing are closely related activities involved with creating a demand for the business's offerings and moving them from the business to the customer. Sales can be defined as the organizational unit that is responsible for selling products or providing services. It is partnered with marketing in a reciprocating relationship. Marketing is the management process through which offerings move from concept to customer. It includes the coordination of the 4 P's. Product, this can be a physical product or service, or in some cases both. Price, setting the correct price point, is an important marketing function. Placement, also referred to as distribution, this is where decisions are made about where the customer will find the offering. Promotion. Offerings are promoted in many different ways, including advertising, public relations, personal selling, and providing incentives for customers to buy. HR and marketing will work closely together on creating the employer brand and on communications for change management initiatives. Finance and accounting are closely related functions and include all the activities related to moving money into and out of the business. Starting from the bottom left and moving to the right, we'll take a look at these. Accounting support is responsible for the financial accounting activities and the end-to-end accounting processes. Financial compliance typically includes planning, organizing, auditing, accounting for, and controlling the finances. It also produces the financial statements. Decision support is responsible for preparing and managing reporting and dashboards that is used to maintain control of operating costs. Financial productivity management is responsible for obtaining credit to meet the business needs, granting credit to customers, investing and managing cash for maximum return on investment, and establishing banking and credit relationships. Business performance management provides technical expertise for the financial analysis of current operations or proposals for new business directions and the projection of future financial needs. HR practitioners may work with financial analysts to project staffing needs or develop benefit costs for budget planning purposes. The terms productions and operations are often used interchangeably. When used separately, production generally refers to the process by which businesses create the offering. The operations functions encompasses all the activities necessary to produce the offering. Starting with the upper left corner, I'll go around the diagram and highlight the components. Facility location evaluates the best places to locate production facilities and considers such items as the cost of labor, distribution systems, and government regulations. Scheduling plans activities to make sure the offerings are available at times of peak customer demand. Production layout is the way the offerings are produced, such as an assembly line design or procedure for an audit. Capacity refers to determining how much of an offering can be produced with the available materials, labor, equipment, also known as inputs, as well as what changes in the inputs are required by fluctuating customer demands. Moving to the top right corner and working down, cost control must provide offerings that meet the quality standards the business sets at lowest cost. Quality management ensures that the offering meets acceptable standards. Inventory management balances two conflicting needs relating to inventory, the cost of maintaining a large inventory and the need to satisfy customers by filling orders promptly. Technology increases the use of technology and can improve quality and the amounts that are produced. Technology or information systems is responsible for managing systems such as phone systems, computer networks, software, websites, and the internet, as well as the data they collect. The diagram shows responsibilities as technology has become more prevalent and sophisticated. The technology team is responsible for analyzing the system implications to achieve competitive advantages, decrease costs, and improve productivity. As a result, technology plays a growing role in both the operational and strategic management of business, and HR supports its processes through interfacing with employees. In this video, I'll discuss the hierarchies in the business structure. Corporate titles can vary by industry and by business based on the business's structure. The business's executive team generally reports to the Chief Executive Officer or Chief Operating Officer. Officer titles include Chief Financial Officer, Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Information Officer, Chief Human Resources Officer, Chief Purchasing Officer, and many more. Each officer title oversees a specific area of the business as their title depicts. Top-level management consists of titles such as managing directors, general managers, presidents, and vice presidents. This level is involved in the planning of the business as well as overseeing its performance. Middle-level management teams look after the daily operations. Department heads, directors, or functional head managers, such as directors of marketing, inventory managers, warehouse directors, or accounting managers are typically classified in this group. The last level in the business hierarchy is the operational level, which consists of the frontline employees who perform the day-to-day activities and deal with the operations. In the organizational chart shown, the executive team reports to the chief executive officer. A range of C-level titles are in red on the first level, and at that level can have direct reports with C-level titles as well and represented on subsequent levels. These titles and reporting structures will be specific to each business and how it operates. Different corporations use different corporate hierarchies, and there's no rule on what each successive level is named. The blue boxes shown on the various top levels represent different types of businesses and industries. The organizational chart on the left-hand side depicts a corporation with an external board of directors integrated with the business's hierarchy. Each new color represents typical subordinates. This level deals with the totality of the business system and oversees the business's administrative activities from the top levels. In general, vice presidents are either directly beneath the CEO or other C-level leaders. In smaller corporations, executive officers may also carry these titles as well. In the organizational structure on the left-hand side, the middle-level management reports up through the chain to the vice presidents or executive team. Beneath directors and managers, you can find individual supervisors and employees. Employee designations could include senior or junior to further designate the employee's place in the hierarchy. In the organizational structure on the right-hand side, the second level in this hierarchy is middle-level management. At this level, there are managerial professionals like assistant managers, senior managers. They are responsible for the plan and activities in order to achieve the organizational objectives framed by the top management. These professionals are required to manage the activities pertaining to the actual usage of all the resources leading the employees to the right direction. This is just an example of two different types of organizations. The levels in the business hierarchies refer to the business levels of the command chain, employee designations and categories, which will take the form of a pyramid, with the largest segment of employees situated at the base and narrows as it reaches the top. The employees who constitute the base of the pyramid are supervised by a relatively small group of supervisors or immediate managers who in turn are supervised and managed by the leaders placed in the hierarchies above them. These employees at the base or the operational level employees strive for effective and efficient implementation and are guided by the work and by their immediate supervisors or managers who are also within this. In this video, I'll describe the main types of organizational structures a business can choose. A business structure, otherwise known as an organizational structure, defines how activities such as task allocation, coordination, and supervision are directed toward the achievement of business goals. It can also be considered the looking glass or perspective through which individuals see their business and its environment. I will highlight them starting in the top left corner and making our way around. Functional structure is the most familiar with a traditional pyramid shape. Product-based structure has a customer-centric focus. Division structure has decentralized decision-making. Moving to the top right corner and working down, geographic structure has regional decision-making. Matrix structure has dual reporting relationships. Seamless organization is non-traditional and connected by networks. The functional structure depicted in this organizational chart is the hierarchical structure in which communication moves from top down and bottom up. These structures are more formal and rigid than some other structures and are appropriate for businesses with a single product line where specialization is an advantage. Functional organizations are generally very centralized and set up so that each portion of the organization is grouped according to its purpose. It works well for small businesses where the CEO is tightly integrated with each organizational unit and can rely on the talent and knowledge of its workers to support itself. One of the drawbacks to functional structure is that the coordination and communication between the departments can be restricted by the organizational boundaries of having various departments working separately. A product-based organizational structure is organized by product line and is appropriate when the company has well-defined product lines that are clearly separate from each other. In the organizational chart shown, each product line reports the CEO. These structures lend themselves to either centralized or decentralized decision-making processes. Although this structure duplicates management functions and potentially loses some economies of scale, it enables their activity to be tailored to the requirements of a particular product in its market. Therefore, it is an appropriate structure for a diversified organization and facilitates rapid adjustments to the changing environment. A divisional structure shown in this organizational chart is typically used in larger businesses that operate in a wide geographic area or that have small, separate organizations within the umbrella group to cover different types of products or market areas. The benefit of this structure is that the needs can be met more rapidly and more specifically. However, communication is inhibited because employees in different divisions are not working together. Divisional structure is costly because of its size and its scope. Smaller businesses can use a divisional structure on a smaller scale by having different offices in different parts of the city. For example, assigning different sales teams to handle different regions. This organizational structure shows a geographic structure where executives of the regional areas are responsible for the business functions in their assigned geography. Their geographic executives report to the CEO. Structuring a business in this way is appropriate when there are common requirements in the geographic region which are different from those in other geographies. Geographic structures are decentralized, with most decisions being made at the local level. It can create power struggles because most areas of the business will have dual management, a functional manager and a product or divisional manager, working at the same level and covering some of the same managerial territory. A matrix organization is advantageous because it encourages communication and cooperation. It requires a high level of trust and communication from its employees at all levels to ensure contradictory instructions are minimized. The seamless organizational structure is designed to be circular, flat, and dynamic, which is shown in the diagram. Circular so that all boundaries where employees serve customers are equally accessible, and flat to reduce the number of hierarchical levels. The purpose of this structure is to enhance communication and creativity. Seamless organizations wouldn't be possible without technology that allows employees to connect with each other via email and the internet from anywhere in the world. In this video, I'll define the key elements to structure organizations. Businesses can develop from teams splitting off and pursuing their goals, known as differentiation. Conversely, they can develop from diverse individuals coming together for a common cause, a process known as integration. Differentiation occurs when different departments, sections, or branch offices create their own department culture within the overall business structure. For instance, the sales staff at a differentiated business will have a different approach to their task than the accounting counterparts. Businesses can also differentiate based on product lines. Integration relates to how different areas of the business coordinate their operations. A highly integrated business has strong connections between departments and product lines, with each working under a cohesive set of rules and strategies. Integrated businesses are highly vertical and hierarchical in nature and operate from a top-down mindset, where the management dictates the structure of each department rather than allowing individual departments to set their own goals. HR professionals need to be familiar with the organizational structural elements so that they may act as a guide for management in the selection and determination as to which structure would gain the best performance. Departmentalization is how work is coordinated, Delegation of authority is where decision-making takes place. Coordinating mechanisms organizes the activities of the employees or units. Division of labor is a degree of specialization of task. And span of control is a number of employees each manager is responsible for. Departmentalization refers to how the organizational structure groups the business functions, offices, and teams. These individual groups are typically referred to as departments, and often three types of configurations occur. Functional groups jobs to perform a function into the same department. Product clusters jobs that produce similar products in the same department. And matrix combines two forms of departmentalization, functional and product. The spectrum of where decision-making happens is a continual challenge for business. Centralizing authority in a business means that middle management typically is left with little to no input about the goals of the business. The system is typically in a larger corporate organizations as well as businesses in more conservative industries. A decentralized system allows all levels of the management the opportunity to give input on big vision goals and objectives. Larger company-wide decisions are still generally reserved to the C-suite leaders, with managers on the ground enjoying a greater latitude in how their teams operate. These are the basic coordinating mechanisms. Mutual adjustment is based on the process of informal communication and is typically used in small organizations for extremely complicated tasks. Direct supervision achieves coordination by having one person take responsibility for the work of others, issue instructions, and then monitor their actions. The third mechanism, standardization, has three components. Standardization of work processes, the set of instructions to make work processes consistent and easily repeatable. Standardization of worker outputs, specifications that the product or work output must meet, but set aside from that, the worker is free to do as they wish. Standardization of worker skills. Employers can rely on these employees to do things the standard way, which allows for other employees to coordinate smoothly with them. HRCI certification is a good example of standardization. Employers can be confident that a certified HR professional is familiar with how the HR processes work, the actions to execute against them, and the skills to join the team and effectively contribute to its goals with minimum training. Work specialization is where tasks are divided into specific jobs and employees are considered skilled labor. Single tasks may offer a more efficient manner of productivity, but it can lead to worker boredom. Typically, rotating job functions on a regular basis and training workers in skills and a variety to do their tasks. Work specialization ensures that all employees have the specific duties they're expected to perform based on each employee's work experience, education, and skills. Span of control defines how many employees each manager is responsible for within the business. A narrow span of control refers to the structure with few employees reporting to a manager, while a wide span of control refers to a structure with many employees reporting to a single manager. There's no ideal span of control that works for all businesses or within a specific industry. The optimal span will depend on a number of factors, including the size of the workforce, how the company is divided into departments, and even the specific business goals and strategies. Based on the manager's individual style and approach, the span of control could range from 3 to 4 or 15 or more people. The range of 4 to 7 is most often used. Managers higher up in the chain of command typically have a narrow span of control as they directly are responsible for middle managers or team leaders. In this video, I'll describe the skills and functions of management. Successful managers consistently demonstrate 4 people management domains. These 4 domains and their components are not mutually exclusive, as many skills overlap between them. Let's have a look. Managing teams. Managers must know how to elevate their teams into a cohesive, collaborative, and productive unit. To do so, they need the capacity to manage conflict and the skill to influence others. Managing relationships. One of a manager's primary responsibility is to support others given the vast number of relationships that must be built and nurtured in the workplace, such as direct reports, supervisors, peers, colleagues, internal and external stakeholders, as well as others. Managing communications. Effective communication skills are necessary for successful people management. Communication skills enable building a rapport with individuals, motivating others, and developing a unified team. Managing self. Self is a core domain from which other three domains derive meaning. It requires taking individual feelings of others into consideration and maintaining an inner assurance which helps maintain resilience in times of stress. Self-awareness is the gateway to being more sensitive and the first step to maximizing management skills. In today's business environment, a manager's success depends on the ability to motivate and mobilize a team through effective communications and strong relationships. Henry Fayol was the first theorist to define the functions of management. His work is based on the theory that management conduct these 5 major functions in their everyday routine. Planning is a process of thinking. Organizing focuses on how to achieve results. Communicating encompasses instruction for the team on how to make sure that they're motivated to complete the task. Directing ensures everything works together, and controlling involves examining progress against management plans. According to Fayol, the most challenging function is creating a good plan, as the other functions rely on it to be successful. Planning. Planning is the organized act of looking forward based on experiences and the facts that are necessary for the intelligent action. It bridges the gap between where you are and where you want to go. It's a decision-making process that evaluates future contingencies that affects the business. It helps shape the future operational and strategic landscape. Organizing is the process of establishing relationships among people, activities, and coordinating them so that they work together efficiently. It requires recruiting and training the right people for the job to bring the plan together. Securing a sufficiently skilled and educated workforce prepares the plan to be implemented. Successful managers possess integrity and communicate clearly and make their decisions based on regular audits. Employees will know what is expected of them and when working instructions and orders are not clear. Managers have the potential to encourage employees and take initiative or even to motivate them through a team. Treating subordinates in line with company standards is a key responsibility for managers. The organization will function better when all the actions are harmonized. They coordinate team actions and procedures so that the objectives are achieved in an efficient and effective manner. In a business with large numbers of people working at various levels performing different activities, it becomes crucial to synchronize work at every level and the business as a whole. Controlling ensures that the business activities are in line with the general business policies and objectives. It examines progress against the plan to ensure adequate progress and satisfactory performance, record experiences achieved, and to guide future experiences, and to take corrective action to deal with underperformance. It also involves amending plans whenever necessary and implementing contingency plans if and when a crisis occurs. Fayol's 5 management functions represent a structural overview of the activities managers generally perform in their daily routines. Each function aims at creatively resolving potential problems. In this video, I will describe the project management process and tools. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service. It is specific, timely, usually multidisciplinary, and always conflict-ridden. Here are some examples of HR projects. talent planning and acquisition, developing a new hire socialization program, learn and development, creating a career development program, total rewards, developing an extension to health program, employee relations and engagement, developing an employee handbook. A business case defines the reasoning and the value to be delivered for undertaking a project or a task that will consume the business's resources. It is usually presented in a structured format similar to the flow depicted here. From the left to the right, the key components included are executive summary, the Cliff Notes version of the document. It's a high-level overview on a fraction of the pages. Problem definition. This can be simply a statement, but it's best articulated with some research into the economic climate and the competitive landscape to justify the timing of the project. Objectives. Identify the business issue that will be addressed by moving forward with the project or task. Possible solutions. They quantify benefits, forecast and analyze the costs, and identify the risk and issue associated with each option. The costs of doing nothing should also be an option. Recommend a preferred solution. Implementation plan. Include the approach, timeline, and staffing plan if required. Supporting documents. Add a detailed information cost analysis and relevance of each item not included in the main body. A good business case will instill confidence and accountability to make investment decisions by having all information collected and analyzed. Project management is a process of guiding a project from its beginning through its performance and closure. Project management differs from general management in that it has unique, specific goals and requires more detailed planning. The diagram on the left is a simplistic view of the project activities. Inputs are fed into processes which are directed by specific areas of knowledge and controlled by the tools that generate useful outputs. Every project has a life cycle as shown on the diagram on the right, with its 5 phases. Initiate, define the project and set up expectations. Plan, create and plan with schedules, tasks, resources, and budgets. Execute, start implementing the plan. Monitoring, make sure the execution is in line with the project plan. Closing, reach the project goals and compile all the documents and reports. The iterative project process happens between plan, execute, and monitor. Project managers are responsible for all elements of the project and must continuously balance schedules and resources in order to accomplish the project's objective with the time and budget guidelines. This sample project timeline or Gantt chart illustrates when each project will start, be performed, and ended. As a project progresses, the project manager must exercise control over the project by monitoring actions and results, addressing problems, and encountering and sharing information with stakeholders. Project governance is a set of structured roles and processes and accountabilities which will require collaboration across a set of widely dispersed constituents and stakeholders in order to optimize performance. It identifies the decision-making framework that is logical and robust and repeatable to govern projects. The governance model is supported by structure, roles, process, and accountabilities, which demonstrated by the pyramid structure documented by the project management team. The project management team is the nucleus of the project and represented in the middle layer. The project governance will outline the relationships between all the members of the project team, internally and externally, as they become involved in the project. The base of the pyramid has a combination of both internal and external groups that make up the project plan. It describes the proper flow of information regarding the project to all stakeholders and ensures that the appropriate review of issues encountered with each project. On the left, the arrow shows the percentages and the direction of how resolutions are handled, and any items that cannot be resolved gets escalated to the project management team, and then 5% on average may rise to the top of the leadership level. In addition, the model ensures and requires that approvals are directed for the project and obtained at each appropriate stage. Strategy is set at the top at the steering committee level and pushed down. Good project management incorporates the project frameworks and its effectiveness for the project management team. A project manager uses a variety of documents to help manage and control the project. A list of these documents are shown by each lifecycle phase. I'll call out two important documents that are very often missed or incomplete, which are the bookends. Initiate, project charter, the document issued by upper management, details the project manager's ability to staff the project. On the far right-hand side, the other bookend is the project's history with the goal towards improving the project. The report, typically written by the project manager, addresses the successes, challenges, and lessons. In this video, I will describe the change management process and tools. With constantly evolving business goals and strategies, change is inevitable and managing change is essential. Change management, often used as a catch-all for project activities that may otherwise be overlooked. It is therefore inevitable to understand what it is and how to use it to be effective in the discipline. Change management is a structured approach for ensuring that changes are thoroughly and smoothly implemented and for achieving lasting benefits to sustain change. There are two types of change management programs: individual change, which is the effective change management that requires an understanding for and appreciation of how one person makes a change successfully. Without an individual perspective, change management amounts to activities performed without goals or outcomes achieved. Organizational change management refers to the structured approach that facilitates the adoption of change by groups and individuals within an organization. It is important to note that organizations are not the ones to change. It's the people within the organizations that make the change. ProSci's ACDAR model describes a successful change that an individual goes through and outlines the goals or outcomes of successful change. The acronym ACDAR will be displayed on the right. A is for awareness of the need for change. D is for the desire to participate and support the change. K is for the knowledge on how to change. A is for the ability to implement the required skills and behaviors. And R is for the reinforcement to sustain the change. The model is an effective tool for planning change management activities, diagnosing gaps, developing corrective action, and supporting managers and supervisors. On the left, the diagram shows how the ProSci model integrates organizational and individual change management to ensure that achievement of business results are met. One of the cornerstone models for understanding organizational change was developed by Kurt Lewin, a physicist and social scientist. He described organizational change using the analogy of the changing shape of a block of ice thaws, transforms, and reforms. Lewin's change model is simple and easy to understand framework for managing change through the three distinct stages shown. Unfreeze starts with recognizing the need for a change and creating the motivation to change. This is a thawing of the ice. Change, moving through the change process by promoting effective communications and empowering people to embrace new ways of working. This is the transforming. Refreeze. The process ends when the organization returns to a sense of stability, which is necessary for creating the confidence to embark on the next inevitable change. This is the reforming of the block of ice. Each of the three stages also proposes specific activities that address motivation, implementation, and adherence to organizational changes. John Kotter introduced his model in his book, Leading Change, suggesting that for change to be successful, 75% of a business's management needs to buy into the change, and he introduced an actionable 8-step process for implementing successful transformations. Kotter's steps are based on a solid foundation of communication, empowerment, and focus. Kotter's 8-step models, which is displayed, are based on the solid foundation of communication, empowerment, and focus. Steps 1 through 3 creates a climate for change. Steps 4 through 6 engages and enables the business to change. And steps 7 through 8 implements and sustain the change. Following the change, it's important to embed new approaches so that people do not revert back to old habits. The change approach focuses on the wider impacts of change, particularly when employees and individual teams will change. They'll move from the current state to the future state. The change could range from a simple process to a major system implementation to achieve the organization's potential. Looking at the diagram on the left, starting with the top center, you need to prepare for the change, communicate the change, develop a plan, have executive sponsorship support, motivate direct supervisors so they can lead the teams, recruit unofficial leaders, they'll communicate the message further, implement and evaluate. Regardless of the change theory used, this approach can be applied. Here are some examples of valuable change assets. Change impact assessment. This is an iterative tool for examining the detailed impacts that will arise from the change program. Stakeholder analysis, a method to identify, group, and assess stakeholders and their impact on the change program. Change agent mobile application. This is an iterative application to use to engage audiences at all levels to sense and respond to interests, issues, attitudes, and changes that will help determine how to improve change initiatives. Communication plan. This is a formal definition of who will be given what type of information, when it will be provided, and by which channels. Change readiness assessment. This is a survey for employees at various levels to provide a snapshot of current organizational culture and behaviors to help avoid change failure. Change adoption measures. This identifies the desired outcomes and anticipated behaviors as a result of the change to ensure the linkage to the overall business objectives and goals of the program. The best method of communication is for managers to share a well-prepared change message and accompany that with supporting materials to their direct reports. This allows for a single message and consistent communications across the business. These three topics should be included in all messages. Current state informs the reasons of the change and the dangers of staying there. Intermediate state explains the future and the visions and its advantages. Future state communicates to build confidence. Most employees will have questions about the change process, which they may not ask directly to their supervisor or their colleagues, so it helps to include some mechanism in the communication process by which employees can ask questions anonymously or off the record. Additionally, a feedback process is important to make sure the communication process is meeting its objectives. To effectively lead change, recognize that change itself does not need much managing as much as the employees involved. Three key aspects are: 1. Keep employees in the loop. Communication plays a critical role in overcoming the fears and concerns stimulated by change. Employees are often concerned about the effect the change will have on them. 2. Advise on actions employees can take. Uncertainty in the workforce reduces productivity. Therefore, it is important to communicate what is changing and why. Always include any actions that employees can or should take and ways that they can get involved. 3. Be honest and truthful. Don't hide the facts. As the change process advances, two things will happen. Employees will have new questions and new ideas, and they will develop a better understanding of the intermediate and final states. In response, employees will have to be kept up to date on the actual future states, and their questions should be answered. To successfully manage and lead employees through any type of change, it helps to be aware of the different ways that they prefer to deal with change, and to realize their perceptions of the change styles of others are colored by the leader's perception. Business management is understanding the business structures and managing the coordination and organization of business activities. During this course, we explored the inner workings of the business to understand what management is, review the different business hierarchies, address different structural issues, recognize management skills and functions, and how to effectively manage projects and adopt change for sustainability. Every organization is unique in how it organizes itself, but some basic functions and structures are common to all of them. Management has the responsibility and power to oversee the business and to make decisions. Their purpose is to get people to work together to achieve the same desired objectives and goals by using the resources that are available to them in an effective and efficient way. Now the business foundation has been laid, we will focus next on business leadership to learn how leaders make decisions, set goals, and provide direction in a professional environment. In this video, you will learn about leadership and its challenges. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering leadership and strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The fourth course in this functional area is Business Leadership, which is highlighted in red. Business leadership helps the management team of a business to set and achieve goals, take decisive action when needed, outperform the competition, and inspire others to perform at their highest levels. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the fourth column is business leadership. These topics introduce the concept of leadership and the supporting theories that help to define effective leadership behaviors. In addition, we'll define the actions leaders can take to help them make their businesses competitive and successful. In this topic, you will learn why leadership is important. Leadership refers to the ability of an individual or a business to guide individuals, teams, or organizations towards the fulfillment of goals and objectives. It is the art of motivating others to act toward achieving a common goal. The process involves encouraging and helping others to work enthusiastically towards objectives. Leadership is important in transforming potential into reality. It has the ultimate aim of raising the level of conduct and ethical aspiration of both the leader and the follower. Leadership and management are often used synonymously, but there is a difference. Leadership requires alignment to the business's vision and mission. Leaders influence others toward achievement of goals. They act as change agents, serve by example, and develop other leaders and structures that get results. On the other hand, management copes with the day-to-day operations. Managers bring order and consistency to the business. They establish systems and ensure operational efficiencies. VUCA is a term first coined in the Army and is now widely applied to business and society to describe the world state. The acronym represents V for volatility, U for uncertainty, C for complexity, and A for ambiguity. It describes a situation of constant, unpredictable change that is now the norm in certain industries and areas of business in the world. VUCA demands that you avoid traditional outdated approaches to leadership, management, and day-to-day activities. More and more businesses depend on the ability to compete in a rapidly changing climate that includes Brexit, the coronavirus pandemic, and the global economy. To understand the leadership implications of VUCA, you need to identify which of the four characteristics are most relevant to your situation. The matrix shown was first proposed by Bennett and Lemoine and can help to identify the leadership priorities. It is based on how well you can predict the outcome of your actions, which is the vertical axis, and how much knowledge of the situation you have, which is the horizontal axis. Ambiguity is low prediction and knowledge resulting in a lack of clarity about the meaning of an event. Complexity is high prediction and low knowledge resulting in multiple key decision factors. Uncertainty is low prediction and high knowledge resulting in the lack of clarity about the present. Volatility is high prediction and high knowledge, resulting in unexpected challenges. These VUCA characteristics usually do not happen in isolation. For example, you might be experiencing complexity and volatility at the same time, such as leadership changes at the same time as new competitors entering the market. In business, the issues affecting leadership can be categorized into these three areas: generational characteristics such as communication styles and preferences that require additional planning to accommodate, gender differences, which include socialization through family, religion, education, and media, cross-cultural differences by working in a global economy and in respecting and understanding others. In this video, we will review the theories of leadership. Leadership theories are schools of thought to explain how and why certain individuals become leaders. Here's the historical development of the leadership theories. Following the timeline sequence from left to right, Great Man Theory, 1840s, proposes great leaders are born and not developed. Trait Theory of Leadership, 1930s to 1940s, shares the ideal characteristics for leaders. Scales Theory of Leadership, 1940s through 1950s, states that there are ideal technical, personal, and conceptual scales for both managers and leaders. Style Theories of Leadership, 1940s through 1950s, adopt styles that are people-friendly and performance-oriented. Situational Leadership Theory, 1960s, identifies that there is not a one-size-fits-all model, so leaders must adapt. Contingency Theory, 1960s, supports that since there is not a one-size-fits-all model, organizations must choose an appropriate leader. Transactional Leadership Theory, 1970s, proposes that people follow leaders based on transactions using a mix of rewards, incentives, and punishments, quid pro quo approach. Transformational Leadership Theory, 1970s, supports that leaders gain the commitment of others by inspiring, encouraging, and caring for them. Leader-member exchange theory, 1970s, is similar to the transactional theory, but stresses the presence of an in-group and out-group. And most current, servant leadership theory, 1970s through 1980s, states that leaders start by identifying the needs of their followers and that they view their primary role as serving others. These theories emphasize the traits and behaviors that leaders can adopt to boost their own leadership abilities. The trait theories believe people are either born or made with certain qualities that will make them excel in leadership roles. They focus on analyzing mental, physical, and social characteristics to understand which characteristics are common among leaders. Shown are the key traits and interactions. Starting with the top left, ambition and energy. Leaders exhibit a higher effort level and have relatively high desire for achievement. This relates to desire to lead. Leaders have a strong desire to influence and lead others. They demonstrate the willingness to take responsibility. Honesty and integrity. Leaders build a trusting relationship between themselves and their followers by being truthful and showing a high consistency between word and action. This connects with self-confidence. Followers look to leaders for an absence of self-doubt. Leaders, therefore, need to show self-confidence to convince followers of the goals and decisions. Intelligence. Leaders need to be intelligent enough to gather, synthesize, and interpret large amounts of information, and to be able to create visions, solve problems, and make correct decisions. This relates to job-relevant knowledge. Effective leaders have a high degree of knowledge about business, industry, and technical matters. In-depth knowledge allows leaders to make well-informed decisions and to understand the implications of those decisions. Behavioral theories suggest that the most effective leadership style depends upon situational variables, especially the characteristics of the group and the nature of the task. They believe leaders are made and not born. They address the behaviors of leaders as opposed to their mental, physical, or social characteristics. They focus on a leader's ability to manage the performance and contribution of others, those that they manage. Situational or contingency theories believe leaders are most likely to express their leadership when they feel that their followers will be responsive. They argue that there is no single way of leading and that every leadership style should be based on certain situations. They suggest that effective leadership varies not only with the person or the group that's being influenced, but also dependent on the task, job, or function that needs to be accomplished. There are two polar opposites when it comes to the underlying theories of management and motivation. Transformational leadership theories create a vision and inspire subordinates to strive beyond the required expectations. They focus on the relationship between the leader and the followers. They encourage followers to transform and become better at a task, and they give individual team members the required push to reach their potential. Transactional leadership theories focus more on extrinsic motivation for the performance of job tasks. They revolve around the role of supervision, organization, and teamwork. They consider rewards and punishment as the basis for leadership actions, and they work well dealing with short-term goals. In this video, I'll be giving you an overview of the key leadership theorists. Theories are commonly categorized by the aspects that define the leaders the best. The most widespread ones are Fred Fiedler, contingency theory in 1958 is a contingency theory. Robert Blake and Jane Mouton, managerial grid in 1968 is a behavioral theory. Robert House, path goal theory in 1971 is a contingency theory based on the transactional leadership theory. Paul Hersey and Ken Blanchard, situational leadership theory in 1977 is a contingency theory. Fred Fiedler's contingency theory states that effective leadership depends on the style of the leader and on the control over the situation. Fiedler started his study by determining whether a leader was most task-oriented or relationship-oriented in his or her behavioral traits, and then measured the leader's propensity to one trait or the other. He then sought to define situations by which to compare these results by identifying three contingency dimensions that he was convinced defined the key situation factors that determine leadership effectiveness. These situations are shown on the table: leader-member relations, the degree to which members have confidence and trust in their leader, good or poor; task structure, the degree to which job assignments are procedural, high or low; leader position power, the degree of influence a leader has over power variables such as hiring, firing, discipline, promotions, and salary increases, based on strong or weak. On the top half of the diagram shown, Fiedler then started comparing task-oriented and relationship-oriented leaders and their performances based on 24 possible combinations of the situations. Fiedler concluded that task-oriented leaders tended to perform better when situations were very favorable or very unfavorable to them. Relationship-oriented leaders perform better when situations are moderately favorable. Fiedler then modified his conclusions to state that task-oriented leaders perform better in situations of high or low control, while relationship-oriented leaders perform better in situations of moderate control. There needs to be good leader-member relations, tasks with clear goals and procedures, and the ability for the leader to provide rewards and punishments. Lacking these three things in the right combination and context will result in leadership failure. Blake and Mouton's managerial grid is also known as a leadership grid. It is comprised of 5 different leadership styles shown on the grid, which are a relation between a manager's concern for people on the vertical axis and a concern for production and motivation on the horizontal axis. The motivation dimension provides the underlying motive of the leader behind a successful leadership style, by categorizing leaders into one of 81 possible categories. The 5 original styles are 1.1 Impoverished management. This is the exertion of minimum effort to get the work done, which is appropriate to sustain organizational membership. 1.9 Country club management. This indicates thoughtful attention to the needs of people for satisfying relationships which lead to a comfortable, friendly organizational atmosphere and work tempo. 5.5 Middle of the road management. This represents that adequate organizational performance is possible through balancing the necessity to get out of work with maintaining morale of people at the satisfactory level. 9.1 Authority compliance management. This requires efficiency in operations that results from arranging work conditions so that human elements interfere to a minimum degree. 9.9 Team management. This suggests that work accomplishment is from committed people and interdependence through a common stake and organizational purpose leads to relationships of trust and respect. When people are committed to both their business and a good leader, their personal needs and production needs overlap. This creates an environment of trust, respect, and pride in their work. The result is excellent motivation and results where employees feel a constructive part of the company. House's path goal theory is also known as path goal theory of leader effectiveness or path goal model. It suggests that a leader direct their followers' behavior by motivating them to accomplish goals, which is depicted on the diagram. The effective leader compensates for the deficiencies of followers in order to overcome obstacles toward a goal, which in turn increases the followers' intrinsic motivation. According to this theory, the 4 leadership styles that function to minimize role ambiguity and provide reward for the followers are directive, supportive, participative, and achievement-oriented behaviors. Different organizational environments, situations, and tasks dictate to the leaders which of the 4 path goal styles to choose in order to be effective. Path goal theory can be considered as a variant on transactional leadership theory, where the leader clearly is directing activity and the only factor that varies is the manner in which it's done. The Hersey-Blanchard situational leadership theory draws on major views from contingency thinking. As the name implies, leadership depends upon each individual situation, and no single leadership style can be considered the best. This theory has 2 pillars shown on the chart: leadership style on the top half and maturity level of those being led shown across the bottom. The style of leadership manifests as behaviors related to the task along the horizontal axis and to the relationship with the group along the vertical axis. The leadership style stems from 4 basic behaviors designated with a letter and a number combination. Starting from the right and moving to the left: S1, telling, high task and low relationship; S2, selling, high task and high relationship; S3, participating, high relationship and low task; and S4, delegating, low relationship and low task. Across the bottom are the 4 majority levels of the group with letter and number designations from right to left. M1, basic incompetence or unwillingness to do the task; M2, unable but willing to do the task; M3, competent to do the task but do not think they can; M4, the group is ready, willing, and able to do the task. Each type of task may involve a different maturity level, so a person with an overall maturity level of M3 might be only an M1 with respect to the specific work. Maturity and competence of the group are often overlooked factors in good leadership, and it helps to focus on these. The leadership style is important for successful leader-led situations, but the ability or maturity of those being led is a critical factor as well. In this video, you'll learn the behaviors of leaders. Leadership is about tapping into the traits and motivators that come with being human, and those remain constant even when the ways of working change. When leaders are at their personal best, there are 5 core practices common to all, which were identified by Kouzes and Posner as exemplary leadership practices. From the top left and moving clockwise, model the way, clarifies values and sets the example, inspire a shared vision, envisions the future and enlists others, challenge the process, search for opportunities, experiment, and take risk. Enable others to act. This fosters collaboration and strengthens others. Encourage the heart. This recognizes contributions and celebrates the victories and values. Leaders who frequently demonstrate these practices create higher performing workplaces and have significantly more engaged employees than leaders who demonstrate the practices less frequently. There are many different types of leadership approaches that you can adopt as a supervisor, team leader, manager, or executive. Traditional leadership approaches are about control, rules, regulations, and boundaries. For example, leaders living in the 21st century but following traditional leadership styles with the millennial generation are unable to make an impact and influence their team members as they try to burden them with age-old rules that don't sit well. Contemporary or modern leadership approaches are about freedom of thought, room for creativity, the value of the outcome, and a warm welcome for new ideas. This is about making people the business's people and making the vision a united goal. These 6 leadership styles were presented by Daniel Goleman in his bestseller, Primal Leadership. All of these leadership styles should be used to some extent in different proportions and dependent on the circumstances, the situation, and the people involved. On the left, there are visionary. The leader imposes a vision or a solution. Affiliative. The leader creates strong relationships and encourages feedback. Democratic. The leader invites followers to collaborate and acts by consensus. And coaching. The leader develops the team members' skills. On the right, they are commanding. The leader proposes a solution and invites the team to join the challenge. Pace setting. The leader models high-performance standards. As a general rule, these 2 should be used sparingly, whereas the other 4 styles on the left should be used regularly and in large proportions. Contemporary leadership approaches allow aspiring leaders to recognize the necessary skills, abilities, and personal characteristics essential to achieving their main mission, which is to serve and not be served. The most common approaches are authoritative leadership. Leaders dictate procedures and policies, decide the goals that need to be achieved, and control and direct activities without meaningful participation by other employees. Charismatic or inspiring leadership. This is primarily based on the leader's charisma or personal qualities and is one of the most common approaches to leadership. Leaders are seen to possess a strong sense of vision and mission and arouse very strong emotions in each of their followers. Leading others is determined by the type and source of power that is held by the leader. Innovative leadership. Leaders grasp the entire situation and go beyond the usual course of action. They are good at visualizing the future and know exactly what is working and what is not, as well as bringing new ideas and vision into reality. Moving to the bottom row, pace setters. Considering that communication plays an important role in effective leadership, these leaders use proper communication in setting high standards of performance for both the group and themselves. They optimize behaviors that are sought from others in the group. Servant leadership. This is one of the most common approaches to leadership and the most widely used in practice. Leaders put their service to other people in the group before their own interests and include the team in decision making. Transformational leadership. In today's modern world, society is in need of transformational leaders who will bring positive and meaningful changes. In this style, leaders expect transformation on their teams even if it's uncomfortable, and they believe that everyone will do their best. They also serve as an inspiration and role model to their people. All these approaches help to make good leaders who can manage their people and appreciate their worth. Often referred to as EI, emotional intelligence is about having the ability to understand and manage the emotions of yourself and those around you. In 1989, Stanley Greenspan put forth a model to describe EI, followed by Peter Salovey and John Mayer's model that was published the following year. This model includes 4 types of abilities known as POOM model. From the top left and moving clockwise, P is for perceive, the ability to detect and decipher emotions in faces, pictures, voices, and cultural artifacts, including the ability to identify one's own emotion. Perceiving emotions is a basic aspect of all emotional intelligence, and it makes all other emotional information processing possible. U is for use, the ability to harness emotions to facilitate various cognitive activities such as thinking and problem solving. Another U for understand, the ability to comprehend emotional language and to appreciate complicated relationships among emotions. M is for manage, the ability to regulate emotions in both ourselves and in others. The work of Salovey and Mayer and the concept of emotional intelligence was made popular by journalist Daniel Goleman. He successfully brought emotional intelligence into the public arena in his published book, Emotional Intelligence: Why It Can Matter More Than IQ. He broadened Salovey and Mayer's 4-branch system to incorporate 5 essential elements of emotional intelligence that focus on EI as a wide array of competencies and skills that drive leadership performance. From top right and moving clockwise are self-awareness, understanding a person's own emotions and feelings, ability to properly identify them, and knowing how to influence others. Self-regulation, the ability to control and adjust one's emotions properly, prevent the consequences of an emotional outburst by timely regulation. Empathy, being able to detect the feelings of other people and acting according to their emotional state. Motivation, using emotions to fulfill one's needs and goals, and having the strength to keep going when things get tough. Social skills, interaction with others, building good relationships based on understanding one's own emotions and the emotions of others. Leadership and emotional intelligence theories align because leadership is emotional. Emotional and social intelligent leadership competencies are a learned capacity based on emotional intelligence, which contributes to effective performance at work and often greater satisfaction in life. Research suggests it is responsible for as much as 80% of the success in our lives. There are 4 parts or domains to this model, which are developed by Daniel Goleman and Richard Boyatzis. Self-awareness. This includes emotional awareness, which is the ability to understand our own emotions and their effects on our performance. Self-management with its 4 areas. Emotional self-control, which is the ability to keep disruptive emotions and impulses in check and to maintain our effectiveness under stressful or hostile conditions. Achievement orientation. This is striving to meet or exceed a standard of excellence, looking for ways to do things better, set challenging goals, and to take calculated risks. Adaptability. This is flexibility in handling change, juggling multiple demands, and adapting our ideas or approaches. Positive outlook. This is the ability to see the positive in people, situations, and events, and persistence in pursuing goals despite obstacles and setbacks. Social awareness with its 2 areas. Empathy. This is the ability to sense others' feelings and perspectives, taking an active interest in their concerns and picking up cues about what others feel and think. Organizational awareness. This is the ability to read a group's emotional currents and power relationships, identifying influencers, networks, and organizational dynamics. Relationship management with its 5 areas. Influence. This is the ability to have a positive impact on others, persuading or convincing others in order to gain support. Conflict management. This is the ability to help others through emotional or tense situations, tactfully bringing disagreements into the open and finding solutions all can endorse. Coach and mentoring. This is the ability to foster the long-term learning or development of others by giving feedback, guidance, and support. Teamwork. This is the ability to work with others towards a shared goal, participating actively, sharing the responsibility and rewards, and contributing to the capability of the team. Inspirational leadership. This is the ability to inspire and guide individuals and groups towards a meaningful vision of excellence and to bring out the best in others. Within each of these 4 domains are learned competencies based on the underlying ability that make people outstanding performers in the workplace. These are skills that can be developed just as you can improve upon anything that you practice regularly. In this video, I will define corporate governance and HR's role in the process. Corporate governance refers to the various influences and processes that impact the way a business is managed and the relationship amongst its stakeholders. It identifies how the business is controlled and directed through a system of rules and processes put in place to ensure compliance. These include local and international laws, accounting rules, ethical norms, environmental and social codes of conduct. The primary function of corporate governance is creating a system of checks and balances in order to ensure the success and growth of the business. The corporate governance structure is designed to prevent the derailment of a business. There's a lot that goes into corporate governance. It can cover a variety of business decisions and topics, but nearly all the functions can be placed into one of the 5 categories. Company vision. This focuses on aligning business strategy with the rules, practices, regulations, policies, procedures, and processes that govern business activity and guide individual and organizational conduct. Accountability. This formally defines the rights, roles, and responsibilities of board members, executives, and employees, including the rights and limitations for decision-making in various positions and roles. Compliance. This implements systems to monitor compliance with established rules, policies, and practices, in addition, abiding to all applicable legislation, including the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, which relates directly to corporate governance. Ethics. This develops a code of conduct for board members, executives, employees, and other stakeholders that define proper business conduct and encourages ethical behavior and decision-making. Transparency. This is to recognize the legal, contractual, social, and ethical obligations to ensure the rights of stakeholders, but remain transparent. Corporate governance unites a business's vision and the direction, administration, and decision-making of the business. It is decided with the help of its key stakeholders shown here. Shareholders are the owners of the corporation. A corporation is a legal entity with rights and obligations. Board of directors are elected by the shareholders to represent the shareholders' interests with management. An inside director is a person with operational responsibilities who is employed by the business, such as a CEO, CFO, or other officers. An outside director is not employed by the business and does not have operational responsibilities. They provide advisory and consultancy services. Management includes the officers and other executives who make the day-to-day decisions about the business's operations. They are relied on to make decisions on behalf of the owners. When a business lacks good governance and fails to recognize and respond to ethical issues, its stakeholders work together to guide the business towards success. Sales and marketing compliance is ensuring that the business's marketing activities, advertising, and sales contents follows the rules set by the government. These standards are put in place to help prevent consumers from being misled or deceived by businesses. Whether these messages are on the web, in an email, communicated by phone in call centers, through messaging, or other social media, the business is responsible for making sure the message is consistent and abides by those rules. Here are some common examples. Misleading or deceptive conduct from false advertising, puffery and predictions, unconscionable conduct through internet sales, door-to-door sales and mail order, telemarketing, and email marketing or spam. False or misleading representation caused by rebates, gift prizes, or free giveaways, misleading items such as testimonials, bait and switch advertising, and wrongfully accepting payment for goods or services. Other practices to consider include multiple pricing strategies, consumer guarantees, warranties, refunds, and returns. In practice, marketing and sales compliance is ensuring that the business's content and copies are always in line with those rules no matter where they end up. Maintaining the integrity of a business and eliminating conflicts of interest is just one part of a larger compliance strategy that ensures a business's success. The primary focus of corporate governance is ensuring compliance. Regulatory compliance refers to the ways in which a business ensures that they are following all the laws and regulations that apply to their business or industry. The failures of corporate executives at Enron, WorldCom, Tyco, and other public corporations to appropriately perform their fiduciary responsibilities led to the enactment of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act in 2002. This is a federal law that generally addresses corporate securities and compensation. As displayed, the Act has 5 areas of emphasis, each with key sections that have implications for HR. However, 3 sections hold the most relevance. In the first column on the left, under Management Reporting, Management Certifications, Section 302, and Internal Controls, Section 404, which are the costliest and most time-sensitive aspect that impacts HR operations and procedures because of its strong mandate on financial reporting accuracy. In the second column from the far right, under Enforcement and Penalties, Criminal Penalties Section 906, which imposes harsh consequences, including fines and imprisonment, on publicly traded companies that retaliate against whistleblowers. Employment laws and regulations are an ongoing burden in the United States as depicted on the diagram. Starting on the left, by 1900, the only laws on the books were a smattering of case laws based on individual court rulings. By 1980, there are over 35, and today there are over 100 rules and regulations businesses must contend with. Most of these laws and regulations are detailed in Course 2, Employment Legislation. While some of the Civil Rights Acts are necessary and somewhat self-explanatory, many of the regulations are hard to decipher, hard to implement, and even harder still to stay in compliance. Businesses of all sizes face these challenges along with the risk of non-compliance, which can be more costly and legally damaging. HR is responsible for making sure the business meets its legal obligations when it comes to compliance inside of the HR function and out. For operational HR, compliance centers around the practices relating to recruiting, hiring, onboarding, training, as well as employee relations. For strategic HR, this typically includes general business compliance that may jeopardize the business's image or have major financial impacts, such as corporate responsibility and governance. In this video, I will share the different types of ethics. Ethics is based on standards of right and wrong that prescribes what humans ought to do, usually in terms of rights, obligations, benefits to society, fairness, or specific virtues. There are 3 types. Business ethics, which refers to the appropriate business policies and practices. Personal ethics, these are the principles that a person uses when making decisions and behaving in both personal and professional settings. Professional ethics, this is concerned with the standards and moral conduct that govern the profession and its members. Both ethics and compliance are important to businesses and how they operate. Ethics involves judgment and making choices about conduct that reflects values, right and wrong, or good and bad. It guides business behavior that is expected of all directors, managers, and employees. It focuses on acting according to core ethical beliefs and convictions, and it ensures appropriate moral and ethical standards. Compliance is the boundary defined by law, rule, regulation, or policy, and adherence is mandatory. It identifies actions for businesses and individuals to address. It acts in accordance with all national, federal, regional, or local laws, regulations, and government authority requirements in all nations in which the business operates, and it focuses on fulfilling the technical requirements of regulations. It is not uncommon that corporate ethical issues can overlap with compliance issues. Personal ethics are a set of moral principles that influence us when we make decisions. We follow our moral and ethical code based on what was instilled in us from childhood. They are influenced by the beliefs and views of our family, religion, friends, and others who have a major impact in our life. Personal ethics can be categorized as positive, which is sound personal ethics and typically is the acceptable practice, or negative, which is unethical behavior that most employers dislike. Both business and personal ethics are moral principles that drive behavior. The top row describes business ethics. It is a code of conduct imposed on an employee or a member of a certain profession. It is learned relatively later in life, specifically after joining the workforce. Some examples include punctuality, time management, confidentiality, and transparency. The bottom row describes personal ethics. It is a code of conduct that governs an individual's entire life. It is learned from childhood and influenced by family, friends, religion, and close surroundings. Some examples include honesty, openness, integrity, and sincerity. HRCI, the credentialing body, has established the HR Certification Institute Code of Ethical and Professional Responsibility, which promotes and maintains the highest standard of service and conduct for HRCI certified professionals. SHRM, the membership body, has developed the SHRM Code of Ethical and Professional Standards in Human Resource Management, which describes its commitment to serving members and the public with integrity. The links to both of these organizations' guidelines are provided and should be reviewed prior to taking the exam. In this video, I will share the types of ethical behaviors. Organizational ethics is a form of applied ethics or professional ethics that examines moral principles and values that establish appropriate conduct. It applies to all aspects of business and is relevant to the conduct of individuals and the business. Ethics is not synonymous with legality. A code of ethics is a statement of ideal standards that the organization is committed to uphold in its business practices. Businesses that are committed to ethical practices often create these guidelines for employees to follow. Though it's not required, a code of ethics is essential for common understanding. It helps maintain integrity in public interactions, defines acceptable behavior for individuals, protects the company's reputation, and establishes decision-making guidelines in alignment with organizational goals. Ethics and morals relate to the right and wrong conduct and are sometimes used interchangeably, but are different. Ethics refers to the rules provided by society or organizations. Morality refers to the individual's own principles regarding right and wrong. Role morality. HR serves both the business and the employees. The business is expected to treat people morally, while employees have a duty of loyalty, obedience, and confidentiality. Employment exchange. An exchange for employment occurs when individuals are willing to trade their labor for rewards and when the business is willing to exchange rewards for labor. Inducement contribution balance. The inducements or rewards workers receive for working must be balanced with the contributions they make to the business. Ethical behavior begins at the top level in the business and must be enforced by the board of directors or CEO. The executives must model acceptable behaviors for all others in the business to follow and to maintain an ethical workplace. Not all behaviors are appropriate for the business. They can be categorized as legal and ethical. For example, terminating a poor performing employee, illegal and unethical, not paying back a debt, illegal but ethical, violating confidentiality agreement in order to convey important information to the public, legal but unethical, paying a highly qualified candidate who is desperate for a job below the pay scale. These boxes represent content to consider when creating a code of ethics. Two business statements to guide ethical behaviors are the ethics statement and the conduct statement. An ethics statement is the intent of the business to comply with regulatory requirements and to act in the best interest of its stakeholders. A conduct statement is an employee's acknowledgement to abide by the code and to put the interests of the business before their own, and to disclose any potential conflicts. We will discuss each of these behaviors throughout the program, but for now, address the highlighted boxes in the top rows which are related to this topic. Starting with the top left corner and moving right, honesty. The code of ethics should set an expectation of honesty in the workplace. As with all aspects of an ethics code, the executives must model honesty in their representation to employees, customers, and suppliers, and to all other stakeholders in order for the message to be taken seriously. Integrity. It is defined as a business's adherence to the code of moral values. It is demonstrated when employees do the right thing, even when that thing is unpopular. Conflicts of interest. Anytime an employee stands to gain personally from an action taken by the employer, there's a conflict of interest. At a minimum, these situations must be disclosed to the employer, or employees should remove themselves from the situation. Confidentiality. HR is responsible for maintaining the confidentiality of personal information and is responsible for making ethical decisions on a regular basis, which positions HR to model ethical behavior in response to inappropriate requests for information. Advances in technology have made it possible for employers to monitor internet, email, and voicemail, and some employees see this as an invasion of privacy. Research confirms that companies lose about 40% annual productivity when employees access the internet for personal usage. On average, 37% of the employee base frequently browse the internet during working hours. Of that number, 64% browse for their personal benefit. Employers who plan to monitor employee communications and internet usage should develop and distribute a policy clearly stating what information is subject to monitoring and under what conditions. Also, the Code of Ethics should include a statement about the use of surveillance and monitoring to reduce the risk of claims of invasion of privacy. Businesses serious about establishing meaningful ethics programs have appointed ethics officers or facilitators to ensure that the business adheres to the ethical standards set by the executive team. Ethics officers manage programs designed to allow confidential reporting of ethical concerns by employees, customers, shareholders, or others. Key responsibilities include creating and distributing the corporate code of conduct, or ethics, advising employees at all levels on ethical issues, investigating allegations of wrongdoing, providing periodic reports for the executive team to keep them apprised of ethical issues in the business. Ethics officers are also an asset to help improve the company's internal and external image. An ethics investigation is a fair, timely, and thorough process that should be conducted when there is credible evidence that misconduct has occurred. It is important to understand whether and how misconduct occurred so it can be addressed and prevented. You will also need to determine whether the disclosure to government authorities is necessary. From left to right, here are the steps in the process. Step 1. Conduct intake. The investigator collects the facts needed to determine whether it is more likely than not that the alleged misconduct occurred. They should take detailed notes about the allegation and ask clarifying questions. In addition to thanking the person for speaking up, the investigator should explain disclosures such as confidentiality. Step 2. Plan investigation. An investigation plan should be drafted so the process is documented and followed for consistency. Part of the process should be to review with the other internal investigators as necessary. Step 3. Gather evidence. Collect documentary evidence such as emails, personnel files, expense reports, time cards, etc. This will help in being prepared to interview witnesses and subject matter experts. Step 4. Interview subject. Present the allegations to the subject of the investigation. Be sure to provide an opportunity for the subject to explain what happened from his or her perspective. It will be important to take detailed notes and ask clarifying questions. Step 5. Document findings. Consolidate the findings into a formal investigative report. This should include a summary of the allegations, the outline of the investigation process, and restatement of the evidence collected. The determination should conclude if facts will or will not substantiate the allegations. Step 6. Close out with parties. Both parties should be informed if allegations were substantiated or unsubstantiated. Provide advice on the related policies, and this would be a good time to remind them of the non-retaliation policy. Finally, thank the parties for their cooperation. In this video, I will cover the role of HR for corporate social responsibility and its impact on the business. The term corporate responsibility has come to characterize a family of professional disciplines intended to help a business stay competitive by maintaining accountability to its four main stakeholder groups: customers, employees, shareholders, and communities. The professional disciplines included in corporate responsibility include corporate governance, which covers legal and financial compliance, investor relations, brand management, and stakeholder communications. Ethical responsibility covers business ethics, personal ethics, and professional ethics. Corporate social responsibility covers environmental affairs, sustainability, socially responsible investments, corporate philanthropy, and public and community affairs. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, is a business behavior that is focused on building external strategic relationships. Its activities are interdependent on multiple organizational responsibilities that serve to link the external environment to the internal environment. Achieving CSR objectives often requires the participation and commitment of the entire business to act in ways that are sustainable, protect access to information, engage in corporate philanthropy, and to help improve social issues. A growing body of evidence asserts that businesses can do well by doing good. Some well-known companies have already proven that they can differentiate their brands and reputations as well as their products and services if they take responsibility for the well-being of societies and environments in which they operate. The four forces shaping today's CSR efforts are shown. Technology. There's more awareness of corporate actions and CSR impacts are more measurable. Environmental concerns. There are increased sustainability regulations and requirements, as well as increased sustainability opportunities. Economic pressures. There's a bigger payback potential for sustainability efforts and an enhanced value of CSR to employees. Sociopolitical forces. There are increased pressures from civil and social rights groups, in addition to the rapidly evolving diversity and environmental concerns. The triple bottom line is an accounting framework to help businesses measure their social and environmental impact, in addition to their financial performance. It can be broken down into the 3 Ps: profit, people, and the planet. The table shown lists the types of measurements for each category. Each item is given a numeric value and the column is tabulated to perform the financial analysis. Adopting a triple bottom line approach doesn't inherently value societal and environmental impacts at the expense of financial profitability. Instead, many businesses have reaped financial benefits by committing to sustainable business practices. Sustainability is defined as the capacity to endure over time and examines the business behavior that does not deplete the resources used to achieve that outcome. The diagram shows the Sustainable Development Goals with the 3 overlapping circles for social, economic, and environmental, indicating that their 3 pillars of sustainability are not mutually exclusive. The three pillars are interdependent and in the long run cannot exist without the others. As each circle overlaps its neighbor, it creates another dimension at that intersection. Social and economic is equitable, economic and environmental is viable, and environmental and social is bearable. When all three pillars intersect, it becomes sustainable. As a result of the green initiatives, businesses understand that financial benefit of sustainability practices is a long-term strategic solution that influences factors beyond their environmental footprint. The sustainability sweet spot is when the three key pillars, social, economic, and environment, are combined and achieve the best solution that fits the overall objectives of sustainability. These pillars can then meet the financial and buy-in support needed to become an initiative that is repeatable and lasting. It can be summarized on the diagram as where sustainability becomes an engine of innovation and a way to identify business opportunities. This leads to generating new products, processes, markets, and business models, as well as new methods of management and reporting. The digital divide refers to uneven access to technology between distinct groups of people locally and around the world. These groups may be affected because of high cost, adoption, or utilization. The characteristics to describe the divide includes income, education, age, geography, fear of technology, lack of motivation, and culture. Corporate philanthropy is a general term for the actions that businesses take to improve their communities and society in general. It can include donations of money or time and labor at community centers, improvement projects, or fundraising for a cause. These efforts can be grouped into three categories: impact, building community capacity for change; influence, creating community goodwill for change; leverage, attracting and aligning resources for change. The largest companies in the world are aligned with philanthropic efforts because they understand that its success requires not just innovation, but building a next generation capable of understanding, using, and improving technology. Even small companies can benefit from aligning with philanthropic causes. Employee volunteerism has become an important component of a business's community building and employee engagement efforts. It is an effective way to provide different levels of employee volunteer opportunities as shown on the pyramid. Service-based, which requires manpower to complement the practitioner. Skill-based, where certain skill sets are needed for specific projects. Event-based, which is ad hoc manpower support. Local communities and charities always need help, and smart business leaders know that being involved in local communities builds relationships, supports recruitment and retention, and strengthens their internal culture. Business leaders have the opportunity to choose where to spend volunteer efforts to best help the local area along with the business. Their level of contribution is shown by the chevrons across the bottom of the diagram. In this video, you'll learn the framework for the CSR strategic process. The attention to CSR has moved from the corporate periphery to center stage. It includes a broader range of decisions or actions which affects a broader field of stakeholders and how a business interacts with these stakeholders. It seeks out internal and external stakeholder opportunities and strategic social partnerships. CSR is integrated into the organizational mission and core business strategies. The maximum benefit from CSR opportunities takes place when all activities on the sustainability maturity curve become integrated into a single strategy, with leadership from executives and full engagement from employees, business partners, and customers. The approach is to view a business's current activities and objectives against the sustainability maturity curve to capture the shift in thinking from CSR as a cost or risk mitigation effort to CSR as a strategic goal that brings in revenues. Starting at the left of the curve, businesses start their journey to move beyond compliance along a continuum to integration and then transformation. More recently, businesses have started shifting their thinking about what it means to be socially and environmentally responsible. When aligned with business objectives, companies are beginning to see that CSR can bring competitive differentiation, permission to enter new markets, and favorable positioning in the talent wars. Developing and implementing a CSR strategy is a unique opportunity to rally the business together. Every business will find its own way to engage employees, customers, and partners. The steps in the strategic process are 1. Executive commitment, 2. Assessment, 3. Infrastructure, 4. Implementation, 5. Measurement, reporting, evaluation, and 6. Reassessment and revision. The success of all CSR programs will hinge on the depth and vitality of the interactions they support. Those that consistently combine clear transparency with deep interaction will be able to advance sustainability in business and society. As with any strategic initiative, executive level support and commitment are needed to have a chance at a successful outcome. The CSR value occurs when the business's resources are combined in new ways to increase the potential productivity of those resources. They can be placed into 3 categories as shown on the table. Growth, which includes the sustainability sweet spot for product innovations. Returns on capital. This includes both savings from carbon footprint reduction efforts and improved sales resulting from green marketing efforts. Risk management, which includes compliance issues as well as the effect on corporate reputation and branding. 2 important areas to address are assessment and infrastructure. The purpose of the assessment is to provide a detailed picture of where the business is now and to visualize the direction in which the business can go. This process involves reviewing business systems and procedures and gathering input from internal and external stakeholders. To support creating the infrastructure, the players and processes should be defined. The questions to be addressed include, will there be a single head of CSR? Will there be a separate sustainability department? Will HR spearhead the strategic implementation? How will data be collected and evaluated? And who will organize and administer the effort? The key components of the CSR strategy are set the strategy, set the priorities and objectives, and to create the action plan. The key tasks involve developing organizational leadership and culture, creating opportunities for training and education, employing disciplinary and preventive measures, establishing reporting and investigative practices, and monitoring, auditing, and evaluating program effectiveness. CSR compliance is a form of self-regulation where corporate measures and guidelines are designed to help businesses create positive social impacts on their environment, stakeholders, and consumers. There are 2 organizations that provide guidelines and standards for businesses to follow. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, is an intergovernmental economic organization to stimulate economic progress and world trade. The OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises are recommendations addressed by governments to multinational enterprises operating in or from adhering countries. They provide non-binding principles and standards for responsible business conduct in a global context consistent with applicable laws and internationally recognized standards. The guidelines are only multilaterally agreed and comprehensive code of responsible business conduct that governments have committed to promoting. The Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, is an international not-for-profit organization that produces free sustainability reporting guidelines. These standards are universally accepted for reporting results of sustainability programs. The adoption improves transparency in reporting results to stakeholders. It enables meaningful and consistent comparisons of organizations' sustainability performance. A social audit refers to a formal evaluation of a business's procedures and endeavors with regards to corporate social responsibility and the societal impact. Many businesses formulate goals and objectives with regards to CSR initiatives, and the social audit is used to review to what extent they've reached their goals. For effective evaluations, use GRI standard criteria, ensure that all objectives have corresponding metrics, ensure that measurements and evaluations are tied to specific goals and objectives, and evaluate that systems are in place. Reassessment and revision provides an opportunity to look back over the process and make tweaks. The sustainability maturity curve shown on the right can be leveraged during the review. Based on the evaluation results, revise tactics and strategic goals, determine where the business is along the sustainability maturity curve, and provide the entire business with a clear sense of outcomes such as progress achieved, victories won, or next steps needed. There are numerous ways of defining leadership. Some leadership theories attempt to explain what differentiates a leader, while some explain how great leaders come to be. It is important to understand what makes a good leader if you want to be successful. This course covered the key concepts to help you recognize the importance of leadership, appreciate leadership theories and theorists, examine leadership behavior, understand HR's role in leadership, and to explore aspects of corporate responsibility, which includes corporate governance, ethical responsibility, and corporate social responsibility. Being a leader is not an easy task because you have to serve as both a role model and a mentor at the same time. These concepts and actions can be adopted by all levels of the business to build strong character and develop an understanding of what it takes to be successful. Next, in HR organization, we'll cover human resources effectiveness, how to organize the HR team, and the value HR provides to its stakeholders. In this video, I will define and demonstrate the value of the HR organization. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering Leadership and Strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The second to last course in this functional area is HR Organization, which is highlighted in red. HR Organization addresses how the HR team defines value for itself by how it operates and supports the business and its leaders. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure or the people supporting the work. In the second column from the right is HR Organization, with the topics to be covered in each video. These topics can be categorized as benefits to HR, the business, and its leaders to sum up how HR adds value. Equally as important is helping the business respond to the organizational activities by measuring HR's tactical accountability, validating overall effectiveness, and evaluating HR's overall impact to the business. In this topic, I will define the functions of the HR department. Human resources can describe the economy and industry, business sector, the people who make up the workforce, the function, the organization, or the people who provide the support services to the businesses and its employees. Over 130 years in existence, human resources has evolved to reflect the evolution of business from an industrialized manufacturing of products to a more global competitive landscape. HR has developed from its early back office role to today's seat in the boardroom. Beginning with the left side, the first title of welfare officer began in the 1890s to 1913. It originated during the Industrial Revolution to improve conditions for the workforce. It acted as a buffer between workers and managers and to educate workers in health, safety, and hygiene. Labor manager from 1914 to 1939 was given to a group of industrial relations specialists negotiating terms and conditions. Personnel management from 1945 to 1979 was associated with generalists who handle the transactional and administrative aspects of employment, which is work-centered. Many of these functions have been pushed to line managers in today's organizations. The title personnel management is still used in many government agencies to refer to today's brand of HR. Moving to the top right, human resources management, 1980 through 1990s, referred to specialists who have a deep understanding of today's organization, which is resource-centered. Strategic human resources management from the 2000s to present represents the business partners working with line management to add value to the business, which is strategy-centered. People operations, also referred to as POPs or People Ops, can trace its origin to 2006 and is now becoming the future of HR. It emphasizes the well-being and productivity of employees to drive business results. Regardless of what HR is called now or in the future, this function is critical to the success of the business. HR's transformational journey started with operational HR on the left side and moved towards strategic HR on the right side, which are really two sides of the same entity. Operations HR handles the day-to-day operations, essentially with a heavy focus on transaction processing and administration. For strategic HR, while those layers are covered as well, less time is allocated at that level. It focuses on predicting HR's outcome and ensuring that HR's efforts aligns with business strategy. Both facets of human resources are fundamental components that can lead to a business's success. An HR organization performs and oversees the end-to-end activities to support the employment relationship. Shown here are the typical HR domains across all industries and businesses, which may have slightly different names. Starting in the top left corner and making our way down, I'll share a brief and generic description of each domain. Recruitment, the process of identifying, attracting, interviewing, selecting, hiring, and onboarding employees and supporting the administrative and relationship building processes related to these activities. Training, the continuous process of creating or sourcing programs to help employees increase skills, knowledge, efficiency, and organizational value for their current and changing roles. Benefits, the administration and management of programs to support indirect, non-cash rewards. This includes typical packages for group health insurance, life insurance, paid vacation, and workplace perks. Compensation, the process of assigning value to jobs and then managing the direct payment to incentivize employees for their exchange for labor. This includes typical packages for salary, wages, bonuses, and stock. Moving to the top right corner and working down, employee relations. Employee relations offer consultation, facilitation, and resolution strategies for workplace issues, also assisting in communications between employees and supervisors on corrective action and planning, disciplinary actions, and explanations and clarifications on policies and procedures. Labor relations. This domain negotiates union contracts or collective bargaining agreements and handles employee grievances and assists with businesses' legal counsel with arbitration. Health and safety. The goal of all occupational health and safety programs is to foster a safe workplace environment, making this domain concerned with protecting the safety, health, and welfare of workers engaged in employment activities. Payroll, the administration and disbursement of finances to employees and recording for the salaries, wages, bonuses, and taxes, and net pay and deductions. In this video, I will discuss the role of the HR professional. HR managers connect the value of human capital to the business's bottom line. They are adept at dealing with people from all backgrounds and levels of experience, knowledge, and skills. Here are 5 benefits of working in human resources. Working with people. HR professionals work closely with people at every stage of their careers, both internally and externally to the business. Big picture perspective. HR professionals participate in long-range planning with insider views on how the business works. Job variety. There's no typical day in HR. It's filled with a variety of tasks, from staffing a booth at a recruitment fair to leading a training class to attending a strategy meeting. Continuous learning. HR is an evolving science and art. There's always new strategies, technologies, and skills to learn to improve upon. Limitless opportunities. HR professionals are needed by businesses of every size in every industry. The skills and knowledge are transferable to work anywhere in the world. Not long ago, HR practitioners were expected to contribute to the business in an advisory capacity, providing services to employees and others, and control employment policies and procedures in their businesses. As service providers, HR professionals were required to manage. Today, HR roles are ever-changing, but these four remain constant. Starting with the top left corner and moving down. Strategists contribute to the decisions that build on employee strengths to meet corporate goals. Advisory provide information and guidance for managers to deal with employee issues. Administrator enforce policies and ensure compliance with federal, state, local employment regulations and law. Manage inquiries to answer questions and provide information for a wide range of constituents, from government agencies to candidates and senior management, to maintain a productive work environment. And change agent manage change and lead or participate in reengineering or restructuring programs to ensure retention of key employees, which furthers the business ability to meet its goal. Managing an HR organization can be challenging, as it requires balancing both the administration and strategy in addition to vast domain coverage. It is therefore important for sole HR practitioners to know their limits and ask for help when needed. As a general rule, here are some HR organizational staffing guidelines. Up to 99 employees. Usually, there's not an HR position, but some other role will provide the support as needed. This may be shared across multiple employees. 100 to 200 employees. A separate position is usually required to coordinate the human resource functions. In addition, some outsourcing of services may occur. Over 200 employees. It becomes too large for one person to handle all of the HR functions. Separate positions are created and placed under the direction of an HR manager. An HR consultant can be a good alternative for ad hoc support or to provide advice on handling less familiar situations. An employment attorney is also a good number to have on speed dial. To be successful in HR requires many skills and competencies to deal with the many personalities and challenges. Here are the ones that are on top of my list. Awareness. Be open to all the possibilities. Have a cultural awareness and knowledgeable mindset. Remove blinders to see the potential around you. Adaptable. Always be fair and transparent. Be open-minded and accepting of change and others' perspective. Learn to be leaner and thereby more productive. Innovative. Stay ahead of current trends. Be able to identify the trends and opportunities and threats. Adopt a futuristic focus on strategy to create and be purposeful for tomorrow. Knowledgeable. Be distinguished in the profession to help secure career longevity. Retain a sharp skill set. Strong HR practices lead to higher organizational performance and master your competencies. Assertive. Take a stand. Boldly speak up when things need to be different. Make the right move now. While it may be difficult, the business will be more profitable and sustainable. The HR profession consistently ranks high on the list of best careers based on job growth, earnings, potential, creativity, flexibility, and other factors. Over the past decade, U.S. News & World Report consistently ranked the job of human resource specialist as one of the top 20 best business jobs and placing it in the top 100 best jobs overall. This table displays the representative career titles moving from left to right through career levels, from entry level to top level career with a typical time that can be expected at each career level. The career levels are independent of individual career experience, as many individuals may have alternate career journeys and may restart at earlier career level later in life. This new table on the left shows numerous programs offering different levels of educational experiences. Human resource certificates and diploma programs are the easiest credentials to achieve to gain practical and tactical knowledge about the day-to-day HR issues. Typically, certificates are less than a week in duration, and diplomas may be up to a year. These are great ways to learn about new technologies or to explore a specialty. Human resources degree programs, undergraduate and graduate degree programs in HR offer deep understanding opportunities, but tend to focus more on theory than practical skills. For HR-focused degrees, there are more than 260 undergraduate degrees and 160 graduate-level degrees at universities and colleges in the U.S. Experts say a Master's of Administration or MBA carries the most weight of advanced degree programs because an understanding of business operations is critical for those wanting to advance in a human resource management role. Human resources professional certification is the most valuable educational option because it truly demonstrates mastery of the subject. Senior Professional in Human Resources, SPHR, covers strategic issues and is designed for experienced professionals. Global Professional in Human Resources, GPHR, which is designed for people who manage HR in multiple countries. The Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, the membership organization, has developed its own certifications as well. Designed for early career and senior HR professionals, these certifications are based on SHRM's competency-based model and composed of the knowledge and behaviors needed to succeed in human resource management. Most certificate and diploma programs are open to anyone, while degree and professional certifications have stricter admission requirements. Earning an HR credential adds a level of recognition and distinction that sets you apart in the profession, indicating you have a high level of knowledge and skills. Along with that privilege are these benefits. Professional growth, HR certifications becoming an important means for employers to recognize HR expertise and for HR professionals to increase their value and worth. Work in HR, 96% of employers say that an HR certified candidate applying for a job would have an advantage over a non-certified candidate. Promotions, many businesses, including a number of Fortune 500 firms, now require or prefer HR certification for their new hires or for internal promotions. Future growth, it adds to your career value and to the organization you work for. Financial rewards, HR professionals who hold certifications tend to make more money than their peers who do not. According to Pay Scale Human Capital, this pattern is true for all industries and metropolitan areas in the United States. Career satisfaction, the best satisfaction is getting paid to do something you enjoy. Almost nothing boosts your confidence more. Job ratings, keeping up with the innovations, developments, legislation, and new changes provides you with the information to better serve your constituents. Level of expertise. It's becoming evident that certification is essential for professional level HR candidate jobs. If an individual wants to become a senior level HR professional, then certification is nearly an absolute requirement, or will be shortly based on all the research. In this video, I will describe the impact of HR activities and programs across the business. A human resources strategy is the overall plan for a business to manage its people and programs and to align them to the business's activities. It is a subset of the business strategy and its components, which are listed on the left. The principal purpose of the HR strategy is the differentiation from competitors. The unique employee value proposition shown on the right lets employees engage emotionally with the business. Copying HR best practices does not cultivate a unique corporate culture, nor does it support the development of sustainable competitive advantage. Therefore, EVP should be incorporated into the HR strategy to guide in managing employees better than the competitors do. The HR strategy must be approved, accepted, and owned by business leadership. They will need to manage issues arising during the journey and help the team to reach their goals and objectives. The key to a successful HR strategy is to identify what unifies and motivates employees and to develop a strategic plan in support of those findings. A business strategy is how the business will exploit opportunities to maximize profits. It takes and manages risks in order to grow and position itself for opportunities. Here are the 10 key impacts HR professionals should incorporate to become a strategic business partner. On the first row, from the left to the right, understand what the business does in order to influence business strategy. Share responsibility for business goals and plans to make it a team effort. Know human resources thoroughly so you can provide correct and insightful information and advice. Run human resources like a business to position HR to influence business strategy, not just HR policies. On the second row from left to right, measure outcomes and goal achievements, not just the work processes. Remember the people in human resources and the valuable work they provide. Express thoughtfully backed opinions by data and studies to offer substantial and intelligent opinions about business direction. Harness the benefits of technology to help provide better customer service and free time for creating new value-add strategies. Moving to the bottom row from left to right, continuously improve the business with solutions that support the accomplishments of business goals. Learn and grow every day through every possible method to influence business strategy. Strategic HR involves the future-oriented process of developing and implementing HR programs to address and solve business problems, and that directly contributes to major long-term business objectives. The HR strategic process is similar to the business strategic planning process, following the same steps which are displayed. Analysis, to assess the current state and identify future organizational and people challenges. Definition, to determine the future state and outline the strategic HR priorities for the business. Alignment, to create the roadmap which translates the strategic HR priorities into a multi-year action plan. Execution, to align the assignments to implement human resources strategy. Evaluation, to measure the progress through reviews and adjust for course correction. Here are 3 important strategic HR tools. Strategy Map. This is a graphical tool that summarizes the chain of activities that contribute to a business's success. It shows employees the big picture of how their performance contributes to achieving the business's overall strategic goals. Digital Dashboard. It evaluates each activity in the strategy map to get a picture of where the business has been and where the business is going. It depicts data through a desktop tool using graphs and charts. HR Scorecard. This is a process for managing employee performance and for aligning all employees with key objectives by assigning financial and non-financial goals, monitoring and assessing performance, and quickly taking corrective action. The human resources strategy is not just the action plan to gain HR competitive advantage, but a declaration of the long-term intent. The HR team and the work they do greatly impact the human resources strategy. Here are the 3 key areas. HR organizational structure. This defines how the business tends to build sustainable competitive advantage. HR operating or service delivery model. This designs and develops how to achieve the greatest possible value from human capital. Skills and competencies. This attracts and retains talent to optimize and provide the highest possible return to shareholders. An HR strategist sets the overall direction for the HR function. The role incorporates the strategic HR mission into the business strategy. It is the most important role and valuable person in human resources. This employee can be the HR leader or a broadly experienced employee. This person will need the ability to connect different interests, stakeholders, products, procedures, and vision. In this video, I will define record-keeping requirements for various HR functions. There are several federal laws that require document retention even before employees begin working. Pre-employment. During the talent acquisition process, applications, resumes, reference checks, background checks, and job postings must be saved to ensure fairness, non-discrimination, and equal opportunity access. Short-term, files can be aggregated by month for easy disposal when the term has been reached. Employment. As new employees are onboarded, documents must be saved to include the new hire package with acknowledgments of policies and handbooks, the Form I-9, and medical-related paperwork. Post-employment, records created as part of the separation should be filed with other personnel data. With fewer than 20 employees, a paper-based record system can be efficient. As the table depicts, at least 4 separate files will be needed. Personnel data, 1 file for each employee. Form I-9 records and work visas should each have its own binder for all employees. These should not be stored with personnel data as they can be audited. Medical, 1 for each employee and stored in a separate place from other files, with limited access to maintain security and privacy. Generally speaking, any record other than one made by an attorney can be discovered through the legal process and are often sought in lawsuits against employers, including informal electronic communication. This table displays examples of records created or received by HR. Depending on the business, there can be other categories of records retained for employees. Personnel records are generated by every employment-related activity in HR, and knowing the records to keep or destroy is critical. This table shows the various types of personnel records and statutory retention periods, which is available through the Department of Labor. Employee benefits are regulated by the Employee Retirement and Income Security Act of 1974, or rather ERISA, and provides general record retention regulations for plans under its purview. The regulation requires records to be kept for at least 6 years after their filing. Tax returns, results of an audit by a tax authority, general ledgers, and financial statements should be retained permanently. Claim policies include malpractice, director and officer, and employment liability insurance. Claims made while the policy is active and dependent on the individual characteristics of the policy may extend coverage for a set period after the policy expires. If not specified, 7 years after the policy expires should be an adequate retention period. According to the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, or FSLA, all payroll records must be kept for at least 3 years. Other types of records have specific retention periods that should be noted. Well-organized records can be very helpful in documenting and supporting employment actions in a legal defense. In this video, I will discuss the HR records management lifecycle process with its phases and stages. The records management lifecycle refers to the creation, distribution, maintenance, archiving, and disposition of recorded information maintained as evidence of business activities and transactions. The diagram shown consists of the 2 phases with its stages. In the active records phase, starting at the left, create and capture generates records from the need to process and manage information. Receive and distribute shares information to facilitate business activities. Maintain and protect keeps and classifies records in a logical way to protect their contents for retrieval. In inactive records phase, archive and preserve transfers records to the storage for future reference or until the retention period is reached. Purge and dispose destroys records based on the business or statutory guidelines. Record retention is complex and time-consuming but necessary to comply with the various federal and state laws. Retaining records beyond their required period can be detrimental to employers, so it's essential to create and follow a purging schedule, especially for electronic records. Active records are created, received in routine transactions of the business or in pursuance of its legal obligations. They include all documented information, regardless of its characteristics, media, physical form, and the manner it is stored or recorded. Records can be characterized as physical structured content, evidence of actions and transactions, process-bound information, evidence of accountability, preserved for a specific duration, and contributes to organizational memory. Records management is an area of responsibility that can be a part-time assignment in a small business or a full-time responsibility in a large business. The law requires HR professionals to consider the specific regulatory requirements of governing record retention, security access, and legibility. Employers may use a paper system, an electronic system, or a combination of paper and electronic systems under the following provisions. Include controls to ensure the integrity, accuracy, and reliability. Ensure controls for an audit trail so that any alterations or changes may be accessed by the appropriate government agency. Provide a detailed index of all data so that any particular record can be accessed immediately. Prevent the unauthorized access with controls to detect and secure. Establish an inspection and quality assurance program with regular evaluations and periodic inspections of the stored data. And produce a high degree of legibility and readability when displayed on a video display terminal or reproduced on paper. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, issued a disposal rule relating to the destruction of employment-related records for sensitive information such as Social Security numbers, medical history, and consumer reports, references, and background searches. It requires that impacted businesses prevent reading or reconstruction of destroyed records by burning, pulverizing, or shredding papers, destroying or erasing electronic files media, conducting due diligence, or disposing of documents using a destruction contract. In this video, I will share the techniques that HR uses to ensure its overall effectiveness. One of the ways in which the HR function can help to improve business operations is to ensure that the workforce and the related activities bring the maximum returns to the business. This can be accomplished by using one of these three performance techniques. Measures, they are the functional constructs based on tabulation of data. An example is the calculation for employee headcount. Metrics, these are the higher level constructs based on two or more measures. An example is revenue per FTE. Analytics, this converts metrics into decision supporting insights. An example is the turnover of high potentials in poor performing business units. The data obtained from these techniques is the basis on which management can make major decisions for improving and achieving its goals. This chart shows 14 useful HR metric examples that are often tracked in no particular order and which will vary by industry and by business. HR metrics are the indicators that track and measure how HR activities contribute to the business's performance and ultimately predict the future. They can calculate the cost of benefits, the people aspect, such as the number of people at various stages in the hiring pipeline. For this, you can refer to items 1 and 2, employee retention, items 3 and 12, performance management, items 4 and 6, employee satisfaction, item 8, employee effectiveness, items 5, 7, and 14, HR contributions, items 9, 10, and 11, and item 13 looks at effectiveness of HR systems. We'll look at most of these throughout the program. As a reference, a copy of these key HR metrics is available in the resource section of the course. HR's increased business focus and the requirements to drive business performance through systematic assessments increases the need for viable and measurable data that connects people decisions to the business performance and results. HR analytics is the process of analyzing the impact of people on the business performance, and it provides insights to manage employees effectively. The diagram shows the reasons to implement HR analytics, which are supported by industry leaders. From top left and moving clockwise, measure and manage. A management guru stated, "What gets measured gets managed. What gets managed gets executed." Return on investment. An analytics professional indicated, "The business demands on HR are increasingly going to be on analysis just because people are so expensive." Performance improvement. A global consulting firm shared that global organizations with workforce analytics and workforce planning outperform all other organizations by 30% more sales per employee. Link business objectives and people strategies. A global software leader identified the need to clearly demonstrate the interaction of business objectives and workforce strategies. As HR continues to step out of traditional silos and emerge as strategic talent leaders, it will require a transformation that can only be accomplished through HR analytics, which is no longer the future, but what is required today to be successful. With HR analytics, professionals can gain deeper insights into the data they collect to help make smarter decisions and predictions about the workforce. The HR analytics lifecycle encompasses the 5 steps shown. Step 1, question identification. Ask the right questions to understand the issue impacting the business strategy or competitive advantage. Step 2, data gathering. Gather and select data using a variety of data sources such as HR data, business data, and external data to support the research design. Step 3, data cleansing. Validate data to improve data quality and to determine if it can be interrogated or integrated with the same database to optimize its usability. Step 4, data analysis. Analyze and understand data through the most suitable statistical solution combined with HR and business acumen. Step 5, conclusion and improvement. Identify gaps and take action with interventions that will solve the issue. Over the past few years, HR leaders have begun to rely more on evidence-based decision-making rather than relying on their experiences and instincts. However, the maturity level varies when it comes to embracing and adopting the journey to HR analytics. There are 5 phases that will help move HR data to organizational insights and into action. Phase 1, justification. At the basic level, foundational human capital investments are made. However, the process is reactive with distributed efforts in data collection and operational reporting capabilities using rudimentary tools. Phase 2, measurement. This is the proactive use of advancing reporting capabilities such as metrics, HR scorecards, and dashboards. The leadership takes accountability for standardization and improvements are celebrated. Phase 3, effectiveness. More sophisticated tools such as strategic analytics and KPIs are used. There are cohesive efforts for process improvements and expanded organizational accountability. Phase 4, value creation. There are predictive models for genuine insights to produce cultural shifts. The decisions are based on data and learning the connections between people investment and business outcomes. Phase 5, impact. Creating change helps HR provide the business with insights that may significantly impact the business operations, and it will help to achieve the true purpose of analytics. A successful journey will require executive support, the right tools, and the right. In this video, I will share the measures to validate the business impact of HR initiatives and provide useful information to management. The business impact of HR initiatives on businesses' strategic plans and goals can be difficult to measure. This is because the effectiveness of HR support can be difficult to isolate from other factors. With these three measures, company-wide HR initiatives can be aligned: the return on investment, the benefit cost ratio, and the break-even point. We'll have a look at these. One of the most commonly used business metrics is the return on investment, or ROI. It is an effective way for HR to communicate and evaluate their impact on strategic initiatives. It demonstrates efficiency of the resources used. To calculate, we have the formula: divide the net investment by the total cost of investment, then multiply by 100 to get the rate. A cost-benefit analysis, also known as a benefit cost analysis, is the most popular project selection technique. It compares the projected or estimated costs, projected benefits or opportunities, which are converted into monetary values to determine the value of the decision. Calculate the projected cost minus the projected benefits. If the projected benefits outweighs the cost, it implies a good decision. On the other hand, if the cost outweighs the benefits, it may be better not to move forward. A benefit cost ratio, BCR, summarizes the overall relationship between the relative costs and benefits of a project or proposal. If a project has a BCR greater than 1.0, the project is expected to deliver a positive net present value. If a project's BCR is less than 1.0, the project's cost outweighs the benefits and should not be considered. BCR can be used to evaluate the cost effectiveness of several alternatives to make a recommendation. To calculate, use the formula shown. Value of the projected benefits is divided by the total cost. The break-even point, or BEP, determines the point in time at which total revenue associated with a program is equivalent to the total cost of the program. To calculate, we'll use the formula. Fixed cost is divided by the contribution margin, which is the sales minus the total variable expenses. In this video, I will share some metrics used to measure HR's tactical accountability. Tactical accountability measures provide insights into the effectiveness of HR programs. They're designed to improve productivity and help evaluate the performance of HR initiatives. We'll look at 6 measures that provide good overall health across the business: revenue per employee, cost per hire, time to fill, turnover rate, HR to employee ratio, and employee net promoter score. Revenue per employee assesses the value of employees to the business. Workers, on average, should bring in enough revenue to justify their employment. To calculate, we'll use the formula shown. Determine what your total revenue for the period is and divide that by the total number of employees. Cost per hire is a common metric that determines the cost to recruit and onboard new employees. It takes into account the total external and internal costs associated with recruiting to determine overall cost per person hired during a given time period. To calculate, we'll use the formula shown. Divide the total cost spent on recruitment by the number of hires for the measurement period. Time to fill is the amount of calendar days to fill a position. It helps plan hiring and serves as a warning signal when hiring processes take too long. On average, it takes almost 50 days to fill a position, and that can vary across industries and businesses. Begin with determining when the period will start and end. The start date can vary: requisition date, approval date, or even posting date. The end date is typically when the candidate accepts the offer. This should be standard for all openings. To calculate, use the formula shown. I've chosen to use the posting date. Subtract the day the position was posted from the day the candidate accepted the offer. Turnover rate. Turnover rate is used to determine whether employees are happy working for the business. Turnover looks at the number of employees who leave within a specified period of time for those roles that will be replaced. On average, a 20% turnover rate is standard across most industries. However, most businesses strive for single digits which would be less than 10%. To calculate, use this formula shown. Determine the number of employees that have left the business, either fired or quit, and divide that number by the average number of employees during the measurement period. HR to employee ratio provides a metric that is indicative of the efficiency of the HR organization. A high ratio can suggest HR is either overspecialized or providing high-touch delivery services or manually operated. A low ratio can indicate that HR is understaffed. To calculate, use this formula shown. The total number of HR staff is divided by the total number of employees and then multiplied by 100 for the ratio. Employee Net Promoter Score was inspired by a survey used to gauge customer satisfaction and is the simplest and quickest way to measure employee engagement. Annual surveys already in place can be used for this calculation. On a 10-point scale, for questions like, I would like to recommend my workplace to others, employees with 9+ ratings are generally considered promoters. 7 to 8 are labeled as passive and omitted from the results, and 0 to 6 are labeled as detractors. To calculate, we'll take a look at this formula. Subtract the percentage of detractors from the percentage of promoters. The results indicate who is enthusiastic about their work, committed to the business, and being an employer brand ambassador. In the current business environment, where competition and technological advancement is on the rise, it is imperative for the HR function to be on the forefront in enhancing the success of the business. Businesses that are doing it right are embracing a people operations approach to HR, which will require HR to understand HR strategy and its impact, operate an effective HR department to provide guidance and leadership, review the statutory requirements for HR record keeping so you can stay compliant, acquire the competencies for the HR professional to achieve your best, and to demonstrate HR's overall effectiveness. As you go through this program and your career, visualize the kind of experiences you want to achieve for yourself and your stakeholders, then work to achieve those outcomes. Your education, experiences, and professional networks will be beneficial to rely on and also present opportunities for you to help others. The next course, HR Tools and Processes, offers a look at the assets that HR professionals will use in their role as a trusted partner. In this course, I will share the tools and processes that are most effective to the HR function. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 1 and covering Leadership and Strategy, which is worth 40% of the exam. The last course in this functional area is HR Tools and Processes, which is highlighted in red. It reviews the range of tools and processes at the disposal of HR and how to leverage them in the internal and external partnerships to deliver quality services to operate efficiently and effectively across the business. This table overviews the processes across leadership and strategy and will serve as a quick reference to locate these activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there's no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the far right column is HR Tools and Processes with the topics to be covered in each video. We'll take a look at the HR business relationships to run the function, the various solutions, methods, and tools that help HR offer services to the business. In this topic, I will overview the HR lifecycle and the tools and processes that HR uses. As organizations are established and grow, they move through 4 distinct phases as shown in the diagram. Organizations approach each of these phases with different expectations and needs. Starting at the top left column and moving across to the right, during startup phase, leaders struggle to obtain funding so the business can survive. The few employees hired during this phase must wear multiple hats and therefore spend little time on training, so they may not be fully qualified for their positions. The flat structure allows employees to work closely with founders and leaders. This allows for free thinking and creativity. In the growth phase, the founder isn't able to manage the business alone, so additional management people may be brought on. This can lead to morale issues when employees who once had access to organizational leaders lose a daily contact, which is common in the startup phase. As the business becomes more successful, funds are available to provide competitive compensation and benefits to attract and retain qualified employees. From an operational standpoint, the growth phase represents challenges when it exceeds the ability of infrastructure that it needs to handle, and sometimes necessitates the outsourcing of these functions to meet the business's needs. Not all businesses are able to make it through the growth phase and instead collapse or are acquired by larger entities with the infrastructure to support the operations. At the maturity phase, the business has enough resources to provide planning and standardized policies and procedures. It is possible to become bureaucratic and unwieldy, making it difficult for the business to change direction as rapid as it once was to remain competitive. HR does have some stability at this stage and can hire a team to support the more formalized and diverse needs of the business. A declining business is characterized by inefficiency and bureaucracy. To remain viable, leaders may implement workforce reductions, close facilities, and take other cost-cutting measures. The business's offerings may be outdated and unable to compete, resulting in a downward sales trend. In order to survive, development is focused on new product lines or redesigning the existing products to be more competitive. When this doesn't occur, the business may be acquired by a competitor or may cease to exist. Each business will have a different life cycle, but common to all will be the need to position itself to take advantage of the market opportunities and avoid common pitfalls. The employee life cycle helps to plan and visualize each stage of the employee's interaction and engagement with the business. Defining the life cycle provides a framework and workflow for business goals for unbroken chain of service. The graphic on the left shows the employee-centric cycle, where the focus is placed on delivering services and not on the functions nor the tasks. The HR team will leverage a variety of processes and tools to deliver HR services to drive organizational results. HR processes are defined as fundamental strategies that HR leaders implement to ensure a successful employee life cycle and positive work experiences. HR tools are a wide range of solutions that help HR effectively manage its daily activities. Human resources adds value to the business operations by being responsible for the people management practices, facilitating the formation of corporate culture, and enabling change management. It could not perform properly without the right set of HR processes. The common processes can be lumped into three categories, which are shown. Essential. These processes are core to HR and to keep employees and the workplace safe and healthy. Advanced. These processes add another layer to core capabilities by supporting the daily aspects of managing and developing employees. It also bridges the gap between core and strategic HR, or the essential and competitive processes. Competitive. These processes enable the business to promote growth through attracting and developing top talent and providing an environment where employees can thrive. HR is both operational and strategic, and to remain competitive, it needs the ability to develop and execute key strategies that promote the long-term business welfare. The right process design depends strongly on HR's roles and responsibilities and the HR model. HR needs to implement the right balance to control the environment and provide managers and employees the freedom to act. Too much control makes processes slow and expensive and will block innovations. HR tools come in many different shapes and sizes, and it can be challenging to keep track of them all. There are three main categories. Recruitment. The recruitment space is probably where you'll find the vast majority of tools, They support the changing candidate and employee expectations. Administration. These tools revolve around supporting the daily aspects of managing employees. They support new ways of working and the ever-changing employment laws. Human capital management. Platforms that focus on the strategic function support employee growth and development. This helps to improve employee satisfaction and retention rates. When choosing HR tools, keep in mind that products will vary by vendor and the range of functionality offered is often determined by the size of the business. For example, a product targeted at a global enterprise contains more features than one aimed at a local small business. In this topic, you'll learn about some of the essential tools and processes to help become a trusted partner and advisor. Providers can be a company, consultant, agent, advisor, or independent contractor that is hired by the business to provide goods or services to meet its goals and objectives. Service. A service provider offers transactions to satisfy business needs to either internal or external customers. Internal service providers exist within a business to support organizational goals and objectives. HR and technology are both examples of internal service providers. External service providers or client service professionals are those who serve the marketplace and generate revenue for the business. System. A systems provider is a vendor that sells, leases, or rents physical goods. They may also provide the installation, maintenance, and repair service for those goods under the same contract. Solution. A solutions provider is an umbrella term for any combination of hardware, software, or consulting services or other mix of offerings that gives an end-to-end result. The business strategy sometimes requires special capabilities that are not readily available internally due to extensive market competition. Third-party contract service providers may also be competitive and bring down the total cost of operating. Here are some key third-party service providers that HR professionals use more often. Benefit broker are advisors who investigate the market to acquire competitive bids. Benefit providers, program administrators, and managers of a group plan. Training providers are companies or independent public companies on premise or custom training. Consulting providers, companies or independent providing advisory or implementation services. Enterprise resource planning or ERP systems are designed to allow different parts of the organization to access the same data. ERP vendors are divided into 3 types called tiers, which is determined by the vendor's ability to provide economical and business needs. ERP Tier 1 vendors offer business software solution applications, implementation services, and maintenance and support services to large customers all over the world. This software is flexible and designed to address a wide range of business requirements across industry to meet changing business demands. These systems require a technology team to support the hardware and software infrastructure. ERP Tier 2. Vendors from Tier 2 provide systems for mid-market businesses designed specifically for their industry called vertical solutions that address one area of the industry, for example, automotive, healthcare, insurance, or banking. With similar functionality, these systems have a lower operating cost of ownership, which covers fees, implementation, and support. ERP Tier 3. These vendors provide similar systems for small businesses who are usually operate within the same or one country. These vendors are typically private organizations which allow frequent and faster software development. Another disadvantage for the users is closer interaction with the vendor and software development team. The simplicity of cloud computing, ERP, brings a new reality for vendors, offering more flexibility in location for both the vendors and their customers. Software deployment includes all the activities and procedures that make software available for end-user computing. These are the typical deployment categories. On-premise, this acquisition involves upfront capital costs of the software license. Having ownership allows for full customization as well as the integrations to the software. A study by Allied Market Research expects on-premise to hold market share of 57% through 2020. Software as a service or SaaS. This is a subscription model to a comprehensive software solution with an ongoing monthly charge. This is considered to be an operating expense versus capital costs, which can be more attractive in managing financial planning. There's an option to have the software hosted on-site or with a provider. Cloud solutions. These come with the same subscription model as SaaS. However, the server is hosted in the cloud. According to the research, the cloud-based ERP market is significantly expanding and is forecasted to grow with a compounded annual growth rate of 10% through 2020 for a market share of 40%. One of the main drivers of growth is that it allows for easier deployment and removes the need to have servers hosted locally or at the remote location. Therefore, businesses can reallocate its IT budget from server maintenance to innovating other business processes. In this video, I will share the key solutions available to improve HR operational effectiveness and efficiencies. Shared services and outsourcing are two competing trends that help businesses to get more value out of their operating efficiencies. Similarities include delegating general tasks to the teams, strategically aligned locations, and helping the businesses save on costs while increasing their profitability. Shared services. This is a platform for HR to create capacity by streamlining and automating work, to build internal credibility through the execution of processes, and to improve the customer experience with enablement of digital tools and tailored service delivery. Outsourcing is when the business instructs a contracting company to take responsibility and risk for the HR functions and perform these tasks on behalf of the business. In some arrangements, after a certain lock-in period, businesses can decide whether to absorb their support team or keep it co-managed. Both shared services and outsourcing offer value, and each has specific strengths and challenges. An effective decision requires objective appraisal of each approach in the context of the business needs and risk tolerance. HR shared service delivery models rely on centralized elements to achieve economies of scale, to process consistent and decentralized elements, and to ensure balance among resources, service levels, and costs. It can be deployed internally, outsourced, or as a hybrid delivery model to align to the structure based on the characteristics of the work being done. HR services are typically provided through a series of tiers which are described on the table displayed. It reflects the points of service and desired path of escalation for administrative and transactional inquiries and requests received by the employees. Starting with the left column and moving to the right, Tier 0, self-service. This level leverages multiple access points or channels such as a knowledge base, portal, email, and chat to complete basic inquiries or transactions. According to Gartner Key Performance Indicators, KPIs, 66% of HR inquiries or events should be resolved in Tier 0. Tier 1, Service Center. With widespread adoption of Tier 0, KPIs indicates only 28% of employee inquiries roll over to the Service Center or Help Desk, with a majority of those inquiries being resolved on the first call. Tier 2, HR Generalists. They handle all the requests passed by customer service representatives through an escalation process. In this model, the time that generalists spent doing administrative work associated with employee inquiries is reduced from the 70 to 80% range to as low as 5% according to the KPIs. Tier 3, Centers of Expertise, COE. COEs play a key role in the effectiveness of service delivery as they design and influence the policies and practices. Shared services delivery models are unique between businesses because of how products and services are divided among the channels, how technology is leveraged, and how each of the tiers are structured organizationally. Regardless, the goal is to allow each business to focus its limited resources on activities that support the business's goals. Outsourcing is a set of strategic practices and processes that allow businesses to focus on core competencies, scale quickly, increase efficiencies, increase competitiveness, and reduce costs by using third-party contracting companies to perform aspects of its business that typically are performed in-house. There are 3 types of outsourcing options that deal with location variations. Offshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in a nation other than the one in which the hiring business primarily conducts its operations. The contracting company is overseas. Nearshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in a country that is geographically or relatively near to the business. Onshoring. The business hires a third-party contracting company to perform work in the same nation that the hiring business primarily conducts its operations. This is also known as domestic outsourcing. Businesses of all sizes can benefit from a variety of outsourcing options available. I'll share the various forms of outsourcing in the HR space along with typical suppliers, which will appear in the last row. Professional Employer Organizations, or PEO. Many small to medium-sized employers have found the total outsourcing of co-employment arrangement valuable with the advantages of shared risk. PEOs share in the compliance aspect of the HR function. Administrative relief. PEOs bring robust technology for managing payroll processing, HR, and benefits administration to the smaller markets. Improved insurance offerings. PEOs provide access to quality insurance options not readily available, access to HR professionals. PEOs provides resources for managing day-to-day employment issues and best practices. Administrative Services Outsourcing, or ASO. Similar to PEO, the main difference is the employer remains under their own tax identification number. The ASO model seeks to eliminate or automate the transactional components of the HR administration. ASOs incorporate best-of-breed HRIS technology alongside a menu of additional HR services, including COBRA, FSA administration, unemployment management, 401k, time and attendance, and recruiting. Many ASOs offer fractional HR or project work for additional fees. ASOs provide access to high-touch HR expertise, which eliminates the need for added internal headcount while maintaining control. Human Resource Outsourcing, or HRO. This has traditionally been only available to larger organizations. However, many outsourcers are bringing this model to the mid-market. Like an ASO, an employer remains the employer of record in this type of arrangement. Typically, the focus is on takeover of the system, call center, and heavy or burdensome administrative functions. In most cases, a lift or shift occurs, transfer of the work from one area to another without any improvements. Business process outsourcing. The solution focuses on managing the entire HR business processes, primarily for larger organizations. BPOs manage the HR function by utilizing their own tools on behalf of the business. In a sense, BPOs become the new HR organization, and employees communicate directly with them on transactional and administrative issues. HR, strategy, and CEO functions remains with the internal organization. The HR processes are mapped for the BPO's team to execute, and opportunities for transformation can occur. BPOs can also take on other business areas such as IT, finance, and purchasing. Recruiting Process Outsourcing, RPO. The management of the recruiting function in whole or part is outsourced to drive cost, quality, efficiency, service, and scalability benefits. RPOs provide dedicated recruiters, technology, and best practice hiring processes to transform an organization's talent acquisition function. RPOs are responsible for placing people on site or staffed at their location to support the business. Each form of outsourcing is very different and has the potential to bring unique value to a business whose goal is to improve the overall efficiency of the HR function. The entire premise behind outsourcing any or all of HR is to allow an organization to spend more time on meaningful tasks that are at the core of its business. It is paramount to partner with the right provider. This relationship is critical to experience success in today's business and to be better positioned for growth. In this video, I will cover the types of technologies that support effective HR data processing and analysis. HR uses a variety of software options dependent on the industry, business need, and budget to perform various business functions. They help to increase and measure productivity and to perform the business functions accurately. As a general guideline, here's how HR software options can be categorized, but also, dependent on the vendor, they can be cross-section of offerings. Manual, this refers to no use of a business software, but reliance on productivity software such as spreadsheets, databases, to track and manage key domain data. This can be used in compensation or for small payrolls. Desktop software, a freestanding program designed for single user access on one machine. Niche software and some reporting tools falls into this category. In-house software. This is a program developed by the internal technology team to meet the needs of the specific business function and is generally not transferable to other business environments. However, in some cases, especially if software development is a business's core competency, a commercial offering may be developed. Package software, also called off-the-shelf software, is a standard offering sold to the marketplace. It's a collection of programs that perform similar functions or have similar features, such as an HRMS, ATS, or LMS. Unlikely to address all the business needs, some level of customization is likely to be required, and that becomes part of the implementation process. Over the years, the HR technology vendors have expanded and contracted, but the HR processes they support continue to evolve, and HR relies on them to help streamline the processes, cut costs, and improve operational efficiencies. Forrester Research organizes HR business processes and their technology solutions that support them into 6 major categories shown on this table. Let's start with the big boxes. Top left is core HR. This includes employee records, payroll, benefits, and organization structure. Top center, workforce management, consists of time worked and time off. Top right, compensation. These are the processes to manage reward programs. Moving to the big box on the lower left, recruiting and hiring, or ATS. This is adopting new sourcing strategies. Bottom center, talent management, solutions that drive performance and retention. Lower right, learning management, or LMS, systems that deliver formal and informal learning. Across the bottom is HR technologies. This is an umbrella term for the software and associated hardware for automating the HR functions presented. Moving back to the top is the HR portal, sometimes known as the employee portal. It's an online central hub where employees can access information about their workplace quickly and easily. In addition, when multiple vendors are used for the HR offerings, the portal provides a common interface and access point to all of them. What's in a name, you ask? Everything. When you want to have a level playing field across software vendors. However, vendors, analysts, sales teams use different names to mean the same thing. It can be very confusing. So let me shed some light from my experience working with a Tier 1 vendor. On the table shown, the 3 most commonly used terms to describe HR software packages are, across from left to right, HRIS, HCM, and HRMS. The HRIS, Human Resource Information System, this is designed primarily to manage people, policies, and procedures within the primary specific country or region. It has 9 major categories of functionality. An HCM, or Human Capital Management System, has all 9 of those capabilities of the HRIS, with the additional suite of talent management capabilities and global functionalities to operate in multiple countries. The HRMS, the Human Resource Management System, has all the capabilities of the HRMS. HRMS, the Human Resource Management System, will have all the broadest coverages, including the HCM capabilities, along with payroll and time and labor. In addition, it may exclude some of the larger components, such as talent management or learning management systems, which are also can be sold as standalone solutions. Across the top of them is the HR portal. Most customers will access either of these options via portal, though not required. The benefit is it provides a unified front end to multiple systems as a better gateway to present the information to users. The development of new technologies have dramatically changed the way HR operates. New technology provides tremendous benefits that make HR activities much more efficient and convenient, but also creates new problems that have to be managed. Self-service allows both employee and manager access for managing their own personal data. Managers can also handle transactions for their employees. Messaging allows a workforce to connect and communicate for a variety of ways, both professionally and socially. Collaborations allow team members to work together from multiple places around the globe. HR portals provides an intuitive front end or gateway to systems for a common look to employees. And they also have tremendous benefits that make HR activities much more efficient and convenient. In this video, I will describe the reporting spectrum and how it provides value. A report is a communication prepared for a specific purpose with information and organized in a narrative, graphic, or tabular format. It may refer to specific periods, events, occurrences, or subjects and can be communicated or presented in oral or written format. Raw data isn't useful and doesn't help to explain why something happened until it's aggregated. A report is a tool that can be summarized and highlights the data into meaningful information that provides management the insights to take the required actions. The different types of reports used in businesses are shown here, and I'll give a brief description of each. Starting with the top left and moving down. Routine. The main objectives of routine reports are to identify and resolve issues to keep operations running smoothly and efficiently. These reports are required to be prepared and submitted periodically. Informational. These reports present facts about certain activity in detail without any note or suggestions. Research. These reports are based on research work conducted by an individual or a group on any given problem. Over to the top right and moving down. Analytical. These reports contain facts, data collected procedures, classified and tabulated data, and also conclusions and interpretations. Statutory. These reports are to be presented according to requirements of a particular law or rule. Non-regulatory. These reports are administrative to support business operations. Special reports. These include a variety of ad hoc reports to share facts and details about potential suggestions. HR is capable of becoming a strategic business partner to the business by understanding the workforce data. Reporting tools are available to extract and present data in charts, tables, and other visualization for finding useful information. They can also assist in building paginated operational reports ideal for printing. Based on their level of interactivity, I'll start on the left. Static. Developers create static reports for end users. Any changes are referred back to the development team to be made. On the top right, interactive. At the click of a button, interactive reports can be navigated through the various hierarchies and visualization elements are sorted, filtered, and viewed for specific needs. At the bottom right, self-service. The emergence of self-service analytics or ad hoc reporting capabilities have also driven the levels of interactivity even further by giving the power to create and edit reports directly to the decision makers, further empowering them to drive businesses forward while decreasing the workloads on developers. HR's shift to be more strategic and aligned with the business's goals creates a need for KPIs built on metrics, which relies on analytics. Predictive. Predictive analytics can help talent acquisition teams determine if someone will be a good cultural fit for an organization before they're hired. It could even provide estimates on how long the person will stay with the company. Prescriptive. Prescriptive analytics provides recommendations on what to do based on predictions and what would occur in the past. This analytical approach can be highly beneficial for organizations with peak busy seasons. Cognitive. Cognitive analytics trains machines to learn from experiences and to penetrate the complexity of data to identify associations. It is inspired by how the human brain processes information and draws conclusions and classifies instincts and experiences into learning. It insists in making conclusions around the specific area and in providing support for more improved decision-making process. Understanding and using insights identified by these analytics enables leaders to be productive, focused, and understanding the importance of quality as well as efficiency, and in making decisions to help address the business challenges of their organization. Reporting and analytics are not the same thing. While reporting tells you what has happened, analytics provides the insight as to why it's happening and what can be done to make it come out more favorable. On the right-hand side of the report, descriptive is a basic type of analytics you're most familiar with. It's taking historical data and summarizing it into something that is understandable. For example, a headcount report of all employees within the organization. Integrated relies on the past and aims to explain why something already happened. For example, more sophisticated rates like metric rates or time to fill. Only focusing on descriptive analytics is very reactive. On the analytics side, predictive, where descriptive analytics look backwards, predictive analytics works to look ahead. Statistical models and forecasts are used to answer the question of what could happen. Models were built on patterns that were found within the descriptive analytics. The goal is to proactively find the needs of the organization. Prescriptive analytics uses findings from descriptives look at what has happened and predictives what might happen to help determine the best course of action to choose or bypass or eliminate for future business issues. Prescriptive analytics can advise HR on how possible outcomes and what should be done to maximize key business metrics. Cognitive analytics combines a number of intelligent technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithms, and deep learning to apply human brain-like intelligence to perform certain tasks. It provides highly automated optimization solutions that get smarter over time. HR is evolving to align with the business needs and should focus on being proactive. With only 14% of companies progressing from reporting to analytics, there's still more work to be done. In this video, I will describe the different types of research techniques. Research is a process of acquiring detailed information or knowledge to determine opportunities and goals. In this context, this is an everyday job for HR professionals as we take an investigative first approach to the way we work. We'll take a look at two categories of research. Primary, this is the research of original work, meaning that the researcher has gathered it firsthand. Examples are listed with interviews and surveys being the most useful for HR. Secondary, this research is based on information that has been collected or reported by others, such as books, articles by primary researchers, industry standards, or analysis on trends in the organization. All of these are useful for HR. HR responds to organizational questions using information collected and interpreted, which is similar to the scientific method, which is a systemic approach of developing and testing new ideas. It consists of stating a proposition or theory and testing whether it's true. The distinguishing characteristics of the scientific method includes the hypothesis, which is a provisional statement describing the potential relationship between two or more variables. Constructs, a word or concept that refers to the relationship between the objects or the events. Constructs must be operationally defined to make them very specific and empirical, such as job satisfaction has been operationally defined in a variety of ways, including responses on an attitude questionnaire, survey, number of jobs or grievances submitted, turnover rates, etc. Observations, these vary in degree of control and whether extraneous factors could influence the observation. They are very carefully controlled through a variety of experiment. There are 5 steps to the scientific method. I will demonstrate using a common business problem of retention to show how these steps can be used in solving an HR problem. But first, the steps. Identify the problem, form a hypothesis, determine how the hypothesis is tested, gather data to verify the hypothesis, and then draw the conclusions from the analysis. So, identify my problem. The retention rate is low. So number 2, the retention rate is lower with the campus hires could be my hypothesis. In step 3, a correlation analysis of the schools and the hire dates will confirm or not confirm my hypothesis. In step 4, for my data gathering, I can review my employee files and my school's transcripts and then correlate my date of hire and my schools for each employee. In step 5, for my conclusions and analysis, I can then determine if the correlation analysis verify or does not verify my hypothesis. The result of the analysis will either prove the hypothesis that retention is lower among the new employees, or it will disprove it. Sometimes the process of analyzing data may shed light on other factors that contribute to the problem. Data collection is an important element of the analysis process. If the proper data isn't collected, any decision based on it, regardless of the method of analysis used, won't be accurate in the decision. In concluding human resources research, 4 kinds of data may be available, which is described in the table shown with its strengths and weaknesses. For archive data, personnel records provide information for using analysis trends. For absenteeism, for example, personnel records describe how long each employee has worked for the company, as well as how often the employee may be absent from work. For observations, the hypothesis for the absent employee could be based on observations a manager who notices several new employees were frequently absent. Interviews, asking questions and receiving feedback provides direct information about problems. The HR department can interview someone to find out whether they're absent. This data collection method can provide more information than records, but its relevance depends on the frankness of people being interviewed and their willingness to share information. In addition, interviews are time-consuming and may not be cost-effective for that reason. Surveys. This method can be an effective means of gathering information from large groups of geographically dispersed employees, but are limited in the types of data that can be collected. Reliability is the ability of an instrument to measure consistently or repeatedly of the measure. So, for example, if you took the SPHR more times, you'd receive the same score each time, or roughly around the same number. Hence, they give you 90 days before you can retest, so you have the opportunity to do something different to improve your score. That means that the test is a reliable test because you will behave and perform in the same manner. Validity is the ability of an instrument to measure what is intended to measure. So, for example, again, of the SPHR exam, it doesn't test on the state law because it's not consistently applied and not everyone is from the same state. Hence, the federal law is what it tests on because it's a good measure and it's relevant regardless of where you are. Even if you do use state law because it's more generous, you would require to know what the federal law is because you would need that to make the determination that the state law is more generous. So an instrument must be reliable, but it may not always be valid. In this video, I will discuss the methods and tools for data analysis. Accurate and reliable information is critical in making business decisions as it can impact both profits and the welfare of individuals. Both HR and leaders across the business rely on their judgment and analysis of data to predict possible trends. Once data has been collected, there are 2 basic categories of data analysis tools. Qualitative analysis. These are the methods based on subjective use of best judgment and experience of managers or subject matter experts to guide decision making. Quantitative analysis are methods based on mathematical models and qualitative analysis to identify patterns and correlations in data. Both types of analysis have benefits and drawbacks. Therefore, relying on a single method may not provide the most comprehensive analysis. Using different methods of tools helps to minimize errors. Qualitative analysis collects attitudes, opinions, and feelings. It identifies the strengths and weaknesses, generates ideas to determine preferences. Examples are focus groups, in-depth interviews, and questionnaires. Qualitative analysis tools are subjective evaluations of general observations and information and include various types of judgmental forecasts. Tools range from simple to more complex, as those shown from left to right. Managerial estimates. These tools can be as simple as an estimate made by a knowledgeable executive. For example, an experienced sales manager may be able to predict quite accurately by the end of the first month of the quarter whether the sales goal will be met. Delphi technique. This method obtains input from a group of individuals who provide their expertise in succeeding rounds of questions about an issue or problem. After each round, the result is collated, prioritized, and returned to the participants in a form of additional questions for further analysis until consensus is reached. An important factor of the Delphi technique is that participants never meet but provide their input in written form. This technique has several benefits, including the fact that it's a viable alternative when participants are geographically separated and that it encourages a wide variety of ideas that might otherwise not be considered. The nominal group technique. This technique is a structured meeting format designed to elicit participation from all members of the group in order to arrive at the best possible solution to the problem at hand. The process requires a facilitator and begins with a period of time for individuals to think about and write down all their ideas about the issue. Each participant presents one idea, which is recorded by the facilitator for later discussion. When all the ideas have been presented, the process of prioritizing and consensus building takes place until a resolution has been agreed upon. Choosing the appropriate tools for data analysis provides the HR professional with a comprehensive view of what is needed to accomplish organizational goals. Quantitative analysis collects and analyzes numerical data in a descriptive or inferential manner. It describes groups and compares results, identifies trends or commonalities. Examples are charts, graphs, statistical measures, and regression analysis. Quantitative analysis helps in evaluating performance, assessing financial instruments, and making predictions. 3 techniques of measures are regression analysis, a common technique that is not only employed by businesses, but also by statisticians and economists. It involves using statistical equations to predict or estimate the impact of one variable on another. This approach establishes whether there is a positive or negative correlation between the two variables. Linear programming. This method determines how to achieve the best outcome in a mathematical model. A business can use this to help determine how to maximize profit and reduce its operating costs subject to a given set of constraints such as labor. Data mining. This is a combination of computer programming skills and statistical methods. The popularity of data mining continues to grow in parallel to the increase in the quantity and size of the available data sets. These techniques are used in evaluating very large data sets with the aim of finding patterns or correlations concealed within them. A correlation measures 2 variables to determine whether there is a relationship between them. An example of this was demonstrated for problem solving. A correlation coefficient is a number that describes the relationship between the 2 variables. A correlation that approaches -1 indicates that the variables are negatively related. For example, the higher an employee satisfaction, the lower intentions they have of leaving the organization. A correlation of 0 indicates there is no relationship between the variables. A correlation that approaches +1 indicates the variables are positively related. For example, the higher employees' satisfaction, the higher intentions to remain with the organization. The steeper the trend line, the higher the absolute number, the greater the correlation between the 2 variables. Statistical analysis is a mathematical method of interrogating data and looks for relationships between different sets of data that can be complex. Descriptive statistics are used to summarize data in a meaningful way so that results can be used to make decisions. Inferential statistics are used to make inferences about a large population of people when you only have a small set of data to rely on. Statistics helps quantify the confidence in our inferences or conclusions and should only be used when there's a clear understanding of the reasons for doing so. Central tendency is a descriptive summary of a data set through a single value that reflects the center of the data distribution. It is one of the most quintessential concepts in statistics. Using this table, several measures can be used in analyzing data across multiple HR domains. Therefore, you'll want to take time to familiarize yourself with them and their calculations. The top three, mean, mode, medium, are the most common. We'll see this come up a lot when we're looking at evaluation for performances as well as in compensation. In this video, I will discuss the process to contract vendors that HR use to support organizational needs. In a contract, typically one party makes an offer to do or provide something of value such as a product or service, and the other party agrees to do something in return such as payment. Contracts can be formal or informal, oral or written, implied or explicit, and are legally enforceable, although written contracts provide more clarity and protection for the parties involved. With third-party contracts, some part of the transaction is provided by an entity other than those who have signed the contracts. Over the past decade, business expansions, new technologies, and cost focus have increased reliance of third-party contracting to help ease organizational pressures. This has led to importance of building stronger relationships with vendors as they play a vital role in increasing operational efficiencies, improving financial results, and customer satisfaction. Having an effective third-party contract management process will establish good practices and healthy communications. The process outlined here will be detailed on the subsequent slides. A needs assessment is a process to determine priorities, make business improvements, or allocate processes. As depicted in the cycle, starting in the top and center and moving right, it involves describing the objective, defining the current situation, conducting the gap analysis, which is the delta between the objectives and the future state. For the next step, setting the priorities. Not everything can be done, but documenting it will help to keep top of mind. On the next step, investigating and developing options. Being creative is also good in the solutioning process. On the next step, evaluating options. So leveraging business impact metrics for the analysis is a good idea. On the next step, determining budget impacts, and then recommending options, which will help to identify how success will be measured and tracked. There are three common types of requests in the contracting process that are often confused and used interchangeably, and they're not. Let's see if we can clear this up. Request for information, RFI. A well-created RFI will allow a business to gather easily digestible information about potential vendors and their new solutions. Most businesses don't understand the process either by poor research, badly written documentation, or ineffective follow-up, and therefore receive poor results. Request for proposal, or RFP. In many businesses, RFP processes are handled by a purchasing group or is outsourced to someone who's specializing in preparing the RFP. But it's important to understand what information is needed to develop the RFP that will satisfy both parties. A well-developed RFP serves as the basis on which the product or service is obtained and a guide to ensure the delivery meets the business's requirement and as part of the evaluation at the end of the project. Also, there's no standard RFP format in all situations, but the elements for developing one are similar. The request for a quotation, or RFQ. This is a standard business process detailing the goods or services to be required and issued to the appropriate vendors. The quotes received are evaluated, and often the lowest quote wins the contract. RFQ generally means the same thing as an invitation for bid. A good understanding of these types of requests will be beneficial for contract negotiations. The format for the RFP varies with each organization. In general, components include the company information, a brief description about the organization, including information that will help vendors provide accurate proposal, such as the number of employees and locations, project overview, an overview of the project summarizing what is needed, the proposal process, administrative details about the process, including submission deadlines and how to request an extension or the formats for submission, evaluation criteria, how the proposals will be evaluated and the type of format, penalties, any penalties for late delivery, or how to handle anything that's beyond the scope, the questionnaire, the RFP, which is really what the vendors are looking for to address what the requirements are, and then contact information, the name or person to contact should additional information be required. Evaluating each vendor's response takes time, so a matrix similar to what is shown makes a good process easier to follow and focuses on the big picture. In addition, each vendor's response can be evaluated individually and in comparison with one another. This matrix is an example of a vendor selection process showing the key areas being evaluated in the first column and the range of scores the vendor can receive in each subsequent column. Each vendor is then compared, and then the top two vendors are narrowed down based on their overall ability to meet the business's requirements and culture fit. When the evaluation has been completed, notify the successful vendor along with those whose proposals were not accepted. So the steps are to assemble a team, review the proposals, attend the vendor demonstrations if that's necessary, conduct the final evaluations, and then award the final contract. In negotiating the contract, there should be no surprise that vendor contracts are typically one-sided, so negotiating the contract is an important process to protect the interests of the business. So 3 steps to organizing the process. So in planning, understand the business requirements and what was agreed to during the sales cycle, as this will be incorporated into the contract and the statements of work and the project plans. Gather information about the prospective vendor and the people negotiating, so you'll have insights into their past experiences and the personalities. And also develop a negotiation strategy and determine the roles for your team. Conduct, establish negotiation procedures, enforce and adhere to pre-established communications throughout the process. Negotiations work better and take less time when both teams have the decision makers participate at the table. And then lastly, document. Focus the sessions around updated statements of work and come to the agreement. Make the edits directly in the statement of work and have each team take turns owning the pen, which means exchanging it. Any pending items should be noted in the meeting notes for follow-up and resolution. This process ends with the drafted statement of work that has been touched by both parties and saves time recreating the discussions. Whether this is an ongoing outsourcing function or a one-time project, an evaluation ensures that the project continues to meet organizational needs and provides useful information for future projects. This table shows the key areas to pay attention to. Evaluation of performance. So evaluation of the management and the process of the project. Cost overruns, when actual cost exceeds the budget. Hindsight, discover instances where the right decisions was not made. Evaluation of the results, determine whether the project achieved its objectives. It may take many years to completely evaluate a project, so unless the project can be based on analysis, there may be no point in evaluating the project. HR plays a key role in developing, reinforcing, and changing the business. The tools and processes they use help to reinforce the business values and are essential elements to HR success. Therefore, it was critical to cover them through a review of HR service providers and solutions, examine HR systems and technologies to streamline the work, share the spectrum of tools for analyzing data, explore the research techniques and tools, and engage with contract vendors effectively. Successful HR practitioners are well versed on these tools and processes. It helps them to demonstrate their effectiveness, create strong stakeholder relationships, and develop into disciplined practitioners. Next, talent planning will explore assessing existing staffing against the current and future staffing needs to determine the talent plan that will achieve the business's strategic goals. In this course, you'll learn how HR can aid in assessing the workforce and help find top talent with the right tools in place. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering Talent Planning and Acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The first course in this functional area is Talent Planning, which is highlighted in red. Talent planning refers to a combination of people management processes used to recruit and retain top talent. It is primarily a strategic function that is either centralized in large businesses, managed by HR in mid-sized businesses, or may be diluted and dispersed among many managers, depending on how organizational capabilities are aligned. This table overviews the processes across talent planning and acquisition and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the first column is talent planning, with the topics to be covered in each video. The talent planning processes identify the critical skills that are needed now and in the future to maintain a high-performing workforce and are typically tailored to the needs and overall objectives of the business. The approach to attracting talent can be affected by both staffing policies, which are internal factors, and staffing processes, which are external factors. These are just two of the examples of the few that will be addressed. In this topic, we will look at the definition of workforce planning and the activities to support it. Talent planning involves assessing the business's current level of talent and evaluating that against the current and future talent needs of what is necessary to achieve strategic and tactical objectives. It may include the need to hire, downsize, transfer, or train. Integrative leadership is an emerging leadership approach that promotes interactivity across levels of management to achieve strategic goals and objectives. Strategic business plans should be coordinated with the environmental scanning to ensure that the proper mix of employees with adequate skills and qualifications will be available. The budget or annual operating plan should be coordinated with the anticipated changes in the present workforce to ensure the adequate human resources will be available. While each leadership level has responsibility for different levels of organizational planning, business plans should not be made without considering the availability of human resources, and conversely, human resource plans should not be established without knowing the projected business objectives. To fulfill the various job requirements, the internal sources and external sources can be leveraged to fill current and future needs. Human resource planning, HRP, is a continuous process of systemic planning to achieve optimum use of the business's most valuable asset, quality employees. Starting at the top center of the process circle and moving right. Align staffing and business goals and objectives. This is working with the leadership to address the future staffing required for the different positions, the available internal resources and external sources to fulfill the requirements are also measured. Inventory staffing profiles. From the updated HR system, the current number of employees, their capacity, performance, and potential can be analyzed. Identify staffing gaps. Comparing staffing demands and staffing supply will provide the surplus or deficit of resources. Develop talent plan. The talent plan depends on whether there's a deficit or a surplus in the business. The plan may be finalized either for new recruitment, training, temporary staffing, or internal transfers in the case of deficits, and termination, voluntary retirement, and redeployment in the case of surpluses. Measure and evaluate progress. During the implementation of the talent plan, staff is allocated according to the requirements and inventories are updated. The plan is monitored to identify and remove deficiencies by comparing the human resource plan and its actual implementation. This ensures the appropriate action and availability of the required number of resources for various jobs. In this video, I'll be sharing techniques for HR forecasting. HR forecasting is a process that helps a business to determine how many future employees it will need to meet its strategic goals. It helps to identify which jobs will be filled and the types of skills that will be needed and the potential staffing changes. HR forecasts both short and long-term staffing needs based on projected sales, office growth, attrition, and other factors that affect the business for labor. Short-term forecasting typically predicts employment demands for 1 to 2 years. The responsibility for short-term forecasts usually falls upon the immediate supervisor and the unit managers. Budgeting. This is the most accurate method of short-term forecasting. It uses information about the actual work content based on a job analysis of the work that needs to be accomplished. These are the two approaches. Top-down, leadership determines the allocation based either on the budget distribution or allocation of employees. The bottom-up approach, managers are in control of the budget. Their needs are based on the projected business activity. Workload analysis. This is another type of short-term forecasting that identifies both the number of employees and the kind of employees required to achieve organizational goals. Workload analysis calculation helps to determine the optimal staffing requirements to execute a task. It can be used to calculate time, effort, or resources. To calculate the full-time equivalent FTE, people required, use the formula shown. The total functional workload is divided by the workload handled by one person. An FTE is a calculated number and may not represent the actual number of resources doing the work, as some resources may work fractional time to equate to an FTE. All long-term forecasts should be based on strategic business plans and will cover 2 to 10 years. Here are some long-term forecasting methods. Unit demand. This is an extension of short-term forecasting methods and requires managers to be knowledgeable about their business unit's future performance and how many people will be needed year by year to achieve business objectives. Each manager's information is aggregated to form an overall forecast by the business. Trend projections. This is based on the statistical relationship between a factor related to employment and the level of employment. For example, in many businesses, employment's needs are related to the levels of sales, production, or types of services provided. If such a relationship exists, HR can use the forecast levels of sales, production, or services to determine how many employees in each job category will be needed. Probabilistic models. This method uses probabilities of the future events to estimate future employment levels via computer simulation. It models the business environment to describe how it might look in the future depending on alternative decisions and economic conditions. The simulation can show the effects of each decision on HR as well as on business outcomes, including prices, sales, and profits. If the relationship among the variables within the model accurately describes the interactions that actually occur within the business, then the simulation can be used to examine future possible employment needs. Markov analysis. This is a simple form of probabilistic forecast showing how the movement of employees among the different job classifications can be forecasted based upon past movement. The Markov analysis can be used to forecast movement of employees from one job category to another, as well as movement that might occur among salary classes, grade levels, organizational units, or different locations. In this video, I'll be sharing the process for determining staffing requirements. The human resource planning process precedes the recruitment and selection activities and provides a foundation for staffing. Before new employees are recruited, someone needs to decide what kinds of employees are needed and how many, and these decisions need to be aligned with the organization's strategic business plan. Some of the staffing questions that are asked are how many employees are needed, what is the ideal team structure, which types of personal characteristics are needed, what are the required skills, when will the first hire be needed. Calculating the staffing need is part of the human resource planning to analyze identified staffing gaps and surpluses. The key elements and questions to be answered for the processes are demand analysis, where do we want to be and what do we need? Supply analysis, where are we now? What do we have? Then the gap analysis, what are the KSAs that currently exist? What are the KSAs that are needed in the future? And the solution analysis, what can we afford and how will we get what we need? Demand forecasting helps to determine the future staffing requirements and should be addressed with caution to avoid unnecessary surpluses or gaps. Both quantitative and qualitative techniques work well for forecasting of staffing demands and consider these factors when people are impacted. Externally, it examines labor market analysis, community attitudes, and demographic trends. Internally, it addresses the organizational and workforce impacts to see if the right skills are available. The supply analysis involves understanding the current workforce and how it is projected to change over time due to attrition and other trends. It attempts to provide an adequate supply of qualified individuals necessary for the business's financial success, looking at the factors which includes external. The pestle scan can be effective here, as well as a competitive analysis. Organizational, looking at structural, financial, and strategic objectives. And workforce, looking at separations and leaves. The internal supply forecasting is to determine the size and quality of current staff available to meet the business goals and objectives. Its precision is heavily dependent on the accuracy of turnover forecasts. Knowing how many employees are expected to leave is just as important as knowing how many new employees of positions will need to be created. This is an illustration of the internal supply forecasting, which shows how the movement of employees can be used for projections. The formula at the bottom takes into account the current staffing level plus the annual inflows minus the projected annual outflows. A gap analysis compares the studies from the supply and demand forecast to identify the staffing differences and competencies needed for the future. It helps to explore the opportunities to address organizational design challenges, internal development and mobility strategies, and external recruiting strategies. Solution analysis involves the development of strategies to close the gaps identified. It is the logical result of the gap analysis to identify and implement effective strategies to fill the gap. Critical gaps should be analyzed with care to ensure that timely action is taken before they become a problem. The talent planning role would create an action plan to build the skills needed in the future or identify the steps to address areas of overabundance. This plan engages in both recruitment and retention activities, which are developed to optimize the current and future workforce. The plan may include outreach recruitment, contract worker attainment, staff training, or succession planning. Evaluating the business's overall human resources needs can be time-consuming but a worthwhile process. A wide range of strategies exist for attracting and/or developing staff with the needed skills and dealing with workers or skills no longer needed. However, they all fit into one of the three main categories displayed. On the left, build. This is the use of current talent and resources to expand on in-house capabilities, which may include redeploying or training and developing staff. In the center, buy. This is to acquire new talent or merge with an existing business. It may be a lengthy process to recruit and hire people, and even longer to acquire a new business. On the right, borrow. This is to join forces with another business that has the expertise to help the business reach its goals, such as outsourcing, leasing, or contracting to another business to provide resources. Before committing to a direction, clearly define the overarching goals and take time weighing the pros and cons of each option. Several factors influence which strategy or combination of strategies should be used. Some of these factors are shown from left to right. Time. Is there enough time to develop staff internally for anticipated vacancies or new skills needed, or is special fast-paced recruitment the best approach? Resources. What resources are currently available to provide assistance, or must resources be developed? For example, they may include technology, websites, templates, and samples. In addition, will some divisions or people need to be reorganized to meet the business's needs and strategic objectives? Internal depth. Do existing staff demonstrate the potential or interest to develop new skills or assume new or modified positions? Or is external recruitment needed? Or do presently used job classifications and position descriptions reflect future functional requirements and skills? In-demand skills. What competition exists for future skills that are needed? Will you need to recruit for these skills or develop them internally? Staffing is more than just filling positions. It is a holistic look at the workplace to gain insights and design great experiences to attract and retain the best. In this video, we'll explore the sources that make up the HR talent pool. Talent pool refers to the conceptual place or database of top job resources. They're made up of candidates that applied for jobs, those sourced, referrals, and those interested in joining the talent pool. They're available to satisfy immediate to long-term needs. In addition, pools can be shared across organizations. Applicant pools are the people who have applied for open positions. They are acquired from two main sources, which both have pros and cons depending on the business and vacancies to be filled. On the left, internal recruitment. This is the source candidates to fill a role from within the business. It can be a massive time saver because there are not protracted interview and onboarding processes. On the downside, it can stymie new ideas, innovation, and diversity. On the right, external recruitment. This goes outside of the business to attract new people. It brings new ideas, a fresh approach, and renewed energy. But it can be a costly and time-consuming process as candidates must be sourced, interviewed, assessed, and verified before making a hiring decision. Employees who already work for the employer are internal applicants and should be considered for the position, making them candidates. There are many reasons why preference may be given to internal candidates, which include the benefits. It motivates and rewards good performance, demonstrates upward mobility path for the organization. It gives the opportunity to assess the abilities of candidates, improves morale and organizational loyalty, and ensures access to organizational knowledge. In addition, there are drawbacks as well. It can create narrow thinking and stale ideas, present opportunity for political infighting and pressures to compete, requires strong management and development program, and it creates a homogeneous workforce. When recruiting external talent, the recruiting function is very similar to marketing, in that the business is promoting itself and employment opportunities to potential candidates. Adapting marketing principles to talent acquisition is a proven way to bring discipline to the process. For example, a business can be most effective in talent acquisition when identifying the potential markets and create specific messages and activities for each of them. Some of these benefits include bringing new ideas and insights, freedom to make changes without repercussions for the group, changes to the hierarchical structure not being impacted, and additions to diversity that may help achieve EEO and AAA goals. We'll discuss those later. In addition, there are drawbacks which may include unawareness of the fit within the team and the business, loss of time to adjust, destruction of incentive for team to strive for promotion, and the cost to replace short-term hires is higher and disruptive. Replacement planning is a process of identifying short-term or long-term backups so that businesses have employees who can assume responsibilities for critical positions during emergencies. These are identified as replacements and are not promised promotions, but rather they're prepared to the point where they can assume the critical position long enough for leaders to prepare the proper search for permanent replacements. This should not be confused with succession planning, which focuses on developing a pool of candidates to be considered for promotion. In this video, I will share the impact of flexible staffing on the workplace. Flexible staffing is an employment strategy or practice that can fill open positions. The typical process to hire a new employee can take upwards of 45 days, but this can be reduced to a fraction of the time when alternative recruiting sources and workers are used. The choice of arrangement depends on the function, level of supervision required, time constraints, and legal risk and liability. The major disadvantage is a higher cost for the convenience of flexible staffing. Flexible work arrangements give employees greater scheduling freedom in how they fulfill the obligations of their positions. This display identifies a variety of options to accommodate work-life balance, with the bottom row being the most used: flex time, telecommuting, and part-time work. Supporters of flexible work programs understand the challenges of balancing work duties and family life and believe these programs will make a company more attractive to current and prospective employees. However, critics share that employees being reckless with these programs can have an unfavorable impact on the business. Retirees should not be overlooked as an option, as they are already trained and have organizational knowledge and experience phased retirement. This includes a broad range of employment options that allows an employee who's approaching retirement age to continue working with a reduced workload and eventually transition from full-time work to full-time retirement. Retiree annuitants. This is a former participant in a public retirement system who is rehired by the same employer or by a different public employer that maintains positions under the same retirement system. They are defined by the IRS as individuals who are entitled to be drawing benefits from the retirement program while earning compensation from employers for continuing employment, whether or not they're continuing to pay into the retirement program. It may be more cost-effective in the short run to bring back a retired worker to fill in temporarily than to hire another type of temporary worker. Contingent workers are those with no intention or contractual obligations for ongoing work with the same employer. They may work for multiple employers in a variety of work arrangements, which include independent or temporary contractors, freelancers or consultants, or other outsourced or non-permanent workers who are hired on a per-contract basis. They can work on-site or remotely. The gig economy started out as a labor market made up of freelancers or part-time workers taking short-term assignments to supplement their income. This labor market is typically accessible through an online platform or app. This table shows the top 5 reasons why workers are choosing the gig economy, indicating that it will be around for many years. The gig economy is changing the way people work and providing more dynamic work environments. People are diversifying their skill sets to justify their work when it's more convenient for them. A staffing agency, also called a temporary agency, helps bridge a gap for individuals in transition or for a business that needs to supplement or replace staff, but is having difficulty finding qualified employees. An agency will have access to a variety of skilled workers available to be contracted for hire on a contract, temporary, or permanent basis. They can also be part-time or full-time engagements. In this video, we'll address structural workforce changes that impact the workplace. When a business has internal restructures, the operations, processes, or departments may change, enabling the business to become more integrated and profitable. Restructuring can be a painful process as the business's structure may change, adjustments may be made, and jobs may be cut. They typically fall into 2 categories: realignments and site reductions. Realignment is the process of changing the way or how a business operates. It can be as small as rearranging a few positions and responsibilities, or as major as repositioning a large division with different leadership. Reengineering. This aligns the operation in a way that adds values to customers. It may eliminate jobs in some areas and add jobs in other areas. 21st century reengineering may also include a heavy dose of automation. This reduces costs and increased production by looking at individual units to reduce or eliminate redundancy or bureaucratic processes. it can reassign employees to new jobs or reduce the workforce. When a business exhausts internal cost-cutting measures, the next option is to make sizable reductions to shift the burden to the most efficient location or to eliminate the work. Outsourcing. This is relocating a business process from one country to another and can result in a transfer of employees to other jobs from one location to another. Employees may be offered jobs by the contracting company to help maintain operations. Workforce reduction. This is used to lower expenses for short-term improvements in net profits in order to meet previously stated earnings targeted for stock market analysts, also known as reductions in force, RIFs, downsizing, or right. In this video, I will share how business restructuring contributes to the talent planning process. Restructuring is an action taken to significantly modify the financial and operational aspects of the business, usually when facing financial pressures. It involves significantly modifying the debt operations or structure of a company as a way of limiting financial harm and improving the business. We'll look at two forms that impact employee movements: expansions and contractions. Expansion restructuring brings together the resources of two businesses under a single umbrella. They are considered synergistic because they lead to benefits of economies of scale, utilization of tax shelters, creation of vast pool of assets, and setting up more efficient management structure. This group includes mergers, acquisitions, and joint ventures. Mergers and acquisitions. This includes the purchase of companies instead of building them internally. This results in reduced labor as economies of scale allows for jobs to be combined or eliminated. Joint ventures. Two or more businesses create a new business entity, which is generally characterized by shared ownership, shared returns and risk, and shared governance. In contraction restructuring, only some of the business assets are sold, which may be in the form of a subsidiary, plant, division, or product line. The purpose is typically to enable selling the business to run a lean, focused operation while keeping profits. The proceeds from the sale can be used to further increase the business's value. Contractions can be grouped as divestitures and equity carve-outs. Divestitures. Selling part of a business to focus on strategic areas. The options are to eliminate jobs or to transfer employees to the new operating unit. Equity carve-outs. These are also referred to as split-off IPOs or partial spin-offs in preparation for future divestitures. Businesses can either sell shares in one of their business units to receive the cash now, or they may create new subsidiaries for future IPOs. In this video, I'll discuss how to successfully transition employees onto the next phase. Transition is a slow process, and it may take employees several phases to begin with the new behaviors or ways of working. A key component of managing both change and transition is communication. Establishing a transition team to manage this effort and support employees will demonstrate the employer's commitment to the process and provide an avenue for the employees to receive support. Here are a few thoughts for HR as a change agent to keep in mind. Secure leadership, support to buy in, build a change agent network, lead by example, act like you care. This will be an emotional time for everyone, so be extra compassionate in all your interactions. Even when change is good and essential, not many will desire or appreciate it, especially in a job setting. An organizational change action plan will help employees to trust and appreciate the new change initiative, clearly showing them what should change, why this change needs to happen, and how it's going to smoothly take place. The organizational change action plan shown here drives a holistic change management approach towards focusing on the 5 key dimensions: the 3 pillars, people, process, and technology, and the 2 horizontal integrators across the bottom are change and communication, which continuously interacts with the pillars. Understanding the impacts in each of these areas and preparing a plan of action to address them can make a significant impact on the reception of their change program and how it is sustained. A workforce integration plan is used to assess and amalgamate the organizational structures of two businesses to determine a singular way forward with a common set of practices. Stepping through this plan, starting in the upper left corner and moving to the right, we'll develop a workforce integration project plan. We'll then conduct an HR due diligence review. We'll compare the benefits from both organizations. We'll compare both organizations' compensation structure. Then we'll drop down to the second row and we'll move from right to left. We'll develop a compensation and benefit strategies that will be beneficial to both of the integrated workforces. We'll determine what the leadership assignments will be. Then we will eliminate any duplicate functions, prepare employee communications, drop into the last row and moving to the right, merge the personnel data for both workforces into one singular system, and then develop a retention strategy for those who remain in the organization. Talent planning is crucial to the success of any business as it is essential in ensuring that the business has the highest quality of people in critical roles and that they have a plan in place to fulfill their talent needs as the business grows and changes. We cover these areas to help HR professionals support this domain as they will need to review techniques for HR forecasting, identify sources for long and short-term staffing, consider various types of flexible staffing, work with structural workforce changes, and explore techniques to transform employees. Businesses with superior talent planning strategies achieve superior overall business performance when it is aligned with the business strategy and the leadership is committed to the work. HR professionals can help by evaluating the robustness of their processes and policies to develop a workforce that is engaged in and recognizes the value of talent planning. Next, in managing within the law, I'll share how to help managers stay compliant with employment laws. In this course, you'll be exposed to a variety of legal topics to support the employment relationship. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The second course in this functional area is Managing Within the Law, which is highlighted in red. Employment law is fundamental to how businesses operate and manage their people. Managing Within the Law addresses the necessary knowledge and skills that are a key component of every manager's training curriculum and will be especially critical for HR professionals to know. This table overviews the processes across talent planning and acquisition and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within each function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the second column is Managing Within the Law, with the topics to be covered in each video. Managing Within the Law has essential legal topics and issues that managers face daily when interacting with employees and when employees interact with each other, which could help avoid costly mistakes. The topics will provide managers with the knowledge and concrete examples of how to apply the laws that will help them to live by organizational values, build consistency and trust across their teams, develop and practice effective communication, and create a respectful workplace. In this topic, I will share the importance and impact of employment laws. Employment law is a broad area encompassing all areas of the employer-employee relationship. These laws have a high degree of oversight from regulatory agencies with heavy emphasis on documentation and record keeping. Written policies are a compliance element of many laws. They outline employee and employer rights and responsibilities and are formally communicated through employee handbooks. The United States Department of Labor, or DOL, is a cabinet-level department of the federal government with offices in many states. Its mission is to foster, promote, and develop the welfare of wage earners, job seekers, and retirees. The DOL seeks to improve working conditions, advance opportunities for profitable employment, and assure work-related benefits and rights. The DOL administers a variety of federal labor laws, including guaranteed workers' rights to safe and healthy working conditions, minimum hourly wage and overtime pay, freedom from employment discrimination, unemployment insurance, and other income support. The law does not require businesses to hire HR professionals or to employ anyone with a human resources background or certification. However, businesses are expected to be very knowledgeable in employment laws. In addition, managers must be well-versed in the many different employment laws when dealing with employees to be effective and compliant. Many HR functions are governed by the law to address issues through a legal perspective and take a proactive approach. Employment laws can be complex and fluid, thereby requiring strong leadership and oversight. The key to employment law compliance is knowing the laws that apply to the business at each level, federal, state, and local. Here are some tips across the HR functional areas to keep employers compliant. From left to right, leadership and strategy. Create and share reporting structures and hierarchies and maintain proper personnel records. Talent planning and acquisition. Avoid discriminatory language in job postings. Be careful what is asked on job applications and document employee separation details. Learning and development. Conduct anti-harassment and anti-discrimination training and make training opportunities equally available to all employees. Total rewards. Clearly identify essential functions and specific requirements in job descriptions. Properly classify positions and conduct regular performance reviews. Employee relations and engagement. Establish and implement personnel policies. Communicate and update policies and procedures, and be fair, consistent, and equitable in all dealings with employees. Failure to comply with employment laws can have significant financial consequences, which can be damaging to a business's bottom. In this video, I will share the types of employment discrimination. Workplace discrimination occurs when an individual is adversely discriminated against due to a number of factors. We'll take a look at 3 specific discrimination types. Sex discrimination, usually the highest filed cases. Religious discrimination, usually the least filed cases. Reverse discrimination, cases that are not tracked individually but important to be aware of. Sex or gender discrimination in employment involves treating someone unfavorably because of the person's sex, whether they're applying for a job or a current employee. The types that we'll look at are firing, hiring, or promotions, starting at the top of the wheel and moving to the right. Firing, hiring, and promotions. A woman not getting a job for which she has the experience and excellent qualifications because some of the company's clients are more comfortable dealing with men. We'll move to the transfer. Following return from maternity leave, a woman's position is then changed to a lower level with the same pay, while male co-workers in similar positions are allowed to cut back their hours without any change to their position or pay. Compensation. A male chef with a similar training and work experience was recently hired and will be paid higher than his female counterparts. Admission to a training program. Only men are selected for traveling sales position training, and the women who all have children are not. Employers are not allowed to hire, promote, train, compensate, discipline, lay off, or terminate on the basis of an individual's religious beliefs or observances. Accommodations for religious observances, which should not be required by employers, to sacrifice the rights of other workers to accommodate another employee, to breach a collective bargaining agreement to provide the benefits or special needs that would not be equally enjoyed by other employees, to suffer a loss in the work unit efficiency to accommodate and to provide a more than de minimis action, or in other words, the employer should not have to pay overtime for another worker to replace a worker who's leaving. Reverse discrimination is when a member of a majority class is disadvantaged by a program that favors minorities. Title VII allows for gender-based and race-based preferences in employment where 1. A manifest imbalance in traditionally segregated job categories exist. 2. The rights of non-minorities are not necessarily trammeled. 3. The preference is of limited duration to attain, not maintain, racial or gender balance. 4. Does not apply to harassment or constructive discharge. Title VII established the basis for 2 types of unlawful practices: disparate treatment and disparate impact. Disparate treatment occurs when a person is treated differently because of that person's race, religion, sex, or national origin. To make a claim of disparate treatment, it is necessary to prove discriminatory motive, such as a statement saying that the members of a certain ethnic group are ineligible for employment or advancement. This statement would then be considered a direct evidence of discrimination because it shows on its face an intent to discriminate. However, a discriminatory motive can be inferred from the mere fact of the differences in treatment. Disparate impact usually involves unintentional discrimination. Some employment practices, such as testing, discriminates against a particular race or gender, even though the practices are factually neutral. That is, they do not appear to be related to race or to sex. An HR activity is considered to have a disparate impact if the operation of that activity tends to significantly reduce the numbers of minorities or females who are employed in any job category. Unless the practice can be justified as necessary for the business, they are prohibited. With disparate impact, it is not necessary to establish a discriminatory motive. The remedies available for disparate impact cases do not include punitive damages. In this video, we'll discuss workplace harassment. Workplace harassment is a form of discrimination that violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and other federal regulations. Harassment becomes unlawful when the conduct is severe or pervasive enough that a reasonable person would consider the workplace intimidating, hostile, or abusive, or enduring offensive conduct becomes a prerequisite to continued employment. Workplace harassment is a pervasive problem throughout the United States. These types of workplace harassment are illegal and should immediately be addressed. Physical harm or destroying personal property. Sexual, comments, gestures, or unwanted physical contact of a sexual nature. Social or emotional, rumors, blackmailing, racial slurs, deliberately excluding someone from a group, which leads to emotional intimidation. Verbal, name-calling, teasing, phone calls, spreading rumors. And written, threatening notes, emails, graffiti, or text messages. The Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, EEOC, defines workplace sexual harassment as unwelcome sexual advances or conduct of a sexual nature which unreasonably interferes with the performance of a person's job or creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. It can range from persistent offensive sexual jokes to inappropriate touching to posting offensive materials on a bulletin board. Sexual harassment at work is a serious problem and can happen to both men and women. 45% of the EEOC's harassment claims was sex-based. At least 25% of women experience sexual harassment in the workplace. Somewhere between 87 and 94% of employees experience sexual harassment do not file a formal complaint. Here are 2 forms of sexual harassment claims. Quid pro quo. This means this for that, and it involves an expressed or implied demand for sexual favors in the workplace for some benefit. It's inflicted by someone who is in a position of power or authority over the other. Hostile work environment. This is a conduct that is so severe and pervasive that it creates an intimidating or demeaning environment or situation that negatively impacts a person's performance. This can be perpetrated by anyone in the work environment. Employers are liable for harassing conduct committed by supervisors, coworkers, customers, and clients and are expected to exercise reasonable care to prevent racial harassment. They fall into these categories: racial epithets, derogatory comments, verbal harassment, graffiti, racist jokes, name-calling, degrading and belittling conduct. The burden of preventing harassment rests on the employer. Some ways to prevent it are: employers must end harassment through intervention or discipline. Employees should utilize preventative and corrective action opportunities. Employers are liable for discriminatory actions by their employees. In the process, employers should be sure to protect the victim from retaliation. For a clearer insight into harassment, a report by the EEOC found that 75% of the workplace harassment victims experienced retaliation when they spoke up. This practice is illegal, and to ensure employees avoid any misunderstandings, this process shown should be followed. Create a written policy with clear definitions and a statement of no tolerance. Establish a complaint procedure. Provide training and education. Investigate every complaint. Discipline if necessary. Communicate through a variety of methods. In this video, I will overview equal employment opportunity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 prohibits employment discrimination. The Act extended coverage of Title VII to entities that had been excluded in 1964, educational institutions, state and local governments, and the federal government. In addition, it reduced the number of employees needed to subject an employer to coverage by Title VII from 25 to 15, and required employers to keep records of discovery of unlawful employment practices and provide those records to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, upon request. The Act also provides protection from retaliatory employment actions against whistleblowers. It provides litigation authority to the EEOC in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement cannot be reached. In the case of public employment, the EEOC refers the matter to the United States Attorney General to bring the lawsuit. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972 empowered the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, to prevent individuals from engaging in any unlawful employment practices. The EEOC is the first step in enforcing Title VII. Equal employment laws are written for protected classes in two areas: prevent unlawful discrimination against protected groups, which are identified for protection by labor laws, including Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This and other laws and amendments identified these groups for protection. And second, prevention of unlawful harassment includes sexual harassment, abusive conduct, and hostile behaviors. Prevention efforts must include training, a written policy, prompt investigation, and non-retaliatory behaviors. Protected classes are how federal laws conceptualizes protections against discrimination. The understanding of classes continue to evolve either incrementally through courts or through federal legislation. Societal responses to new issues on discrimination generally starts the process. The EEOC protected classes shown on this pictorial view includes the groups from Title VII with additions for veteran status, genetic information, and sexual identity. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, was established by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It has a 5-member commission with no government allegiance. The appointments are confirmed by the United States Senate for 5 years. It has enforcement authority over 6 employment discrimination acts: Title VII, compensation, age, pregnancy, disability, and genetic information. The most common cases are race discrimination for intentional harassment and hidden bias, sex or pregnancy discrimination, and retaliation. The EEOC has considerable power because of its ability to issue guidelines, collect reports, solicit charges of discrimination, investigate the charges, conciliate an agreement, and assist a plaintiff in the litigation of a court case. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission EEOC is the first step in enforcing Title VII for employees who want to pursue a discrimination claim. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act, EEOA, provides administrative guidance for the processing of complaints by the agency, which is depicted in the process flow. Starting at the top center box and moving down, an employee may file one or more discriminatory charges, and the agency does a procedural review and may deny all or part of it within a 30-day window to appeal. If the agency moves forward, the employer is notified of the charge and has the opportunity to respond, which should be taken seriously and promptly. The employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. The agency has 180 days from the filing date to determine reasonable cause of the charge on the basis of three possible outcomes. On the left, option 1, the EEOC finds reasonable cause. The agency is empowered to sue non-governmental entities, including employers, unions, and employment agencies, in the event that an acceptable conciliation agreement could not be reached within 30 days of notice to the employer. The agency can offer to settle the complaint, which all parties will be bound by if they choose this option, and the claim is settled. The employee also has the option to ask for a hearing, which transfers the claim to be handled by an EEOC administrative judge. Or the employee can request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal court within 90 days. The investigation may be extended by another 180 days if new events are added or if new complaints must be added to the original complaint for investigation. The employee also has the right to agree to an extension for up to 90 days. In the center, option 2, EEOC does not decide. If more than 180 days has passed and the agency has not finished its investigation, the employee has the option to wait for the agency to complete its investigation, ask for a hearing which transfers the claim to be heard by an EEOC administrative judge, or to request a right to sue letter to pursue a lawsuit in federal court within 90 days. On the right, option 3, the EEOC finds no reasonable cause. When an investigation is finished, the agency notifies both parties. The employee is notified of the right to pursue a lawsuit in federal district court within 90 days. The EEOC has remedies available to employees who are discriminated against in violation of Title VII, which include back pay, compensatory, and punitive damages. The EEOC and the Civil Rights Act of 1991 use the same caps on the amount of compensatory and punitive damages. If an employer is found guilty of discrimination, court decrees can call for drastic remedies. Employees who are the victims of discrimination are entitled to be made whole or to be restored to their rightful place, meaning the job, seniority level, and salary level that they would otherwise have held absent the discrimination. The traditional remedies for Title VII violations are front pay. If it is not feasible to order the employer to hire or reinstate the employee, a court may order the employer to compensate the employee for anticipated future damages resulting from the discrimination. Back pay. Title VII specifically allows for the recovery of back pay in an employment discrimination case. It includes lost wages and other benefits the employee would have received. The employee may only recover back pay for the period of up to 2 years prior to the date the charge was filed with the EEOC. Expense reimbursements. An employee may be awarded out-of-pocket expenses for job searches, doctor's visits, etc. Compensatory and punitive damages. If there was intentional discrimination, an employee may be able to recover compensatory and punitive damages, which are subject to a combined cap based on the employer's size. Compensatory damages do not include back pay or interest on back pay, therefore it is not subject to a cap. Punitive damages are only available if the employer engaged in discriminatory practice with malice or reckless indifference to the federally protected rights of an aggrieved individual. When an employer receives an EEOC charge, it should be taken seriously. The documentation should go immediately to the Human Resources Department to be handled in a professional manner. Although a charge may come at an unexpected and inconvenient time, responding in a polite and timely manner can make a big difference in the outcome. Here are some suggestions for properly handling EEOC complaints. Never ignore the charge. Preserve relevant documents. Avoid retaliation. Maintain confidentiality. Prepare a position statement. Take advantage of mediation when it is appropriate. As a reminder, employer should in no way interfere with the rights of the employee or employees pursuing the charge. In this video, I will overview affirmative action. In 1965, President Johnson recognized that employers were not implementing the equal employment opportunity provided for in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, so his administration created affirmative action requirements to force the action of the employer community in all federal contracting to implement the new law. Affirmative action is a process by which employers identifying a historical imbalance in their workforce make efforts to increase the presence of women, minorities, covered veterans, and disabled individuals in the workplace and take positive steps to correct their underutilization. Affirmative action changed the rules for federal contractors when it required the inclusion of all qualified individuals to be considered for job openings. Here's a sample of the heavy users of the government who were impacted by the program. Their contractors had to assess their workforce and determine if there was a need for more minorities and women. Then, the regulations required the contractors to implement outreach and recruiting programs to invite qualified minorities and female candidates to participate in the selection process. When an employer decides to work with the federal government, these rules also apply. As depicted, if the employer has 50 or more employees, full-time, part-time, casual, or temporary, on the payroll and has contracts valued at $50,000 or more, there are affirmative action obligations that must be met. There are also other obligations under the Federal Acquisition Regulations, FAR. FAR obligations are managed by the accounting department, and affirmative action obligations are usually managed by human resources. Employers who participate in construction projects have a different set of guidelines known as the 16-point program. As shown, they apply to any contractor or subcontractor with a federally assisted construction contract in excess of $10,000. The Construction Affirmative Action Plan requirements focus on the craft and labor jobs with specific numerical targets for minorities based on the location of the job. The Office of the Federal Contract Compliance Programs, OFCCP, was established by Executive Order 11246 as an agency within the United States Department of Labor. This agency is responsible for monitoring the affirmative action plans of federal contractors and subcontractors as required by 3 regulations: Executive Order 11246, Vietnam-Era Veterans Readjustment Assistance Act, and Rehabilitation Act, Section 503. It shares ADA enforcement authority with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. In this video, I will share areas that may have legal implications in the recruiting process. Here are 4 areas with legal implications that an employer may need to be cognizant of during the hiring process: social media, nepotism, qualified privilege doctoring, and negligent hiring. Employers may want to search the internet for information on job applicants. There are significant risks when using social media information because of its personal nature and the potential for discrimination. To prevent allegations that social media was used as a foundation for discrimination, it is recommended that supervisors and managers not be allowed to conduct social media background checks. However, if they are done, they should be performed similar to background checks that are done on all applicants at the same time in the application process, normally after the applicants are interviewed and judged to be viable candidates. Standardizing this process reduces accusations that personal information from social media site was the bias for the selection process. If a decision is made to reject an applicant because of what is learned from social media, this decision needs to be carefully documented, since the business may need to defend its decision in court. Nepotism is giving preferential treatment to family and friends whether they have the correct qualifications. While it is controversial, it is not illegal unless it creates a discriminatory practice. Businesses usually have policies prohibiting a direct or indirect reporting relationship to avoid issues. Both individuals must report up through separate chains of commands. The value of letters of recommendations have decreased in recent years because of a growing concern among employers that could be sued for reporting adverse information. The qualified privilege doctrine allows previous employers to describe former employees' work records to prospective employers, provided the information is factual and relevant and serves a legitimate business purpose. Most employers will still only confirm dates of employment and title, and many will use a third-party service to handle this request. An appellate court in Florida has ruled that an employer can be held liable for injuries committed by its employees if the company failed to investigate the applicant's criminal record and medical history. This has required employers to dig deeper into the candidate's background and not ignore potential red flags. Employers need to know whether an applicant's background indicates that the applicant has a propensity for abusive behavior. Injured parties have been successfully advancing the legal theory of negligent hire, claiming that the employer knew or should have known that their employees were dangerous. In this video, I will explain the types of tort claims impacting the employment relationship. Workplace torts are wrongful acts or infringement of rights that unfairly causes someone else to suffer loss or harm. The resulting action is civil legal liability for the person who commits the tortious act. This allows for a lawsuit and recovery of the money and damages. There are two basic types of defamation in civil law: slander, which is through verbal communication, and libel, which is through written communication. There are also several basic defenses: the truth, absolute, qualified privilege, and fair comment. The defense must prove that the words the defendant used were false, the reference was made specifically to the plaintiff, comments were read or heard by a third party, or harm and/or economic loss was caused. Fraudulent misrepresentation is a false statement made knowingly, without belief in its truth, or recklessly as to whether true or false. In addition to being a ground on which a contract may be rescinded, it constitutes the tort of deceit. It also puts the burden of proof on the claimant. Intentional infliction of emotional distress occurs when one acts abominably or outrageously with intent to cause another to suffer emotional distress, for example, issuing a threat of future harm. It also occurs during termination when the employer's conduct has been so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree that it goes beyond all bounds of decency, it can be regarded as atrocious, or it is utterly intolerable in a civilized society. Typically, a court will not assign intentional infliction of emotional distress tort liability to a defendant who speaks harmfully about public figures. Invasion of privacy occurs when an employee feels that the employer has violated his or her rights to privacy by obtaining or disclosing information gained from a source in which the employee had a reasonable expectation of privacy. Employees have a general right to privacy where there is a reasonable expectation of privacy, or, in the case of social media, it is governed by the nature of the social media site. Negligence occurs when conduct falls below the standards of behavior established by law for the protection of others against unreasonable risk of harm. The employer can be held liable for employee actions when the employer knew or should have known about the potential harmful risk, or the risk could have been uncovered by reasonable investigation. Two common torts employers face are: 1. Negligent retention. This is retaining an employee or removing authority after becoming aware that the employee posed a danger or misused the authority. Negligent entrustment. This occurs when the employer provides an employee with an instrument which the employee then harms a third party. Other types of related torts that may be grounds for a lawsuit include negligent misrepresentation of material facts, negligent hiring of a dangerous employee, negligent supervision in controlling employee actions, negligent training for trainee not helping an employee, negligent infliction of emotional distress, and negligent failure to provide a safe workplace. Employment laws are ever-changing and they vary by industry, business, and region. Staying compliant need not to be an administrative headache, and being proactive goes a long way towards reducing the potential consequences of non-compliance. For HR professionals and managers, we covered the essential areas to appreciate the importance of employment law, understand employment discrimination, recognize the various types of workplace harassment, review the requirements for AA plans and reporting, and identify the common types of workplace legal claims. HR professionals need to keep abreast of federal, state, and local laws that apply to their business and keep people managers well informed so they stay compliant in their interactions with employees. Next, discover why talent sourcing is important to recruitment and how it helps to improve the quality of hiring. In this course, you will learn the process to create a sustainable talent pipeline. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The third course in this functional area is talent sourcing, which is highlighted in red. Talent sourcing is the process of identifying, researching, generating, and networking with potential job candidates in order to convert individuals into applicants. The broader task of talent sourcing is to generate a consistent flow of highly skilled talent for the business. This table overviews the processes across talent planning and acquisition and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people doing the work. In the third column is talent sourcing, with the topics to be covered in each video. Talent sourcing is a crucial first step in acquiring top talent through cultivating a robust and steady stream of highly qualified applicants that remain engaged with and interested in joining the business. It also requires a sound marketing campaign to attract candidates to the business and engage candidates with unique experiences. Sourcing and recruiting go hand in hand but have important distinctions. In this topic, I will share the value of the talent pipeline. Talent sourcing is to generate a consistent flow of highly skilled applicants through the process of identifying potential candidates, researching candidates, generating referrals, and networking with prospects. Its basic goal is to convert non-applicants into applicants. Talent acquisition, talent sourcing, and recruiting are often used interchangeably, but there are fundamental differences which may account to why the industry suffers from serious talent shortages. Taking talent acquisition as the umbrella function, talent sourcing and recruiting are two components. Talent sourcing, this finds candidates and builds a pipeline to achieve long-term goals. Recruiting, on the other hand, is attracting applicants to fill open positions to achieve short-term goals. The talent sourcing process will vary by business, as it may be informal to a very robust formalized process or somewhere in between. This structured four-step process can work for almost any business. Starting at the top of the process cycle and moving right, plan strategy, design a plan that will target a high density of desirable candidates through individuals and organizations. Create documentation, defining the profiles for the jobs and ideal candidates to create clear and explicit links between potential needs and the target candidates. Source talent. Connecting and cultivating relationships with potential candidates is the focus of the sourcing. This generates the talent pool. Assess pipeline. Funneling the pool of qualified candidates by aligning candidates and job profiles. This can be an iterative process as needs and candidates will change. Talent sourcing requires a strategic approach with market research and insights. These elements will be integral to creating a sustainable process. Identify candidates. This can be based on specific skill sets, personas, academic backgrounds, broad candidate descriptions, internal versus external hires, or other relevant options. Research candidates. Which networks to use? What's the best way to approach candidates? The answers to these types of questions will help sourcers work faster and more effective. Generate referrals. Work with talent pools to aggregate the information to determine the best approach. Network with prospects. Understanding where the current talent is and where it's likely to be in the future are the keys to keeping the strategy sustainable. In this video, I'll describe how an employer creates its brand. Employment branding consists of projecting an image that makes people want to work for the business. This image is created through the business's employment value proposition, which describes what the company has to offer its employees relative to the rewards offered by other places of employment. It should resonate with the employee's experience for the business, position the business as an employer of choice in the marketplace, align with the business's public image to attract and retain employees. In today's candidate-driven market, most HR and marketing leaders agree that investing in an employer brand is essential. Here is the typical employer branding journey. From left to right, traditional recruiting. Most employers engage in ad hoc job posting and recruiting and may have a reactive over-reliance on headhunters or recruiters. Employer uniqueness. Employers begin to lay the foundation for what they will have to offer when they understand their employee value proposition and post jobs through social platforms and specialized forums. Brand strategy. The next steps reshape the employer to define the employer brand strategy, establish metrics and benchmarks, and expand the recruiting function to target the engagement strategy to attract the right talent and develop a talent community to build a strong pipeline. Strategic employer branding expert. The employer has transformed to an influential, engaging employer brand and leverages data-driven decision-making. The recruiting efforts include talent segmentation and prioritization and a continuous talent pipelining through community management. The employer branding journey moves from tactical ad hoc recruiting to strategic employer branding based on actionable insights and measurable KPIs with a robust talent community and pipeline. An employer brand house visually communicates who they are as an employer brand and holds them accountable to the promises they make in their brand advertising. Here's a sample employer brand house with its components. Purpose. This is the reason for the brand to exist beyond making money and needs to relate to the product or the service itself. Value proposition pillars. These are the points that set the business apart from its competitors and sum up what matters most to attract top talent. Proof points. This demonstrates how the business has achieved its value proposition. Essence. This is a single thought, typically expressed in 3 to 5 words that captures the soul of the brand. Values. These are a set of guiding principles that shape every aspect of the business and are at the very core of the brand to drive the brand message, identity, and personality. The employer brand is reinforced or ruined by every interaction with HR, and the focus should be on creating exceptional experiences for applicants and employees to attract the upper echelons of talent within the industry. Therefore, HR leaders need to understand how to build an employer brand successfully. The function of employer branding is a complex and hybrid role that cuts across HR, recruiting, and marketing. It first begins with defining a great employee experience that motivates the current team and draws others in. In defining the employer brand, it focuses on communicating the best aspects of the culture, values, and objectives, providing an honest picture of the work environment, such as how well employees collaborate or the great opportunities. It uses the same corporate marketing tools to visualize work-life benefits or how employees spend time together. The business's reputation as an employer will affect its ability to attract top candidates. Here are some key pointers to remember. Branding begins before the initial contact, so plan your actions well in advance of the campaigns. The branding gives a perceived identity to potential candidates. Be sure to brand your image on websites as well as any possible places that candidates will explore to gain insights. The brand should align to the business's value and behavior. This is an opportunity to showcase the employee's value proposition that differentiates the business from the competition. The brand is often spread by word of mouth and social media. Leverage social media sessions with corporate leaders and employees to share their stories and company's experiences. Sourcing should be treated like the launch of a premier product in the marketplace. In this video, I'll share the elements of an employee value proposition. Employee value proposition, or EVP, is creating a balance of rewards and recognition in return for the employee's performance at the workplace. It is a people-centered approach to retain quality candidates. It is a magnet to the organization's employment brand, and it identifies and differentiates the factors of why an individual would want to work for an employer. It may be based on total compensation, employer values, work-life balance, and the opportunity to develop skills. It's original, unique, compelling, and strategically directed to a talent pool. An EVP communicates why the total work experience at the business is superior to others, as shown in the sample EVP across the 4 pillars of total rewards, development, job design, and culture. It would outline the unique employee policies, programs, rewards, and benefit programs that prove a business's commitment to the people and management development. The employee value proposition needs to be leveraged in all hiring efforts of the business to communicate why a candidate should join. According to Gartner's, delivering strong EVP can attract significant talent and boost employee engagement. For example, if EVP is viewed as attractive, the reach into the labor markets increased by 50%. In addition, annual employee turnover can decrease by under 70% and would increase new hire commitment by nearly 30%. Let's look at the complete process. Identifying your brand. What kind of employer are you? What do you want to be known for? And to promote the position you want to stand for. Target your candidates. Identify the most likely sources, target sources, and to consider unexpected sources. Work with key sources. Cultivate relationships with target organizations. Give them tours and introduce them to the team. Stress mutually dependent goals. And prepare your pitch. Sell the benefits of working for the business, in essence, the EVP. The advantages of EVP have proven that there's more to employee satisfaction than just salary and benefits. It's crucial to attracting and hiring and retaining the best talent in the industry. This goes a long way in helping prioritize the HR policies, creating a strong brand in the eyes of people, and to help management in the workforce engagement. In this video, I will identify the resources for potential candidate sourcing. According to LinkedIn Trends, only 36% of the workforce is actively looking for new opportunities at any given time, but 90% is willing to talk and learn more. This opens a door for candidate sourcing, which involves proactively searching for and engaging qualified talent to fill current or future positions. Sourcing takes active control of the talent pipeline and initiate conversations with potential candidates meeting the desired profiles. In addition, it introduces individuals to the businesses and opportunities that would otherwise go unnoticed. Businesses of all sizes can benefit from creating a sourcing strategy that takes into account both the current and future needs to ensure a sustainable pipeline. To help maintain a competitive advantage in attracting top talent, the steps in the process are shown on the process cycle. Starting at the top and moving to the right, identify goals. The talent sourcing strategy should be derived from the integrative leadership planning process, which encompasses long-term, mid-term, and short-term planning for the business and staffing. Determine talent sourcing and recruiting needs. This takes into account the HR findings processes, and learnings. From the staff, it needs analysis to execute on the solution analysis. Define the talent targets. There are a variety of ways to identify and define the types of talent to source and recruit to build a pipeline. Research the ideal talent sources. Understanding where talent is now and where it's likely to be in the future is the key to keeping a strategy sustainable and helping to work faster and more effectively. Conduct analysis at intervals. The final component of an effective sourcing strategy is incorporating the ability to review and improve it by setting checkpoints and collaborating with metrics to measure the effectiveness of both the strategy and its execution. Implementing a sourcing strategy can be a demand on time and resources and will require outside support. Regardless of how it's attained, the benefits will outweigh the efforts and position the talent sourcing team to deliver talented candidates at a faster rate with less wasted effort. Job documentation is a compilation of artifacts that make up the referenceable material used throughout HR to assess a job. The talent acquisition process uses two forms of them to communicate clearly and concisely with candidates while trying to assess and determine candidate fit. Job profile. This is a condensed version of the job description. It allows more attitude for the current goals and provides just enough information to determine whether a candidate is qualified and interested in the job. Candidate persona. Understanding the characteristics of the ideal candidate will help to bridge the gap with the organizational transition to ensure a good cultural fit and value alignment. Recruiting benchmarks research found that source candidates are more than 2 times as efficient as candidates who apply on their own. On average, 1 in 152 applicants is hired, as compared to 1 in every 72 sourced candidates, which are those who are not actively interested. This is the reason why talent sourcing can affect talent shortages. The following candidate sourcing strategies will help fill your funnel with qualified talent. Create a solid sales pitch. Identify talent based on growth needs. Try new strategies often. Source the right talent pools. Tap into the employee base. Part of building strong talent sourcing relationships will require knowing your audience to help improve response rates by focusing on things that matter to each type of candidate. The goal is to give them just enough information to pique their interest and respond, but be careful about overloading them with information. Ask your recent hires for feedback on your outreach message and use that feedback to test different messaging and improve your response rates. Keep these tips in mind. Remember passive leads. Connect personally with the leads. Respect people's time. Ask for referrals from everyone. In this video, I will share how to create a positive candidate experience. One of the most important factors for attracting talent is candidate experience. It is defined on how a candidate feels about the hiring process once they've experienced it. These feelings, whether good or bad, influence candidates in their decisions on whether to apply and/or accept an offer, the feedback they share to others, and the perception of the business as a brand and the employer as a brand. Candidate relationship management is the structured process of maintaining a healthy, positive relationship with past, current, and potential candidates. Here are some recruiting statistics. 66% of candidates believe interactions with employees are the best way to gain business insights. Candidates are 2 times more likely to accept cold emails from recruiters if they have previous interaction with the brand. Over 75% of professionals are passive candidates, and this alone is good reason to build the employer brand and engage with candidates proactively. The current trend is to focus on the candidate-recruiter relationship, which is largely inspired by marketing and sales techniques. It helps to build the employer brand and engage with candidates proactively. The candidate experience journey is a process of creating a visual representation or map of the candidate journey. It requires defining candidate personas for a clear idea of the types of candidates. The candidate experience journey shown addresses the touch points candidates have with the employer brand during the 6 stages. From left to right, here are the common behavior stages that all candidates go through. Awareness. Candidates become aware of the employer brand.
Consideration. Candidates research the business and its competitors. Interest. Candidates choose the business as their preferred employer. Application. Candidates apply to open positions and become applicants. Selection. Applicants go through the selection process and the scope narrows to select candidates, those who are serious contenders. Hire. Candidates become new employees. Mapping a candidate experience journey is a great way to improve a candidate's journey and to enhance the business's employer branding strategy.
Candidates have significant ability to affect external perceptions about the business simply by sharing their talent acquisition experiences. With today's online employee review sites, such as Glassdoor.com and Kununu.com, candidates have even more power to communicate to many people about their experiences during the interview process. Positive. A good candidate experience will make candidates feel good about the employer after they see how they're treated. A better experience will make them eager to share their good feelings with others, helping to build the employer's reputation. Negative. A bad candidate experience will make candidates lose respect for the employer and the brand. A poor candidate experience negatively impacts the employer's brand. According to statistics from a nationwide career builder candidate survey, here are the most common complaints candidates have about their application experience. Moving from left to right across the survey results displayed, 75% said they never heard back from the company after sending an application. 60% went for interviews and never heard back from the company. 42% were disgruntled candidates that will not apply for a position at the company again. 22% will tell others not to apply to the company. 9% will ask others to boycott the products. The quick resolution for these complaints will be to respond to every candidate's application. However, creating a good candidate experience is more involved. It requires a mindset that puts the candidate's interests first, which shifts the focus on respecting the candidate's time and designing the candidate experience to be as painless as possible. Candidate experience is becoming one of the most important metrics to evaluate a talent acquisition strategy. So measuring this metric to make improvements starts with the talent sourcing process. Moving from left to right across the survey results displayed, we'll take a look at a Kelly Services survey for the benefits of providing positive candidate experiences. 95% said they were more likely to apply again. 97% said they would refer others to apply. 88% said they would increase purchases with the company. 55% said they would tell their social networks about the positive experience. The talent sourcing process requires careful attention to detail. Here are tips for how to optimize your sourcing practices. Develop clear job profiles. Make it easy for candidates to apply. Recruit to fill a real need. Share with candidates what to expect during the process. Communicate with candidates during each step. Give candidates full attention during the interviews. Let candidates know when they are no longer being considered. Keep good candidates for future needs. And be open to giving and receiving feedback. In this topic, we'll navigate the process of attracting applicants through to onboarding of qualified candidates. Talent acquisition refers to the ongoing strategy to identify and acquire skilled workers to meet organizational needs. It is the strategic process to build a future talent pool and defines the employer brand and employee value proposition, build internal and external relationships to support recruitment strategies, and uses metrics and analytics to better make decisions and improve workforce readiness. The talent acquisition team is responsible for identifying, acquiring, assessing, and hiring candidates to fill open positions within a business. To accomplish this, the team executes these processes. Starting from the top center and moving to the right, employer branding, promoting unique employer traits, employee value proposition, sharing the unique value of working for the employer, talent sourcing, building and sustaining a pipeline of quality candidates, candidate experience, defining positive job-seeking experiences, recruiting, attracting applicants to fill vacancies with qualified candidates. The talent planning and acquisition funnel is an integrated framework to actively manage and maintain the talent pipeline across the HR organization. At the top and broadest point of the funnel, talent planning forecasts jobs needs. High priority roles will take time to fill, some as long as 6 months and some longer. Planning ahead for jobs that don't need to be filled as yet will avoid critical gaps. Talent sourcing, attracting the right candidates. Employer branding is a key factor for creating a robust talent acquisition funnel and a critical aspect for 76% of applicants, according to a Randstad Talent Outlook survey. Recruiting, selecting from the pool. This is a critical step as bad hiring decisions can cost as much as 80% of employee churn. Equal focus and effort should be on nurturing internal talent, which can lead to filling openings faster. Recruiting is a big process. Recruiters benefit from learning the ins and outs and preparing the team to ensure it all comes together well. HR administration, onboarding new hires. Successfully onboarding and assimilating new employees into the culture matters more than ever today. A good onboarding process should take approximately 90 days to become familiar with the organizational culture, structure, relationships, and expectations. Recruiting refers to the process of attracting potential job applicants from the external labor force. It is an active process to fill staff openings by enticing passive applicants to pursue open positions, connecting with applicants who are actively seeking opportunities, and staffing the right candidates into the positions at the right time. Applicant and candidate are often used interchangeably but have different meanings. An applicant is an individual, internal or external, who has applied for an opening. An applicant becomes a candidate when the employer determines the applicant has met the qualifications and is being considered for the opening. Recruiting activities occur when a requisition for a job is approved, starting with the top box in the left corner and moving down. The talent sourcing process. This feeds into the recruiting process, and those applicants are stored in the applicant tracking database. The first full row is the beginning of the recruiting process. This row is called applicant to candidate processes. The recruiter accesses the applicant tracking system to post openings selection process. Applicants are screened and selected. Talent assessment. Selected applicants are tested and down selected. Interview process. The down-selected applicants are interviewed and further down-selected. As we move down to the last row and move from right to left, we're now into the candidate to new hire processes. Starting with the bottom right corner and moving left, hiring process. Conversations are held with a selected candidate or candidates and requests for information is made. The candidate accepts and all paperwork is signed back. Unsuccessful candidates are notified. Pre-hire inquiries. Initiate pre-employment inquiries. Additional information is validated and requests addressed. If unsuccessful, the process can terminate. Immigration processes. If the candidate does not have legal authorization to work in the United States, the business determines if to proceed with the immigration process. If unsuccessful, or the business decides not to proceed, the process can terminate. Onboarding process. All contingencies are cleared. If not, the process terminates, or the candidate can begin employment. Both the new hire and the business prepares for the start date. The demand for top talent is much higher than the supply, and to hire the best talent and stay competitive, recruiters are changing their approach. Recruitment marketing includes different processes used for building and communicating the employer brand and employee value proposition. Every recruitment marketing strategy can be accomplished through the 4 goals shown. Attract and source. This makes potential candidates aware of the business and open positions. Convert. This triggers their interest into the business. Engage. This makes candidates consider the business as their next employer of choice. Track. This drives talent to apply to open positions. Businesses with competitive advantages attract top talent, and they're doing it through inbound marketing methods and strategies which are displayed for each of the goals. Many HR professionals believe that recruitment marketing will become a requirement for successful recruiting and hiring. In this video, I will share the methods to resource potential candidates. Recruiting top talent takes a combination of creativity and diligence. Most employers find that they must access talent for the relevant labor markets using traditional and non-traditional recruiting methods, as shown on the diagram. Typical examples to attract applicants include target calls to the database and local outreach. Technology makes it easier to publish job postings to a broader audience using text and email, website portals, media and online advertising, and social media. To connect with qualified candidates and drive excitement about the role and the business, recruiters have to find ways to stand out from other employers. While drafting job advertisements can be a daunting experience, when done well, they can help attract the best talent available in the market with suitable qualifications and top-notch expertise. Here are some tips to help optimize writing and creating interest. On the left, job descriptions. To attract the attention of top talent, recruiters need to turn plain job descriptions into compelling job advertisements. Starting at the bottom left and moving clockwise. Use a reader-friendly format with an authentic tone of voice. Write shorter sentences with simpler phrases or use bullet points. The content should be between 700 and 2,000 characters, which will attract on average 30% more applications. On the right, candidate. Starting at the top left and moving counterclockwise. Make titles specific to the job and share the level and location. Provide an overview that will help build excitement about the role and the business. Explain how the job fits into the organization and the reporting structure. Personalize with the word you instead of using the successful candidate or the ideal candidate. It helps to reflect on the organizational culture so applicants can visualize themselves as part of the business. Many businesses post open positions internally to provide employees with the right skills, the opportunity to advance professionally, and enhance personal development. This is a great motivator for employees and can help to reduce turnover, lower hiring costs, and to gain a competitive market advantage. Various methods of internal sources of recruitment are as follows. Promotions. This is filling open positions by rewarding employees with the suitable higher positions, increased salary, status, and responsibility. The opportunity for promotions can help in reducing employee turnover by creating the hope of getting higher positions. Transfers. Employees are moved to similar jobs in other departments that usually does not involve a change in salary, responsibility, and position of the job. Transfers help in reducing the boredom and monotony of the work where it may be used to fill the vacancies with suitable internal candidates. Employee referrals. Employees can share information about vacant positions to their friends and relatives. As an added incentive, employees may be incentivized with bonuses when criteria is met. Former employees. They have the inside knowledge from previous employment and can quickly adapt to a cultural fit, making them ideal candidates. External sources of recruitment involve motivating the skilled and more efficient applicants external to the business to apply for a vacant position. As shown on the diagram, job openings are posted by various methods such as advertisement, campus recruitment, employment exchanges, walk-in interviews, organizational websites, job fairs, job portals, just to call out a few. E-recruitment refers to the use of web-based technology for the various processes of attracting, assessing, selecting, hiring, and onboarding job candidates. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this method. On the left, advantages include widening recruitment sourcing for active and passive candidates, provide an almost immediate response to advertisements, increase the applicant pool, target specialized skills, support particular lifestyle or cultural fit groups, assist with realistic job previewing, and facilitate better candidate matching. On the right, disadvantages, which may generate a high volume of responses, many from unqualified candidates, require labor-intensive filtering processes, be restricted by data privacy regulations, exclude qualified candidates, and experience technology issues from standardizing the application process. In this video, we'll address the ways to effectively use social media in recruiting. Social media are popular web-based interactive communication media. It helps to target the right social networks for your audience. It's imperative to keep the client relationship in mind when building a social media presence and to choose channels that will align with a wide array of goals to make the best impact, become active, and establish your business and self as an authority. Social media recruiting differs from other types of recruiting, such as online or mobile recruiting, because it allows a recruiter to connect directly both active and passive users. They both share passions, ideals, or networks which cannot be done with other types of recruiting methods. We'll explore how to effectively use social networking, moving from the top left and down, extend employer brand, create impactful messages, extend social reach, moving from the top right and down, connect on social channels, try innovative channels, engage employees, candidate experience. Social media plays a huge role in employer branding because it paints an authentic and compelling picture of life inside the business. Digitize the employer brand so there's social presence with consistency, communicate values to show company alignment, share ethics and beliefs to give a sense of culture, highlight content that the company is a great place to work, organically attract candidates, make an emotional connection. Promotional content can be mixed with valuable content to attract individuals who may not be interested in opportunities, but your messages through connecting helps to build your brand. Valuable content can generally be categorized as informative and interesting. Informative content is insightful, educational, and helpful for viewers. Interesting content isn't necessarily helpful, but is interesting or intriguing. Know the reach of the hashtag, how many people it will use, the geography, and the demographics. Be inventive with the hashtag, make it personal and relevant. Start trending the hashtag by focusing on the interesting content, linking it to informative posts, commenting on top posts, and sharing. Social media targeting is the ability to display advertising posts to specific audiences. It is primarily subscription-based, but some networks like Facebook offer basic targeting options for some organic posts. Broaden audience reach with click-through rates, which are the highest at just under 1%. Campaign costs can be managed on the fly to attain targeted desired results or control costs. In addition, multiple social campaigns can be connected to deliver the best results. At its core, the goal of social media is to connect people to be effective. Both communication and connecting needs to the workforce. Select ideal networks. LinkedIn ranked at the most popular network, leads at 87%. Facebook comes in a far second at 55%, and Twitter trails at 47%. Participate in groups. Engaging with prospect customers and the industry is key for compelling them to engage back. Responding to comments as well will help to investigate a meaningful dialogue. Create articles, share content, ask for opinions and feedback. Having open forums and asking to keep in touch, as true personal communication requires time and effort. A generic communication will be a missed opportunity to connect with potential prospects. The social platforms have been designed to appeal to different audiences and to be used differently, which allows for different approaches to be taken on each one. Here are two innovative channels to consider. Instagram. This is a visual network with strong appeal and following. By June 2018, it curated 1 billion monthly active users, which had doubled from June 2016. Just under 50% of its users are ages 18 to 65, and over 60% of users log in daily. It can show the fun side of a corporate culture, such as pictures around the office, employee contributions, team building events, and video recruitment ads. Social media live streaming has made the leap from novelty to necessity. Many channels have integrated live video into their platforms, and an increasing number of brands are adjusting their social strategies to reap these benefits. They include live streaming with audience participation to help build engagement, share real-time information, reveal behind-the-scenes footage, and host Q&A sessions. Live streaming is easy to use and personalize and can use tailored content to appeal to specific groups. It keeps passive candidates engaged by finding the right format and the content for specific events. Connect with audiences. The use of social media is all about maximizing reach and spreading messages with social media shares are amongst the most effective source of hires. Engaged employees. Consider having employees involved in the process, set guidelines for the team, and be prescriptive. Enhance candidate experience. Keep top talent engaged. Send direct messages. Make video calls. Draw experienced talent professionals to the network. Leverage the data provided through social media campaigns about its effectiveness to analyze and adjust market efforts. Talent sourcing is proactively looking for the best potential hires for open and future positions. With the competition as fierce as it is, only businesses with a clear and effective strategy will succeed. We covered the elements to build a continuous talent pipeline, develop a strong employer brand and EVP, source both candidates and businesses, use a variety of recruiting methods, and create positive candidate experiences. The talent shortage has made it even more difficult, which is why sourcing becomes all the more important. It is an integral part of recruitment to improve the quality of hiring. Recruiting and sourcing are increasingly recognized as distinctive activities with different goals and outcomes requiring very different skills and processes. Next, talent acquisition explores the process of attracting and hiring skilled employees to fulfill the business's. In this course, we will review the processes to acquire top talent. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The second to last course in this functional area is talent acquisition, which is highlighted in red. Talent acquisition is the ongoing strategy to find specialists, leaders, or future executives for the business. It tends to focus on long-term human resource planning and finding appropriate candidates for positions that require a very specific skill set. This table overviews the processes across talent planning and acquisition and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Every business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the second column from the right is talent acquisition, with the topics to be covered in each video. Talent acquisition is important because finding and hiring the right people is a crucial element of the business's plan, and it directly affects the business's future success. Without the right employees, a business is likely to struggle with poor productivity, bad decision-making, and unmotivated staff. These factors make it difficult for a business to remain stable in a competitive market. In this topic, the calculation for adverse impact will be demonstrated. Generally, the most important use regarding discrimination in business is the effect of employment policies and procedures regarded as the intent of the employer. Adverse impact or disparate impact occurs when protected class members are substantially treated differently. There are specific activities that create unintended circumstances. The term is primarily used when recruiting to show disparity in poor hiring practices that can arise against class, ethnicity, and sex. It can span all areas of employment but have discriminatory effect on a protected group. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or EEOC, provides a definition of the 4/5 rule. Under this rule, a selection rate for any race, sex, or ethnic group which is less than 4/5 of the rate for the group with the highest selection rate will generally be regarded by the federal enforcement agency as evidence of adverse impact. When adverse impact exists, employers are either expected to show that the selection rate is a valid process related to job performance or to stop using it, or to find an alternative process that has a less discriminatory effect. This calculation is shown for the internal adverse impact for men and women who were interviewed for a job. Evidence of adverse impact is demonstrated when the percentage of any race or gender group passing selection tests is less than 4/5 of the highest group. Looking at the table, it shows that 60 males were interviewed, 30 were hired, which is a ratio of 50%, and of the 40 women interviewed, 10 were hired, which is a ratio of 25%. So to answer the question, yes, there was adverse impact. Because to determine adverse impact, you need to multiply 4/5 or 80% by 50%, which is the group with the highest rate, and it gives you 40%, which is where the threshold is. Adverse impact would occur because 25% of the females were hired, not the required threshold of 40%. The practical meaning of this calculation is that statistically, women have a less chance of being selected for jobs than men do. Therefore, it is illegal unless the business can demonstrate that the selection activities are specifically job related. In this video, I'll describe how applicant tracking improves the recruitment process. Businesses need to track job applicants as they move through the steps of the application process. A manual system may be adequate for small operations, but as businesses grow, a more sophisticated system will be required. Applicants and/or candidates are tracked as they move through the steps of the recruiting process. A variety of systems are available based on the size of the business. Paper-based system, no specialized software or productivity software is used. On-premise software, the vendor's software and hardware resides on site. Web-based software, the system is accessed via a web browser and hosted by the vendor. Cloud software, the data and system is hosted by the vendor. Applicant software primarily helps to electronically track and manage candidates. Two flavors of this are recruitment software and applicant tracking systems, as shown here with similarities and differences. Applicant tracking system, or ATS. An applicant tracking system is a software that speeds up the hiring process. A good applicant tracking system provides the ability to sort and manage candidates, as well as post jobs, look at resumes, and find the most qualified applicants to interview. An ATS can help save a substantial amount of time and energy when looking for employees. Recruitment software. Where an ATS focuses solely on tracking applicants, recruiting software helps connect applicants with openings. As a result, recruiting software includes an ATS with additional features such as scheduling, email marketing, multiple users, Boolean search, and mobile capabilities. The most modern recruitment software pairs applicant tracking with customer relationship management. Both tools can help the hiring process depending on the need and the budget. Smaller operations may want to start with a simple applicant tracking system to speed up the hiring process. A full-time recruiter may benefit from streamlining the hiring process using an online recruitment software with the advantages of an applicant tracking system in addition to customer relationship management, email marketing, and collaboration features. Communicating with applicants is a critical piece of the recruiting process. This table shows sample forms of communication at each stage. It should be timely, make them aware of the status in the search, result in positive experiences for applicants, even when they may not be interviewed or selected for the position. It demonstrates that the business cares that the applicants have taken their time to apply to positions. So ideally, acknowledge receipt of resumes and applications, stay in touch with candidates who've moved through the process until they have removed the consideration, and then lastly, call candidates personally who have made it through the final round of the interviews. Invitations to self-identify are used in the affirmative action efforts to collect data on hiring practices for the federal government. The categories of information are for race, sex, gender, veteran status, and disabled. Some businesses also invite existing employees to self-identify using a standard form. Applicants without disabilities or veteran status are also able to self-identify to aid in gathering information. Self-identification is collected and reported to the U.S. government, Department of Labor, confidentially. Self-identifying is optional but strongly encouraged. It does not result in any adverse treatment for the employee or applicant. Invitations to self-identify are part of the application process and should be treated confidentially, just as all other HR data is confidential. Federal government contractors and subcontractors should ask applicants, when possible, to self-identify race, gender, and ethnicity. This can be obtained by paper or electronic self-identification forms. It's used to evaluate the differences in selection rates amongst different groups to determine if adverse impact has occurred. In this video, I will describe the steps in the selection process. The selection process is a collection and shortlisting of the right applicants with the necessary qualification and skills to fill the openings in a business. The selection process varies across industries and businesses, HR professionals, and even hiring managers within the same organization. It is making an informed hiring decision that will depend largely on two basic principles of selection. Understanding the past behavior is the best predictor of future success, and collecting as much reliable and valid data as economically feasible. The time and money put into the selection process should be balanced with the cost of making a poor hiring decision. The selection process is a sequential procedure involving some or all the steps illustrated. Each step in the process is typically treated as a hurdle that systematically screens the number of applicants advancing to the next step. To survive the process and be placed into the job, an applicant must successfully pass each hurdle. Each step in the selection process should be designed to be specific, useful information for making the hiring decision. The order of the steps in the application process should be determined by a cost-benefit analysis. The most costly and subjective steps should be placed at the end of the process, with fewer applicants remaining in the pool. Let's have a walk through a typical process, beginning with the step performed by the recruiter. Review candidate sources. Reject if failed to meet minimum qualifications or moved on to the next step. Prepare short list of applicants. Reject if failed job specifications or moved on to the next step. Screen short list of applicants. Reject if failed job specification or move to the next step. Assign employment tests if required. Reject if failed test or move to the next step. At this stage, the process changes over to the hiring manager. Shortlist candidates for the interviews. Reject if failed the interview requirements or move to the next step. Assign team interviews. Reject if failed interview requirements or move to the next step. Either of these decision points will return control back to the recruiter. If the candidate is successful, the recruiter will initiate the offer process. If the candidate is rejected, the recruiter closes out the loop with the candidate. All selection information should be reliable. Reliability refers to the consistency of a measure or repeatability. The higher a measuring instrument's repeatability, the greater the confidence that can be placed in the instrument. For example, scores for a test that is taken twice should be similar. Reliability is an important issue in employee selection because it serves as a limiting constraint on validity. If a measuring instrument is not reliable, it cannot be valid. Unreliable information cannot be used to predict performance on the job. Some of the major reasons why selection information may be unreliable include the selection instrument may be ambiguous and unclear. The person using the instrument may not have a clear perception of the behavior being measured or a well-defined standard to use as a basis for making an evaluation. The behavior being evaluated may be an unstable phenomena that changes from time to time, such as personal feelings, rather than a stable personality characteristic. According to the uniform guidelines, each step in the selection process should be evaluated for adverse impact. Here are 3 methods. Construct validity. The test is met if the procedure measures the degree to which candidates have identifiable characteristics which have been determined to be important in successful performance in the job. These measurements are done through detailed study of the test results and success of incumbents in the job. Such validation can be extremely expensive to demonstrate. Content validity. The criteria is met when testing is specifically related to what is done on the job and how it is done. The test must include the knowledge, skills, and abilities that are specifically required on the job in the same way they are used on the job. Criterion-related validity. Demonstrating this type of validity involves empirical studies producing data that shows the selection procedures are predictive or significantly related with important elements of job performance. This is a scientific study of the tests used with sufficient number of successful incumbents to determine there is a statistically significant correlation with the job content. These studies are by very nature long and expensive and should be performed by the employer. Utility refers to the overall effectiveness of the selection method as shown in the table. The concept encompasses both accuracy and the importance of selection decisions and implies a concern with the costs related to setting up and implementing the selection method and costs associated with errors in the decision made. Generally, the utility of selection method is higher when it results in a higher base rate of success for a job. Base rates of success increases when a higher validity predictor is used and when a lower selection ratios are used. If the base rate is already quite high, it is difficult to find a predictor that can beat the best rate. In this case, utility of a predictor will be low since there's little room for improvement. The factors of validity, selection ratio, and best rate, however, do not consider the cost of making selection decisions and particularly the cost benefits of these decisions. Being productive in talent acquisition requires taking the time to develop an ideal candidate profile. This strategy will help attract better candidates, speed up the recruiting process, and get better hires. As a result, it helps to become more efficient as a recruiter by perfectly matching candidates to positions and reducing the time to hire and reduce hiring costs in the process. It begins with a standard job description at the left and mapping it to this job profile in the center. The job profile is best developed by a team of employees who understand the business's need for the position. It clarifies the details of the job description, outlines the job details, and fills in the personality attributes that brings the job profile to life. These are the key components that you should hire the employee to accomplish. The candidate profile is a replica of the job profile that will quickly help to identify when there's a candidate match. It represents the persona of the ideal candidate that will fit the job. The cost of a bad hire can reach up to 30% of the employee's first year, according to an estimate by the United States Department of Labor. Career Builder reports that 74% of companies who admit that they have hired the wrong person for a position lost an average of $14,900 for each bad hire. According to Undercover Recruiter, bad hires will cost $240,000 a year relating to hiring, compensation, and retention for a person who made $100,000 salary. Here are the typical breakdowns from the top left and moving downward and around. 10% will be attributed to orientation and training, 23% severance and unemployment, 8% recruiter fee for the new hire, 4% interviewing time for internal employees, 24% salaries, healthcare, and benefit costs, 21% the workload increase during the vacancy, and 10% the recruiter fee for the bad hire. A successful selection process goes back to time and money spent. The right amount of time making the right decision so a lot of money won't have to go into fixing mistakes on the back. In this video, I will share the tools that aid in screening applicants. The purpose of applicant screening is the process of eliminating applicants who do not meet the basic job requirements such as minimum experience, education, willingness to relocate, salary requirements, or culture fit. The process typically begins with assessing the applicant's fit for the job by matching the job profile to the candidate profile and then narrowing the selection. A recent trend among some recruiters is to use applicants' social networking profile as a tool in the screening process. followed by a telephone interview to gather the insights, resulting with a short list of top applicants to present to the hiring manager. Screening forms help recruiters to have a standardized view of applicants' information and to systematically organize the downstream selection. These are the type of forms resumes and application blanks are typically used. While technologies has radically changed the step for those using applicant software, many HR practitioners still screen each resume or application manually. The forms and uses. They help to match the applicants to the job profile and to remove any applicants who do not meet the basic requirements. Any red flags are also noted in this area. A resume is a short document, 2 to 3 pages, summarizing work experience and qualifications. It includes contact information, work experience, education, and relevant skills in support of the job application. The resume is arguably the most critical part of the application process, as a poorly written one may be a disqualifier from having a conversation with the hiring manager. A well-organized, tailored resume will increase your chances of landing an interview, while a poorly written resume will not. A curriculum vitae, which means course of life, or CV, is a comprehensive version of your professional life spanning your work history, education, certifications, affiliations, publications, and specializations. Unless specifically asked for a CV, one should not be used for a professional interview. 70% of job applications submitted through an applicant tracking system fail to be read because of how they're formatted. 90% of businesses use applicant tracking system, so here are some tips. The easiest format for the software to read for your work experience is reverse chronological order. This format emphasizes work experience by putting it at the top of the page. A PDF format is a universal file that can be read by most systems while keeping the original format in place. Approved templates or simplified formats are easier to read by most systems. Choose a common simple font and use bigger fonts for headers and smaller fonts for content. To highlight your achievements, use simple bulleted square circle points. Label sections correctly with common terminology. Tailor your resume with key job words to pick up on the job requirements. Completing an application blank is a basic part of the selection process in most businesses. The primary purpose of an application blank is to provide meaningful job employment information that helps employers make accurate hiring decisions. Although an application blank can be used to eliminate applicants who are obviously unqualified, it is seldom used in making fine discriminations between the best qualified applicants. Application blanks typically request 4 kinds of information shown on the table: vital statistics, background information, work history, background experiences. The Uniform Guideline Selection governs the use of screening tools for applicants, including employment applications and other pre-employment tests. Other labor laws, such as the Americans with Disabilities Act, requires that employers make reasonable accommodation for applicants so that they can compete on an even playing field. The 4 basic types of application forms are displayed. The short form employment application form is a shorter version, usually 1 to 5 pages. It's typically used for applying for transfers, promotions, and useful for pre-screening applicants. The long form employment application, they're provided space for additional job details and requirements for advanced degrees. Job-specific employment application, if the business hires a substantial number of employees for positions with similar requirements, this form can be designed to gather specific information related to the position or the profession. So generally, this may be used for teaching, scientific careers, or volume hiring in similar professions. The weighted employment application, this form is developed to assist recruiters in evaluating candidate qualifications. It's developed using the job description with aspects of the job that are more important for success, given higher weights than other parts of the job. It tends to reduce the bias in screening process, but are more expensive to maintain because every time the job gets redesigned, then the job requirements change, the form must be updated. Although application blanks can be very reliable and valid, they do have limitations. It is an impersonal selection procedure, and no written form can ever substitute for direct personal contact. It only asks for limited amounts of information, so individuals who have unique backgrounds or experiences may have difficulty describing what they have done on the form. It elicits biased information and only represents what an applicant wants the organization to know, which usually means unfavorable information is omitted or watered down. The information is strictly objective and fails to explain the individual's motive and situational constraints. The information provided will be interpreted by people, and therefore the interpretation is subject to observer bias. According to a Career Builder survey, 70% of recruiters check an applicant's social networking profile, and 57% found content which caused them to eliminate an individual. Using online searches and social networking profiles can provide insights into an applicant's personal and professional personas, which professional organizations they belong to, the types of social organizations, and the type of volunteer. In this video, I will share the types of assessments used to evaluate candidates. Talent assessments are effective tools for hiring the right person for the right job, evaluating candidates for a promotion, managing and developing team members, and ultimately understanding the people who make up the workforce. They provide objective and standardized measures of such human characteristics as aptitudes, interests, abilities, and personalities. If the characteristics being measured are important to successful job performance, personnel tests represent a valuable selection device. Choosing an appropriate test requires careful job analysis by someone who knows each job very well or who has examined the job descriptions and job specifications. Tests should be chosen that can improve the job selection process. Carefully selecting personnel tests can significantly improve the selection process for many jobs. Behavior assessments. These provide an accurate depiction or pattern of people's core drives and therefore insights into their needs and behaviors. Cognitive assessments. These measure someone's ability to solve problems, think on their feet, reasoning, and other mental capabilities required to excel in specific jobs. Integrity assessments. These test a person's honesty, dependability, trustworthiness, reliability, and pro-social behavior. Each kind of assessment has useful applications dependent on the objective. Most businesses utilize online questionnaires to assess whether the personality, work style, knowledge, or skills of candidates fit the job at hand or culture. Starting at the left column and moving down, achievement is theoretical and practical knowledge. Interest, likes and dislikes. Personality, what drives you. Moving to the top and right and down. Aptitude, learning capacity. Intelligence, reasoning, verbal, number, and memory. Situational judgment, how to approach problem solving. An assessment center is one of the most powerful methods for identifying management potential. It is typically used when a group of candidates is being considered for hiring or promotions into management positions. Applicants participate in a series of activities that usually occur over a period of 2 or 3 days. Assessment centers have generally been excellent predictors of job performance because the activities included in them usually are designed to replicate the activities and responsibilities of the actual job. Most candidates find the assessment center process very stressful, but staying focused with a bigger objective in mind can be helpful. Over the 2 to 3 days, candidates are evaluated as they complete 5 activities. Introduction or interviews. This is the most common starting point when candidates meet each other and the assessor. This provides an initial impression of the candidate's personality, motivation, appearance, and personal interaction skills. Group discussion. This is an integral part of most assessment centers. The group is broken up into 4 to 6 participants and given a topic where they must prepare a presentation. The topic may be related to business or current events. The in-basket exercise. This is a classic task that has evolved from an in-basket on the desk to an email inbox with calls and other requests from co-workers that come in, all of which require immediate attention and prioritization. Mixing a variety of personal and business priorities, the applicant needs to decide how to manage the task. Individual presentation. This topic is usually current politics, economic development, or an issue related to the business's industry. Questions are asked, followed by presentation. Role-playing. This is one of the more difficult tasks because there is no advanced preparation. There is a hypothetical conversation between the candidate and assessors with challenges that the candidate must overcome to be successful. Testing has been the target of many discrimination challenges. Following the successful use of testing in the military during World War II, many organizations began to use tests in their selection process. Testing increased dramatically during the 1950s and 1960s as many organizations required all applicants to complete a lengthy battery of tests for personality and interest inventories. By 1970, however, it became very clear that some of these tests were eliminating a large proportion of minorities from jobs for which the tests were not valid. Testing has since been the target of many discrimination challenges. Pre-employment tests. If they have an adverse impact, they are illegal. They should not ask personal or potentially embarrassing questions that are not related to job performance. Bear in mind that they are not perfectly reliable and valid. They may reject some job applicants who would be perfectly excellent employees. Reliable and valid tests are not. In this video, the interviewing process will be described. Interviews are a form of pre-employment test designed to predict employee behavior. They are subject to criteria of reliability and validity. When assessing an applicant fit, interviews are the top choice for employers. There are several types of interviews to gain understanding of the applicant experience. Job interviews are stressful situations for interviewers and candidates. The interviewer has a very short period of time to determine whether the candidate is the best choice, and the candidate wants to make a good impression for the ultimate goal of attaining the job offer. To reduce the stress and improve the chances of obtaining the information needed to make the best hiring decision, preparing for the interview is essential. HR can assist interviewers in this process by providing advice on structuring an effective interview and developing interviewing strategy. Starting from the top and center of the process cycle and moving to the right, select the interview team. HR's role in selecting the interview team is to work with the line manager to ensure that everyone who needs to be involved in the interview process is included. Hold a pre-interview strategy meeting. Include the interview team and provide an opportunity for the hiring manager to share what is required of a successful candidate to make sure that all the interviewers are on the same page. This is also a good opportunity for HR to share information about the common types of interviews to be conducted and common interviewer biases, and to review appropriate interview questions, the evaluation forms, and best practices such as note-taking. Conduct interviews. The interviewers should be prepared to meet the candidates by reading the application forms and resumes ahead of time, and be careful not to make notes on any of the screening forms. Complete applicant evaluation forms. Immediately following each interview, assess each candidate using the form provided so there's consistency in the interview process. The forms will be useful in cross-comparing candidates in the job requirement and act as a reminder when discussing each candidate. Evaluate applicants. And when everyone on the interviewing team has met with all the candidates, a final meeting takes place. During this meeting, the interviewers review the candidate evaluation forms and share their thoughts on the candidates. Select candidate. HR works with the hiring manager to select the final candidate. All other candidates are notified the hiring process has ended for them and that they will be kept in the database for future opportunities. The size and roles within the interview team will typically vary based on the size of the business. The primary focus of the interviewing team is to ensure a consistent methodology is used for all candidates. They help a candidate make an informed decision about the business. They objectively portray the details about the job. They preview the job using a variety of techniques such as workplace tours, interviews, and simulations. Every business will have their own challenges with the interviewing process, and it may vary with the various organizational units. There are 3 challenges that continue to rank high on many lists and are critical to selecting successful hires. The interviewer may have a preference for certain questions, and in doing so, may tilt the interview or otherwise gain a distorted view of the candidate. Rater bias. The interviewer may also be biased in the way that they think in general. Note-taking. Keep comments related to job and fit. We'll look at each of these in a little bit more detail. EEOC cautions employers about obtaining the following kinds of information unless they can demonstrate a business necessity. English language skills, names of friends and relatives, citizenship, educational level, military discharge, past work for an employer, marital status, previous use of medical leave, disabilities, height and weight, arrest and conviction records, economic status, availability to work weekends and holidays. While some of these may appear to be questions that may be legal, it may all be in how you phrase them. For example, for citizenship, the question that can be asked is, are you authorized to legally work in the U.S.? The question of, where are you from, is illegal. Asking someone directly about their education level, if it has no bearing on the job, would be illegal. And another one that comes up common is about arrest and conviction records. Arrest records is irrelevant, but convictions may not be. Interviewing is a skill and important activity that, if done wrong, can result in a rejection of good candidates or worse, appointment of bad people who will prove problematic. Here are some of the ways that interviewers may show bias during the interviews. Stereotyping, which is forming an opinion of someone's bias on gender, religion, race, appearance, or any other type of characteristic. Inconsistent questioning, preference given to questions that may tilt the interviewer or otherwise gain a distorted view of the candidate. First impression, making judgments about an interviewee based on their first impression being positive or negative. Negative emphasis, receiving a small amount of negative information and use it as the basis for a final decision. Halo horn effect. Halo is letting one positive fact overshadow everything else. Horn is the opposite and allows a weak factor to influence everything else. Nonverbal bias is based on a body language or nonverbal cues such as a handshake. Contrast effect. Stronger candidates interviews after a weaker candidate may appear more qualified than they are because of the contrast between the two. Similar to me error, thinking highly of someone who has a similar mindset or personality to the interviewer. And candidates will often bait you into this as well because they'll draw references and comparisons to what you've done. Cultural noise, ability to distinguish between a socially acceptable answer rather than revealing their true opinion. Interviewer notes, be factual, keep it job-related information, no opinion or personal biases, and in your marginal note, no comments on protected categories, nothing you wouldn't say directly to a person. Also, avoid writing on the applicant's resume or application, and never make any notes that can be construed as discriminatory in any way. In this video, I will identify the different types of interviews. Employment interviews are generally unreliable and therefore do not provide valid information. However, there are other reasons for conducting employment interviews, and they include obtaining information about the applicant, selling the company to the applicant, providing information about business, and to establish a relationship. Several types of interviews are available for selecting candidates. Not all of them are appropriate for every situation, and it's up to the HR to counsel the hiring manager and interviewing team on what will work best in each situation. Pattern interviews are the most reliable method of gathering information in an interview and are especially useful for employment interviewing and research purposes. Semi-structured interviews are not as reliable as pattern interviews, but they're used more frequently for interviewing applicants for employment because they require less advanced preparation on the part of the employer. Behavioral interviews test self-awareness by focusing on past experiences and how they were handled. They try to uncover problem-solving techniques. Stress interviews are designed to see whether people can think on their feet in uncomfortable situations. When multiple interviewers need to meet at the same time, or one interviewer needs to meet with several people at the same time, there are specific interviews to address these situations. Board or panel interviews are designed to allow several interviewers to obtain information about one individual simultaneously rather than having separate interviews that require more time. Group or team interviews are useful for diagnosing how well a group is functioning. However, the group must maintain a cooperative working relationship and resolve problems within the group. Recruiting is not always conducted in the office, which may be influenced by several factors. Interviews done on the company premises may interfere with normal business operations, while the team is also interested in learning about the behaviors of the candidates in a more relaxed environment. Video interview. This lets the employer observe candidates' body language and how they answer questions. However, its key advantage is a reduction in travel costs and a more efficient use of time for both the recruiter and the candidates. Meal interviews. Having lunch, breakfast, or dinner provides the interviewer with a chance to assess your communication and interpersonal skills, as well as table manners, in a more casual environment than an office setting. HR interviews are not often taken seriously by applicants, and this can be a huge mistake. While HR is an powerful influencer on the next round, especially when the interviewer is a gatekeeper, a senior member of a long-standing staff, or an influencer. Phone screen. HR usually conducts the pre-screening interview, which puts them in the role of gatekeeper. A series of pre-qualification questions are selected to screen out candidates who do not have the mindset, qualifications, or whose salary expectations do not fit the organization's salary range. Informational meeting. These are investigative meetings used to explore potential opportunities or fit where they may or may not have a position open. These are typically used for sourcing candidates. Non-directive meeting. These interviews are largely inappropriate for gathering information to make a selection decision, but they're useful for employee counseling or for gathering information during the closing. Asking the right questions is important to gather information needed to adequately assess candidates. The right questions can help sort out the star candidates from the low performers. There are 3 types of questions that can help get in-depth understanding from candidates. Skill-based questions are directly related to experience with tools, technologies, and industry standards, and help to find the difference between theoretical and practical knowledge. Behavioral questions show candidates' aptitude and approach to a task based on past experience. They are useful for revealing soft skills like trustworthiness, aptitude, work, and ethics. Situational questions provide the chance to see how a candidate would react to specific scenarios in your office. They offer a sneak peek into a candidate's instinct, confidence, and decision-making ability. In this video, I will overview the hiring process. Extending job offers and reaching an agreement about the terms and conditions of employment requires a certain level of skill. On the one hand, a business can simply describe what it's willing to offer and expect the candidate to take it or leave it, but this is not really negotiating, nor does it treat new candidates and their unique interests respectfully. Having a plan in place and moving to close the candidate quickly so that all time spent has not been wasted. Here's a high-level flow, moving from left to right. Once a candidate has been selected, HR is responsible to extend the offer of employment, so there's a need to have some negotiation skill to arrive at the total compensation decision and to understand the logistics of the role so that you can make the appropriate decisions. An offer letter is extended, so HR must take care not to unintentionally create an employment contract with a new hire and to firmly communicate the at-will status. Employment at will is a condition that all employment may be terminated at any time for any reason by either party in the employment. It mitigates the need for a just cause or specific reason for terminating an employee. Employment at will is significantly diluted by 3 exceptions: the duty of good faith and fair dealing, implied contract, and public policy. A job offer is when an invitation is extended to work in a specific position for an employer. They fall into 3 categories. On the left, contingent job offer. This is also called a conditional job offer, and it helps an employer secure a qualified candidate until all the requirements of all outstanding items have been met. It also represents a verbal or written offer that has been presented but is not firm, and is usually dependent on the candidate passing certain tests or meeting certain requirements. In the center, employment offer. This can be oral or written communication that formally offers the candidate the job. Generally, it is not legally binding. On the right, oral agreements. Candidates who receive a verbal offer can request the offer in writing. Robert Ringer is the author of 8 books, including 3 #1 bestsellers, 2 of which have been listed by the New York Times among the 15 best-selling motivational books of all times. He combines philosophy, reality, and action in a unique style that challenges readers to think, such as this one. With a written agreement, you have a prayer. With a verbal agreement, you have nothing but air. I think this sums it up and all that you need to know about offers and contracts. Most employees are governed by one of two standard employment agreements. Offer letter. This is an informal offer of employment that is typically made to confirm a verbal agreement with an individual employee. Offer letters are not meant to be contracts, they simply summarize the employer's employment offering to a potential hire. If an offer letter is improperly constructed, that offer letter could inadvertently form a legal binding contract. The employer in that case would be held to all terms of the contract, and this can be extremely costly to the employer. Union contract. This is a formal document negotiated between the employer and the union that represents the business's employees. It sets out guidelines for the employment relationship between the business and its unionized workers. The union and employer agree to a multi-year contract that contains such terms as wages, benefits, pension contributions, scheduling, seniority advantages, and other working conditions. An employment contract is a legally binding agreement between the employer and the employee that explicitly lists the conditions of employment. Typically, executives or salespeople are under employment agreement. It contains detailed information on the conditions of employment and clearly states the contractual obligations for the employer and the employee. Here are the typical sections. Agreement length. This identifies the beginning and ending dates of the contract. It can also be renewable at that time. Compensation and benefits. This includes things like base rate of pay, pay calculation, hourly salary or commission, how increases and bonuses will be achieved and paid, and health and welfare benefits. Job description. This is a list of duties and responsibilities that the employee will be responsible for. Performance requirements. This documents performance requirements for payments, revenue targets, sales targets, and other measurable performance standards. Statement of authority. This details expenditure limits and hiring authority and relationship conditions. These conditions require approval from the board or other authorities. Other important issues. This may include non-disclosure agreements for the employer's intellectual property protection, non-compete provisions, or copyright and patent rights agreements. Termination provisions. This addresses personal behavior and ethic requirements, other reasons or causes for separation, and in some cases may offer golden parachutes, buyout for early separation, and/or mergers. Good negotiation skill can help reach goals and close the deal. It requires learning the skills applied and the principles. So convey and manage compensation discussions, resolve issues, and separate emotions and issues conflicts. The principles: set priorities, prepare thoroughly, ascertain what is really driving the other side's agenda, keep an open mind, never say never, and strive for win-win solutions. Good negotiating attempts to satisfy the needs of both parties. Both sides should leave the bargaining table feeling satisfied with the agreement and pleased with the working arrangement. The following principles are for improving negotiations. Analyze the interests of both parties. Plan the negotiation strategy. Gather information. Be creative in the solutions. Avoid making unilateral concessions. Know when to walk away. In this video, I'll review the types of contingent assessments. Contingent assessments are criteria which must be met before an offer becomes final. Written permission is required from the candidate to access information. If the results require rescinding an offer, consult with an attorney first. Specific business needs or job role may require the use of alternative or additional assessments, but these are the most common: the background assessment, drug testing, and medical examinations. Background assessments can range from verification of a candidate's social security number to a detailed account of history and acquaintances. Information included on a background assessment will depend to some extent on the employer and the job involved. Jobs that involve working with children, the elderly, or people with disabilities are examples of jobs that will most certainly require a criminal background check. Here are some typical types of background assessments: previous employment, educational credentials, criminal activities, credit report, and general character. The Fair Credit Report Act, FCRA, FCRA, sets national standards for employment screening that applies to background assessments performed by an outside company called a consumer reporting agency. The law does not apply in situations where the employer conducts background checks internally. The FCRA says the following cannot be reported: bankruptcies after 10 years, civil suits, civil judgments and records of arrest from date of entry after 7 years, paid tax liens after 7 years, accounts placed for collections after 7 years, any other negative information except criminal convictions after 7 years. Restrictions do not apply to jobs with an annual salary of $75,000 or more. Often employers use credit history to gauge a level of responsibility. An employment background assessment often includes a credit report. The three major reporting agencies, Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, provide a modified version of the credit report called an employment report. An employment report provides everything a standard credit report would provide. However, it does not include a credit score, date of birth, nor does it place a credit file inquiry that may be seen by a company looking for issue credit. In addition, a credit card report typically includes information about former addresses and previous employers, which can also be used to verify the accuracy of information on an application or resume. Validated studies by OSHA have proven that drug screening pre-employment tests reduce job-related accidents. Drug screening tests are specifically excluded from the ADAA's medical examination requirement. The successful passing of a drug test may be required prior to extending an offer of employment. Employers risk the torts of negligent hiring if they knowingly hire a drug or alcohol abuser who causes harm to someone while driving on the job. Pre-employment tests can be legally required as a condition of employment. Candidates who fail can be eliminated from the pool but can challenge the test results. When it comes to testing during employment, private employers are relatively unrestricted in the type of testing program that they may lawfully adopt. Employees who fail should have an opportunity to explain their positive results and should be offered rehabilitation. Public employees, they are protected under the Fourth Amendment. As with all other assessment tools, medical examinations are allowable after extending a job offer or conditional job offer, if their purpose is job-related and they're required for all candidates. Under ADA, employers may make a job offer conditional on the candidate undergoing a medical examination before they begin work, as long as all applicants for the position in the same job category must undergo the same exam. These exams are used to ensure that the employee would be fully capable of performing the requirements of the job, and in some cases may be part of an employer's health and safety program. With some exceptions, health information privacy laws will apply. If the offer is rescinded as a result of the medical exam, the employer must be able to demonstrate that the job requirement eliminating the candidate from the consideration is related to the business necessity. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, issued a disposal rule directing affected company to destroy covered records in a manner that protects against unauthorized access or use of the information. Proper disposal. This rule covers employment records related to sensitive personal information, social security numbers, medical history, credit card references, and background assessments. Reasonable measures. The FTC requires employers to destroy information so it cannot be read or reconstructed using one of these methods: burn, pulverize, or shred papers, destroy or erase electronic files or media, conduct due diligence, and hire a document destruction company. In this video, I will identify the metrics used to assess talent acquisition effectiveness. To evaluate recruiting, businesses can see how their recruiting efforts compare with past patterns and with the recruiting performance of other businesses. Measures of recruiting effectiveness can be used to see whether sufficient numbers of targeted population groups are being attractive. Yield metrics provide an in-depth picture of the hiring process. It measures the numbers of candidates hired from a total number of applicants and determines if recruiting strategies and sources are effective. The American National Standards Institute, ANSI, and SHRM developed these hiring standards to provide HR professionals and managers with information to assist them in establishing budgets and also serving as a benchmark for recruiting effectiveness and efficiency of staffing processes. Cost per hire. The CPH metric is designed to measure the costs associated with sourcing, recruiting, and staffing activities by the employer to fill an opening position in the business. To calculate, add the total of both external and internal costs and divide by the total number of hires in a specific time period. Recruiting cost ratio, RCR. This may be useful for organizations to analyze costs not by the number of hires recruited and selected, but by the total compensation of the hires placed in the organization. The RCR formula normalizing recruiting costs based on compensation as a proxy for the relative value of the new hires to the business. The recruiting cost ratio varies from CPH only in the denominator. To calculate, add the total internal and external costs and divide by the total first-year compensation of the hires in the time period, and then multiply by 100 to get the ratio. Yield ratios help businesses decide how many candidates they need to recruit for each job opening. These ratios express the relationship between the numbers of people at one step in the recruiting process relative to the number of people who move on to the next step. To calculate the recruitment yield ratio, divide the number of hires by the number of interviews. This table shows the effectiveness of the various sources used in the recruiting process. Businesses design the metrics according to their needs and priorities. The metrics most commonly used are headcount, which allows HR to effectively manage compliance issues and properly forecast HR budget; recruiting efficiency, time to collect qualified applicants and process them through interviews and fulfill positions; the quality of hire looks at the value added by the new employee; new hire response time, the length of time from the authorization to hire until onboarding can be monitored separately for different sources; adverse impact, statistical measure of potential employer discriminatory practices; and employee retention. It looks at the percentage of new hires that are retained for any other designated period. Talent acquisition helps to build workplaces with skilled employees who are successful in their roles and within the business. To achieve this, we shared how HR professionals in this domain can safeguard the selection process, track and screen applicants, evaluate applicants with assessments and interviews, understand the different employment offer types, and review staffing effectiveness. Talent acquisition is also forward-thinking and ensures that new hires could eventually become managers and senior managers for both personal and professional growth. An effective talent acquisition strategy decreases risk throughout the business because it reduces the chances of an unsuccessful hire, which saves time and money that could otherwise be wasted on training bad hires, while also improving productivity. Next, employee management overviews the procedures and strategies to help measure, monitor, and interact with employees. In this course, you will learn how to develop employees to produce their best. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 2 and covering talent planning and acquisition, which is worth 16% of the exam. The last course in this functional area is Employee Management, which is highlighted in red. Employee management is based on ideas and procedures developed to increase worker motivation, productivity, and performance. Successful employee management can contribute to increased product output and quality. This table overviews processes across talent planning and acquisition and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people doing the work. In the last column is employee management, with the topics to be covered in each video. Employee management is a process that helps workers perform at their best and achieve the business's goals. In this topic, I will clarify the employer and employee relationship. Employee and labor relations focuses on the relationship between the employees and the business, with others in the business, or between the employer and the union where applicable. It aligns with the employee life cycle, from helping new hires decide whether to stay or leave within the first 6 months of employment to signing up employees to participate in an alumni group at the end of employment. Human resources is conducted with a high degree of oversight from regulatory agencies through labor laws. A key element of compliance for many labor laws is that written policies are in place. These are most often formally communicated through an employee handbook and outlines employee and employer rights and responsibilities. Labor laws also place heavy emphasis on documentation and record keeping. This includes requirements for storage, retention, and disposal of all records related to employment. Employers can do virtually anything they want to as long as it does not violate the law or public policy. That includes the covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Workplace laws typically grant employees rights and employers responsibilities. However, there are some responsibilities or duties that are owed to the employer by the employee. From the top to the bottom, duty of diligence. This states that the employee will act in a manner which benefits the employer and will act carefully while working. Duty of obedience. This requires employees to act with the authority granted by the employer to follow the employer's reasonable and legal policies, procedures, and rules. Duty of loyalty. This requires that employees act in the best interest of the employer and not solicit work away from the employer to benefit themselves. All transactions must be fair to the employer, and all conflicts or potential conflicts must be disclosed. Employees are usually given the benefit of the doubt when it comes to disciplinary treatment or complaints against their employer. Remember, they are always afforded consideration under the covenant of good faith and fair dealing. When the principle of due process is applied in the workplace, it takes two forms. First, substantive. This is the right to demand a rational reason or decision for the actions that the employer takes. Typically, this takes the form of a procedure that must be followed in making employment decisions. Second, procedural. This is the right to have mechanisms in place to dispute decisions, written standards, an appeal process, and establish disciplinary practices. In addition, there are many labor laws that have been created to provide protections to employees in the workplace. In this video, I'll describe the activities that occur pre-employment. Once all contingencies have been cleared, there's typically two major activities that delay employment, and they each come with their own unique obstacles. Immigration. The candidate may already be living in the U.S. or abroad. Regardless, the process will be the same. Relocation. Across the state or country or around the world, there's a plan for every option and budget. The United States Department of Homeland Security says a foreign national is a person who is a citizen of any country other than the United States. There are several types of work visas available for foreign nationals who want to work in the United States, including temporary work visas. Prior to coming to the United States to work, a travel visa from the U.S. Embassy or consulate abroad is required. Here are the most common types of work authorizations. Employment-related visa. This is authorization to work and temporarily live in the United States for a specific employer. Employment Authorization Document, or EAD. This is authorization to live in the United States and work for a specific period of time. Permanent Resident Card. This is authorization to permanently live and work in the United States for any employer. Work visas are required for foreign nationals to legally travel to and work in the United States. Each work visa has different eligibility and guidelines for applying depending on the type of work to be performed, the relationship to the employer, the country of origin, the duration, and does not guarantee entry into the United States. The most common process for a non-immigrant worker to temporarily work in the United States is for the prospective employer to file a petition with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, or USIS. Each individual situation will vary and have specific nuances to manage. However, these steps generally cover the process, starting in the upper left corner and moving to the right across the top. The employer extends the offer. The candidate accepts the offer and advises the employer of their immigration status. The employer contacts an attorney to determine the type of work visa that's required. The employer gathers job-related information for the attorney. Dropping down to the second row and moving from the right to the left, the candidate gathers personal and professional documents. The attorney files a labor certification or LC with USIS. The attorney notifies the employer of the USIS's decision. The employer communicates with the candidate. Up to this point, these steps can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months on average, depending on the time of year when the process is filed. Dropping down to the last row, moving from left to right, USIS mails the documentation. The candidate can travel if required. Employee reports for onboarding. The candidate requires a valid work permit and passport to complete the Form I-9. This remaining process can be anywhere from about 2 weeks to 8 weeks. So there's a significant time delay that happens if the candidate needs immigration processing, so the time needs to be considered. Is this candidate worth waiting for? A work permit proves eligibility to work in the United States. It requires a prospective employer to first file the non-immigrant visa permit residence petition with USIS, which we just reviewed, and it requires a proper labor certification before the work can begin. This documentation, along with a foreign passport, will be used as proof of the work in the United States. This is the next big roadblock that may delay starting the work. Relocation, also referred to as global mobility and corporate relocation, helps manage and move employees across town, across the nation, or across the globe. It allows for employers to remain competitive in securing top talent. HR may manage the process when the employers help with paying the cost of relocating an employee or applicant. However, relocation is an activity that's often outsourced. Moving from the left to the right, in the first column, we have a non-exempt relocation, which is supported, driven by union negotiations dependent on the terms and the reason for location. In the second column, we have a lump sum, which is a calculated amount that's based on the salary and dependent on the grade level. In the middle column, we have a managed move. This is more like a cafeteria-style plan that usually has 10 or more options or components. Dependent on the manager's discretion and the employee's need, options are selected for the specific employee. Some businesses contract with the moving companies to handle the move, so they'll get the basic package. Moving over to the second last column is a tiered relocation. There's a different amounts of support depending on the job level and the job statuses. So whether it's a new hire or it's a transfer, these companies can provide property management services such as home inspections or property attorneys. This can be a cost-effective solution and save time for in-house staff. The last option is a full relocation for employees. All expenses are covered for the employees, and a professional organization manages the entire process for the business and for their families. So elements of the relocation package that can be negotiated include a company paid trip for the spouse and family to see the area and look for a new home, assistance with selling the old home and purchasing the new home, and payment of the moving expenses, assistance with job search for the spouse in the new area, and a guarantee of the sale price of the old house if all doesn't go well. So ideally, it's a package that is negotiable as part of the employment package. In this video, I will discuss the onboarding process. When the offer has been accepted, the transition from candidate to employee begins. Onboarding refers to a system of organizational behaviors at the time of the hire focused on the retention of new employees. It consists of both short-term and long-term behaviors to help integrate employees into their new work environment. Pre-boarding. At this stage, employees form the first impression about what it would be like to work for the organization. Many employers provide benefit information and application forms so employee has time to review them, make appropriate selections, and include dependents in these decisions. Orientation is necessary to familiarize new employees with the company's mission and culture, and orientation typically includes paperwork, compliance training, and introduction to new policies, procedures, and rules through the review of employee handbook. An example of a short-term objective within the scope of onboarding is a new hire orientation. Onboarding programs exist to reduce the length of the time it takes for new employees to become productive members. It helps new employees buy into their jobs and assimilate into the business. An example of a long-term onboarding activity is socialization. So all three activities takes you through the onboarding journey. Pre-boarding. Pre-boarding is a period of time between when an offer is accepted and the first day of the job. It helps to inspire employee loyalty from day one. Having a strong pre-boarding program can reduce the number of no-shows. A strong pre-boarding program will set your employees up a successful career at the company. Here are some tips. Make it an event. Set up corporate assets in advance so the employee can hit the ground running on day one. Collect personal information in advance to release some of the paperwork necessary on the first day. Share information. So in that pre-boarding period, share any events that are happening during the first week or happening that might be noteworthy. Plan for a first great week. So make sure you have activities planned for the new employees, such as a first day lunch or people to have them introduced to during that time. HR is often responsible for providing the business orientation, including information about the mission, goals, values, and for answering general questions. These programs are an important part of the new hire's introduction to the organization. Organizational socialization. This is the job-specific orientation that is overseen by the hiring manager and provides information specific to the department and position and sets performance expectation and ensures that the new hire knows where to go for assistance when it's needed. Employee socialization. In many organizations, daily events move so quickly that the employees are sometimes left to fend for themselves without understanding what they're supposed to do or how to get it done when it's needed. The Immigration Reform and Control Act, ICRA, prohibits workers from hiring undocumented workers. All new employees are required to complete and sign a verification form I-9 designated by USIS to certify that they are eligible for employment. It requires their proof of identity and evidence of employment authorization, and it prohibits discrimination based on citizenship or national origin. It establishes criminal and civil sanctions for hiring individuals who do not have the legal right to work in the U.S. Employers are required to retain these forms for 3 years or for 1 year past the employment of individuals, whichever is longer. I-9 forms can be completed and maintained in either a printed or electronic format. The Form I-9 must be completed within 3 days of the date of employment. However, the Form I-9 must be completed before the work is started for jobs that last less than 3 days. Excluded workers. Independent contractors are excluded from completing this form. Other excluded workers include temporary workers hired through an agency, individuals employed for casual domestic work in a private home or on a sporadic, irregular, or intermittent basis, and employees not working on U.S. soil. Here are some familiar errors that need to be paid attention to. If the employee does not have a middle initial, you're required to use the letter A and not to leave the form blank. It's illegal for an employer to advise an employee which documentation to present. If the employee is unaware of what form to use, advise them to read the documentation or to contact USIS. Employee must complete and sign the documentation. The employer's title should be the authorized representative and not the specific employment title. Onboarding refers to a system of the organization's behavior at the time of hire focused on retention of new employees. It consists of both short-term and long-term behaviors to help integrate employees into their new work environment. Onboarding programs exist to reduce the length of time it takes for employees to become productive team members. SHRM has identified the following 4 C's to create a successful onboarding program. Compliance is the lowest level and includes teaching employees the basic legal and policy-related rules and regulations. Clarification refers to ensuring that employees understand their new jobs and all related expectations. Connection refers to the vital interpersonal relationships and information networks that new employees must establish. And culture is a broad category that includes providing employees with a sense of organizational norms, both formal and informal. Formal onboarding and orientation programs consist of 2 elements: a good introduction to the organization as a whole and job-specific orientation. Onboarding and orientation are often used interchangeably, but they are different. There's side-by-side comparison here when we look at it in terms of the role within the company. Orientation is for the company, onboarding is for the department. We look at the amount of time that's spent. Orientation is a half a day to 3 days, whereas onboarding can be anywhere from the first day to 12 months in. Orientation is usually done within the classroom or online, whereas onboarding can be more tailored. So we look at it in terms of the location, in terms of where it's executed. We have classroom or online training for orientation, whereas onboarding is actually on the job. We look at the content for orientation. It's a general overview, where onboarding is very specific. And then in terms of the goals and objectives, your orientation is what happens when you prepare to start work, and onboarding is part of being productive. The onboarding and orientation programs help to ensure that new employees have the support they need to be successful. HR helps to bridge the gap between the more administrative orientation activities to the more robust introduction that make up the activities for onboarding. In this video, I will review the types of documentation employers use to communicate decisions, actions, and activities, and to provide clear boundaries. Workplace policies and procedures help reinforce and clarify the standard expectations of employees and helps the employer to manage staff more effectively as they define what is acceptable and unacceptable in the workplace. The key points are documented to assist in understanding job constraints without using the trial and error approach. They enable the workforce to clearly understand individual and team responsibilities and allow managers to exercise control by exception rather than micromanage. Workplace policies and procedures provide employers with a consistent and understandable method to communicate important information about how the business operates and what is expected of employees. 3 key documents are policy. This is a broad statement that reflects philosophy, objectives, or standards to guide operational decisions. Procedure. This is to provide further explanation and more details on how the policy is to be applied, such as step-by-step instructions. Work rule. This states what employees may or may not do to comply with the policy. It reflects management decisions regarding specific actions to be taken or avoided in a given situation. Employers can create policies in accordance with their business needs as long as they are compliant with pertinent laws. A variety of common employee policies are shown. This should consider the employer's size, location, and industry, as well as all applicable federal, state, and local laws. This can be more complicated for multi-state employers because it is critical to ensure that policies do not conflict with employment laws in any of the impacted states. Therefore, all policies should be reviewed by an experienced legal counsel prior to communicating to employees. In addition, policies should be reviewed at least annually or when changes are made so that employees are kept up to date. There are 5 steps to develop, implement, and communicate new employer policies. 1. Define the key audience. This relates to who is to be informed and influenced and by which channels to reach them. 2. Identify key messages. It will be important to consider what message will resonate most strongly with the selected audience. 3. Create tactical outreach plan. Consider how the message will get to the intended audience and who will be sharing the message. 4. Develop the communication plan. This can include policy FAQs, procedures, and guideline documents for setting context. Change champions should be used to connect to the stakeholder groups. Each should have their own tailored communication packs. And 5. Specify timelines. Prepare a timetable for readiness, training the change champions, and all the additional steps mentioned. On the right shows the various communication methods. One, a few, or all of these methods may be used depending on the design of the communication plan. An employee handbook is an organized reference used to communicate policies, procedures, and work rules to employees. It can take the format of the traditional printed booklet or the modern online format. It should have a consistent tone, style, and look to align with the business's culture and value, which is simple and easy to read with current information. If serving a multicultural workforce, it may be appropriate to have it translated in languages that the employees can easily understand. It should distinguish between organizational policies and job specifics. The intent is to prevent problems from occurring, ensure everyone is treated in a consistent manner, and to provide the legal protection to the business. It should include an acknowledgement form for employees to sign or an electronic acknowledgement if the employer uses an online handbook. The acknowledgement should include statements that the employment is at will, the employer has the right to unilaterally change the terms and conditions described in the handbook, and that the employee has received, read, and understand its contents. Although some of this language may be viewed negatively by employees, it provides documentation for the employer in the future disciplinary or legal actions that may occur. Poorly worded handbooks have in some cases been found by the courts to create implied contracts. When this happened, the courts have required employers to abide by the contracts implied in the handbook. Job specifics and functional expectations are shared in 2 standard documents. The reference guide. This is a tool to organize large amounts of data into a single source document. It can be as simple as an employee phone list or a company product list, or more elaborate as in user guides and troubleshooting manuals. Standard operating procedures or SOPs. This is a tool used to capture processes that typically follow a sequence of events. Uniform business activities are captured with step-by-step instructions through the use of definitions, charts, and screenshots. Both reference guides and SOPs are tools that help to reduce errors, streamline processes, communicate employer expectations, and serve as an effective means to managing the knowledge of the business. In this video, I will review the types of workplace behavior issues. Employees' behaviors are influenced by many factors, including experiences and situations that exist inside and outside the workplace. Here are the various types. Lost time. This can be in the form of absenteeism or tardiness, reporting to work late. Dress code. This applies to clothing that's appropriate and or safe for work. Rule violations. This is serious misconduct of an employer's rule. Insubordination. This is a blatant disregard of the manager's instruction. Unsatisfactory performance. This is work performance that fails to meet the job requirements and performance standards. Illegal or dishonest acts. This is intentionally deceiving or depriving another person of money, property, or legal rights. Frustrations and conflicts are created by conditions away from work as well as conditions at work. When lost time increases, managers need to determine whether the rise impacts organizational effectiveness and then take appropriate action. To properly diagnose these problems, a distinction should be made between the two types of lost time. Voluntary lost time. This occurs when employees have a choice of working or not working and they intentionally decide to miss work or to quit. Unsanctioned time should be reprimanded as necessary. Involuntary lost time. This occurs when employees miss work or are terminated for reasons beyond their control. An effective policy will determine misuse and/or abuse. Managers should try to solve lost time problems that are caused by voluntary reasons. It should be noted, however, that it is often difficult to distinguish between voluntary and involuntary absence. When taking disciplinary action for excessive lost time, do not count balances protected by USERRA, FMLA, or state law. Employers have the right to establish dress and grooming standards for employees. These standards may be necessary for safety reasons, because the employer wishes to maintain a certain level of decorum in the workplace, or to project a specific brand image. It is important to explain the appropriate workplace attire in detail. This should go beyond generic terms like business casual or business professional and describe exactly what is okay to wear for specific situations, similar to the examples shown. A dress code for safety or legal compliance reasons should detail every clothing item required and why each is important. Employees do, however, have rights to challenge and request an exemption to dress and grooming standards under some circumstances. Facial hair. Many employers have rules about men's facial hair. While it is usually legal for an employer to require that male employees be clean-shaven or to have only a mustache, there may be cases in which an employee may request an exemption. For example, some religious traditions require adult men who are or have been married to grow a beard. If there is no health or safety reason for the clean-shaven rule, these men may be able to claim religious exemption to the grooming code. Sex-based standards. It is legal for employers to set different dress and grooming standards for men and women as long as the standard do not place an undue burden on one sex over the other. This means an employer can require sex-specific uniforms for male and female employees. Clothing choices. Employers can establish a dress code that reflects their company's culture and brand image. Employers who maintain a relatively open dress code may not be able to arbitrarily ban certain prints, colors, or styles if doing so could constitute racial or ethnic discrimination. Because of the possibility of a policy being construed as discriminatory, it is not unusual for business with otherwise casual dress codes to specify one color scheme for everyone. Non-union employers are free to make and enforce whatever rules they want, providing the rules are consistent with the laws. The typical violations of business rules are depicted in the diagram. Some businesses have general rules that are informally communicated to employees, while others have more specific rules. Insubordination is an employee's intentional refusal to follow legitimate work-related instructions. This is one of the most serious disciplinary infractions, as it strikes at the employer's core right to direct and control the workplace. An employer must establish that an order was clearly communicated to the employee, given by someone with proper authority, and it was disobeyed. Some employees are extremely frustrating to supervise because they fail to do their assigned work. It may take them twice as long to do their job as their supervisor expects as it takes other employees. However, here are 4 considerations before action should be taken. Personal circumstances and sickness. The employee's well-being should be the first consideration to understanding satisfactory performance. If there is a health issue, that needs to be addressed. Also, an EAP program can offer assistance for the employee to further communicate their issues. Job design. Employees who have just entered the workforce are the ones most frequently criticized for poor work habits. If performance is low because employees do not have the appropriate skills and ability, the problem relates with job placement rather than discipline. And if unsatisfactory performance is because of inefficient organizational structure, the problems concern job design and organizational structure. Unsatisfactory performance caused by inadequate job knowledge relates to training. Misconduct. Unsatisfactory performance should only be viewed as a discipline problem when it's caused by inadequate motivation. Motivation problems are usually solved by rearranging the reinforcement contingencies. Output measures and targets. Falling short of the desired company expectations can also be an issue. Positive rewards should be used to reinforce high quantity and high quality performance. A serious disciplinary problem for all businesses concerns any form of illegal or dishonest behavior, such as those listed on the table: theft, embezzlement, misuse of business facilities, or falsifying company records. Statistics show that dishonest acts have increased dramatically in recent years. These situations are often determined by the interaction of three forces. Situational pressures. This relates to what individuals experience in their environment, such as high personal debts and financial losses. Opportunity to commit. This refers to access that individuals may have, such as gaining control of financial operations and those created by the organization, such as having poor accounting controls or allowing third-party transactions. Personal integrity. This refers to the personal code of ethical behavior adopted by an employee. According to the model, businesses can reduce illegal and dishonest acts by reducing situational pressures, such as leveraging EAP programs, by making opportunities less convenient, having division of responsibilities, and by establishing guidelines for personal integrity. In this video, I will describe the steps in resolving workplace conflict. Conflict resolution can be defined as the informal or formal process that two or more parties use to find a peaceful solution to their dispute. It can be solved when one party surrenders, overpowers the others, or runs away. Group conflicts require committed members to communicate information about their conflicting motives or ideologies to the rest of the group, and then engage in collective negotiations. With two or more people, there will always be some degree of conflict. When resolved quickly and effectively, it can lead to personal and professional growth. In many cases, effective conflict resolution can make the difference between positive and negative outcomes. The leader's 5-step guide to conflict resolution recommends these steps. 1. Affirm the relationship. Before diving into the details, start the communication with a simple statement of why it's important to bring resolution, such as, "I'm here even though it's uncomfortable because I value our relationship and would rather be uncomfortable resolving our misunderstandings than be comfortable with misunderstandings in our relationship." 2. Seek to understand. This is a critical step in the process as it looks from the other person's vantage point. The goal should be to listen intently while allowing the other person to unburden themselves, not taking the words personally, but taking them professionally. Only after listening to the other party, ask questions to clarify and understand, not to defend personal actions. 3. Seek to be understood. The goal is not to offend the other person, but to address the issues, sharing where in the future things can be handled differently. Resolution is the object, not justification. Therefore, raise the issues without assigning motives to the other party. 4. Own responsibility. The goal for both parties is to seek where their actions cause pain to the other side, leading to apologies and restored relationship. Genuine apologies come from the heart, not just the lips, and can release hurt feelings. It's also important to accept apologies from others, harboring no ill feelings and moving forward. 5. Seek agreement. Both sides can reunite on the common vision that drew them together and agree that the cause is bigger than the conflict for both parties. It's time to move forward with a clean slate. Individuals who choose to follow the 5 steps to conflict resolution will learn the process to strengthen relationships through misunderstanding instead of losing relationships each time a misunderstanding arises. The business will also benefit from improved organizational relations. HR can help overcome the reluctance to complaining by making available reporting mechanisms that ensure employees remain anonymous and secure confidentiality by regularly reviewing feedback programs to make them as barrier-free as possible. Categorizing issues can seem like an unnecessary step, but a carefully considered set of categories can enhance workflow and make it easier to manage workloads and gain insights. Here are 3 common groupings to quickly view a batch of related issues. Working conditions and safety. These include issues that directly address the employee's work environment. They can include everything from unsafe conditions to indifferent managers. Unreasonable management policies. If employees feel that a certain policy is unfair or unreasonable, they will want to have their concerns addressed. Such policies can include those relating to overtime regulations or a gap in production standards. Violations of rules and policies. These can relate to any organizational rule that employees feel are being violated by other workers and/or middle or senior management. All employees face workplace issues, so it's important to find ways to quickly resolve and demonstrate care to be effective. C. Communicate. Open communication is the key to a dispute. Expressing feelings about the situation and sticking to the facts will let others know that the actions are genuine. Focusing on the problem at hand and not what the other person did will avoid unnecessary conflict. A. Actively listen. Listen to what the other person has to say without interrupting. Try to be objective, then ask open-ended questions to make sure each side understands what the other person thinks and feels. R. Review options. Discuss the options available and look for solutions that will help everyone. Do not feel pressure to produce an answer at once. Bring in objective parties for ideas if necessary. E. End with a win-win solution. This is the ultimate goal, to agree on an option that benefits both sides to some extent. When one party wins by aggressive behavior or the other party simply gives in, someone is losing, and that means the outcomes will not resolve the underlying issues. Constructive confrontation is a structured systemic approach that decreases conflict and increases accountability by connecting the dots between what people want and what the business needs. It reduces conflict in the same way it increases accountability, through clear and well-articulated expectations, follow-up, and recognition. It increases accountability with less conflict by requiring consistency in constructive confrontation that establishes the path, makes the course corrections, and reaffirms the way. In this video, I will share the steps to handle internal investigations. Workplace investigations is the process of researching an issue between or with employees to determine if a policy was violated. The standard is corroboration by a preponderance of the evidence. Investigators will attempt to support confidentiality and discretion during the procedure. HR professionals will make every effort to encourage employees to file complaints internally so that they will have the opportunity to investigate and resolve them. Dealing with issues internally is always preferable to having them registered with a third-party law enforcement agency. They can be categorized under 4 levels. Level 1. These are frontline issues that can be handled with the managers directly. HR representatives may get involved as they may be intimately familiar with the business, the politics, and the players. Level 2. These complaints give an employer the opportunity to resolve issues with the employee before they fester any further and generate formal external investigation. This may include investigations using company-sponsored alternative dispute resolution options. Level 3. This type of internal investigation requires more support than HR can offer, so an external investigator or an experienced attorney may be leveraged. Aside from the added cost, these professionals bring some advantages along with their experience. Skilled in conducting investigations, no preconceived biases about the players, the potential to create protected and privileged work, and they create the proper types of reports. Level 4. These are external complaints that are filed with state or federal fair employment practice agencies, wage and hour enforcement agencies, or safety and enforcement agencies. When a formal complaint is filed with an external agency, the employer may no longer speak with the employee regarding that issue. When an employee is alleged to have violated company rules, it should be taken seriously and promptly addressed. Depending on the severity, different protocols are in place. They're either considered informal or formal investigations. Informal. These are minor policy investigations, such as those related to workplace conduct. They are quickly resolved misunderstandings that HR may help to facilitate. Formal. These types of investigations are conducts that involve senior management, directors, program risk, or possibly legal exposure. They are usually serious policy or legislative violations or conduct versus an isolated incident. The investigation and results should be documented. Internal investigations aim to uncover the truth about alleged misconduct within the business. A good internal investigation must also do so without compromising the relationship with innocent employees or unnecessarily damaging anyone's reputation. HR professionals are always given authority in state and federal law to conduct investigations on behalf of the employer. Some legal advisors suggest that internal attorneys are not the best people to conduct these investigations because they could be placed in the position of having to testify to their investigative activities while still providing legal advice to their employer. An unbiased investigation should incorporate these steps. A written complaint. The employee should be asked to document the complaint and describe how the treatment was different from others in similar situations. In cases of discrimination, the protected category and type of discrimination should be included in the statement. Interviews. Interviews should be conducted to gather information beginning with the employee and then anyone named in the statement. The investigation should follow whatever leads are uncovered until the investigator is satisfied that all facts have been uncovered. Each step of the process should be documented in writing and maintained in a complaint investigation file. Determination. Once the facts have been gathered, a determination should be made about the validity of the complaint. If the complaint is valid, a remedy should be sought based on legal and reasonable requirements. If the complaint is determined not to have valid grounds, then that will be the decision. Feedback. The employee who filed the complaint should be given feedback about the investigation determination. Specific disciplinary action taken against an employee is generally not permitted. However, a legal advisor can give specific guidance based on the circumstances. For all conversations, update the file with the outcome. Minor errors in workplace investigations may have major consequences for employees involved as well as the business. Be mindful of these missteps. Delaying the investigation. Investigation should be promptly addressed to bring the matter to close before escalating, as well as to alleviate unnecessary workplace tensions. Using inexperienced or untrained investigators. Investigators and facilitators should be trained on conducting proper and thorough investigations. For formal cases, a lawyer may provide insight to ensure the proper steps are taken. Not ensuring a structured process. The investigation process should be documented and consistently followed in all situations. Not maintaining neutrality. The investigator must be neutral, that is, not have a stake in the outcome or investigation or have any material connection to the case. Punishing the victim. Taking any action that could be perceived as harmful or embarrassing to the victim can be detrimental to the employer. When possible, it's best practice to temporarily transfer or suspend the accused with pay pending the investigation. This way, the person bringing the complaint is not put in any disadvantaged position for having come forward. Improper evidence collection and analysis. The investigator should abide by company policy when collecting evidence in order to avoid potential accusations. Improper documentation or chain of custody during the collection process may result in information becoming inadmissible in court. Also, make sure the punishment fits the crime to ensure that the incident does not happen again. Investigating the I don't want to make an official complaint. Whenever HR or management is approached with a complaint or a concern, they can indicate that it will be treated with sensitivity, but it does need to be investigated by the company. In this video, I will share the discipline management process and its approaches. Discipline is a systematic process for handling problem employees. The overall objective of disciplinary actions is to remedy a problem which can help employees achieve success in their work, promote a minimum acceptable behavior by employees, enable a positive and healthy work environment, and to ensure a smooth functioning of the business. It is one of the most challenging responsibilities of supervisors and human resource managers because the reasons for unacceptable behaviors are complex and sometimes difficult to diagnose. Businesses with effective employee relation programs work to prevent the need for disciplinary actions. The flow of the discipline process is shown from the top and center moving down. Establish rules and goals. The development and publication of clear policies, procedures, and work rules combined with clear communicated expectations for employees are the cornerstone of prevention. Communicate rules and goals to employees. Employee handbooks are ideal for communicating rules and goals as it sets the initial tone of the relationship and are a valuable ongoing resource when they're regularly updated and referenced. Design mechanism for assessing employee behavior. A performance management system that includes continuous feedback helps managers and employees quickly address and resolve the issues. Evaluate employee behavior. Regular feedback, both positive and negative, and formal and informal, are the keys to drive behavioral change. At this juncture, there are two options. On the right, motivate change in behaviors. Employees are better able to improve performance issues when they're easily remedied. On the left of the center, administer punishment. If a performance problem cannot be resolved at this level, HR may need to step in and manage the exit process. The progressive discipline model has been used in the United States workplaces for more than a century. It is written into many, if not most, union contracts as a requirement to assure management treats its members appropriately when problems arise. Yet, some people contend that this model is not as effective as the coaching model. Both approaches are compared in the table displayed. On the left, negative approach. This focuses on punishing employees for past mistakes and is based on fears and threats. Punishment is usually severe and serves as a deterrent to the wrongdoings of others. The punishment is usually administered publicly along with the display of emotion and anger and is administered immediately and often impulsively. On the right, positive approach. This focuses on eliminating future problems and creating effective employees. Past mistakes are used as feedback to help employees know how to change. Disciplinary meetings are typically held in a private and calm and rational problem-solving atmosphere rather than an emotional, angry scene before other employees. Progressive discipline is a process of using increasingly severe steps or measures when an employee fails to correct a problem after given a reasonable opportunity to do so. The underlying principle of sound progressive discipline is to use the least severe action that's believed to be necessary to correct the desirable situation. Increase the severity of the action only if the condition is not corrected. Here are the typical steps in the process, beginning with the broadest range of infractions and narrowing to the most severe. Verbal warning or counseling. This is observing the employee violating a policy, procedure, or instruction. The manager takes the employee aside to warn that certain acts are not acceptable. A copy of the policy or documentation may be provided for reinforcement. Verbal reprimand. This sets up a meeting with the employee to inform that the situation is not acceptable and that improvement is required. A written statement is provided for the employee to sign. Written reprimand. This is an escalation of the discipline to the next step. A warning in writing should explain the infraction, why it is unacceptable, and the potential consequences. This requires documenting the problem and the disciplinary action along with the employee's signature of acknowledgement. Suspension. Although this step is not always included in the process, it is available to use to emphasize to the employee how serious the behavioral problem is. In many cases, a suspension will be unpaid time off and can last from a day to several weeks. The length of time should be dependent upon the seriousness of the behavioral problem and the employee's length of service. Discharge. The final stage of the disciplinary process is to remove the employee from employment. Use of this step acknowledges that the employee cannot be salvaged. A disciplinary meeting is between the manager and the employee to explain the allegations and to go through the issues or evidence collected during an investigation. The employee should be allowed to set out their case and answer the allegations. Here are the steps starting on the top left corner of the first row. Address the problem as soon as possible. Find a private location. Set a specific time and place. Sit, don't stand during the meeting. Dropping to the middle row and moving from right to left, be specific about the concern. Focus on the issue, not the person. Avoid negative statements. Be collaborative. Dropping to the bottom row and moving from left to right, encourage the subordinate. Document the meeting. The employee will be provided copies of the progressive discipline documentation and will be asked to sign copies attesting to his or her receipt and understanding of the corrective action outlined in the documents. Copies of these documents will be placed in the employee's official personnel file. It is critical to record the facts for each occurrence. Keeping accurate records is essential, so take notes as events unfold and capture all details. Basic rule: write it down. Remember the adage, if it isn't documented, it didn't happen. The guidelines for good documentation include recording information after each meeting, using a simple method to capture the data, ensuring notes are free of bias and understandable, and organizing backup material for easy future reference. In this video, I will overview the standard processes that can be applied to all types of separations. Employee separation constitutes the final stage in the staffing process of a business. It ends or terminates the employment relationship. Separation is classified into two types. First, voluntary separation refers to when employees leave on their own request. And second, involuntary separation refers to when the employer decides to end the relationship. All separations should follow an exit or offboarding process. This chart shows the various types of employee separations. On the left, involuntary separation is caused by factors which remain beyond the purview of the employees. However, these factors may be classified broadly into health problems, behavioral problems, and organizational problems. On the right, voluntary separation. This normally begins after a request is placed by the employee and can happen for two reasons: professional or personal. Coworkers can be affected by the separation process, so developing an exit process that reduces stress and builds a smooth transition will pay off in many ways. Most significant for HR is a positive message a smooth transition sends to employees who remain in the organization. This process flow depicts both voluntary and involuntary separations. While they start at opposite ends, the process converges in the center box with a bullet list and then continues with the same flow. Starting at the top left box and moving to the right, voluntary separation. The first box is discuss with reporting manager. The employee typically informs the reporting manager of his or her intentions to leave. The manager determines if the employee is someone worth pursuing. If not, the box goes to the center box for operations processing. Otherwise, it goes to retained. The manager and the employee comes to an agreement on the next steps. If the employee is not retained, then the flow goes to the center box for operations. If the employee does agree to stay, then the next step is employee retained box. The separation is canceled. HR is informed of any changes to the employment relationship. Now we'll move directly to the center box where all the points have now converged. In the center operations box, 4 key activities take place to prepare for separating employees: notice period discussion, work handover completion, assets handover, and department clearance. These activities will take various amounts of time depending on certain situations. We'll move to the Leave Now box. If the employee will not continue working, the separation is complete. So now the flow moves to the right to the end employment relationship box. If the employee is staying, work will continue until departure day. The next step is the exit interview box. In the last few days prior to leaving, an exit interview should be scheduled as part of the offboarding process. Then the process goes to the end employment relation box. This is the final step in the process to close out the employment relationship. An employee exit management program conducted as part of the offboarding documentation process can reveal the reasons behind employee attrition. Research suggests that only 29% of businesses have a formal employee exit management process in place. The survey shown displays the results on terminations and exit interviews that highlight the benefits of retrieving employee insights. Starting at the top right and moving around, 23% of employers indicate they conduct exit interviews to determine the reason for the employee's resignation. Even more, 26% conduct them to identify problem areas within the business to enhance future employee retention. And 20% conduct exit interviews to find ways to improve organizational culture. Only 16% cite managing turnover costs as a reason for conducting exit interviews. A mere 12% conduct exit interviews to ensure compliance, and 14% conduct them to identify opportunities for development. Departing employees can often offer honest feedback about the business, and those results can determine how to solve these problems and better retain exiting workers. In this video, I will share employment action considerations that employers make during terminations. Involuntary separations are actions that occur as a result of the employer's decision to end the employment relationship. The two types are employee performance. This typically occurs because of employment problems such as poor performance, excessive absenteeism, insubordination, or theft. Business performance. This occurs as a result of the changing business needs for the employer to maintain profitability. Before an employee is terminated, an employer should have an established procedure whereby a designated person reviews the proposed termination to ensure that all issues have been considered. Employers must ensure that all involuntary terminations occur for job-related reasons and that the termination decisions do not violate any contractual commitments with employees. They should determine whether the employee was aware that his or her performance was unacceptable. Also confirm that the termination action is consistent with prior treatment of other employees. The employee's overall work record should be reviewed to ensure that the employee has received all rights to which he or she is entitled under the company's policies, and that the employee is not a victim of retaliation for exercising his or her civil rights, such as making a sexual harassment claim. Employers should seek to reduce the trauma of terminations. Being fired is one of the most traumatic and stressful experiences of life. The following are some guidelines for termination. Starting in the upper left-hand corner and moving to the right. Step 1. Plan the termination interview carefully and be prepared for it. The meeting should be on a day early in the week and preferably not on a Friday or the day before a holiday vacation. Have all employee agreements, releases, and announcements prepared in advance. Ask the employee to come to an interview, preferably in a neutral location and within the next hour. Do not notify the employee of the termination by phone or allow the dismissal to be communicated through the grapevine. A second person should also be present. Step 2. When the employee reports for the interview, be direct and avoid talking about trivial matters. As soon as the employee enters the room and is seated comfortably, the termination decision should be announced. Step 3. Describe the decision and the situation leading up to it, but do not attack the person's character or discuss personality flaws. Performance problems should only be briefly described. Dropping down to the middle row and moving from the right to the left. Step 4. Answer the employee's questions and help the person understand the reason for the termination. Listen attentively and continue the interview until the person appears to be talking freely and calmly about the dismissal. Step 5. Explain the severance package, including severance pay, benefits continuation, and access to office support people, how future recommendations will be handled, and the availability of counseling or of outplacement assistance, if being offered. Step 6. Have the employee sign any necessary releases and explain what to do next, such as retrieving personal belongings, contacting a counselor, using outplacement services, and obtaining the final paycheck. Dropping down to the last row. Step 7. Explain what to do next. This may seem relatively simple, but sometimes the employee may be in shock, so having a gentle nudge on "it's time to leave" may be helpful. It's normally suggested that termination interviews only last 15 minutes and that they be informal but kind and respectful of the dignity of the person. Staff reductions typically occur when employers need to eliminate positions to maintain profitability in the face of declining revenues. When making termination decisions, employers are generally free to base their decisions on the performance and the skills of employees, unless these decisions would violate the law. When basing decisions on performance, the terminating factors should be objective and job-related. Here are some factors to consider as acceptable criteria. From left to right: performance or productivity as recorded in the personnel files, attendance and tardiness records, cooperation with coworkers and supervisors, demonstrated ability to perform crucial operations, education and experience, and elimination of the position or the availability of funding for the position. To prevent charges of age discrimination during employment actions, businesses should examine the consequences of planned reductions to determine whether it creates an adverse impact. The biggest challenge when terminating employees is telling them that they have lost their jobs and helping them to handle this disappointment. Although managers often want HR to make these announcements, employees should be terminated by managers rather than strangers or someone that they barely know, and preferably in a one-on-one conversation. The primary responsibilities of HR include preparing instructions for managers, preparing individual separations letters, prepare written questions and answers, prepare contact lists and phone numbers, and to prepare the exit checklist. HR should make certain that this event is handled fairly and competently with respect to the severance payments, appropriate notices, and out. Employee management is more than just employees doing their jobs. It's a variety of procedures and strategies that can help HR measure, monitor, and interact with the workforce that plays a crucial role to the business's growth and development. We covered areas for HR professionals to understand the employment relationship, set new employees up for success, develop effective workplace documentation, explore different types of workplace issues, and track and manage employee issues. Effective employee management helps transform underperforming employees into exceptional ones and prevents top employees from underperforming. It is a key part of the employee life cycle to create a vibrant and understanding organizational culture that includes healthy communications. Next, organizational development looks at the methods which can be used to resolve interpersonal organizational challenges. In this course, we'll review a variety of methods which can be used to resolve organizational challenges to improve operational efficiencies. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 3 and covering Learning and Development, which is worth 12% of the exam. The first course in the series is Organizational Development, which is highlighted in red. Organizational development examines the business structure and its resources to determine how best to leverage them to increase overall productivity and efficiency to solve business problems. It applies behavioral science to help improve individuals and systems so that they function better within an organizational context. This table overviews the processes across learning and development and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people doing the work. In the first column is organizational development. Organizational development is an ongoing, systematic, long-range process of driving organizational effectiveness, solving problems, and improving organizational performance. It focuses on improving a business's capability through the alignment of strategy, structure, people, rewards, metrics, and management processes. In this topic, the characteristics and importance of organizational development will be defined. Organizational development, or OD, is a systematic method of examining the business's components of people, processes, technologies, and structures. Its objective is to enhance the business's effectiveness and well-being of its members through planned interventions. It identifies areas for improvement, and when compared to business strategy, it provides its members with the necessary skills to meet the current and future job demands. Organizational development helps to improve organizational effectiveness while adhering to the organizational strategic goals, culture, and values. It helps employees to maximize their potential and amplify their contributions in furthering the organization's success. OD assesses what is happening within a business and then conducts interventions to create positive change and help promote the values throughout the workplace. HR's role in organizational development is transformational. It provides new opportunities for HR professionals. It helps to support transformational initiatives, work on organizational design initiatives, design and deliver OD interventions, analyze and improve overall organizational health, and better support all change initiatives across the organization. These are examples of some of the areas that OD will touch on: strategy, workforce, policy, change, communication, coaching, delivery, well-being, impact, learning, negotiation, employee relations, resourcing, and capabilities. In this video, I'll share the methods used in organizational development. Organizational development, or OD, interventions are structural programs designed to solve a problem or achieve a goal. They're required to address the issues that a business might face, ranging from people to process to technology to structural challenges. Most OD interventions involve only loosely defined sequence of activities that are adapted to each situation. They are designed to improve the way the business functions and enable managers and leaders to better manage their teams and business cultures. A business should be able to identify the kind of OD interventions required to address a wide range of issues that may stem from people, process, technology, or structural challenges. There are 3 levels of OD interventions: organizational, interventions related to the business's strategy and policy; group, interventions pertaining to a group or team; individual, interventions pertaining to an individual. Once the intervention is identified, the business should plan to address the issue in an effective manner. Organizational level or large-scale OD interventions typically involve the entire business working toward the definition of the future state. These interventions start from the top levels of the business to analyze, plan, and define the intervention's outcome. Then people are involved in the solution, creating it with a shared commitment, which will support the implementation of defined actions in the long term. These interventions are quicker, build organizational confidence, and give immediate and broad-based information, promote a total organizational mindset, inspire action, and sustain commitment. Group or team level OD interventions aim at improving different aspects of a group performance, such as goal setting, development of interpersonal relations among team members, role clarification and analysis, decision making, problem solving, and communities of practice. One of the most important objectives of team building interventions relies on improving interdependencies of team members. The underlying premise is that the aggregated value of team is much greater than any individual. Individual level or interpersonal OD interventions aim at improving organizational performance by developing specific skills of individuals. These interventions are the most personalized of all and probably the most widely used by businesses. The most common examples are learning strategies and life transitions, mentoring, and interpersonal communications. When undertaking organizational development intervention, businesses can create an effective strategy using careful planning and consideration to develop the right approach. The OD intervention process includes these steps that lead to the desired new state. Diagnose the issue. This will require investigating to establish the root cause of the issue to determine which intervention will best resolve the underlying issue. Design the intervention. Design the approach to address the issue or intervene to proactively resolve issues and bring value to the business. Lead and manage change. OD intervention is a structured program driven from the top to the bottom, and management support is important. In addition, a focus group will garner employee support and help to explore more options. Implement the intervention. Apply any learnings from the change sessions and roll out the designed intervention. Evaluate intervention. The interventions are evaluated to assess the progress and determine if adjustments are needed or if the approach requires redesigning. These are some of the aspects of organizational development interventions and the effective mechanisms to identify and address the issues. There are 4 categories of OD interventions used to facilitate change. From left to right, strategic interventions. These interventions link the internal functioning of the business to the larger environment and transforms the business to keep pace with the changing conditions. Technostructural interventions. These interventions deal with the business's technology and structure. They are rooted in the disciplines of engineering, sociology, psychology, and in the applied fields of socio-technical systems and organizational design. Practitioners place emphasis both on productivity and human fulfillment. Human process interventions. This is the most common type of intervention and focuses on improving human interactions. It aims at improving different aspects of group performance and development of interpersonal relations. The underlying premise is that the aggregated value of the team is much greater than the individual. Human resource management interventions. These interventions improve organizational performance by developing skills of individuals. In this video, I'll share the strategic interventions of organizational learning. Strategic interventions are used by organizations to implement actions in response to OD efforts. They align changes to the business mission, vision, and values and other business strategies. Once technology processes, structures, and people are examined and gaps identified, action plans are developed for improvement. Action plans are called interventions and may occur at all levels. Most OD interventions involve only loosely defined sequences of activities that are adapted to the situation. Each OD intervention is designed to uniquely address specific issues at hand, but ideas can be recycled and revamped. Here are 3 examples of how leading organizations have leveraged OD interventions, plus 1 general HR example. Walmart leveraged technology to implement artificial intelligence software to increase retail sales. John Deere enhanced process efficiencies through the implementation of lean manufacturing as part of business strategy design. IBM improved organizational work structures by redesigning work methods to increase collaborations and innovation. HR departments educate employees on stress management and reduce turnover. These white papers are noted for the full details. Learning organizations are characterized by the willingness of people to seek, share, and use new information to improve the effectiveness of the business. They're innovative environments that positively affect a business's ability to compete. Becoming a learning organization necessitates mastering the 5 building blocks on the left: systematic problem solving, experimentation, learning from experience, learning from others, and knowledge transfer. Peter Senge's book, The Fifth Discipline, focuses on group problem-solving methods to convert businesses into learning organizations using the 5 disciplines. From left to right, the 5 disciplines for creating a learning organizations are shared vision. All employees in a company share the same vision of where the organization needs to go. Mental models describe the presumption and generalizations people have which influence their actions. Team learning, the team members have to be willing to shift their mental models and be open to learn from their colleagues. Personal mastery, this describes the strength of the people to be proactive and keep learning to continuously achieve results. Systems thinking, this analyzes patterns in a business by looking at it from a holistic point of view rather than small, unrelated, manageable parts. An organization is like a living organism, and according to Senge, should be managed as one. Systems thinking is the 5th discipline that binds the other 4 disciplines and should be the focus of change management. Organizational learning is a process by which the business improves itself over time through gaining experience and using that experience to create knowledge. The knowledge created is then transferred within the business through one of 3 levels. Individual, an individual learns new skills or ideas, and their productivity at work is increased as they gain experience. Group, a member shares their individual knowledge with other members of the group. The group takes action, gets feedback, and this feedback modifies their future action. Organizational, the way in which a business creates and organizes knowledge relating to their functions and culture. This happens in all business activities. The goal of organizational learning is to successfully adapt to changing environments, adjust under certain conditions, and to increase efficiency. An organizational learning culture is a collection of conventions, values, practices, and processes. To help create the right mindset, here are some aspects that can help. There's a focus on creativity. There are well-defined core competencies. The organization rewards individual and group learning. Learning is a continuous process that runs parallel to work. Quality and continuous improvement drive the organization. Members recognize the importance of organizational learning, and people have access to important information for organizational success. Knowledge management is the conscious process of defining, structuring, retaining, and sharing the knowledge of experienced employees within an organization. The goal is to enable organizational learning and to create a learning culture where the sharing of knowledge is encouraged and those who seek to learn to better themselves find it easy to do so. There are 2 main types of knowledge covered. Tacit knowledge is more intuitive and less easy to package and share with others. Examples include innovative thinking and understanding body language. Explicit knowledge is information that is easily codified and taught, such as how to change a toner in a printer and mathematical equations. Over time, institutional knowledge dissipates as employees simply forget, change jobs, transfer out, take retirement, or leave the company. Here are some methods to retain and institutionalize knowledge. Expert Register collects the names and areas of expertise from employees who are able to assist others. Best practice standards, those that have been deemed to achieve a particular result and are codified for distribution. After action evaluations, sometimes referred to as postmortem, is a review conducted at the end of a project or other group endeavor. Communities of practice, informal means of learning what works well in environments characterized by open communication and trust. Knowledge management systems, support and collect the creation, capture, storage, and dissemination of organizational knowledge and information. In this video, I'll share the strategies used to improve work and job structures to gain efficiencies. Technostructural interventions focus on improving the organizational effectiveness and human performance by focusing on technology and structure. They address work and work processes, as well as interaction between people and their jobs. 3 types are process mapping. This is a process flow analysis method for communicating processes using visual symbols. Job design. This is a process of analyzing how work is being done in organizations and then using business tools to achieve positive outcomes. These outcomes may include increased employee motivation, improved efficiencies, a reduction in the risks associated with the job task, and the development of worker skills. High involvement organizations. There's a high degree of employee involvement at all levels. Edward Lawler labeled them as being able to effectively manage power, information, knowledge, and rewards. Process mapping visually represents workflow to help assess critical business functions. It can be used as a training tool to demonstrate how the work gets done and by whom, provide process documentation, and to improve task efficiency. In addition, it's helpful in diagnosing bottlenecks. A business process flow diagram is the simplest and most primary representation of processes. It serves to initiate further and more complex understanding of the process. It usually does not show exceptions or problems that may occur during the process flow. Here are two different types of flows. On the left shows a simple process flow chart of testing and troubleshooting when the lamp doesn't work. On the right is a business process flow of the recruitment process. Another common type not shown is a swim lane flow chart that delineates who does which step in the process and serves to help balance workloads and to increase process efficiencies. Job design is a process of organizing work into tasks required to perform each specific job. It involves the conscious efforts to organize tasks, duties, and responsibilities into a unit of work to achieve certain objectives. It helps to reduce employee problems, improve job satisfaction, improve productivity, and improve quality. J. Richard Hackman and Greg Oldham's job characteristic model identify 5 job design factors that can improve 4 critical psychological states, including meaningful work, responsibility for outcomes, knowledge of actual results, and employee growth needs. From left to right, here are the 5 job design factors used to achieve these positive states. Skill variety, the ability of the employee to use multiple skill sets to complete a task. Task identity, the concept that the effort applied by the worker produces a whole identifiable unit or outcome as opposed to a single part. Task significance, the inherent or perceived value of a job either internally to the coworkers or externally to society. Autonomy, the degree of independence or discretion allowed on the job. Feedback, communication to the employee by management related to how well the employee performs his or her duties. Job design strategies are ways in which to improve work elements that will lead to motivation. Job enrichment, when an employee shows potential and is interested in growth opportunities, employers use job enrichment to assign new responsibilities or tasks that challenge the employee to use existing skills and abilities in new ways or to develop new ones as they tackle new assignments. Job enlargement, when additional tasks are added to the job without increasing the level of responsibility or new skills. This may be viewed positively by employees when it reduces job boredom by increasing the variety of tasks assigned. Job rotation, this focuses on giving employees a sense of bigger picture. Job rotation also allows employees to cross-train for jobs within other areas of the organization. This strategy allows for skill variety while increasing the task identity and potentially the significance of the work as a whole. Job crafting. In many cases, the design or redesign of jobs can be taken on by the employees themselves. It is a form of employee ownership achieved through autonomy and trust that can improve the meaning of jobs. Job loading. Built from Hackman and Oldham's job model, job loading seeks to redesign work in order to better serve employees' psychological needs for understanding and meaning, thus increasing ownership of work outcomes. Horizontal loading involves adding different tasks to a job that are equal to other tasks. Vertical loading adds decision-making responsibility to a position. High involvement organizations are characterized by broadly defining jobs in flat hierarchies in which continuous information flows between and among self-directed work teams. In high involvement organizations, employees are involved in designing their own work processes, are empowered to take the actions necessary to complete their work, and are accountable for the results. Edward Lawler III, founder of the Center of Organizational Effectiveness at the University of Southern California and author of numerous books on organizational effectiveness, identified 4 elements needed to create a high involvement organization. From left to right, power. Traditional business structures are built on the command and control model, in which decisions are made at the top with little or no input from lower levels in the hierarchy. HIOs grant decision-making power down to the employees assigned to carry out the decisions and hold them accountable for the results. Information. Information is power, and in traditional organizations, that often means individuals hold on to information that can be used to improve results instead of sharing it with individuals who could use it to make improvements. In an HIO, a variety of information, production stats, sales, expenses, profits, and so on, is disseminated as everyone uses it to direct their efforts towards improving results. Knowledge. Increasing the knowledge, skills, and abilities, KSAs, available in an organization enhances the ability of employees to contribute to the bottom line success. Providing training and development opportunities increases the organization's capability for making decisions and taking actions that improve operating effectiveness. Rewards. True pay for performance compensates employees according to the level of effort they expend to accomplish their goals and objectives and contribute to organizational performance. When employees know that their contributions will be recognized, they're encouraged to go above and beyond the normal job requirements. These rewards can be based on individual or team contributions. The return on investment for HIOs is significant, and they could include higher levels of reported customer satisfaction, reduced turnover, and reduced employee. In this video, I'll share the approaches used to improve production quality and gain efficiencies. Many business leaders define quality as being important. According to Chartered Quality Institute research, only 50% said quality was placed at the heart of their business, and only 23% claimed to be offering a very consistent level of quality. As businesses continually look for new ways to improve consistency and quality in their products and services, many underlying ideas remain similar to these approaches, which continue to flourish. From left to right, Total Quality Management, TQM, Ludwig von Bertalanffy, Systems of Theory, Bill Smith, Six Sigma, and Elio Goldratt, Theories of Constraint. Total Quality Management, TQM, is a philosophy of quality and the approach that seeks to improve quality and performance which will meet or exceed customer expectations. It looks at the overall quality measures used by a business, including managing quality and design development, quality control and maintenance, quality improvement, and quality assurance. Following these steps shown, Total Quality Management focuses on satisfying the customer's needs. It finds and eliminates problems that interfere with quality. It reviews processes to eliminate waste as well as materials that either don't contribute or that are obstacles to producing the end product. It encourages pride and teamwork as all employees are involved in the process and work together to problem solve, which creates an environment that is conducive to creativity. The principles of TQM have been laid out in the ISO 9000 family of standards from the International Organization of Standards, ISO, which has been adopted by over 1 million companies in 176 countries worldwide. The standards lay down the requirements of a quality management system, but not how the standards should be met. Over the past 2 decades, there have been several leaders who have been instrumental to the quality movement. However, these 4 leaders have made significant contributions in developing the concept of quality. W. Edwards Deming. In his 1940s work, he started the quality movement with his proposal that quality is defined by the customer. Deming proposed a 14-point plan that placed the burden of quality on management because they are in control of the systems in their organizations. With American businesses slow to receive his theory, Japanese businesses embraced it, and their quality award, the Deming Prize, was named after him in 1961. His approach led to the creation of the theory of total quality management and linked the concept of quality with efficient management. Philip B. Crosby. He laid out the 14-point program for quality improvement and added 4 absolutes. Crosby furthered the idea that quality was about conforming to a series of requirements rather than reaching a poorly defined benchmark of goodness. His absolute centered about the concept that quality should be prevented rather than detected and corrected. The standard for performance should be zero deficits, and quality should be measured by the price of nonconformity. One of Crosby's commonly quoted phrases is, if quality isn't ingrained in the business, it will never happen. Joseph M. Juran. Using Eastern philosophies learned in Japan, he advocated the idea that quality is related to fitness for use. Juran believed that this definition of quality fell into two key areas. Higher quality products had a greater number of features which fit with the requirements of the consumer and also had fewer defects. The Juran trilogy, published in the 1980s, produced three definitive quality management processes: quality planning, quality improvement, and quality control. Kaoru Ishikawa made significant contributions to the quality movement. He provided a collection of analytical tools to use in the workplace and developed the cause and effect diagram that bears his name. Systems theory was proposed by the biologist Ludwig von Bertalanffy, who is considered to be the founder and principal author of general systems theory. This was not intended to be a business theory. The systems theory in business, or the systems approach to management, is based on the idea that everything is interrelated and interdependent. It can be applied to organizational development interventions, and it is essential to the quality movement and leads to process improvement. It is based on understanding the relationship between the three key components featured in the diagram. Input, this is the data the system receives to produce a certain output. Process, the action involved to transform the input to the output. Output, the result from the process. The output is checked against the desired standards, and then any necessary steps are taken to achieve control. Boundary, this is the limit of the system for better concentration of the activities. And the environment, this is the outside boundary area of the system, which is known as the environment. Changes in the environment affects the workings of the system. Six Sigma is a quality philosophy introduced by American engineer Bill Smith while working at Motorola in 1986, as they were seeking more precise ways to measure process defects. Quality approach. As a disciplined approach, Six Sigma uses a data-driven approach and methodology for eliminating defects, which uses a set of techniques and tools for process improvement. Achieving Six Sigma. The Six Sigma quality standard is measured on a defects per million basis, unlike previous standards that were measured on a defects per thousand basis. By aiming for 3.4 defects, it diverges from the zero deficit model proposed by Crosby, which many sees as unattainable and in some cases demotivating. It has evolved from a simple manufacturing metric of 3.4 defects per 1 million opportunities to a methodology and management system adopted by numerous business sectors. Improvement processes. Sitting at the heart of Six Sigma philosophy is DMAIC, a model for process improvement which stands for Define Opportunity, Measure Performance, Analyze Opportunity, Improve Performance, and Control Performance. Alternatively, DMADV is used to define, measure, analyze, design, and verify, which is used for the creation of new processes that fit within the Six Sigma principles. On the lower half of the screen, we'll look at certification levels. Employees who are trained and certified in the Six Sigma methodology work full-time on quality initiatives, focus on continuously reviewing and revising business processes. There are requirements for certification at each level in the structure, including a specific curriculum and requirements for demonstrating effectiveness by working on quality initiatives. In addition, candidates must pass a written test prior to certification. The team structures, moving from left to right, are as follows. Quality leader or manager. The quality leader in an organization generally reports the CEO or president in order to remain objective. This role represents the customer's requirements and focuses on continually improving operations. Master Black Belt. The Master Black Belt generally works with a single function, such as marketing or accounting. They work closely with the process owners to implement the methodology and ensure the projects stay on track. Process owner. Process owners are individually responsible for a specific process in the organization. For example, the CHRO would be the process leader for HR initiatives. Black Belt. Black Belt employees work full-time on quality initiatives. They also coach greenbelts to improve their quality skills. Greenbelts. Greenbelts have received Six Sigma training and participate on project teams on a part-time basis while continuing to work in another role for the balance of their time. Another organization that has popularized the use of Six Sigma is General Electric. When Jack Welch was at the helm in 1995, he made Six Sigma central to his business strategy. The theory of constraint was introduced by Elliot Goldratt as a methodology for identifying the most important limiting factor that stands in the way of achieving a goal, and then systematically improving that constraint until it is no longer the limiting factor. Assuming that the goal of a system has been articulated and its measurements defined, here are the steps. Step 1, identify the system's constraint. Step 2, decide how to exploit the system's constraint. Step 3, subordinate everything else to the above decisions. Step 4, elevate the system's constraint. Step 5, warning. If in the previous steps a constraint has been broken, go back to step 1, but do not allow inertia to cause a system's constraint. In this video, the main tools used in quality analysis will be reviewed. Kaoru Ishikawa was a professor of engineering at Tokyo University and a key contributor in the development of the Japanese quality strategy. He's also well known for the development of 7 quality collection tools: cause and effect diagram, also called the Ishikawa or fishbone diagrams. It identifies many possible causes for an effect or problem and sorts ideas into useful categories. Check sheet, a structured, prepared form for collecting and analyzing data, a generic tool that can be adapted for a wide variety of purposes. Control chart, graph used to study how a process changes over time. Histogram, the most commonly used graph for showing frequency distributions or how often each value in a set of data occurs. Pareto chart, a bar graph that shows which factors are more significant. Scatter diagram, graph pairs of numerical data, one variable on each axis to look for a relationship. Stratification chart, a technique that separates data gathered from a variety of sources so that patterns can be seen. A cause and effect diagram, also called the fishbone or herringbone diagrams, are commonly referred to by the namesake of its pioneer, Ishikawa. It shows the causes of a specific event and helps in organizing information during a brainstorming session. This tool is particularly useful in gathering ideas that may contribute to an outcome. It's a simple concept that enters the problem at the right of the diagram, which is the main backbone. The possible causes of the problems are drawn off the bone of the main backbone. The effects of those causes are listed off of these bones. When all the ideas have surfaced, attention is placed where there is the least amount of data. Check sheet. This is the simplest analysis tool requiring only a list of items that might be expected to occur. It is a form used to collect data in real time at the location where the data is generated. Data can be quantitative or qualitative. In an HR setting, a check sheet might be used to keep track of the reasons why people resign from their positions. When an item occurs, a simple check or tick mark is placed next to the item on the list. The data collected with a check sheet may be graphically represented in a histogram to facilitate analysis. Control chart. This tool is most effective for determining variances in a production process over time. It is a graphical representation of elements that are out of the acceptable range by setting parameters above and below the range. Although it's generally used in a production context, it could be applied to an HR context. For example, using the same upper and lower parameters, if open positions will be filled within 30 days of the date of notification and there are 2 other positions out of normal range, one took 25 days and the other took 35 days, both of these would be considered out of control and warrant investigation to determine what caused the variance. Histogram. It provides visual representation of numerical data by showing the number of data points that fall within a specific range of values. It is used to summarize discrete or continuous data. It can display a large amount of data and the frequency of data values. The medium and distribution of the data can be determined by the histogram. In addition, it can show any outliers or gaps in the data. Pareto chart is a representation of the 80-20 rule. 80% of the problems are caused by 20% of the causes, a principle established by Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto. It contains both bar and line graphs, where the individual values are represented in descending orders by bars. Total is represented by the line graph. It points out which areas are of concern and will provide the greatest return when corrected. The difference between a Pareto chart and a histogram is that the Pareto chart arranges the data in a descending order and includes a cumulative percentage on the right side of the chart. A scatter diagram, also known as an XY chart or scatter chart, provides a graphical representation for the relationship between two sets of numbers. The information represented is used for various forms of statistical analysis. The position of each dot on the horizontal and the vertical axes indicates values for an individual data point. Scatter plots are used to observe relationships between variables. Stratification chart. To stratify something means to sort large amounts of data into smaller groups. This aids in identifying the possible strategies for correcting problems. In this video, I'll describe the types of programs used for employee development. Human process interventions include interpersonal and group process approaches such as process consultation, third-party interventions, and team building. They are often built on principles of human relations and soft skills. Human process interventions are designed to increase employee competencies. Employee development programs help to improve an employee's broader skills for personal and professional growth. It can include training activities designed to upskill employees, such as literacy training, mentoring, attitude changes, and personality adjustments. These developmental opportunities help boost employee engagement and productivity. Employee development programs can take many forms. They can run the gamut from independent study to workshops to mentoring to e-learning to job enrichment. They also do not need to be expensive, so explore the rest of the options shown. Some additional ideas may include encouraging employees to join local industry groups, giving employees the opportunity to work directly with a subject matter expert, providing high-performing employees with stretch assignments and special projects, one-on-one mentoring, and coaching, and employee-to-employee learning. Every employee possesses skills that give them the potential to thrive in the workplace. Workplace skills help perform daily tasks and are a combination of hard and soft skills. Hard skills are the knowledge and occupational skills acquired on and off the job. Soft skills are the character traits and interpersonal skills that describe relationships with others. Skills training is designed to provide employees with the targeted training they need to gain the knowledge and abilities necessary to fulfill the specific requirements of their jobs. Hard skills are specific unquantifiable knowledge or abilities usually necessary for success. They're demonstrated through tangible evidence, usually a degree, certificate, or work samples. Soft skills are unquantifiable attributes that cannot be proven. They must be demonstrated through work style and approach. Successful execution is subjective. Personal branding is establishing and promoting your professional reputation. It is a unique combination of skills and experiences that differentiates you from other professionals in your field. It should be consistent and make you stand out from others and act as your calling card to open doors for new opportunities. In this video, I'll describe the types of team management structures and activities that help employees understand each other's behaviors. Teams are a group of people joined together to form a common purpose. For a team to be effective, all participants need to be clear on the goals they're working towards and what expectations that are needed to be met. Teams can be divided into 4 main groups. Starting at the top of the diagram and moving to the right, self-directed teams. The group selects its own leadership, identifies its own direction, and holds itself accountable for accomplishments. Project teams. These are formed when specific projects must be completed. People with specific talent or experience are recruited into the group to contribute their knowledge and skills to resolving the problems or accomplish some other goal. There's often a team leader who can be an organizational superior or peer of other team members. They also have other types of sub-teams. Operational teams. These types of teams support other teams. They are formed to make sure that all back-office processes go smoothly. They can have their own projects and function like a project team. Virtual teams. Members are not located in the same facility and they may work in different parts of the globe. They come together via technology, such as the internet, to accomplish team assignments that could fall within the scope of other work teams. They have factors such as culture, space, and time. Teamwork implies a number of individuals striving toward a common goal. Each type of team comes with a unique set of strengths and weaknesses. This table highlights the typical advantages and disadvantages of the 4 categories of teams. Dependent on an individual's style, teamwork may or may not be appealing, but given that most work is done in some type of team formation, finding the right category of team may be all that's required. Organizationally, training employees how to work effectively in teams requires task-focused skills and process-focused skills. The advantages of working in a team could prove to be an incredible learning experience when there's readiness among the team members to share information with one another. The team members will build trust and support each other. In addition, creativity and higher speeds of task completion will be some of the organizational benefits. However, things could become chaotic when some teams are not united. The process to ramp up to a high-performing team may take additional time, and even when things are going well, the cost of increased technology may be unexpected, though providing increased value over time. Each business and team will need to make the decision if this is the right intervention to solve their business challenge. Collaboration is a joint effort of 2 or more individuals working together to accomplish a task or project. It is also used to reference viewing and contributing to online content over a network. 2 forms of this communication include asynchronous, not communicating and working at the same time, and synchronous, working together simultaneously and in communication at the same time. From left to right, these are the 4 types of collaboration tools aimed to smooth out challenges that hinder workflow at every level. Communication tools. These facilitate instant peer-to-peer interactions to avoid usage of more formal and long-form tools. Tools used for rapid communication are among the least structured collaboration products, allowing businesses to use them to solve a myriad of problems and shape their role in their software ecosystem. These collect and manage unorganized ideation and brainstorming to provide structure. However, they're still more free-form in their usage as compared to more broadly focused products. Time management tools. These focus on providing structure to the day-to-day responsibilities by breaking them into digestible tasks and offering reminders for deadlines. These tools are more structured and more focused on the daily activities of teams. Their short-term scope gives them more flexibility than the more long-term focused tools. Roadmap tools. These specialized tools provide lifecycle structure for planning the business's long-term goals. These tools are more structured and bring very straightforward organization with little wiggle room for free-form usage. However, this isn't a negative because teams want to have their long-term plans well thought out and broken down. Collaboration tools tend to integrate with one another to provide a cohesive, seamless software ecosystem to support teams. Both teamwork and collaboration involve a group of people working together to complete and share a goal. Teamwork is defined goals shared by everyone. It's affected by collaboration. It rarely happens without collaboration, and it's considered a form of collaboration. Collaboration, on the other hand, may have different goals in mind. It affects and enhances teamwork. It can take place whether an individual considers themselves to be a part of a team. Team building is a process of turning a group of individual contributing employees into a cohesive team. It involves participating in activities designed to enhance social interactions and to build relationships. As teams are expected to produce results, but performance is hindered when team members do not work well together. A collaborative team environment is essential for the team's success. To create a collaborative environment, teams should engage in this process. Step 1, identify everyone's strengths. Step 2, establish realistic expectations and clarify goals. Step 3, deploy collaboration tools. Step 4, encourage open-mindedness. Step 5, reward innovation. Step 6, celebrate the team's success publicly. Step 7, support a strong sense of community. Step 8, spread the delegation of tasks. One of the benefits of working in teams is creative problem solving. It is a mental process of creating a solution to a problem. It seeks new solutions rather than finding the existing solutions. Here's how it works. Part 1 formulates the problem by identifying desired outcomes and what obstacles exist, gathering data for proper perspectives, and then defining a problem and establishing the target. In Part 2, it formulates a solution through brainstorming to identify potential solutions and then synthesizing and selecting the solution. In Part 3, it's about implementing the solution, creating the action plan, gaining acceptance of the plan, and addressing any concerns, and then putting that plan into action. In this video, the different types of development programs will be described. Development programs are designed to enhance professional acumen for career advancement and to match specific employees that are targeted. From left to right, here are the typical programs. Sales development. It gives participants the opportunity to learn about the business, key sales processes, and tools, and establishes internal and external relationships while developing professional skills and capabilities. Management development, also called MDP, strengthens the relationship between managers at all levels and enables them to gain the ability to motivate others to effectively manage their teams. Leadership development. This is intended to help refresh and build on leaders' existing skills to increase their leadership capacity in the current and next jobs. Executive development. This prepares senior leaders for the challenges ahead to gain new business acumen, update leadership skills, and cultivate a different mindset that embraces uncertainty and rapid change. Sales development program participants have access to and network with senior decision makers and key leaders. From left to right, the program generally covers these 5 areas. Sales support. Participants receive systems and tools training on core selling skills and proven methodologies, and they learn about the industry, channels, and markets, offering fundamentals. These are the basic technical skills to effectively sell the product or service and are unique to every business. Pipeline management. Participants learn to conduct lead generation and prospecting and qualify potential new clients by utilizing business acumen to research businesses, their executives, business trends, and competitive intelligence. Pitch practice. This is skill development aimed at improving the participants' effectiveness to support the chosen sales approach or process. Strategic selling. Participants create customized plans for their sales territories with the goal of supporting their revenue targets. They are prepared to educate prospective clients on the business's value and negotiate opportunities to secure sales revenue. Successful participants are resourceful, true problem solvers who challenge themselves to find the most effective and efficient solutions to complex challenges. Management development programs help participants to enhance and strengthen their capabilities and core competencies and ensure that they have the skills, knowledge, and resources to effectively lead, engage, and develop their teams. Here are the 6 key modules of the program. Starting at the top left and following the connecting lines from left to right. Training. Participants learn a specific set of skills to perform the job through on-the-job or off-the-job training. This is the initial part of any management development program and can vary from 1 day to many months. Job rotation. This prepares managers to be open to new, unfamiliar challenges and gives them a solution-minded approach and enhances their value as employees capable of working across departments. International transfers. This can be a huge bonus to help managers grow as professionals and individuals by enhancing their skill set at an individual level, which will be extremely beneficial for the business. Mentorship. Experienced executives already understand the organizational culture and have effective business techniques, so it makes sense for them to give orientation to progressing managers. Coaching. This is a mix of mentorship and training where a senior person usually trains a new participant in achieving personal and professional goals. Academic programs. These teach managers the most up-to-date knowledge to blend academics, theoretical know-how, and practical resourcefulness. Management development plays a vital role in human resources management because the changes in organizational goals, technological advancements, and the efficiency of existing managers should be updated. Leadership development programs are an official commitment to help top-tier employees grow their skill sets and to find them new roles within the business to exercise these skills with a long-term influence. On the left, selection and placement. Leadership style should be matched with the organizational culture and what is needed to make the business succeed. Recruiting leaders takes considerable time and money trying to make a careful selection decision. However, executive search firms are paid well to help identify outstanding leadership talent. In the center, organizational engineering. This is the hiring of specific individuals who are necessary to the business because of their experiences or skills, but who may not possess a leadership style that is compatible with the business's culture. In this case, psychologist Fred Fiedler recommends that businesses engineer the job to fit the leader. On the right, rewarding leader behavior. Leaders must be sufficiently motivated to experiment and learn. This can be accomplished with regular and fair pay increases and promotions. The most powerful incentives are intrinsic satisfaction from greater self-confidence and improved interpersonal relationships between leaders and members. Leadership development helps leaders develop better leadership skills, and it will not change the leader's basic leadership orientation or personality structure. Executive development programs are an ongoing process that helps participants gain knowledge, skills, and abilities to handle current situations in a more efficient manner and become matured to handle future organizational challenges successfully. This type of program will vary across businesses as it will be specific to the type of growth and challenges within the economy, industry, and the business itself. The process will remain consistent and follow these steps, starting from the top left and moving to the right. Analyze development needs. Appraise present executive talent. Plan individual development programs. Establish training and development programs, and evaluate development programs. In today's dynamic world with its huge competition, it is critical for businesses to stay abreast of the latest technologies and business processes and to invest in executives to acquire knowledge, skills, and abilities to help them stay. In this video, I'll describe the roles in career development. Human resource management interventions aim to enhance overall organizational performance by improving the performance of individuals and groups within the business with the goal of creating a learning organization. Employees are complex beings with unique and differing needs. They focus on individual interactions in the organization. Effective human resource management programs are those diverse enough to meet the needs while staying aligned with business goals and objectives. In addition to traditional HR practices such as rewards and recognitions, this can be accomplished by human resource management interventions that develop succession plans through leadership development, have clearly defined career plans, develop high potential employees, establish career paths, and in some cases, create dual career ladders. Career development is a lifelong process of managing learning, work, leisure, and transitions in order to move towards a personally determined and evolving preferred future. Two subcomponents of career development are career management and career planning. Career management is a combination of structured planning and active management for the choice of a personal career. The outcome of successful career management should include personal fulfillment, work-life balance, goal achievement, and financial security. Career planning is a subset of career management. It evaluates an employee's ability and interest and considers alternative career opportunities to establish career goals and planning practical development activities. Organizational career planning is different from individual career planning, as organizational career planning maps a sequence of jobs for the employee within the organization itself, whereas individual career planning is a map of sequence of jobs for the individual concerned without regard to the organization. Many organizations try to improve the quality of life at work by helping employees plan their careers. Career development programs help people continue to grow and develop after they gain employment. Through career management, the business tries to improve the quality of life by providing challenges for employees to fulfill interesting work. Managers work to support by helping employees plan their careers. Career planning is a responsibility that belongs to each individual. Finding a job just doesn't happen, individuals have to make it happen. Career management involves implementing and monitoring employee career paths at the organizational level. Many businesses avoid facing the growth challenges of career management by placing the full responsibility on the employees to be the captain of their careers. The responsibilities are outlined in the column on the left. In the center column, managers will assist with providing career coaching and candidate performance feedback to employees by identifying opportunities for development and advising employees about potential job opportunities. In the right column, the organization continues to provide the foundation and structure needed to support developmental programs and to help employees grow and develop. Career pathing is a structured, comprehensive development plan to help employees visualize their career growth within the company. It's a proven program by which successful transition of employees can occur. It helps with succession planning, employee engagement, skills attainment, and the alignment between employees and the company's objectives. Dual ladder career development programs allow mobility for employees without requiring that they be placed into a managerial hierarchy. As displayed, job titles on either path may not be equivalent to each other, but are progressive within their respective paths. Lateral movements may occur within a dual ladder program, such as team membership, internal consultative roles, membership, or rotation. Primarily, the dual ladder is mostly associated with technical, medical, engineering, and scientific occupations. This type of program is a way to advance employees who are not interested in pursuing a managerial track. Candidates will typically exhibit one or more of the following characteristics: substantial technical or professional expertise beyond the basic levels, have a licensure or required credentials, are known for innovation. They may or may not be well suited for management or leadership roles. The objective within the dual career ladder development program is to increase complexity and value to the organization while enabling the business to increase employee salaries to improve employee retention and satisfaction. Individual career planning will vary for every employee and may be with one company or across many. A typical model will include these stages. Occupational preparation. This is where occupations are assessed and decided upon. The necessary education and skills are then pursued. Occupational entry. This is when a person obtains and decides on the job offers from the organization they want to work for, or they learn of internal changes within the company they work and then decide if they want to pursue that opportunity. Early career establishment and achievement. An employee learns of a new job along with organizational norms and rules for fitting into the job, company, or industry. An employee gains work experience and career skills. Mid-career. An employee evaluates his or her career objectives and may choose to shift career direction. Late career. An employee focuses on retirement planning and, again, choices associated with life considerations as to the hours they wish to work, extra effort that may cause additional mental stress. Climbing career progression ladders is not normally in the career plans at this stage, yet mentoring of employees in early career phases would be. As employees progress through these various stages, they may choose different career paths, which may require occupational preparation and re-entering later in the cycle. Organizational career planning requires the support of HR and management to link back to organizational initiatives and foster a culture of support. Employees still bear the primary responsibility for their own career. They are required to take action, to be proactive in planning career progression, and not rely on the organization to direct their career path. Knowing yourself is important to be keenly aware of your current assessed traits and skills. Explore opportunities, seek out needs for increased knowledge, skills, and experience associated with career ambitions. Get focused. Set a timeline to achieve goals and plan activities associated with that. Share your plan and ask management for support. Individual Development Plan, also known as Career Development Plan. It helps to develop an employee for future opportunities, is designed to strengthen an employee's skill. Usually, it forms the basis for a strategic partnership between the manager and the employee to achieve goals in the defined upcoming performance period for the employee's career development. In this video, the steps in the succession planning process will be identified. Succession planning is the process of identifying and developing high potential employees in the workforce to critical future positions. The process must be aligned with career management, training and learning, and performance management. It has a focus on long-range needs and seeks to cultivate talent, unlike replacement planning, which focuses on immediate needs. High potential employees are also known as HIPOs, which is an illustrious group of individuals who are the business's rising stars and make up the top 3 to 5% of its employees. They possess the right mix of these three markers to get themselves recognized by leaders for critical and more senior positions. Top center aspiration. This is the desire for responsibilities, challenges, and rewards entailed by more senior roles. Bottom left, ability. This is the combination of innate characteristics and learned skills. Bottom right, engagement. This is the employee's emotional and rational commitment, discretionary effort, and intent to stay with the business. Not all high performers are HIPOs, so businesses need to assess the attributes and competencies that they value in their ideal employees. The process of succession planning is unique to each business, but there are general guidelines to help create a successful succession strategy. The diagram shown is the integrated model, starting with the bottom left and moving clockwise. Workforce planning is the entry point where candidates are entered into the program. Identify appropriate positions. This will follow these 6 steps. 1. Determine the functions and when positions will be available. 2. Identify initial competencies required for each position. 3. Conduct competency gap analysis. This deviates off to the right to recruit from outside, and new candidates are pulled into the process. Continuing on with 4. Design developmental opportunities for each set of competencies. 5. Develop and maintain talent pool. This deviates into the sub-process on the right. 5A, acquire volunteers and clearly inform them that their development does not guarantee selection. 5B, conduct an individual gap analysis. 5C, prepare individual development plans. 5D, reassess and track individual progress. Going back to the main process on the left and continuing on with 6, reassess and track overall progress and maintain skills inventory. The cycle is repeated as needed. Developing a strong, diverse talent pool takes a long-term commitment, but it is a vital component of the succession planning model and essential for ensuring the longevity of the business. The 9-box grid is a well-known talent management tool which most businesses use in the succession planning process. This structure has visual appeal with the 3x3 grid, which can help leaders evaluate talent as well as guide talent review discussions. The employees are divided into 9 groups using both a rating of potential on the vertical axis and performance on the horizontal axis. Green boxes. Developing succession planning talent will focus at the top of the 9-box grid, which are hypos. Remember, not all hypos are high performers, so they will have different developing needs. Blue boxes. Developing future promise focuses on the development of employees assessed as having moderate potential. Red box. Employees in this category are low performers and have low potential with the business and are considered a talent risk. The usefulness of the 9-box grid extends beyond the succession planning process and provides guidance and direction to talent planning and ongoing talent development. Executive succession planning is one of the most important responsibilities that a business have regardless of its size and industry, as it is critical to high performance. However, many businesses don't prioritize this work. Here are some tips to help overcome this challenge. On the left, proactively plan for future leadership, put the plan into action, look for the right time to introduce new candidates into the succession plan, allow lots of time for the search and transition processes, and ensure continuity if the position will be vacant. On the right, establish a committee or leader to oversee the transition process. Create a defined set of deliverables for the leader. Communicate often and honestly about the process, not specific candidates. Exit or transition to a new role like you mean it. And it's about more than any one person. It's for the benefit of the business. Succession planning is often associated with feelings of angst, fear, and sometimes even outright panic. Therefore, businesses need to develop a culture of succession thinking from the top to the bottom. Effective succession planning involves having a long-term vision and an understanding of lateral moves, assignments to special projects, leadership within teams, and internal or external development opportunities. Here are the success components of effective succession planning. From the bottom left and moving clockwise, visible support, leadership criteria, defined plan, simple measurable process, alignment with organizational culture, leadership development, and organizational priority. Planning out succession will make an already effective leader look like a genius, but doing it properly requires transparency across the business, preparing potential leaders by arming them with the necessary information for all potential transitions. Integrating an evaluation process to assess how effective succession planning is can help the business take gradual steps to develop the best succession plan possible to take the business forward. Here are the key approaches to measuring the effectiveness of the succession planning system. Evaluate satisfaction with personal development initiatives. Assess management satisfaction with employee performance and job readiness. And measure time to full function attainment. The best way to actively evaluate the success of a succession planning strategy is to maintain reports on business progress in tune with the changes in personnel. By learning through experience, business leaders can fine-tune their succession plan to maintain business continuity in the smoothest way. There are many types of organizational development interventions that are useful for OD practitioners to be aware of so that creative innovations can be applied. We addressed areas to understand the strategic goal of organizational development, overview organizational learning, review organizational design tools, share organizational intervention tools, review quality approaches and analysis tools, develop employees and help them improve their skills, and help employees manage their careers. Designing effective interventions are based on the interpretation of the situation and will require striking a balance between the technical and social controls that will best fit the group. Theoretically, making organizational changes are not difficult, but what is challenging is the coordination and alignment of all the components. OD practitioners work with HR professionals to help the business build its capacity to change and achieve greater effectiveness by developing, improving, and reinforcing strategies, structures, and processes. Next, in performance management, we'll explore HR's role in helping managers and employees be successful in meeting organizational expectations. In this course, I will describe the performance management process. On the SPHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 3 and covering Learning and Development, which is worth 12% of the exam. The middle course in the series is Performance Management, which is highlighted in red. An effective performance management process helps to establish alignment with the business's mission, vision, goals, and objectives. It creates a strong linkage between performance evaluation, compensation, training and development, and career development. This table overviews the processes across learning and development and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within each function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people doing the work. In the middle column is performance management. Performance management is driven towards the development of high-performance leaders and through employee motivation. It contains the processes that guide and direct employee performance over a period of time. HR professionals play a vital role in finding tools and developing processes to make the system workable so that managers and employees will be committed to the system, which will produce the results that will help improve organizational performance. In this topic, employee performance will be overviewed. Employee performance is the act of how employees fulfills work requests, perform the duties of their role, completes required tasks, and behaves in the workplace. The measurement of performance includes quality, quantity, and the efficiency of work. All human resources functions are associated with evaluating and rewarding employee performance. It occurs at all stages of the employee life cycle, daily, weekly, monthly, and annually, using multiple tools and systems. In some cases, corrective feedback is needed to change employee behaviors through the discipline process. It helps to improve job performance through performance planning, performance evaluation, mentoring, and continuous feedback. With all the disruptions to the global business market and the shift to working from home, many businesses are still navigating these challenges. More than ever, businesses need to focus on employee performance and productivity to remain solvent. Here are some keys to enhancing employee performance. Provide tools and infrastructure to facilitate remote working. Establish rules of engagement. Focus on interactive virtual learning. Acknowledge employees' efforts and achievements. And provide social, mental, and healthcare support. In this video, I'll share a variety of methods used to motivate employees. Motivation is an internal process that drives change through behavior. In understanding how to motivate employees, 3 key concepts should be noted. A person's mental state, which causes them to engage in behavior, is an intentional action. It is directed towards achieving some goal or satisfying a need or desire. Each person is unique because of different hereditary and environmental traits. The essence of motivation is energized and persistent goal-directed behavior. Motivation is a huge field of study, and the various psychologists who have studied human behavior have formalized their findings in the form of various motivational theories. These theories provide an understanding of how people behave and what motivates them. We will look at the summary of these key motivational theorists. Abraham Maslow, Hierarchy of Needs, 1954, Frederick Hertzberg, Two-Factor Theory, 1959, David McClelland, Acquired Needs Theory, 1961, and Clayton Alderfer, ERG Theory, 1969. Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a motivational theory in psychology which includes the 5 levels of human needs. Within each level are specific needs that allows for an individual to be fulfilled. The hierarchy is often depicted as a pyramid to represent the need to be fulfilled by the lower order before an individual can be moved up to the next level. Without fulfillment of the level below, a person cannot progress because they will lack the motivation to do so. Maslow's hierarchy is often applied to the workplace as a means to determine how to more effectively motivate employees. Starting at the base of the pyramid where the lowest order need is located, on the left-hand side, we have the personal attributes, and on the right-hand side, the work attributes. Maslow's hierarchy is stated in the middle. The psychological needs, these are the most basic needs. Individuals are striving to find enough food to eat or a place to live and are motivated by attaining these things. They are motivated by the actions that provide the basic necessities of life. While at work, they're looking for salary, wages, and benefits. For the safety needs, once individuals have food and shelter, they look for ways to ensure they're safe from physical harm and emotion. At work, they're looking for jobs, security, and pension. For social belonging, individuals are motivated by the desire for acceptance and belonging in their social group. Similarly, at work, colleagues and teaming or associations. For self-esteem needs, individuals are motivated by the recognition for their achievements in both home and work. For self-actualization, when individuals are confident that their basic needs have been met, they become motivated by opportunities to be creative and fulfill their own potential. They don't look outside themselves for opportunities, but depend on themselves to find action. Frederick Hertzberg's two-factor theory is also known as the motivation hygiene theory, the motivation theory model, and dual structure theory. It maintains that there are 2 factors that an organization can adjust to influence and motivate in the workplace. These factors are the hygiene factors, which are on the left, which refers to the factors that are related to the context of job, such as salary, supervision, and company policies. These won't encourage employees to work harder, but they will cause them to become unmotivated if they are not present. Poor hygiene factors decrease job satisfaction. Motivators, which are on the right, refers to the factors that are related to the content of the job, such as recognition, achievement, and responsibility, which can encourage employees to work harder. Motivating factors increase job satisfaction. The premise of David McClelland's acquired needs theory is that experiences acquired throughout an individual's life motivate them to achieve one of 3 areas: achievement, affiliation, and power, with 2 extremes of the behavior, high and low achievers. The need for achievement. Individuals motivated by achievement take moderate risks to achieve their goals, respond to frequent feedback, and generally prefer to work as a sole contributor or with others interested in achieving at the same level. Need for affiliation. Individuals who need affiliation look for acceptance in the work group and need regular interaction with their coworkers or customers. Need for power. These individuals are looking for either personal power or institutional power. Those interested in institutional power are often effective managers who are motivated by coordinating work groups to achieve organizational goals. In McClellan's research, he concluded that the need for achievement, like other personality characteristics, is learned at an early age and largely influenced by child rearing practices and other influences of parents. He argued that economic development and national prosperity were closely related to the need for achievement and recommended that management development programs and foreign aid programs focus on raising the need for achievement rather than on skill training or providing financial aid. Clayton Alderfer's ERG theory is formed on the basis of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but collapses 5 levels into 3 categories. Starting at the base of the pyramid, existence. Aspirations for material and physical well-being includes Maslow's psychological and safety levels. Existent needs are considered first level and foundational to motivating behavior. As lower level needs are satisfied, they become less important. As higher level needs are satisfied, they become more important. To strive for a cultural motivation, leaders must ensure that the individual's lower level needs are met and no longer important, so that individuals have opportunities to achieve the lower level needs, such as relatedness and growth. Relatedness. Aspirations for fulfilling relationships include Maslow's social and belonging and esteem levels. Growth. Aspirations for development of capability, growth, or potential includes Maslow's esteem and self-actualization's level. Alderfer's theory allows for the possibility that people can work on multiple levels simultaneously. It also describes the concept of frustration regression, which occurs when an individual falls back to a lower level in frustration at being unable to attain the next level. The most successful organizations are those that have a culture of motivated individuals who come together to form effective teams, accomplishing strategic goals and objectives set forth by the organizational leaders. Motivational leaders set the tone for such a culture. To motivate individuals, it's important to understand their needs. Effective leaders build and shape organizations and motivate their employees' minds, spirits, and actions. Cognitive evaluation theory of motivation indicates that there are 2 kinds of interconnected motivators to consider. Intrinsic motivators, resulting from performance of activity including responsibility and achievement. Extrinsic motivators result from environmental factors including working conditions, pay, and performance evaluations. Intrinsic and extrinsic motivators are related to and impact each of the motivation theories described. Although there's not a single magical solution for motivating individuals, careful consideration of each of these theories and how they might be applied to build and shape a highly motivated business will most certainly result in the benefits and rewards. Since human organizations were established, various thinkers have sought to answer what motivates people to work. Some of the different approaches have resulted in a number of theories concerning motivation. We will look at the summaries of these notable motivational theorists. B.F. Skinner, Operant Conditioning, 1957. Douglas McGregor, Theory X and Theory Y, 1960. J. Stacy Adams, Equity Theory, 1963. And Victor Vroom, Theory of Expectancy, 1964. The results of B.F. Skinner's work on behavioral reinforcement are more commonly known as behavior modification. His basic theory is that behavior can be changed through the use of 4 intervention strategies. Positive reinforcement in the upper left-hand corner. It encourages continuation of the behavior by providing an unpleasant response when the behavior occurs. Negative reinforcement in the upper right-hand corner encourages continuation of the behavior by removing an unpleasant response to a behavior. Positive punishment in the lower left-hand corner discourages future occurrence of the behavior by providing an unpleasant response when the behavior occurs. Negative punishment in the lower right-hand corner discourages future occurrence of the behavior by ceasing to reinforce it. Douglas McGregor expanded on Maslow's work to describe the behavior of managers in their relationships with their employees. McGregor identified 2 distinct management approaches, Theory X and Theory Y. Theory X managers, on the left-hand side, These are managers who have a worldwide view of employees as lazy and uninterested in the work and need to be constantly directed to complete their assignments. They believe that employees don't want to take responsibility and are interested in job security above all else. They're generally autocratic, utilizing top-down management style. 3Y managers, on the right-hand side, believe that given the opportunity, employees will seek out challenging work and additional responsibility if the work is satisfying. These managers are more likely to invite participation in the decision-making process from their subordinates. John Stacey Adams' equity theory helps explain why pay and conditions alone do not determine motivation. It also explains why giving one person a promotion or a pay increase can have a demotivating effect on others. The basic concept is that individuals are constantly measuring what they put into their work against what they get from it. The inputs are logically what they give up or put into work. The outputs are everything they get out in return. If the perception is the trade is fair, they're motivated to continue contributing at the same level. When they perceive there is an imbalance and they're putting in more than they're getting back, they become demotivated and lose interest in their work, decreasing the productivity and quality. Fairness is based in perceived market norms. Victor Vroom stated that people will be highly productive and motivated if two conditions are met. 1, they believe it is likely that their efforts will lead to successful results, and 2, they believe that they will be rewarded for their success. Vroom's expectancy theory separates effort, performance, and rewards using the variables shown. Expectancy, instrumentality, and valence to account for effort times performance times rewards, which are linked to a person's motivation. From left to right, expectancy. Increasing the amount of effort will increase performance. If I work harder, I will perform better. Instrumentality. Better performance will achieve outcomes. If I perform well, will the desired outcome be achieved? Valence. The perceived value the employee puts on the outcome. If someone is mainly motivated by money, he or she might not value offers of additional time off. Vroom's expectancy theory works on perceptions, so even if a motivation tactic works with most people in the business, it doesn't mean that it will work for everyone. A successful business leader needs to be involved in motivating and inspiring employees to work towards the organizational vision. The basics of applying the various motivational theories can help to achieve these goals. It provides the knowledge and insights to offer positive reinforcement to motivate the workforce, design of work and the work environment to build engagement, challenge and inspire teams through goal setting, provide formal extrinsic rewards to boost morale, and reward high performers through pay-for-performance systems. In this topic, I'll describe what HR can do to help managers in the performance management process. People, including their skills, their knowledge, and contributions, as well as their innovations, are the soul of the performance management systems and practices. Performance management is the process in which the organization maintains or improves employee job performance utilizing performance tools, coaching, and counseling and feedback. Because individual contribution drives the business results in a business, the practices involved in performance management are of great interest to the growth and sustainability of the business. A business's philosophy and structure is represented through its organizational values and strategic goals. The values are principles and create standards of behavior, which is most important in how the business will conduct itself and shape its future. The values can be positive drivers of behavior, such as treating everyone with respect, or negative drivers, which causes behaviors that may be less than desirable in the workforce, such as being tethered to your smartphone to respond to texts or calls, which creates an unbalanced work-life structure. Well-defined values that are clearly communicated helps employees gain a sense of purpose and have a better understanding of how their job fits in with organizational priorities to help drive better employee performance. Employees' goals and milestone achievements are the signs that reflect success of the organization and assist the workforce in perceiving the organization's progress and how their performance plays a part. It's an important role for both HR and management to consistently and clearly communicate the business's goals and strategic direction. The American National Standard Institute, ANSI, publishes a set of guidelines explaining how performance management should be implemented. This standard assumes that organizational effectiveness is enhanced when all employees know and share the strategic goals of the organization and know how to achieve their individual goals. According to this new standard, effective performance management involves 3 processes. Goal setting. This is the process of establishing objectives to be achieved over a period of time. Performance reviews. This is the process of assessing progress towards goals. Performance improvement plans. This is the process of addressing specific individual performance issues. Over the years, consensus has developed about the number of elements of an effective performance management system. Performance management involves all the human resource functions associated with evaluating and rewarding employee performance. Effective performance management programs serve at least 5 important key functions. 1. Guide human resource decisions. 2. Reward and motivate employees. 3. Promote personal development. 4. Identify training needs. And 5. Integrate human resource functions. In this video, I'll share the elements of effective goals in the goal-setting process. Goals are objectives to drive performance towards achievement. They set the expectations for outcomes agreed upon by the employer and the employee. They may be project goals, duties to be fulfilled, or measurements of behavior. Effective goals motivate and inspire, increase success rate, and help to focus and reduce frustration. The table shows 3 types of accomplishment goals and a stretch goal. The 3 accomplishment goals are different based on the level of control applied. The most control is applied over the process goals, and the least control is over outcome goals. Performance goals. These goals set the standards at which process goals will be performed. They focus on the results that affect the bottom line. Meeting these goals on process goals will help to achieve outcome goals. Outcome goals. These goals are specific and spell out the results to be achieved in the end. They may be goals like winning a certain percentage of the market or hitting a certain sales target. In these cases, outcome goals compare performances with those of other competitors. With most outcome goals, steps can be taken to influence the outcome, but the results are ultimately not in your control. Process goals. These goals, also called procedural goals, are the behaviors or strategies that will help performance and increase the chance of achieving the desired goals. These goals set the path to an outcome goal. Process goals are self-controllable. Stretch goals. These are especially challenging to reach. They are used to expand knowledge, skills, and the abilities of high-potential employees. Most organizations require that employees have stretch goals. SMART goals differ from regular goals because this framework has a specific criteria that can be remembered by the acronym SMART to help provide the structure in achieving the desired results. SMART stands for specific. This involves being specific with every part of your SMART goal. What do you want to accomplish, and what will you do to achieve this goal? Measurable. Making your goal measurable will help to track your progress. What data can be used for goal measuring? Achievable. Making your goal attainable ensures its success. Is achieving this goal possible? Relevant. Making sure your goal is relevant ensures it relates to other broader goals, or rather, your ultimate goal. Why is this goal important? Time-bound. This takes into account the time period that this goal needs to be achieved by. When does the goal need to be accomplished by? Let's review how SMART goals were used to write to hire 10 new reporters. Due to increased demand, we will hire 10 new reporters by the end of the year to supplement news coverage by adding 1 to 2 monthly hires. Specific, 10 new reporters will be hired. Measurable, progress can be tracked by hiring at least 1 to 2 employees each month in order to achieve this goal by the deadline. Achievable, the increased demand is driving an increase in revenue, so the salaries will be covered. Relevant, there is more news to be covered, so this makes sense that there will be sufficient work to be covered by everyone. Time-bound, this allows by the end of the year to complete this goal, which seems to be reasonable. To close out the goal-setting process, there are 3 additional sub-processes. Documentation. The previous period's goals and feedback should be cross-referenced with the development of new goals and the current feedback. Goals should be documented and added to the employee's personnel file, and the employee should receive a copy. Revisions. Organizations must constantly adapt to the economic and competitive factors, and therefore they need to align performance reviews with changing organizational missions, business objectives, and marketplace demands. Therefore, goals should be revisited as changes occur in the business. Adjustments. A process should be established to allow employees and managers to comment and update progress towards goals on a regular basis. The frequency should be no less than. In this video, I'll distinguish between performance evaluations and performance appraisals during the performance review process. The business review process will vary by a business's practices, strategies, objectives, and organizational culture. An effective performance review requires a continuous and timely performance feedback process. It will establish clear and specific goals and expectations at the outset of the performance management cycle. It measures performance against performance standards, and it acknowledges documented outcomes. It is important to have a two-way individual conversation between the manager and the employee, preferably at least once a year. An important aspect of performance management is performance appraisal, performance evaluation, and performance assessment. These terms are used interchangeably to describe the process of reviewing how well employees perform their duties during a specified period of time. However, there are some distinctions. Performance evaluation. This reviews progress. It identifies problems in planning or implementation. It aims at achieving outcomes. Performance assessment. This is the process of documenting. It is usually in measurable terms applied to knowledge, skills, and abilities. It paves the way for the final evaluation. Performance appraisal. This is a periodic formal review. It is a reactive and limited function that evaluates past performance. It is the last step of evaluation. The performance review process is a structured way for employers to assess, recognize, and reward employees fairly. Performance reviews help employees understand what they contribute to their organization and where they can improve and develop. Starting from the top center and moving to the right, planning session. This is a dialogue that includes performance feedback and measurement against clear and specific goals and expectations established at the onset of the performance management cycle. Regular feedback. A feedback process that is continuous and timely throughout the review period so that employees know how they're doing and what is expected. Tracking. A process for acknowledging the outcomes of the performance review process that is documented between the manager and the employee. Formal review. A two-way individual conversation between the manager and the employee at least once a year. Rewards and recognitions. This is acknowledging or incentivizing employees for a job well done. This should be a separate conversation from performance. The performance evaluation process has the potential to be a powerful tool for building an important relationship between the supervisor and their direct reports. It is to help employees determine their aspirations and the planning and development needs. It helps to allocate rewards and opportunities, provides feedback and counseling, and should be communicated continuously. Outcomes. This is to set clear expectations, establish commitments and mutual understanding, provide constructive feedback, and improve productivity, and to establish training and developmental needs. Measuring performance requires focusing on the most important aspect of an employee's job. Deciding what to evaluate is in part a value judgment. The personal values of the individuals who design the evaluation system will be reflected. Performance criteria are the written standards by which performance is evaluated. It helps evaluators maintain objectivity. It informs employees about expectations, giving them a target or goal for which to strive. Human resource managers are expected to help line managers identify the appropriate performance criteria and develop an acceptable evaluation procedure. These are some of the criterion problems. Deficiency. Performance measures that leave out some of the important job duties are considered deficient. For example, measurement of an employment interviewer's performance is likely to be deficient if it evaluates only the number of applicants hired and not the quality of those hired or how long those hired stay at the company. Contamination. This includes irrelevant criteria in performance measures that will contaminate the measure. For example, appearance might be a contaminating criterion in measuring the performance of telemarketing sales representative whom customers never see. Overemphasis. Too much focus on one or two criteria can lead to problems. For example, overstressing the number of tickets written by a police officer or the revenue generated by a sales representative may lead to the employee ignoring other performance areas. Performance standards are generally organized and disseminated by the senior leadership in the business or by task owners. They define the expected levels of employee performance. Sometimes they're labeled benchmarks, goals, or targets, depending on the approach taken. They should be realistic, measurable, clearly understood standards that benefit both organizations and employees. It's important that employees know and understand what specific performance is expected of them in performing their jobs and associated accepted behaviors. They fall into two categories. Behaviors and activities. What does the organization want the employees to do? They are the focus of most performance evaluations, especially for managers. They're easier to measure and include personal development that should focus largely on behaviors. Outcomes or results. This is what the organizations want the employee to produce. They are more important if measuring for results. They are often contaminated by outside factors such as economic conditions. They are best for compensating employees and other personnel actions. Performance reviews serve at least 5 important organizational functions. Identify issues and problems, verify performance data and observations, help to make recommendations for training. Build mutual rapport, they help develop competencies, and provide the information to promote personal development. Guide human resource decisions, share promotion and other job information, discuss disciplinary actions and performance improvements. Reward and motivate employees, provide the data to award pay increases, integrate human resource functions, help to prepare for appraisals. In this video, I'll describe the different types of performance evaluation methods. Performance appraisals are an annual process that involves evaluating an employee's performance and productivity against the predetermined set of objectives for that year. It also helps to evaluate the employee's skills, strengths, and shortcomings. The results of this performance appraisal process determines the employee's wage increase and promotion. Although there's no such thing as a universally accepted performance appraisal method, most organizations accept the Strauss and Sales classification, which uses 2 categories: traditional methods and modern methods. The objectives of performance appraisals varies from business to business, and depending on the industry and company size, the appraisals methods will vary as well. The traditional methods rate an individual's personality traits such as loyalty, judgment, knowledge capacity, etc. These methods take a goal-oriented approach and evaluate work results. From the top left and moving down, rating methods are the most frequently used for evaluating performance. Ranking methods. The objective of a ranking method is to order a group of employees from the highest to lowest along some dimension. From the top right and moving down, narrative method. These are essays that typically describe the employee's job responsibility and how well the employee has performed. Classification procedures. This is a simple categorization of the individual into several categories. Ratings are simple markings of performance level. The performance appraisal methods include the graphical scale on the left. This is the most frequently used procedure for evaluating performance. The graphical rating scale appears in numerous forms and are used to evaluate both performance characteristics as well as personality characteristics. In the center, the checklist method. This form lists employee traits in the form of statements with yes or no answers. Upon completion, the form is sent to HR for evaluation. On the right, the forced choice method. The employees are provided with ready-made statements that they can only answer yes or no to. There are 2 steps involved in developing these scales: selecting the characteristics and scaling the characteristics. The objective of ranking methods is to order a group of employees from the highest to lowest along some dimension, usually overall performance. There are 3 different methods for rank ordering a group of employees. On the left, ranking method. The supervisors rank the employees from best to worst based on their merit. Then they provide detailed descriptions of why the others were not the best or the worst. In the center, paired comparison method. In this method, the performance of each employee is compared with the other employees, and then the decision on whose performance is better is made. On the right, forced distribution. This is also called the bell curve rating or stacked ranking, and is preferred by many employers as it creates a visible differentiation between performances of each employee. It typically chooses the normal distribution curve to represent the performance distribution and ensures that a small fraction of the entire workforce is placed at either extreme, which is the outstanding performers and the poor performers. A relatively large section of the workforce falls in the middle distribution. The simplest performance evaluation form is a blank sheet of papers on which supervisors are asked to write a free-form essay describing the employee's performance. They typically describe the employee's job responsibilities and explain how well the employee has performed them. On the left is the essay evaluation. This requires a detailed description of an employee's performance. The description should include details of their relationship with coworkers, their strengths, and their weaknesses. In the center, the critical incident method. This method requires the recording of the critical behaviors of each employee that makes a difference in the effective or non-effective performance. The results may be taken into consideration when evaluating performance or considering promotion or bonuses. On the right, the field review method. This is an appraisal done by someone outside of the employee's own department, usually corporate or HR. It's useful for managerial level promotions when comparable information is needed. The classification procedure is possibly the easiest procedure to use, but it's also the most unreliable and biased unless it's carefully developed and closely monitored. It categorizes an individual into one of several categories, such as high versus low or outstanding versus poor. Modern methods are developed on personality traits and focus on the evaluation of job achievement. They focus on creativity, integrity, goal-oriented approach, leadership qualities, and tend to be more objective. They include these 5 methods. From the top left moving down, management by objectives, MBO. This is primarily a management philosophy. Behaviorally anchored rating scales, BARS. This is similar to the graphic rating scales. Moving to the top right and moving down, behavioral observation scales. An evaluator records the number of times various behaviors are observed. 360-degree appraisal. This is a multi-rater feedback system where everyone associated with the employee gives feedback. Assessment center. This employs multiple assessment methods and exercises to evaluate a range of competencies. Management by objectives, MBO, is primarily a philosophy of management that espouses a positive, proactive way of managing rather than a reactive way. It is also a performance evaluation procedure because employees are required to develop specific, measurable objectives, and to the extent to which they achieve these objectives, they are evaluated and reported. The focus is on goal setting, to develop clear, precise organizational objectives, delegation, to coordinate individual goals to achieve the overall organizational objectives, evaluation, corrective actions when needed to achieve the planned objectives, feedback and reviews, systematically measure and review performance. Behaviorally anchored rating scales, bars, are similar to graphic rating scales, except that the scales are described more accurately by specific behaviors. The scales are typically developed using the critical incident technique. Since those descriptions are specifically effective or ineffective behaviors and the best characteristics to include in an evaluation. An example of bars is shown. A large number of essays are collected to describe both positive and negative behaviors, which are called critical incidents. The behaviors are analyzed and classified into small number, 6 or 8 job dimensions. For each dimension, a list of behaviors are created and ranged from extremely effective to extremely ineffective. The evaluators are asked to independently rate each item on a 7-point scale. The final scale is developed using 6 to 8 job dimensions with corresponding behavioral anchors. A newer rating method similar to bars is called behavioral observation scales. An advantage of this method over bars is that it asks the rater to only describe the frequency of that behavior, whether to evaluate the quality of the performance. The evaluator simply records the frequency that the various behaviors were observed. No decision is made on whether the behavior was good or bad. 2 additional appraisal methods that are used require multiple evaluators. The 360-degree appraisal. Feedback on employee behavior and performance is gathered from multiple sources: subordinates, peers, superiors, and external contacts. A supervisor or manager compiles a summary for review with the employee. Assessment Center. This evaluates an employee's potential and performance for advancement into management. This is a series of activities that usually occurs over 2 or 3 days. It is designed to replicate actual job tasks and responsibilities. It is an excellent predictor of job performance. In this video, I will share the process to conduct evaluator training and the common errors made to support the performance management process. The process of training employees who participate in the performance reviews is strongly recommended. Evaluator training should be conducted each cycle for all employees involved in the process. Different levels of training will be dependent on each person's role. To be effective, at a minimum, the employee and the manager should receive training. The most common types of training includes instruction on the guidelines for the performance review steps, timelines and activities, expected outcomes at each step, and the responsibilities, which should be provided to the manager and the employee. Performance appraisals are more accurate and useful when the evaluations come from sources closer to the person being rated. They all need adequate opportunity to observe the behaviors of the employee prior to providing these ratings. There are several types of evaluators: supervisors, peers, clients, the employee, teams, and subordinates. Training those individuals who conduct performance appraisal is one way to make the experience, if not pleasant, at least more effective. This training can be facilitated by the human resource team using role-playing to give the evaluators the opportunity to experience and practice. Some of the topics for training include process and timing, so everyone understands when information is due and what will happen during the evaluation cycle. Performance criteria and job standards, so everyone is evaluating on the same objectives. How to deliver positive and negative feedback. How to create training and developmental goals using the SMART methodology, and how to avoid some of the common rating errors. Several elements should be included as part of the effective annual review. Supervisor assessment. Review the goals and objectives set at the beginning of the review cycle and whether their anticipated results were achieved. Evaluate whether deficiencies occurred because of an inadequate performance or because of circumstances outside the employee's control, such as a change in the organization's direction. Develop a plan to address the discrepancies. Employee self-assessment. This should be a two-way conversation, so the employee should be asked to assess their own performance as part of the appraisal. Give employees advance notice of the scheduled meeting to allow time for reflection about the past performance as well as goals that they may have for the future and areas of professional development that are of interest to them. Assessment from others. It is important for supervisors to obtain feedback from those who have worked closely with the employee. This gives an opportunity to find out areas of concern or outstanding performance which a supervisor may not be aware of. This may also include 360-degree feedback. Goal setting. A key component of the review is to plan and use changes in the strategic plan and the supervisor's goals and objectives to help plan the employee's goals. It's important for employees to participate in setting their own goals to facilitate their commitment to achieving them. Development goals. Supervisors can provide development opportunities for employees to address any areas of deficiency or to prepare them for the next level. The performance evaluation process has been severely criticized, and the criticisms have prompted some managers to abandon performance evaluations as a useless and perhaps harmful practice. Some of the major criticisms of performance evaluations are listed. Central tendency, clustering everyone in the middle of performance categories to avoid extreme or good or bad performance. It's easy to do, but it's wrong. This isn't fair to employees who are really making an effort and can be demoralizing. Contrast effect. This occurs when the managers rate an employee by comparing him or her with other employees. Favoritism. Overlooking the flaws of favored or nice employees, especially those whom everyone likes. Grouping. Excusing below standard performance because it's widespread. Everyone does it. Guilt by association. Rating someone on the basis of the company they keep rather than on the work that they do. Halo horn effect. So the halo, letting one positive work factor affect the overall assessment of the performance. Horn is the opposite, letting one negative factor discolor your opinion. Leniency and severity. So this is rating the employees either softly or harshly, potentially based on personal bias. Recency, ratings only on the recent performance, something good or something bad that has just recently happened, whereas data should be representative over the whole review period. Stereotyping, this is generalizing about an employee's performance based on a specific group, such as age, experience, location, or potentially school. The sunflower effect, rating an employee high regardless of performance to make yourself look good or be able to give more compensation. Bias, allowing your bias to influence the rating. Bias can come from attitudes and opinions about race, national origin, sex, religion, veteran status, disability, hair color, weight, etc. Grudge, evaluating based on the current period, also called retaliation. Preparation prior to a meeting with employees help alleviate some of the stress and discomfort that many evaluators feel, particularly when they're new to giving feedback. The goal of the process is to make sure that employees know that they're valued team members and to motivate them to continue positive performance and improve in areas in which they may be deficient. Discuss evaluations, open with an upbeat note, start the discussion with a friendly greeting. This sets the tone for the rest of the session, and then lay out the framework for the discussion. Walk through the evaluations and provide specific information regarding the rationale behind the ratings. Set goals for the next cycle. Even as the appraisal is reflecting on elements of the past, the objective should be focused on the future development and action. Create a plan to implement. To help facilitate the employee's growth and development, there should be agreement on a line of action. This should be based on the performance review results. Any action agreed upon must have deadlines and a means of evaluation. Discuss follow-up. Summarize the discussion, ask for final questions, have the employee sign hard copies of the evaluation, and end with positive expectations. The performance appraisal can be stressful and much time is spent on planning the in-person meeting. Equally as important is documenting the meeting. When preparing a formal written assessment, refer to the business's guidelines to ensure compliance. If there is not one, create it so that there's a level of standardization. From my years of professional practice, here are my principles to coast through the process. Consistent. Keep notes on all employees, not just a few. Objective. Use objective criteria. Accurate. Support job-related observations with facts, but avoid conclusions. Specific. Focus on deficiencies, not causes. Timely. Document situations as they happen. Remember that others may read your comments, so keep the COAST principles in mind. Training those individuals who conduct appraisals is one way to make the experience, if not pleasant, at least more effective. In most cases, this will include submitting the paperwork to HR for retention and processing salary changes if necessary. Encourage supervisors to make continuous feedback as part of the daily interactions with employees. Remember, appraisals with no surprises are easier on supervisors and their employees. Without a formal evaluation program, employers cannot defend their decisions to hire, fire, promote, discipline, or compensate. A defensible procedure should satisfy the following criteria. Identify objective job-related criteria. Document performance events. Communicate performance standards. Use reasonable care. And to train evaluators. In this video, I will share how to use performance improvement plans to effectively improve an employee's performance. A performance improvement plan, or PIP, is designed to facilitate a constructive conversation between the manager and the employee. The PIP process documents objectives to address an employee's unsatisfactory performance issues. It is designed to help an employee correct issues and shift their behavior, or move towards stated consequences that is agreed upon within a specified period of time. HR acts as a broker to help the manager and employee ensure successful completion of the PIP and to ensure that the requested changes are reasonable and attainable. HR's role is to help provide the guidance and necessary expertise in setting up the disciplinary process to be fair and equitable, and to make sure when the performance improvement plan requires changes that it makes sense, and to ensure they're applied uniformly and consistently throughout the organization. In a well-designed performance management program, it may include a policy to implement performance improvement plans so that when the issue arises, employees understand what is required and expected, as opposed to expecting the following acts. A variety of employee situations can necessitate the requirement to establish a PIP, and the key is to remember that PIPs are success plans and not termination plans. Managers must be adequately trained in constructive coaching techniques to help them avoid treating the process as though it's a step in progressive discipline. In addition, it's important to understand the cultural implications of a PIP. Generally, 80 to 90% of employees who are put on a PIP tend to leave the organization during the PIP period. Therefore, it's important to communicate how this tool will be used during the performance process. The PIP is designed to improve behavior and performance and not to punish. It should be used consistently and fairly and must be part of the overall performance management process. Organizations should define acceptable criteria and unacceptable behaviors and penalties for violations. The elements of the PIP includes goals, which are specific targets to help the employee modify their performance, timelines, which outlines the timeframes for goal attainment, and outcomes, which are definable measures of success against the goals. An effective performance improvement plan is a partnership between the manager and the employee and should not be one-sided. Every step from the initial discussion about the poor performance to the defining the weekly checkpoints should be a co-creation and working together to determine how the solution can be achieved by both parties. Here are the steps to provide a general outline for setting up the PIP. Concern: meet with the employee to discuss the performance plan. Let the employee know ahead of time the purpose of the meeting and ask for input. Also, give the employee adequate time to prepare. Goals: clearly define together what tangible success looks like and when it should be achieved. Typically, this is about 4 to 6 weeks. Discuss why the marker of success is important to the team or organization and how it helps move everyone forward. Get on the same page for how a successful outcome will be measured. Agree on the methods of measurement. Develop a plan during the meeting for how to reach a success using SMART goals. Timeline: set up 4 to 6 weekly checkpoints. Discuss what success for each weekly checkpoint might look like and what will be the measurable output. Feedback: during each weekly checkpoint, discuss the progress made to date based on the metrics previously agreed to. Review: during the last weekly checkpoint, declare success or act on the predetermined consequences. In addition to a written plan, a visual timeline of the meeting is a good idea to reinforce the plan. The sample PIP timeline shows the scheduled meetings. There are multiple meetings scheduled over the given time period. The regular touch points can be done via a chat session, for example. There are periodic checkpoints, which are scheduled in person to track the progress before the goal is expected to be completed. The final review meeting is at the end of the PIP to close out the plan and take the agreed action. When the plan is presented to the employee, schedule the meetings together so that the plan is already in place. The Individual Development Plan, or IDP, also known as a Career Development Plan, is a career planning tool designed to strengthen employee skills and to help develop the employee for future opportunities. It is used to call attention to employee development areas which may or may not indicate a performance deficiency. The intent is to help the employee achieve goals in defining upcoming performance period for the employee's personal career development. The added bonus is that it usually forms the basis for strategic partnership between the two parties. Though some employers may use IDPs synonymously with PIPs, it is outside of that scope. However, IDPs may be used in conjunction with a performance appraisal process as a final documented step to assist employees in goal setting and individual development for future career development plans. In this video, I will distinguish between coaching and mentoring. To help raise performance levels, two popular types of employee development programs are coaching and mentoring. On the left, coaching is a short-term process of training and supervising employees to better their performance. On the right, mentoring refers to the long-term counseling process carried on to guide and support an employee's career development. Coaching is a capacity development process that is time-bound and well-planned. An individual or group learns to improve performances through workshops, seminars, and other similar activities. Coaching helps in uncovering professional capabilities of employees, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, identifying their potential, build their skills, and other developmental areas, all of which are helpful for the accomplishment of the business goals. Coaching takes time, skill, and planning, and the measure of a coaching session's success lies in the results. If it doesn't lead to change or the desired behaviors, it is not effective. The coaching process shown identifies the following steps. From the top center and moving to the right, contracting. The coach, an expert who may be a senior employee or someone external to the organization, has agreed to provide specific service over a period of time to a group of employees or to one specific employee. Assessment. The coachee, the employee receiving the service, is analyzed on their performances and other job behaviors for the purpose of increasing efficiency and identifying training needs for further improvement. Feedback and action plan. The coach and the coachee set specific measurable goals, agree on the next steps in terms of actions and timing, and then gain a commitment. Active learning. The coach follows the employee's progress and creates a list, wiki, or library of best practices and learning tips based on the experience and the employee's input. Review. The process is to provide an open face-to-face communication between the coach and the coachee. This is to help the employee attain social and emotional maturity and effectiveness. Coaching is a skill set for leaders and professionals in other fields outside of HR. Specifically, coaching is a competency area for HR professionals in the domains of talent development, training, facilitation, and organizational development. This table shows the potential coaching opportunities. Type of employee. During the employee life cycle, development should be an ongoing process to meet the various needs. Training time. This time should support the job requirements. Coaching time. This will be dependent on the focus area. Assigned coach. Help in developing good coaches is important, and HR can help when it comes to making coach assignments by making matches and developing coaching skills. Focus area. Leveraging the data from the performance feedback process to help identify focus areas. Mentoring is a human development activity in which a person known as a mentor is connected with another person called a mentee who has less knowledge and experience to provide open face-to-face communication, focus on general development and psychological well-being, provide encouragement, insight, and counseling, and to help the employee attain social and emotional maturity and effectiveness. Mentoring can be provided either by a person outside the organization or an individual who's within the organization that possesses good knowledge and experience. Usually, coaches and mentors are part of the management in the business and should have the right leadership qualities. Leaders are equipped with the skills that make their sessions effective and successful. Furthermore, the staff or employees look up to their leaders as role models. A critical step in becoming a good coach or mentor is making the other party feel comfortable. This requires authentic connection where both parties feel respected and understood. Here are 4 tips that can help. Build a rapport and get to know the employee. Greet employees warmly and personally. Remember, the person with the most power or authority is responsible for making the other person feel comfortable, so always be kind and warm with employees. Engage in active listening. A coach or mentor should deliberately relax his or her posture when meeting with an employee. If the employee makes a particular sensitive or important point, lean in to indicate interest. Ask open-ended questions. Instead of launching into an issue, a coach or mentee can ask open-ended questions such as, how's it going? How was the weekend? So that conversation can begin with a more casual and natural tone. Both humility and humor are grounded in vulnerability. These qualities make coaches and mentors seem real and lay the groundwork for authentic connections. Being a coach or mentor is not an easy role to perform. These roles are very crucial to the business and its people, and because of this, when investing in coaching and mentoring programs, quality must be observed in the terms of processes, standards, and the people assigned to these roles. In this video, the different types of internal mobility will be described. Job mobility, also known as career mobility, is movement across positions or grades. Employees can move laterally or vertically within the business. In general, it provides opportunities for employees to advance through increased earnings and skills development. According to the Society for Human Resource Management, employers that promote job mobility have a better chance of retaining talent. Every business should have a promotion policy that should strike a balance between internal sources of promotion and external sources of recruitment, and merit and ability against employees' length of service. The characteristics of a sound promotion policy should be fair and impartial and consistent and correlated to career planning. It should also be a planned activity to avoid the phenomena of bunching, which is a sudden eruption of promotions or a period of promotional drought where no promotions occur. Based on organizational policies, promotion-based decisions are made on different aspects. There are 3 typical types of employee promotions for employee development. On the left, vertical promotion. This refers to an upward movement of employees with a change in skill and experience. It brings a change in salary, responsibility, status, benefits, etc. Due to its nature, it can also change the job to a different function. In the center, horizontal promotion. This rewards an employee with an increase in pay but little to no change in responsibilities. It is also regarded as an upgrade of an employee. On the right, dry promotion. This refers to an increase in responsibilities and status without the benefits, or no increase in pay or financial benefits. A job transfer refers to lateral employee movement within the same grade or from one job to another without a change in responsibilities or pay. From left to right, here are some common types of job transfers. Shift transfer. This can either be a progression of work or moving employees from one shift to another. It's based on mutual understanding and convenience. Versatility transfer. This is also called job rotation, in which employees move from one job to another to gain experience. It benefits both the employee and the employer because it reduces boredom and monotony and provides job enrichment. Production transfer. This helps to avoid layoffs and stabilize employment when labor requirements in one area are declining. It provides an opportunity for the surplus employees to work in other areas of the business. Replacement transfer. This is similar to production transfer. It gives some relief from heavy work pressures to retain long-service employees by replacing a new employee with a long-term employee. Remedial transfer. This corrects the wrong selection and placement of employees by transferring them to more suitable jobs. It protects the interest of the employees. Penalty transfer. This penalizes employees involved in undesirable activities and assigns them to less desirable jobs. Businesses that frequently have job transfers should formulate a transfer policy and make it known to all employees. Employee demotions occur when employees are moved from one job to another that is lower in pay, responsibility, and/or organizational level. Here are the 2 categories. On the left, compulsory. This occurs due to business reasons that may include an employee not being management material, the employee is failing at the promoted job. Outplacement. A temporary solution where the employer is providing a cushion to allow the employee to job search. Restructuring. The business eliminates positions to flatten the reporting structure. Financial challenges. This is an alternative to laying off employees. On the right, voluntary. Here are some reasons why an employee may request a demotion. Work-life balance. The employee wants less responsibilities and fewer reporting staff members. Flex work schedule. A new personal or professional arrangement makes the former role unworkable. Retirement. Also called phase retirement, this is the ramping down of responsibilities. According to a study by Office Team, Poor performance is the number one reason for demotions, followed by a recent promotion not working out. Although a demotion may seem like the best course of action, industry experts caution that if improperly done, the employer could face legal challenges. In this video, I will share strategies for retaining employees. Employees that leave may affect the business's productivity, morale, and engagement. Employee retention is defined as the steps or process to ensure the business keeps talented employees. It involves strategic actions to keep high performers motivated. It preserves and develops human capital and reduces voluntary turnover costs. Both HR professionals and managers should be actively working to avoid turnover. Job hopping can be characterized as moving from job to job, as well as short stints with several employers. Typically, those short stints are defined as spending 1 to 2 years at each job, but some classify job hoppers as people who spend less than 5 years with the same company. A leading interview technology solution provider stated that 80% of business managers feel that employee retention is a major issue. From left to right, here are some additional stats for reinforcement. 27% of employees change jobs annually. 17% are actively job hunting. 46% are passively looking. 35% consider giving up their current role in the next year. Due to the dire state of employee retention, around 75% of businesses are considering redesigning their hiring and employee retention processes. Employee retention matters, and here's why. Failing to retain critical talent is costly to the business's bottom line and creates organizational issues such as insecure workers, excess job duties that co-workers must absorb, time invested in recruiting, hiring, and training new employees. From the left to right, here are some key facts. Turnover is expensive. According to Gallup's conservative estimate, the cost of replacing an individual employee can range to 2 times the employee's annual salary. Veteran employees add value. Experienced employees should feel they are valued and respected. Bad hires hurt morale. Hiring the right employees improves employee retention rates. Competitors benefit directly. Talented employees who quit may end up working for your competitor. It's important to know what motivates each segment of the workforce and conduct ongoing research to monitor motivation and workforce trends. Employee retention of key employees should be a proactive, strategic part of talent management.
Over the years, researchers have developed a number of models that are rooted in psychology and seek to explain job satisfaction. These models have influenced HR's approach to employee retention.
1. Ensure the right people are hired so it doesn't take a toll on the finances of the business. 2. Allot responsibilities as per employees' interests and specializations. 3. Avoid hierarchical structures and create an accessible work environment. 4. Appreciate good work to encourage employees to stay longer. 5. Conduct performance appraisals and offer perks to keep employees happy. 6. Maintain employees' work-life balance. 7. Provide appropriate training programs for employee growth. 8. Cultivate team spirit through a culture where they can share their thoughts. Practices that contribute to retention arise in all areas of human resources, and all roles within the business will need to work together to develop and implement multifaceted retention strategies. Broad-based and targeted strategies or a combination of both may be appropriate depending on the circumstances. Over the years, researchers have developed a number of models that are rooted in psychology and seek to explain job satisfaction. These models have influenced HR's approach to employee retention. From left to right, here are the steps in the employee retention process. Define key groups of employees. The process starts with defining criteria for the selection of talent and communication models. The selected employees are grouped to establish follow-up cycles. All talent and supervisors are informed and the feedback process initiated. Design retention. Review turnover analysis, benchmarking, and the needs assessment, both internal and external. The feedback results are analyzed to suggest targeted plans of action. Broad-based or targeted strategies or a combination are identified for implementation and potential milestones defined. Assign employees to write plans. Potentially, the action plans are discussed between talent, supervisor, and senior management. Follow-up is required on the implementation of the action items and to elicit feedback on the performance from the talent and supervisors. Based on the feedback, potentially updated recommendations are provided. Measure, report, and evaluate. The continuous feedback from talent and supervisor allows the optimization of action plans. In addition, institutional reviews can be conducted to address and remediate structural challenges and evaluate the results to assess the impact relative to the cost. Managing employee retention involves strategic actions to keep employees motivated and focused so they elect to remain with the employer and are fully productive for the benefit of the business. A comprehensive employee retention program can play a vital role in both attracting and retaining key employees, as well as in reducing turnover and its related costs. Performance management is both a strategic and integrated approach to delivering successful business results by improving the performance and developing the capabilities of teams and individuals. HR's instrumental role in this domain was demonstrated through the tools and processes to understand the different motivational methods, explore the performance management process and tools, advise on coaching and mentoring, share different types of mobility actions, and retain top talent through various strategies. The performance management process is crucial for businesses to boost employee productivity and to improve their outcomes. HR's role involves facilitating and improving performance of employees by building a conducive work environment and providing maximum opportunities for employees who participate in organizational planning and the decision-making process. This is beneficial to the efficiency of retaining quality employees rather than to recruit, train, and orient replacement employees of the same quality. Next, in learning management, we will take a look behind the scenes at organizing a training program.